In this era where peace reigns supreme, amidst the dominion of gunpowder and technology, the flesh and blood of warriors ultimately prove to be fragile. However, after the passage of the galactic beam through Earth in 2012, humanity astonishingly discovered that they had transcended the so-called limits of human capability. The galactic beam, upon penetrating the Earth, brought with it a peculiar crystal known as the Galaxy Crystal. This extraordinary gem enables beings to lift mountains. It allows them to soar through the skies and traverse the Earth. It grants immortality to living beings. Mo Chu, an ordinary youth, vows to define his own destiny through sheer willpower and perseverance, determined to navigate the tumultuous waves of life on his own terms. Chapter 1. The Stubborn Youth. Yi Jun, you may step forward, announced the elder in charge of the testing. A boy, with short black hair and a youthful face, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, emerged from the crowd. How shameless of this waste to show up here, murmured one onlooker. Isn't that the so-called genius warrior who has stagnated at the pinnacle of the warrior stage for 5 consecutive years? Another added. I heard the elders advised him to abandon his training and focus on managing family affairs, yet here he is, still persisting. As the disdainful remarks and sighs surrounded him, the boy slightly curled his lips into a self-mocking smile. A flicker of hardship danced in his dark eyes, betraying a wisdom beyond his years as he resolutely approached the testing elder. Sigh, the elder Yi Chi thought to himself, watching the stubborn youth approach. 5 years ago, at the age of 12, he had completed the physical training of a warrior, reaching the pinnacle and qualifying to advance as a fighter. Yet, fate had played a cruel joke, leaving him stagnant for 5 long years. Yi Jun, at the pinnacle of the warrior stage, should you fail to advance to the 8th tier by the age of 16, you will be sent to manage family affairs among the outer clans, the elder announced flatly, devoid of emotion. Raising his calloused hand, Yi Jun felt a surge of frustration within. 5 years. For a whole 5 years, he had been trapped at this impasse, unable to advance despite his relentless efforts. Deep within, he harbored a secret. He did not belong to this world. To be precise, his soul was not of this realm. Having fortuitously arrived in this world, Yi Jun once brimmed with confidence, eager to carve out his own destiny. Yet, the heavens conspired against him, for since his arrival, his body had made no progress. Next, Yi Chi, the elder's voice interrupted Yi Jun's thoughts. Regaining his composure, he quickly returned to the last row of the crowd, seeking a corner where he could remain unnoticed. Just as the elder's voice faded, a girl, appearing to be around 14 or 15, stepped forth, striding confidently towards the platform. As she made her entrance, she captivated the attention of the multitude, reducing the surrounding chatter to a hush. Dressed in a pale pink short skirt, her youthful face exuded a subtle charm, and as she smiled, she became the focal point of the gathering. Upon reaching the testing elder, Yi Chi turned to face the crowd. With a warm surge of energy coursing through her, she opened her eyes and awaited the elder's announcement. Yi Chi, age 15, first-tier warrior, elemental affinity for fire, has passed the test. You may enter the inner hall at years and to select your combat techniques. As the elder declared the results, Yi Chi, already aware of her fate, exhaled a sigh of relief. With a glance at the envious gazes from below, she lifted her delicate chin, revealing a hint of pride. Vanity is an irresistible allure for every girl. With a victorious smile, Yi Chi scanned the crowd, her gaze ultimately resting on Yi Jun in the back row. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she recalled the spirited boy who had once completed his physical training at a tender age of 10. Possessing the qualifications to advance as a fighter, he had been the object of her hidden affection, but now, in the realm of the war god continent, failing to become a warrior rendered one scarcely better than an ant. She was now destined to tread upon a stage teeming with the strong, and she and Yi Jun were no longer of the same world. Shaking her head slightly, as if to dismiss Yi Jun from her thoughts, Yi Chi descended from the platform and rejoined the crowd. As applause and sighs echoed around, the level testing swiftly reached its conclusion. Under the elder's announcement, the crowd gradually dispersed towards their homes. At that moment, Yi Jun did not follow the throng back home. Instead, he quietly slipped away from the crowd and ventured into a small grove. Walking upon the carpet of golden leaves scattered across the ground, Yi Jun felt a twinge of bitterness. Yet, drawing upon the wisdom of his former life, he quickly quelled that bitterness, shedding his shirt to reveal his robust torso. Lifting a stone nearly his height from the ground to begin his squats. 5 years. 5 years since he had stumbled upon this grove, which he had come to regard as his sanctuary for training. Through countless days and nights, regardless of the scorching heat or the biting cold, he had never ceased his training. refusing to succumb to fate. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Yi Jun, now drenched in sweat, sat cross-legged beneath a massive stone, quietly absorbing the energies of the world around him. Seated in meditation, Yi Jun attuned himself to the energies of the universe. Warriors temper their bodies, unlocking their potential to reach the limits of human capability, while fighters begin to siphon the energies of heaven and earth to refine themselves, awakening their extraordinary abilities. The chasm between the two is unfathomable. Becoming a fighter is a critical distinction between mortals and body cultivators. Failing to achieve this status signifies the forfeiture of one's chance to become powerful. As night slowly descended, Yi Jun opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Gathering his clothes, he made his way back to his humble abode. In the servants' quarters of the Yi family, before a small wooden house, Yi Jun stood quietly at the door, regaining his composure. With a sunlit smile, he gently knocked on the wooden door, calling out, "Mother, I'm home." The door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in simple attire, who stepped out from the modest dwelling. She smiled warmly at the sight of her son. This was Yi Jun's mother, Chen Yun, a concubine of Yi Jintian. Yi Jun's father, Yi Jintian, the eldest son of the clan leader, lacked the talent for cultivation and had been managing family affairs externally. Due to Chen Yun's status as a mere concubine, mother and son faced exclusion within the family. However, Yi Jintian had always taken care of them, and their lives were relatively stable. Yet, misfortune struck when, on Yi Jun's 10th birthday, Yi Jintian was abducted by an unknown force, leaving his fate uncertain. Even worse, Yi Jun's stagnation at the pinnacle of the warrior stage caused their status within the family to further decline, leading Chen Yun to relocate with her 11-year-old son to the servant quarters. "Come in, dinner is ready and waiting for you," Chen Yun said, stepping aside to let Yi Jun enter. Inside the less than 20 square meter room, there were 2 beds, a table, and 2 stools, no other furnishings to speak of. Yi Jun, familiar with the surroundings, picked up a bowl filled with rice from the table and called out, "Mother, it's time to eat," and began to dig in. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Who could be visiting at this hour? Chen Yun wondered aloud, glancing at Yi Jun, who watched curiously as she set down her chopsticks and opened the door. "Chen uncle, what brings you here?" she inquired, noticing a middle-aged man clad in a butler's attire standing at the threshold. Yi Jun, hastily setting down his bowl, quickly stepped behind his mother, gazing at Chen uncle with anticipation. Uncle Chen is a loyal assistant to Yi Jintian. During the times of adversity faced by Yi Jun and his mother, it was Uncle Chen who consistently offered his support. Without his assistance, although they would not have starved, their lives would have been far more miserable. Both mother and son hold him in high regard. Uncle Chen's gaze slowly swept across Yi Jun's cheek, and his expression softened considerably. "It concerns Yi Jun, the clan leader wishes to see him. To alleviate any worries Chen Yun might have," he added, "do not fret. Miss, nothing untoward will occur." "Is the clan leader looking for me?" Yi Jun inquired, perplexed. He had not seen his nominal grandfather since he was unable to advance to the rank of warrior 4 years ago. Now, suddenly being summoned. Could it be that news of his father had arrived? As Yi Jun contemplated further questions, he noticed Uncle Chen discreetly signaling him. Suppressing his curiosity, he addressed his mother. "Mother, please eat first. I will step out with Uncle Chen for a moment. The clan leader likely wishes to discuss arrangements regarding my future responsibilities within the family." Without waiting for her response, he exited the room with Uncle Chen. Watching the pair disappear from her sight, the gentle Chen Yun felt a hint of confusion but refrained from pressing for answers. On their way to the reception hall, Uncle Chen paused, turning back with a touch of resignation. "Yi Jun, I have watched you grow since childhood. While others may not notice, I understand your strong sense of pride. However, I implore you to promise me that regardless of what transpires, you will not act impulsively. Let everything be handled by your grandfather." Gazing at Uncle Chen's weathered face, Yi Jun, though riddled with doubts, nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Uncle Chen, I shall maintain my composure." Moments later, Uncle Chen brought Yi Jun to the entrance of the reception hall, respectfully knocking before entering. The hall was quite spacious and already filled with individuals. As Yi Jun scanned the room, he realized he was the last to arrive. Crossing the threshold, he found himself confronted by 2 square chairs. Seated upon them were the clan leader of the Yi family, his own grandfather, and beside him an elderly man clad in a robe adorned with celestial motifs, whose face radiated warmth, yet whose eyes occasionally glimmered with a hint of coldness. 5-star battle master. Yi Jun's gaze fixated on the 5 yellow stars emblazoned on the elder's robe. Uncle Chen's earlier words echoed in his mind, and Yi Jun's heart grew heavy. The strongest within the Yi family was none other than the clan leader, Yi Chong, a mere second-stage battle master. With his status, Yi Chong could uphold the reputation of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families of the Luoyuan Empire. The presence of a 5-star battle master, however, spoke volumes. Even the royal family would show deference in such an encounter. This was the stark difference between the powerful and the ordinary. Flanking the elderly man were 2 young figures, a striking young man and woman, both attired in robes signifying their rank. The man, in his early 20s, was handsome and tall, proudly displaying the insignia of a 6th-stage battle master, drawing the admiration of the young women in the family. Yet, his attention was entirely focused on the woman beside him. This young lady appeared to be of similar age to Yi Jun, dressed in a light green skirt, her elegant figure and beauty surpassing even that of Yi Qiqi. In this family, it was unlikely any other woman could rival her. A necklace of dazzling purple diamonds rested between her flawless collarbones, swaying gently with her breath, adding an air of nobility. Yi Jun, please find a place to stand, Yi Chong said with a broad smile. Yet Yi Jun could discern nothing from his expression. Yi Jun promptly bowed, scanning the room only to realize there was no space to stand. Feeling his status within the family diminish, he was acutely aware of how today would lead to embarrassment in front of guests. As he stood motionless at the center, the younger members of the family exchanged smirks, evidently relishing in his discomfort. Determined, Yi Jun disregarded the curious gazes and positioned himself at the forefront of the assembly. Observing Yi Jun's solitary stance, Yi Chang's brow furrowed, casting a stern glance at the assembled Yi family members. As his gaze swept through the crowd, heads bowed in deference, the power Yi Chong wielded within the family was unmistakable. Chapter 2. A glimmer of hope in the Grand Hall. Yi Chong engaged in an animated conversation with the elderly man, filled with seemingly inconsequential remarks, which left Yi Jun perplexed, unable to discern any relevance to himself. Just as Yi Jun's gaze began to drift, teetering on the edge of slumber, the elder could no longer contain himself and finally revealed the purpose of his visit. To be frank, Yi clan leader, I have brought the beloved disciple of our esteemed Lord of the Hall today with a request, the elder said, his demeanor somewhat awkward. Pray tell, what is it that you seek? Yi Chong, wise in the ways of the world, discerned the elder's unease and suspected an unwelcome request was at hand, for otherwise, they would not be exchanging pleasantries in such a manner. Do you recognize her, clan leader Yi? The elder gestured towards the enchanting young lady standing beside him. Forgive my old eyes, but I do not recall this young miss, Yi Chong replied, momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized the girl, gently shaking his head. She is our Lord of the Hall's newly acquired disciple, having achieved the 5th stage of Battle Master at the tender age of 15, a prodigy indeed, the elder stated, a hint of pride in his voice. And the Lord of the Hall you speak of, who might that be? Yi Chong inquired, his curiosity piqued. That is beyond your knowledge. Even I, a 5th stage Battle Master, do not merit standing before the Lord, the elder replied, his expression growing serious, laced with a subtle threat. Observing the elder's somber demeanor, Yi Chong felt a weight settle in his heart. The elder had specifically summoned Yi Jun, exuding an air of hostility, and now invoked the enigmatic lord to intimidate the Yi family. Yi Jun was his beloved grandson, whom he had watched grow since childhood, as a grandfather. His affection was undeniable, yet as clan leader, he was burdened by myriad responsibilities and concerns, rendering him hesitant to act. Noticing Yi Chang's silence, the elder continued, the Lord hopes that the young miss will focus on her cultivation and refrain from distractions such as romantic entanglements. Seeing that Yi Chong had yet to grasp the implication, the elder lightly tapped the armrest of the wooden chair, stating, the young lady's name is Shangwan Linghua. Her name is Shangwan Linghua. The granddaughter of the Shangwan family's leader? Yi Chong, now fully comprehending the elder's intentions, could no longer maintain a facade of composure. His expression darkened as he queried, is this the wish of your lord or that of the Shangwan family? Nay, this is the young Mrs. Desire. She aspires to join the ranks of the mighty and feels no inclination to waste her energies on romantic pursuits. Thus, we kindly request that the clan leader annul the betrothal. The elder waved his hand dismissively. With a sudden start, Yi Chong leapt to his feet, his right hand trembling uncontrollably, though his sleeves concealed the tremor from prying eyes. The hall fell into an abrupt silence. The younger members of the clan casting their gazes towards Yi Jun, their expressions a blend of anticipation and intrigue. Clan leader Yi, I recognize that this request is somewhat audacious, yet I hope you can consider the Lord's standing and acquiesce to this marriage dissolution, the elder sighed, his face betraying no emotion. Yi Chang's trembling hand clenched tightly, his sleeves rustling as if stirred by a phantom wind, his eyes gleaming with a hint of fierce determination. The Yi family's ultimate martial technique, withered trees in spring, was of low earth grade. Seeing Yi Chang's reaction, the elder slowly rose, his robes billowing, his aura surging. As their energies clashed, the younger members of the Yi family felt a constriction in their chests, some turning pale, while others could not suppress coughs. "Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Yi family?" An elder from the Yi clan finally interjected, unable to contain his anxiety. Yi Chang froze momentarily, his potent aura gradually retracting as he settled back into his chair. Observing the atmosphere shift slightly, Shangwan Lingyue stepped forward from the elder's side. Addressing Yi Chang with a newfound gravity, "Grandfather Yi, the marriage agreement made in the past is ill-suited for both Yi Jun and myself. As a member of the War God continent, my aspiration is to pursue the pinnacle of strength, not to squander my focus on romantic matters." Yi Chang's gaze became piercing as he scrutinized Shangwan Lingyue from head to toe, responding, "Grandfather Yi is too esteemed. You may call me clan leader Yi." "Indeed. The Shangwan family is fortunate to have such a remarkable granddaughter," Yi Chang replied with a self-deprecating smile. The elder, heartened by this exchange, exclaimed, "Thank you, clan leader Yi, for your understanding. Here is a token of goodwill. I hope you will accept it." With that, the elder produced a black wooden box and carefully opened it, releasing a peculiar energy that enveloped the hall. This energy was that of a primal energy stone, and its quality was not to be underestimated. The elder members of the Yi family gasped in astonishment. Inside the black box lay a walnut-sized, irregular green stone, emanating the strange energy that had captured everyone's attention. In the War God continent, a physical cultivator seeking to advance requires not only the energy of heaven and earth, but also the rare treasures formed from the essence of that energy. Such primal stones, crafted through the labor of powerful warriors, significantly reduced the time needed for physical cultivators to refine their bodies, accelerating their journey to higher realms. This remarkable property made such stones highly coveted, particularly by those below the battle spirit level, while only specially inscribed primal stones could captivate the interest of those above. As the elder's declaration reverberated through the hall, the younger members of the Yi clan gazed wide-eyed, their fervent longing fixated on the black wooden box in the elder's hands. Among them, Yi Qiqi was particularly animated, her rosy lips parting to release excited breaths as her eyes remained glued to the box. For she alone among the younger generation held the qualifications to utilize the primal stone. Just as she contemplated how to plead with the clan leader for possession of the primal stone, Yi Chang's indifferent words shattered her fantasies. "Kindly take it back. Though the Yi family is not affluent, we are not at the point of needing charity," Yi Chang coldly rejected, casting a disdainful glance at the box. "This is the culmination of a ninth-stage battle spirit's efforts, a figure you and the Yi family look up to. Are you certain you do not wish to accept it?" The elder's heart raced, noting Yi Chang's resolute demeanor, a flicker of anger surfacing as he mocked. "Humph." Yi Chang turned away, silent. "You are being overly presumptuous. Shangwan Lingyue, do you comprehend the disgrace your actions today will bring upon me and the Yi family?" A voice, laced with suppressed fury, resonated throughout the hall, drawing all eyes to Yi Jun, who stood defiantly, fists clenched. "Yi Jun, do not be disrespectful," Yi Chang admonished, taken aback by his grandson's fervor. "Today's matter leaves no room for reconciliation. Not only does Shangwan Lingyue have a mysterious master behind her, but even this elder, a fifth-stage battle master, poses a threat to the Yi family's very existence." Yi Jun lowered his head momentarily, inhaling deeply before raising it again, the ferocity in his expression softening into a calm demeanor. "This boy possesses such composure at a young age. Should he flourish, he will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary." The elder mused coldly, his eyes narrowing as a trace of murderous intent flickered within. "This betrothal was initiated by your Shangwan family due to my talents. Yet now you wish to renege. Do you think I, Yi Jun, covet your Shangwan family's prodigious young lady?" With a sharp tongue, one might say that Shangwan Lingyue is merely adorned with a beautiful exterior, feeling herself to be of considerable worth, believing that I, Yi Jun, no longer worthy of her since losing my cultivation talent. Since ancient times, it has only been men who divorce their wives. How can a woman dismiss her husband? For the sake of her pride, she dares to humiliate me. Yi Jun, humph. I shall now publicly divorce you, fulfilling your wish. Having spoken, Yi Jun wore a cold smile, refusing to cast another glance at Shangwan Lingyue, and striding towards the table. He picked up a pen and began to write furiously. As the pen fell, Yi Jun lifted his right hand to his lips, biting down on his middle finger, causing blood to gush forth, staining his entire finger crimson. With force, he pressed his bloody fingertip onto the pristine paper, leaving a glaring handprint. Gently grasping the divorce decree, smeared with his own blood, Yi Jun slowly approached Shangwan Lingyue and handed it to her, stating, "Do not mock the elderly nor the destitute youth. I hope you do not come to regret this. Take this decree, and we shall have no further ties. You, worthless fool, dare to divorce me?" Shangwan Lingyue trembled as she gazed at the divorce decree in disbelief. "Humph! You wretched harlot, how dare you call me worthless?" Yi Jun retorted coldly, a smirk on his lips. "How dare you disrespect the lady?" An elderly man, filled with rage, swiftly approached, aiming a fierce strike at Yi Jun's chest, clearly intent on ending his life. The elder had already harbored murderous intent towards Yi Jun, and this was a justified opportunity to strike. He would show no mercy, for even if he killed this youth, the Yi family would not dare retaliate. Before Yi Jun could react, a shadow lunged forward, positioning itself before him to intercept the elder's attack with a palm strike. A gust of wind surged as Yi Jun, finally coming to his senses, realized that the figure shielding him was none other than Uncle Chun. Humph! Yi Chong, having just regained his composure, appeared beside Uncle Chun, his aura at its peak, ready to unleash a counterattack should the elder proceed. "My apologies, I acted in haste and struck too hard," the elder lamented, realizing he had missed the optimal moment to kill Yi Jun, and begrudgingly withdrew. "I'm fine. You should leave. Let the clan leader handle the rest." Uncle Chun gestured dismissively to Yi Jun, blood trickling from his mouth. With a stoic expression, Yi Jun departed the hall, his mind adrift as he wandered into the small grove where he often trained. "Heavens, why have you brought me to this world only to treat me so?" After a long silence, Yi Jun's face contorted with suppressed fury as he pointed angrily at the sky. "Hey, I can ensure you will no longer be humiliated. If only you agree to one condition." Just as Yi Jun vented his anger at the heavens, a sweet, melodic laughter reached his ears. Startled, Yi Jun turned to find a woman draped in an opulent red robe standing behind him, her delicate face exuding both allure and purity. Beneath the robe, her voluptuous figure resembled a ripe peach, emanating an irresistible allure that could drive countless men mad. Her long pink hair cascaded casually down her shoulders, framing her slender waist, while her graceful legs peeked out from the robe. In the presence of such beauty, any words of praise seemed to pale in comparison, rendering phrases like stunning and captivating utterly inadequate. Yet beneath her delicate demeanor lay an air of regal nobility. Momentarily entranced, Yi Jun snapped back to reality, his expression turning cold as he asked, "Who are you?" "Hee, my identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I possess the means to restore your talent." The woman replied, casually brushing her hair back and stifling a giggle. "Speak plainly, what is your condition?" After 5 years of patience and observation, Yi Jun's mind had matured significantly. Though he was eager to regain his abilities, he understood that nothing comes without a price. "Let me be direct. I currently exist in a state of soul. I will bestow upon you the most powerful martial techniques in the world, guiding you until you become a renowned force. The condition is that you must acquire Lioli Earth, Bodhi Root, and mysterious spirit water within 10 years to help me reshape my body," the woman stated, her expression turning serious. "Why me?" Yi Jun remained composed, refusing to be swayed by the enticing offer. The woman, with a hint of self-mockery, replied, "Because I have no other choice." "Why?" Yi Jun felt a pang of empathy at her self-deprecating smile. "I must warn you not to be angry," she said, stepping closer with a playful smile. "When I successfully seized the ultimate cultivation technique from the last battle emperor, I was besieged by powerful foes. As my body was shattered, my soul fled into yours, intending to gather enough energy to seek a new vessel. However, one day, a silver light unexpectedly entered your body, preventing my soul from leaving. Ironically, the very technique I fought so hard to obtain, the Zixiao body refinement technique, is only suitable for men and must be cultivated from the warrior stage. When did this silver light appear?" Yi Jun furrowed his brow, inquiring further. The woman pouted slightly, contemplating before answering, "Approximately 5 years ago." Upon hearing this, Yi Jun finally understood why he had made no progress over the past 5 years. It was entirely due to this enchanting woman before him. Yet, despite her beauty, he found it impossible to harbor any anger. "I accept your proposal. What now?" Yi Jun contemplated for a moment before resolutely agreeing. "We shall first establish a contract. Repeat after me," she instructed, leading him through a series of incomprehensible phrases. As a radiant light imprinted on their foreheads, an indescribable sensation flooded their hearts, and Yi Jun instinctively knew that their bond had been forged. Can you help me reach the 8th rank of warrior within 3 months? After the contract was established, Yi Jun cautiously inquired. Observing his expression, the woman smirked proudly. What is a warrior to me? Yi Jun, elated by her confident demeanor, asked, Then what rank are you? I won't tell you, she replied, casting her eyes upward. How should I address you, then? I can't just keep calling you girl, Yi Jun persisted, determined to establish a rapport with her, knowing he would rely on her guidance for an extended period. Since you insist on knowing, you may call me the evil maiden. For those who know me call me that due to my capricious nature, she replied, her expression turning serious. Seeing her solemn demeanor, Yi Jun dared not press further, muttering to himself, Indeed, she is unpredictable. One moment she is radiant, the next, a storm clouds gather. Noticing Yi Jun's silence, the evil maiden chuckled. When do you plan to begin learning the Zixiao body refinement technique? Having endured enough humiliation, Yi Jun could hardly contain his eagerness, exclaiming, I wish to learn it now. With a sly smile, the evil maiden waved her hand towards Yi Jun, a flash of white light enveloping him. And he felt a surge of knowledge flood his mind. He quickly settled into a meditative position, seeking to comprehend the new information. Moments later, Yi Jun rose. His expression darkened. Are you certain this Zixiao body refinement technique is reliable? Otherwise, you might as well give me some other heavenly grade martial arts. Humph. You are the one who lacks credibility. Do you think heavenly grade techniques are as common as wild fruits? The evil maiden coldly mocked, observing Yi Jun's grim countenance. The purple sky body refinement technique claims to consume the anomalous lightning of heaven and earth to enhance oneself. I find this notion quite formidable. However, the method of cultivation it suggests, attracting lightning on a rainy day to practice absorbing it into the body, seems utterly implausible. If a bolt of lightning strikes, my life would surely be forfeited, rendering the practice futile. Surely one cannot invite lightning into the body directly. Who would dare to provoke it? Even a master warrior would struggle against such a perilous endeavor. Despite these concerns, it seems implausible that I could reach the 5th level of master warrior within 3 months. Yi Jun murmured with a gesture of resignation. What if I were a force inscription master? He pondered. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun's thoughts were interrupted as the enigmatic woman cast a sidelong glance at him, coldly remarking, A force inscription master is not merely a concept. It is an individual who imbues force stones with special attributes. Imbuing force stones with special attributes? Yi Jun's face reflected astonishment and envy, prompting the woman to smirk proudly. Indeed, I am a force inscription master. Intrigued by her proud demeanor, Yi Jun inquired, Could you teach me? The woman had long since attached her soul to Yi Jun's body, observing his struggles and perseverance over the past 5 years. Her innate pride had been somewhat softened by this young man, who had never relinquished his dreams despite numerous failures. Through the storms and tempests of 1825 days and nights, one could always see a diminutive figure laboring quietly in the thicket. He was the first man to capture her attention. To become a force inscription master, the minimum requirement is to be a warrior. You should focus on achieving that level first, she chided with a playful smile as she regarded Yi Jun's eager expression. Then please provide me with a few inscription stones that can accelerate the refinement of my body so I may test their effects, Yi Jun implored. Yet his thoughts were interrupted by the woman's retort. How could I provide them when my physical form has been shattered? I exist only in a state of spirit. You must first attain the warrior level, and then I can utilize your body to create inscription stones. I will assist you only once. For the remaining stones you require for your cultivation, I shall teach you the art of inscription, and you will craft them yourself. Now, return and prepare. Perhaps one day a bolt of lightning will strike amidst the rain, she concluded before vanishing from his sight, leaving no room for further inquiries. Yi Jun attempted to ask more questions, but calling out to her yielded no response. Resigned, he turned to head home and prepare for the practice of the purple sky body refinement technique. With a sudden burst of energy, he stepped forward, scattering dried twigs and leaves, letting out an exhilarated shout as he dashed homeward. On the path to his home, Uncle Chun had been waiting for quite some time. Where has this boy run off to? He has yet to return, he muttered under the shade of a tree 100 meters from Yi Jun's door. After a considerable wait, just as Uncle Chun was about to give up, a small black appeared on the horizon, rushing towards him. As it drew nearer, Uncle Chun chuckled. Ah, this rascal finally shows up. As the dot grew larger, Uncle Chin's gaze landed on Yi Jun, whose youthful face now bore an inexplicable radiance, confidence. Uncle Chin's murky eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. After 5 years, the self-assured young man had returned. Looking at you, it seems my worries were unfounded, Uncle Chun remarked with a gentle smile. One cannot glimpse the sun without enduring the storm, Yi Jun replied with a confident grin. However, Uncle Chun, I need your assistance. I hope you can help me find 1 or 2 force stones cultivated by warriors. That is no trouble at all. Hearing Yi Jun's request for help made Uncle Chun reluctant to refuse. Although acquiring force stones is challenging, he had ways to obtain a few from the warrior phase. Especially considering the recent influx of such stones in the family. He quietly resolved to gather a few more for Yi Jun. Yi Jun felt a pang of gratitude. He knew that even if Uncle Chun could procure the stones, the process would not be as easy as it appeared. Observing Uncle Chin's increasingly aged appearance, Yi Jun firmly declared, Uncle Chun, I will surely advance to the warrior level soon, and I vow to repay your kindness 1,000-fold. Uncle Chin's heart swelled with joy, even more so than if he himself were to advance. He affectionately ruffled Yi Jun's hair, saying, no need for such talk of repayment. Just do not hold it against your father for not caring for you and your mother adequately. Once you achieve success, do not forget about Uncle Chun. Perhaps I shall benefit from your achievements as well. Certainly, I will not forget, Yi Jun affirmed with a nod. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chun, Yi Jun returned home. Contemplating the days leading up to his 16th birthday, September 20th at noon would be the family's final assessment of him. Today marked June 20th in the year 2000 of the war era, leaving him with 3 full months. Yi Jun clenched his fists, his gaze deep and resolute as he envisioned that day. In the study of the Yi family patriarch, Yi Chong examined a challenge letter repeatedly. His brow furrowed in deep thought. A knock sounded at the door, and as Yi Chong laid the challenge letter on his meticulously organized desk, he straightened his expression, saying, Come in. Uncle Chin stepped inside, approaching the patriarch respectfully. My lord, are you still troubled by that challenge from Miss Shangwan today? Yi Chong sighed. How could I not be troubled? Shangwan Lingyue became a 5th-level master warrior at the age of 20 and has invited Yi Jun to a duel within 3 years. Uncle Chun, hearing this, straightened and smiled. I just saw the young master. He mentioned he would soon advance to the warrior level, and I believe you should let him decide what to do with the challenge letter. Yi Chang's eyes widened in surprise before filling with joy. He claims he can advance to the warrior level? Absolutely. Young Master Yi Jun wore a confident expression. I trust he would not fabricate such a claim, Uncle Chin replied, unable to contain his excitement. However, the young master wishes for my assistance in acquiring more warrior stones. I implore you, my lord, to consider my years of service and grant me a larger share. Yi Chang's expression darkened momentarily. Do not say such things, Uncle Chun. Even without your request, I would allocate additional stones to Yi Jun. I realize I have been negligent in caring for him, and our relationship has grown distant. If he had asked me directly, I would not have refused him. It's no wonder he might harbor some resentment. I would feel the same in his position. The force stones can only be absorbed by warriors at the very least. Uncle Chun, please take your leave. Once the new batch of force stones arrives in a few days, I will ensure they are sent to you. I must now reflect on this matter thoroughly. Uncle Chun bowed and exited, leaving Yi Chong alone in the study, deep in contemplation. Chapter 4. Advancing to warrior level and the 3 abilities. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the sun piercing through the sky with an intensity that, despite the early hour, felt somewhat blinding. Yi Jun had risen early and made his way to the small grove, resuming the training he had diligently practiced without interruption for the past 5 years. As the tranquility of the grove was shattered by the sounds of the boy exerting himself, the enigmatic woman emerged quietly from within Yi Jun's essence, perching gracefully atop a tree branch. Her alluring form swayed gently with the movement of the leaves, her enchanting gaze fixed upon the young man's training, silent as she observed. Time passed in silence. The wicked woman observed Yi Jun, who, exhausted and drenched in sweat, sat on the ground, panting heavily. A strange feeling flickered in her heart, and she could not help but speak. In just 2 days, a thunderstorm will arrive. Why engage in this futile training? Yi Jun was taken aback by her words. Raising his head, he saw the enchanting figure of the wicked woman perched atop a tree, momentarily entranced by her allure. However, the resolute Yi Jun quickly regained his focus and, gasping for breath, replied with a smile. I have sworn an oath. I shall not cease this training until I become a warrior. Is that so? I finally understand why humanity has become the sovereign of this continent. I hope you can persevere, she remarked before vanishing from the treetop in a flash. Fatigued and oblivious to the grammatical error in her statement, Yi Jun, upon witnessing her disappearance, gathered his strength and resumed his unfinished training. 2 days later, dark clouds obscured the sun, and thunder rumbled ominously, just as the wicked woman had foretold. On the summit of a high mountain in a small grove, Yi Jun stood proudly, smiling as he released a kite, his eyes fixed upon the overcast sky in quiet anticipation. The wicked woman, clad in red, stood behind him. Gazing at the peculiar, square-shaped object with 3 long tails in the sky, her expression one of confusion. Yet, her pride prevented her from inquiring further. As the thunderstorm was still some time away, Yi Jun discerned the flicker of uncertainty on the wicked woman's face and explained, "This is a kite. A tool that soars with the wind. The string I hold serves as a conductor, allowing the lightning to be indirectly transmitted to me. In this way, I can practice the first stage of the purple sky body refinement technique." Upon hearing this, the wicked woman seemed to grasp the concept. Though she still did not fully understand how a kite utilized the wind to fly. She nodded, saying, "I see." Yi Jun, unable to suppress a smile, turned to her, holding the thin string with one hand, and asked, "Do you truly understand?" The wicked woman paused, her breath hitching, and her bosom creating a dangerous curve as her expression turned frosty. She retorted, "What do you think?" Enchanted by her display, Yi Jun awkwardly chuckled and turned his attention back to the sky, feigning nonchalance. The heavens did not keep him waiting long. Moments later, the sky was engulfed in dark clouds, and jagged bolts of lightning descended from the gloom, accompanied by the fearsome roar of thunder, akin to a monstrous beast. Even the audacious Yi Jun felt his face pale, his right hand, gripping the string, slick with sweat, and trembling slightly with the sound of thunder. Noting Yi Jun's reaction, the wicked woman smirked and teased, "Are you afraid?" Yi Jun, still focused on the sky, momentarily dazed, replied with a slight blush, "Afraid? I have long forgotten what fear feels like. I'm merely a bit anxious." "Oh, but your voice trembles," she remarked with a smile. Just as Yi Jun was about to respond, a menacing purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the dark clouds, crashing into his kite. A burst of flames ignited in the air, and a visible bolt of lightning lunged towards Yi Jun's right hand like a venomous serpent. Having prepared for this moment, Yi Jun displayed no sign of panic. Instead, with determination etched on his brow, he shouted to the heavens, "Damn it! Today, Yi Jun shall either succeed or perish." The purple lightning coiled down the string, biting into his right hand. In an instant, he felt as though millions of insects crawled over his body, accompanied by the sensation of countless blades scraping against every cell, a cacophony of sensations, numbness, itchiness, and pain all intertwined. Yet Yi Jun had no time to dwell on this exquisite torment. With a fervent thought, he activated the purple sky body refinement technique, unleashing a surge of purple electricity that erupted from within him and surged back towards his body. Clenching his teeth, Yi Jun endured the excruciating pain inflicted by the initial contact with the lightning, knowing that this physical agony paled in comparison to the emotional suffering he had endured over the past 5 years. Approximately 10 minutes later, he successfully completed the first step of the purple sky body refinement technique, preparing to absorb the power of the lightning. This next step was the most challenging. He had only harnessed a fraction of the lightning's energy, far from achieving the technique's full potential. Suppressing the chaotic pain coursing through his body, Yi Jun gritted his teeth and focused intently on the technique, determined not to let a single spark of lightning escape. Sensing the excruciating agony that felt like his body was being torn apart, he resolved to begin absorbing the lightning energy through the tip of his right index finger. A barely perceptible surge of electricity shot from his fingertip, zigzagging through the air before plunging downward. Despite his preparations, he could not help but let out a frantic scream as the current entered his body. The sensation of electricity surging within was unbearable for an ordinary person, let alone the ferocious power of the lightning. Although the purple sky body refinement technique was a supreme demonic art, the pain was no less severe. Many who attempted this technique had either gone mad or perished from the agony of lightning entering their bodies. Achieving mastery over such a formidable technique was no easy feat. Yi Jun was grateful for the trials he had faced over the past 5 years. Without them, he would not have been able to endure this moment. Pain. Excruciating pain. After successfully absorbing the lightning into his index finger, Yi Jun, drenched in sweat, trembled uncontrollably and could not help but pause for a moment's respite. "Is this all you can handle? Wait until you reach your elbows to truly understand what pain is," the wicked woman observed Yi Jun, lying on the ground, drenched in sweat, and instead of offering comfort, she mocked him. Hearing this, Yi Jun couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The regrets of his past life and the struggles of this one. How could the wicked woman comprehend the resolve of a mortal who seizes any opportunity to become stronger, even if it meant risking everything? With a surge of determination, he summoned bolts of lightning the thickness of fingers from his entire arm, sending them forth and drawing them back. Pain, genuine pain. Tears streamed involuntarily from his eyes, as if silver needles pierced his soul. The agony radiating from his arm throughout his entire being. Blood seeped between his clenched teeth, Half an hour passed. An hour passed. A torrential wind accompanied by a deluge of rain descended upon him. Feeling the cold rainwater crashing against him, Yi-jun opened his weary eyes, greedily drinking in the icy drops, as if it were the most exquisite nectar on earth. Pain. His entire body felt as though it had been scorched by flames. The agony coursed through his muscles in violent spasms. The storm raged on, and he was left with but one final challenge, a true test of manhood. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Yi-jun roared within, and then the purple lightning surged directly towards his most sensitive area. Damn it! A wave of intense pain engulfed Yi-jun. If moments ago it felt like silver needles piercing his soul, now it was as if his very essence was being ground into mincemeat, piece by piece. The sensation was undeniably unforgettable. The groin is the most nerve-rich area of the human body, and the pain was something the wicked woman could never fathom. As the waves of agony washed over him, Yi-jun's eyes widened in utter resentment as he cast a glare at the wicked woman, before his head tilted, and he blissfully lost consciousness. It was the wicked woman's words that had led Yi-jun to face this torment unprepared, experiencing the infamous sensation of groin pain. Though the wicked woman possessed extraordinary strength, she could not shake the unease brought on by Yi-jun's glare before he fainted. Yet it was not entirely her fault, despite her vast experience as a maiden. How could she comprehend the intricacies of a man's anatomy, let alone the true meaning of groin pain, a term exclusive to men? The rain continued to fall, and the wind continued to blow. The wicked woman stood elegantly beneath the storm, gazing at the unconscious Yi-jun, murmuring to herself about her success. After a considerable time, Yi-jun awakened from his stupor, blinking his eyes and trembling his fingers before gradually regaining his senses. The first thing he did upon sitting up was not to check if he had successfully advanced to a fighter, but to reach down and touch himself. Letting out a deep breath, he reassured himself that all was well before examining his internal state. With a mischievous grin, he tousled his hair, which stood upright from the electric shock, and laughed with pride. At that moment, Yi-jun's height of 175 centimeters had seemingly increased by 5 centimeters. With his muscles swelling, appearing robust yet not cumbersome. Instead, they exhibited a streamlined strength. He clenched his fist, feeling an extraordinary force coursing through him, gathering in his hand as if ready to unleash itself, filling him with an exhilarating urge. With a fierce punch, he struck the ground before him, producing a thunderous sound as if a missile had struck, sending a spiderweb of cracks radiating from his feet. Don't be too pleased with yourself. Have you considered what your supernatural ability is? The wicked woman remarked disdainfully, unable to tolerate Yi-jun's self-satisfied demeanor. Oh, right, Yi-jun thought, directing his right index finger at a stone the size of his fist before him. The supernatural energy within him surged forth, instantly depleting. The stone flickered, suddenly appearing before Yi-jun. Is this instantaneous movement? He questioned, looking perplexedly at the wicked woman beside him. Indeed, it is spatial ability, she replied, her expression sour as she vanished again. Spatial ability? That must be quite formidable, Yi-jun thought, excitement bubbling within him, his calm demeanor shattering. Suddenly, the stone before him exploded, erupting into flames. Odd dual abilities? The wicked woman's astonished voice echoed in Yi-jun's ears. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, refrain from exposing your spatial abilities in front of others, she cautioned, her tone serious yet tinged with excitement. I am aware of the saying, a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind, Yi-jun replied before turning to leave. Next, I must practice the thunder demon body technique from the purple sky refinement, he thought as he made his way back to his humble abode, simultaneously honing his newfound abilities. Unbeknownst to him, the stone that had burst into flames reappeared in its original form, as if rewinding a film, a truly bizarre phenomenon. Chapter 5. Turbulence. With a tender blade of grass between his lips, Yi-jun strolled along the path of the Yi family. Having just begun to comprehend his supernatural abilities and contemplating the direction of his future training. I must return and reflect on my abilities and that inscription energy stone, he mused as he walked, only to suddenly find 3 figures blocking his path. He had unknowingly arrived at the training square for the Yi family's disciples. Yi-jun, long time no see. Yi Hua, clad in a white training uniform, wore a boastful expression as he stood with 2 other Yi family disciples, obstructing Yi-jun's way home. Yi Hua, a member of the Yi family, had always harbored resentment towards Yi-jun since childhood, feeling overshadowed by Yi-jun's early ascent to the peak of warrior status. Ever since he became a fighter, he had taken pleasure in making things difficult for Yi-jun whenever they crossed paths. Well, you fool, it has indeed been a while, Yi-jun retorted with a smirk, his disdain evident as he flicked the grass from his lips carelessly. Just when I was looking for someone to test my strength after advancing to a fighter. It seems I've stumbled upon a perfect punching bag, one I have long desired. Hey, look at the genius fighter who usually avoids us. Why is he not cowering today? Yi Hua, a second-tier fighter, exaggeratedly clapped his hands and shouted, drawing the attention of the other Yi family disciples who were diligently training. You fool. Overindulged and now showing off. Just step aside and refrain from barking like a dog in my presence, Yi Jun replied, his brow furrowing as he provocatively regarded Yi Hua with a cold smile. What did you say? Repeat that. Yi Hua stepped forward, his face twisted in disbelief, threateningly glaring at Yi Jun. Did you not hear me? Let me simplify it for you. Fool, do not bark like a dog before me. Yi Jun stepped closer, whispering into Yi Hua's ear. Yi Jun, today, as a fighter, I shall teach you a lesson, so you understand the difference between a fighter and a warrior. Yi Hua fumed, stepping back to create space for a confrontation. What? Yi Jun has truly lost his mind, daring to provoke a fighter like Yi Hua? What is going on? Are Yi Jun and Yi Hua about to duel? Isn't that asking for trouble? The surrounding Yi family disciples began to mock as they witnessed the escalating tension. Yi Jun observed the scornful gazes of the onlookers in silence, patiently awaiting Yi Hua's move. This was a moment he had long anticipated. The resentment he had accumulated over 5 years needed a proper outlet. To possess strength without indulging in a brief display of arrogance would not do justice to the arduous training he had endured. As the area cleared, Yi Hua smirked maliciously and shouted, "Here I come." He stepped forward, launching a powerful punch aimed at Yi Jun's right shoulder with a measured force. Though he was enraged, he understood the limits. Internal conflicts within the Yi family were permitted, but extreme violence that could result in serious injury was strictly forbidden. As Yi Hua's fist approached rapidly, Yi Jun remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips, as he clenched his fist to meet Yi Hua's strike. After undergoing preliminary tempering from lightning, Yi Jun's physique was not comparable to that of ordinary practitioners at this moment. His physical strength was approximately 3 times that of his peers. With a dull thud, their fists collided, and the malevolent expression on Yi Hua's face faltered as he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Yi Jun's punch. The once confident Yi Hua turned pale, unable to resist as he stumbled back 3 steps, leaving clear footprints on the ground, while Yi Jun remained steady, not moving an inch. The spectators gasped, their mouths agape, unable to believe that this was the genius fighter they had often spoken of. Among them, Yi Chi, clad in a white training outfit, her delicate red lips parted in astonishment, maintained her stance against the wall, hands on her hips, still in the midst of her training. This is impossible. Yi Hua, recovering from his shock, bellowed in anger, "This doesn't count. I was distracted. This time, I will definitely defeat you." Yi Jun chuckled coldly in response. "If you doubt my strength, then I shall gladly prove it." With a swift motion, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger, aiming another punch at Yi Hua's right shoulder. Feeling the ferocity of Yi Jun's approach, a flicker of fear surged within Yi Hua, yet he gritted his teeth and unleashed all his might. Consumed by rage and intent on reclaiming his lost pride, the 2 fists collided fiercely amid a thunderous sound, sending Yi Hua crashing back 3 meters, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. "No, this cannot be," Yi Hua exclaimed incredulously, staring at his injured right arm, which throbbed with pain and had temporarily lost sensation. Not only was he in disbelief, but even the spectators among the Yi family disciples felt as if they had witnessed a surreal dream. "Come on, bring it on," Yi Jun retorted mockingly. "If you cannot even accept defeat, how can you aspire to become a true warrior?" Upon hearing Yi Jun's words, Yi Hua suddenly stood up, his face contorted with madness. Pushing himself up with his left hand, he declared, "I have yet to utilize my abilities. I cannot possibly lose. This time, I shall not let you escape easily." Without waiting for Yi Jun's response, he tightened the muscles in his left arm, gritting his teeth as he channeled his full power towards Yi Jun. In that instant, his left arm swelled like an inflated balloon, doubling in size. Ability, Giant Force Technique. Abilities? You are not the only one, Yi Jun roared, his eyes narrowing as he unleashed 50% of his power into his right fist, a faint white flame enveloping it as he struck towards Yi Hua's left punch. Ability, Flame Explosion. The clash between the two was no mere dull thud. It resonated like a missile explosion. At that moment, Yi Hua was struck as if by a runaway locomotive, his body hurtling backward in the wake of the explosive impact. His left arm seemed to burst, blood gushing forth, startling those around him into retreat. With a thud, a heavy object hit the ground. Yi Jun watched as Yi Hua's left arm rapidly reverted to its original state. A jolt of concern coursing through him. Although he understood the immense power of the flame explosion, he had underestimated it. Thankfully, it had not resulted in a catastrophic outcome. A loud gasp erupted from the crowd of warriors. What? A warrior? Impossible. Just a few days ago, I remember Yi Jun being at the peak of a soldier. I can't believe he actually broke through. Is it true that just after becoming a warrior, he is already this formidable? Yi Jun, with an impassive expression, cast a cold glance at the onlookers, his gaze finally resting on a face that was both enchanting and pure. He then turned and walked away. Yi Jun, you think you can just leave after fighting? Don't you care whether we agree? One of Yihua's followers shouted from the crowd, attempting to demonstrate loyalty. At the sound, Yi Jun paused, a strange smile creeping onto his face as he retorted, You wish to stop me? The Yi family youths parted, creating a small space. Looking down on the boy standing there like a clown, realizing he had been exposed, the boy's face turned pale as he shamelessly stammered, I didn't say that. Yi Jun dismissed such petty insults and continued on his way, reflecting on how some individuals would never rise to prominence. If he were to engage with each of them, he would surely tire himself out. Instead, he should focus on his training. As a newly ascended warrior, he no longer required physical training. His primary goal now was to absorb the energy in the air to refine his internal meridians, enhancing the efficacy of his abilities. A warrior is a practitioner whose physical potential has begun to unfold. At this stage, practitioners start to acquire one or more abilities. To further amplify their powers, they must refine their meridians, making them stronger and more permeable. Once all meridians are thoroughly refined, their abilities can be fully realized. The next step involves refining their delicate internal organs to advance to the rank of Battle Master. Contemplating the teachings of the clan's elders, Yi Jun returned home, greeted his mother briefly, and sat cross-legged on his modest wooden bed to initiate the first stage of his refinement. Engrossed in his training, Yi Jun remained unaware that his recent actions had stirred a tempest within the Yi family. Have you heard? That once great soldier has now become a warrior and even defeated Yihua, who is a third-tier warrior, exclaimed a girl in a light yellow garment, her face adorned with astonishment as she spoke to her siblings. Please, we already knew that. I knew he would become a warrior, replied a slender boy, around 15. With an air of certainty. Late to the party, are we? Scoffed a plump girl with freckles, unable to contain her derision at the boy's presumptuousness. What did you say? Fatty, do you want to fight? The slender boy retorted angrily, shaking his fists at her. Who is afraid? The chubby girl shot back defiantly. Enough of this bickering. Just as the two were about to engage in a scuffle, Yi Xiaojin, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. The two quarreling youths froze. Fear etched across their faces as they turned to the boy. Standing tall amidst the crowd was a young man clad in a blue bodysuit, strikingly handsome, with fair skin. Yi Jun, is it? I never imagined that the former waste would rise again, Yi Xiaojin said, a glimmer of malice flashing across his handsome face. As the leader of the group, he had never been challenged, and now someone had dared to injure his subordinate, an affront to his authority. Meanwhile, in the Yi family conference room, the clan leader and the elders were embroiled in a heated debate over the recently acquired energy stones. What? Absolutely not. The allocation of energy stones has long been arranged. Not even a clan elder can arbitrarily change it. Protested 3 elders who had traveled over 200 kilometers from Green Mountain City to bring back the clan's earnings. They had expended considerable effort to secure these stones. And now the clan leader sought to unilaterally allocate 5% of the share to another cause. They were unwilling to concede. With the family's financial situation deteriorating, the energy stones that the practitioners used for training were saved through careful budgeting. They could not afford to be reckless. Moreover, the 3 elders had secretly arranged the distribution of energy stones for their direct descendants, providing a shortcut to strength. They would not easily relinquish it. As the 4 continued to argue, a commotion erupted outside. Step aside. I must see the clan leader. Don't tell me this is some important meeting. What could be more important than what I already know? Boomed a middle-aged man with a dark expression. Blocked at the meeting room door. Let him in, Yi Chong commanded, his brow furrowing at the disturbance. The man burst into the room, his demeanor shifting as he laid eyes on Yi Chong. Clan leader, you must help me. That arrogant Yi Jun just advanced to warrior and injured my son, Yihua. He's now lying in the infirmary. Yi Chong, far from enraged, felt a surge of joy but maintained a facade of anger. Slow down and tell me everything that happened. Feeling hopeful, Yi Rong began. That Yi Jun, I don't know when he became a warrior, but this afternoon, after my son exchanged a few words with him, he suddenly attacked and injured him. Yi Chang's expression remained inscrutable as he remarked, I remember your son has been a warrior for over a year, reaching 3rd tier. Has he not? Well, Yi Jun caught my son off guard, Yi Rong stammered. a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he rubbed his hands hidden in his sleeves. But I heard you say they were arguing before they fought. Yi Chong interjected coldly, fixing his gaze on Yi Rong. Clan leader Yi Rong began, sensing his argument faltering, but Yi Chong waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. I have my own judgments to make. Realizing that Yi Chang's words were merely a polite dismissal, Yi Rong, despite wanting to protest, recognized the authority of the clan leader and withdrew respectfully. Regarding the matter of the allocation of energy stones, I shall refrain from elaborating further. You have all heard it. Yi Jun, that young lad, rightfully deserves the family's reward for advancing to a warrior. There is no need for further discussion. The distribution of energy stones shall proceed as usual. However, a portion must be set aside, specifically a stone of the 8th rank, as a reward for Yi Jun's advancement. With that, Yi Chong turned away, presenting his back to the 3 elders. The elders understood that any further discussion would be futile and took their leave in succession. Only after their departure did Yi Chong slowly turn around and mutter to himself, "These old fellows are becoming increasingly unreasonable. It seems I must use my own savings to procure some energy stones for Yi Jun otherwise, with less than 3 months remaining. It will be quite challenging for him to reach the 8th rank as a warrior. Yet, even with the energy stones, attaining the 8th rank will not be a simple task. Alas, I must now rely on the young lad's own abilities." The following morning, before dawn had broken, Uncle Chin quietly approached the door of Yi Jun's small wooden cabin and gently knocked. Startled awake, Yi Jun glanced at his still sleeping mother, then tiptoed to the door and opened it. Upon seeing Yi Jun at the door, Uncle Chun exchanged a knowing glance and turned to walk away. Yi Jun understood and quietly closed the door, stealthily following behind Uncle Chun. After walking a distance of about 50 meters, Uncle Chun abruptly turned and grasped Yi Jun's shoulders with palpable excitement, his voice trembling as he asked, "Have you become a warrior?" Yi Jun nodded vigorously. Good, good, good," Uncle Chun exclaimed, his enthusiasm overflowing. He then produced 3 energy stones from his pocket and said, "In just 2 months and 25 days, the final assessment will take place. Due to family regulations, your grandfather cannot keep you here. Everything now depends on your own efforts. Here are 3 energy stones. One is a reward from the family. One I purchased myself, and the last one is a gift from your grandfather." As Yi Jun gazed at the 3 energy stones in Uncle Chin's aged hands, his eyes grew misty, and he struggled to contain his emotions as he vowed, "Rest assured, Uncle Chun, I will certainly reach the level of warrior by the time of the final assessment." "That is good to hear. You are aware of the family's current situation, so I hope you do not blame your grandfather. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The rest is up to you," Uncle Chin said, hurriedly placing the 3 energy stones into Yi Jun's embrace before departing. Left behind, Yi Jun stared at the stones in a daze. "Young man, stop daydreaming and find a place where I can teach you the art of inscriptions." The voice of the enigmatic woman suddenly echoed in Yi Jun's ears. With determination, Yi Jun clenched the energy stones tightly, wiped his face with his arm, and turned to walk towards the grove. Chapter 6. Energy Inscriptions in the Tranquil Grove. Dawn had begun to break. Yi Jun stood respectfully beside a large rock, awaiting instruction from the enigmatic woman on how to inscribe the energy stones. The woman appeared beside him, remaining silent and still, as if waiting for something. After approximately an hour had passed, and the light of day fully illuminated the surroundings, the woman, who stood patiently beside him, finally spoke. "The art of inscriptions has origins that are now lost to time. Initially, practitioners inscribed energy stones not to endow them with attributes, but rather to awaken the inherent properties within the stones. This method of inscription differs from that employed by inscription masters, who forcibly imbue the stones with certain effects through their understanding of the art. The distinction lies in the concept of consumption. Whether awakening the stone's innate properties or adding new attributes, there exists a probability of failure. Inscribing a stone demands a high level of spiritual strength from the inscription master, which is one of the primary reasons for the limited number of inscription masters. For now, refrain from asking questions. First, observe how I awaken the stone's innate properties and add attributes to the inscription stone." Upon hearing this, Yi Jun quickly retrieved the 3 inscribed energy stones from his pocket and presented them to the woman. "Watch closely. The first step in awakening the energy stone is to use your spirit to carefully perceive its structure." With that, the woman gently placed her hand upon the energy stone and closed her eyes. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes and, with an expressionless face, stated, "The next step is to carve the inscription array." She then slowly extended her other hand above the energy stone and began to move gracefully. As her hands danced, ribbons of silver light appeared above the stone, fluttering like silver butterflies and tracing intricate, arcane paths in the air. Each inscription master follows the same initial steps. The true difference lies in the unique inscription arrays each master creates. These arrays are the crystallization of countless efforts from their predecessors and must not be divulged. Otherwise, I shall take it upon myself to clean house, the woman admonished with a serious countenance. Yi Jun, upon witnessing her grave expression, quickly nodded in agreement. Aware of this fundamental principle, as the array formed, with a soft hum from the woman, her hands suddenly coalesced into an intricate hand seal. Yi Jun looked at the energy stone in his hand, noticing that it remained unchanged, and glanced back at the woman in confusion. The woman smiled faintly, a captivating smile gracing her lips, and with a flick of her long, pale fingers, she declared, "Awaken." Suddenly, silver threads appeared on the surface of the energy stone, weaving together to form an enigmatic pattern. A burst of green light flashed across the stone's surface before vanishing. Yi Jun picked up the stone, feeling an unusual force within him draw towards it, and a wave of energy infused with plant essence surged from his palm into his body, startling him into ceasing the absorption. This is a healing attributed energy stone. After my awakening, only a fraction of its original energy, less than 1%, was expended. The woman explained with a smile. Since energy stones are condensed from the natural energies by practitioners, why are there distinctions in attributes? Is it determined by the practitioner themselves, or some other factor? Yi Jun pondered aloud, examining the stone in his hand. Hearing his inquiry, the woman smiled slightly and responded, "Indeed, you have quickly discerned the core issue. The attributes inherent in energy stones are largely not a result of the practitioner, but are determined by the randomness of energy condensation during its formation outside the body. Now, for the next stone, I will demonstrate how to add attributes. This is precisely why inscription masters are held in such high regard and is the essence of the art. Watch closely. The first step is again to sense the stone's structure. This time, the woman did not close her eyes but instead gazed intently at the energy stone in Yi Jun's hand. After a brief pause, she continued, "The second step is to seize energy. Use your spiritual force as a guide and your unique energy as a vessel to forcibly draw energy from the world." As she spoke, she pointed to a nearby tree that had shed its leaves, and instantly, the tree withered at a visible rate, disintegrating into a cloud of dust within mere breaths. The energy condensed from the tree transformed into a green energy orb floating at her fingertips. "The third step is to infuse it," she said, forcefully pressing the energy into the energy stone. "The fourth step is to lay down the inscription array." This time, the woman did not demonstrate slowly as before. Her hand flashed in the air, and in an instant, it seemed as if countless hands, like those of a thousand-armed deity, traced intricate hand seals in the air before swiftly dissipating, leaving behind only the lingering impression of the seals. At this moment, the woman's spirit appeared to dim slightly, as if fatigued, and she cast a brief glance at Yi Jun, asking, "Did you understand?" "I see it, but executing it will likely be quite challenging." Yi Jun smiled awkwardly. It's not merely difficult. Rather, you fundamentally do not comprehend. You should first exchange these 2 attribute-laden force stones at the auction house for 20 ordinary force stones, while absorbing the remaining 1 for yourself. Tomorrow at this time, I will formally teach you how to activate the properties of the force stones." As soon as she finished speaking, the sinister woman's expression turned cold, and she vanished before Yi Jun. Is she really this upset? Yi Jun thought helplessly as he watched the sinister woman disappear from his sight. Forget it. I won't dwell on it. I'll just put on some makeup and head to the auction house to exchange for the force stones. Force stones, known as original stones or energy stones on the War God continent, are imbued with various forms of celestial energy that can be absorbed and utilized by physical cultivators. Any warrior of a higher rank can use this energy to refine their physical body. Due to this functionality, the price of force stones is exorbitantly high, with even ordinary force stones fetching a price of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins is equivalent to 100 silver coins or 1,000 copper coins. A typical household consumes merely about 10 copper coins a day. Thus, the demand for force stones on the continent is perpetually high, with even low-tier ordinary force stones being highly sought after. Draped in a cloak, Yi Jun navigated the streets and finally darted to the entrance of the auction house located in the eastern part of the city. The Rel's auction house is the largest in the capital of the Luo Yun Empire, where the Yi family resides. It is also the property of the Lei family, a first-rate power. In the entirety of the War God continent, the Lei family is renowned for its immense wealth, with a history spanning hundreds of years. The Lei family has intricate and complex ties, and according to rumors, this affluent family has connections with the most powerful empire on the continent, the Ao Yin Empire. Thus, with the Lei family backing it, no one dares to covet the profits of the real's auction house, no matter how enticing they may be. Gazing at the imposing structure before him, Yijun found that beneath the vast cloak, not only was his visage concealed, but even his somewhat slender figure appeared much more robust. At this moment, even if his mother were to see him, she would find it difficult to recognize him at first glance. This is not surprising, as the added attribute Force Stones hold immense allure for many factions within the Luo Yin Empire, which can barely be classified as a third-rate power. After all, these Force Stones with healing properties serve as a vital talisman for the younger generation. With his palm brushing over the two warm Force Stones in his possession, Yijun stepped into the auction house. Upon entering, he surveyed the opulent hall and made his way toward a side room marked as the appraisal room. Pushing the door open, he found the interior lavishly decorated. A beautiful woman sat somewhat bored at a table, and upon hearing the door creak, she lifted her gaze to the cloaked figure of Yijun. Her brow furrowed slightly before she replaced it with a professional smile. "Sir, what would you like to auction here?" Yijun approached the table and produced the two Force Stones from his cloak. "What is this?" The woman blinked in confusion as she picked up one of the Force Stones from the table. Drawing in a breath of its unique energy, her expression abruptly changed, and a hint of reverence appeared in her eyes as she looked back at Yijun. "Sir, are you a rune master?" Yijun remained silent, merely nodding slightly. "Could you please wait a moment? I need to summon Master Niels from the auction house for a thorough appraisal." The middle-aged man quickly stood and respectfully stated, Yijun nodded slightly, his voice hoarse, making it impossible to discern that it belonged to a youth. The woman promptly turned and hurried away. In just a brief moment, the middle-aged man returned, this time accompanied by an elder and a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a luxurious red qipao, revealing her fair, slender legs, captivating all who laid eyes upon her. Especially her well-endowed figure, which rivaled that of the sinister woman, was exceptionally alluring. Yijun cast a glance at the two, but remained silent. The middle-aged man approached Yijun respectfully, bowing deeply. "Sir, these two are Master Niels, a second-tier rune master, and Miss Lei Cece." Upon hearing the introduction, Yijun looked up again at the elder, realizing this was the first rune master he had encountered aside from the sinister woman. The elder's face was flushed, brimming with vitality, exuding the pride befitting a rune master. He wore a simple white robe, surrounded by an inexplicable aura that Yijun recognized as a form of protective energy. As Yijun appraised the elder, Niels scrutinized the towering figure before him. The status of a rune master is not something one encounters casually. After carefully examining the two Force Stones on the table, the elder placed them back and, with a hint of reverence in his previously proud demeanor, asked, "Might I inquire whether the master intends to sell outright or auction these? Could you arrange for me to participate in the next auction at the earliest convenience?" "Of course, there will be no issue at all. Please take this invitation. There is an auction currently underway." Yijun accepted the red invitation card from Niels and exited the room, heading toward the hall where the auction was taking place. "Master Niels, is this gentleman truly a rune master?" The woman beside Niels softly inquired as she watched Yijun leave the room. "Indeed, and of quite a high rank." The energy depletion from the two Force Stones he presented was less than 1%. Moreover, he possesses the profound aura of recently activated Force Stones, Niels remarked, his expression still holding a trace of reverence as he gazed in the direction Yijun had departed. Even he could not achieve such low energy depletion when activating Force Stones condensed by warriors. "Should we investigate his background?" the woman suggested quietly. "Absolutely not. Some rune masters have peculiar personalities. If we attract his attention, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. It's best to befriend rune masters, but never offend them," Niels replied tersely before turning to leave the room. Chapter 7. The Auction House Guided by a Maid. Yijun entered the hall where the auction was currently in session. "Ah, my grandfather and the three elders of the Yi family are actually present?" His gaze suddenly halted as he spotted several middle-aged men seated in the front row. Momentarily taken aback, what could possibly have drawn the Yi family to this auction house? His momentary confusion was swiftly cast aside as Yijun observed that all four prominent families of the Luo Yin Empire were indeed in attendance. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received another item for auction that I believe will pique everyone's interest," the auctioneer, standing at the forefront, said with a smile after concluding the previous bidding. Yijun focused intently, noticing a woman in a red qipao standing gracefully on the auction stage. She was extraordinarily beautiful, her every movement drawing the attention of all present. As she spoke, she waved her hand, prompting a maid to bring forth a jade platter on which rested two Force Stones. "These are two attribute-laden Force Stones." The maid carefully lifted the stones from the platter, and the alluring voice of the woman silenced the previously bustling auction hall. Moments later, a cacophony of chatter erupted once more. On the war god continent, nothing is more coveted by the powerful than force stones. After a brief pause, sensing the atmosphere had been sufficiently stirred, the woman lightly raised a wooden hammer from the table and, once the crowd quieted, declared, "These two force stones, after Master Neil's appraisal, exhibit less than 1% energy depletion when activated and endowed with healing properties." What? Healing attribute force stones? The atmosphere in the hall was charged with astonishment. It is essential to understand that the greatest adversary of body cultivators lies in bodily injuries. On the battlefield of the war god continent, every body cultivator, when unlocking their potential, inevitably incurs some degree of physical harm. The only means of healing these injuries, aside from seeking a physician, is to await the body's natural self-repair. If a body cultivator possesses a healing-type force stone, it is akin to granting themselves additional lives, especially during combat. The possession of such a stone, as long as one is not immediately vanquished, is nearly equivalent to becoming an invincible cockroach. However, these two stones are merely the pinnacle of warrior-grade force stones. With the sound of smoke, the crowd erupted once more in astonishment, sighing collectively. Although warrior-grade force stones are beneficial, they are only of value to warriors. Observing the dampened atmosphere, Ruyan not only felt no regret, but also wore a subtle smile. However, it should be noted that the consumption of these two force stones was less than 1%. What does this indicate? It signifies that this engraver is of a remarkably high rank. Moreover, he resides in the imperial capital of the Luo Yun Empire. The fact that he is currently selling warrior-grade force stones does not imply he will not offer master-grade or spirit-grade stones in the future. Ru Yin surveyed the contemplative crowd and continued, "Which esteemed elder here does not have descendants or beloved disciples? If one day your progeny sustains injuries and there is no time to seek a physician, these two force stones could serve as their lifeline. Furthermore, the high-ranking engraver auctioning these stones may very well be present here. I urge you all to offer a high bid. Who knows, you may earn his favor." Thus, the starting price for this item is 2,000 gold coins. I have said my piece. Whether to auction is up to you. Ru Yin returned the force stones to their place, smiling at the audience below. 2005. As soon as Ru Yin's voice fell, someone immediately called out a price. 3,000. Another voice chimed in, and the price soared rapidly, reaching 5,003 in mere moments. Leaf June's grandfather was filled with excitement. In just over 2 months, it would be Leaf June's birthday, and acquiring this item would make the perfect gift. The bidding continued for a while longer until the calls for higher prices began to wane. At that moment, an elder seated beside Leaf Chong spoke up. 8,000. Haha, Cheng Yao, your son is already a master, yet your grandson is yet to be born. Why pursue these two force stones? Remarked a man clad in brown finery. Why not? I could buy them to keep for my future grandson. Cheng Yao retorted coolly, clearly at odds with Wang Sha. Humph, your son is already in his 40s. And no offspring in sight. Perhaps he is destined to remain childless. Wang Sha sneered before calling out. 9,000. 15,000. Leaf Chong, who had been meditating, suddenly interjected. The hall fell silent, all eyes turning to Leaf Chong. Even Cheng Yao and Wang Sha were taken aback by the unexpected high bid. It seems the clan leader is determined, Cheng Yao remarked. Leaf Chong casually regarded him, stating, "If you desire it, then bid. I shall not engage further." 15,000 once. 15,000 twice. 15,000 thrice. Ru Yin observed the crowd, noting the lack of further bids. Seeing the opportunity, she struck the table decisively with a small wooden hammer, declaring the deal closed. At that moment, 3 elders from the Leaf family exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Clan leader, our purpose here is to acquire that battle technique scroll. Spending over 10,000 gold coins is not worthwhile, is it? Humph. Short-sightedness. This action holds deeper significance. No need for further discussion. Leaf Chong shot a glare at the elder who had spoken, lowering his voice. With the clan leader's reprimand, the 3 elders fell silent, redirecting their gaze back to the stage. Now, let us proceed to the highlight of this auction. Ru Yin waved her delicate hand, and the lights on the stage dimmed dramatically. A beam of light illuminated the auction table, where she slightly bent down to retrieve a silver platter, upon which lay a scroll of ancient red parchment. Mid-tier Earth-level battle technique, Mountain Splitter and Flow Breaker. The announcement of the mid-tier Earth-level technique rendered the auction hall silent. In the War God continent, battle techniques are classified into 3 tiers: Heaven, Earth, and Man. Aside from the legendary Heaven-tier techniques, Earth-tier techniques are the mainstream among major factions. While force stones are precious, their utility is fleeting, whereas battle techniques can be utilized countless times and even passed down through generations, achieving eternal legacy. After the initial shock, attendees gradually regained their composure, their gazes fervently fixed on the azure scroll on the platform. Even the stunning Ru Yin seemed momentarily forgotten. Leaf June, sitting in the back, let out a deep breath. A mid-tier technique, one rank higher than our family's finest withered wood rejuvenation technique. Unconsciously licking his parched lips, he realized that if his family were to possess this scroll, they would soon become the most powerful clan in the Luo Yin Empire. Yet, it is merely a mid-tier Earth-level battle technique. What is so remarkable about it? You truly are embarrassing yourself. A voice suddenly chimed in Leaf June's ear, causing him to stiffen. Do not worry. I am merely transmitting my thoughts. No one here can hear us, the voice assured him. That is not extraordinary. Leaf June rolled his eyes, remaining silent. He and the mysterious voice belonged to entirely different realms, making communication nearly impossible. Humph. The Zixiao body refinement technique I provided you, while only a high-level human-tier technique at its initial stage, can be upgraded to a low-level Earth-tier technique once you absorb ordinary thunderclouds. If you successfully devour exotic thunder, it can ascend to a high-level Earth-tier technique with limitless potential for advancement, the voice declared disdainfully. Why did you not mention this before? Leaf June, filled with excitement, countered. I was in a foul mood and did not wish to speak, the voice concluded, falling silent despite Leaf June's fervent calls. Ladies and gentlemen, this mid-tier Earth-level technique belongs to a once-fallen clan and has a clear origin, ensuring it will not cause any trouble. You may bid with confidence. Ru Yin maintained her enchanting smile as she announced. The auction begins at a base price of 150,000 gold coins. The astronomical starting bid silenced the hall once more, evidently shocking many attendees. This woman is ruthless, Leaf June mused, shaking his head from his distant seat. 150,000 gold coins is equivalent to 5 years of profit for the Leaf family. Even the elders seated at the front visibly flinched at the staggering price. This was indeed a lethal transaction without bloodshed, fetching such an exorbitant sum. Observing the brief lull, Ru Yan's alluring smile did not wane. Instead, it grew more radiant. She understood well that while the price of 150,000 was startling, to body cultivators, it was merely an external matter. As she anticipated, the quiet did not last long. A man with a somewhat effeminate demeanor called out first, 170,000. Leaf June glanced over, recognizing the elder as the largest weapon manufacturer in the Luo Yin Empire. While his influence paled in comparison to the Leaf family, he was nonetheless a significant figure within the empire. 200,000, called a middle-aged man in response, followed closely by a figure clad in black. The black-clad man was the armor manufacturer for the Luo Yin Empire, making them evenly matched. Sparse bids echoed within the hall, as not everyone could afford the exorbitant price of 200,000. With a fierce glare directed at the man in black, the delicate-voiced bidder called out again. 210,000. As prominent figures of the Luo Yin Empire, what purpose does it serve to increment bids by mere thousands? Simply declare your utmost offer. Cheng Yao scoffed, then abruptly stood up, raising his hand to declare, for 100,000. Yi Chong, one of the 4 esteemed families, furrowed his brow and inhaled sharply, attempting to steady his racing heart. He had not anticipated such a bold move right from the outset. Wang Sha shot Cheng Yao a fierce glare and countered. 430,000. The 3 elders of the Yi family could no longer remain seated. They tugged at Yi Chang's sleeve, urging him to make a bid. 350,000, along with a 4-stone forged over 10 years by our grand elder, who failed to transcend to the battle spirit. Yi Chang's complexion paled slightly. This stone was a culmination of a decade's effort by the Yi family's grand elder, who, realizing he could never advance, had painstakingly condensed his power into this stone. Had it not been for the immense significance of this battle technique to the Yi family, he would not have offered it as a bargaining chip. 450,000. Exclaimed Chao Shubin, his eyes reddened. As one of the 4 great families, this bid represented the entirety of his family's operational funds, leaving him with no alternative should further offers arise. Chao Bin, you are ruthless. Remember this. Cheng Yao glared at him, his face a mask of fury. The mountain-splitting flow technique is awarded to the Chao family, Ru Yin announced decisively, striking the small wooden hammer in her hand. At this moment, Yi Jun felt a stir in his heart and beckoned a maid, whispering something in her ear. Ru Yin, observing the expressions of the crowd, prepared to deliver some parting words, when a maid hurriedly approached her, whispering something in return. Oh, I have delightful news for the Yi family head. The The master engraver selling the 4-stone wishes to express his gratitude for the Yi family's respect by bestowing healing properties upon the 4-stone he has created. Rian struck the wooden hammer once more, her alluring voice resonating in the ears of the crowd. What? The 4 members of the Yi family, who had just begun to depart, turned around in astonishment, their faces alight with joy as they looked towards Rian on stage. Had I known, I would have bid 10,000 just to acquire both 4 stones. The various powers present lamented, realizing they had let a golden opportunity slip away, leaving it for the Yi family. Chapter 8. The auction house turmoil. Observing the unfolding scene, Yi-jun could not help but chuckle softly as he strolled out of the auction house. First, he would seek the enchanting woman to enhance the attributes of the Battle Master's 4-stone. Then, after acquiring the funds to exchange for the stone, he would begin earnest cultivation. In less than 2 months, he would have a surprise in store for his grandfather, he murmured to himself as he exited. Upon leaving the auction hall, Yi-jun returned to the appraisal room, quietly bowing his head in anticipation under the awed gaze of a middle-aged woman. After a brief while, hurried footsteps approached, and 2 figures entered the room. Ah, so you are the owner of the 4-stone? I presume this is your first time at the auction? A fragrant breeze accompanied a bewitching voice that reached Yi-jun's ears as Rian gracefully approached him. Raising his gaze, Yi-jun felt a slight tremor in his heart. Unlike the somewhat ethereal enchantress, Rian's sparkling eyes radiated warmth, captivating his attention with a fiery gaze. Beneath her elegantly slender neck lay a profound allure, seemingly drawing in one's very soul. Her alluring figure swayed with an enchanting grace, exuding an irresistible charm that tempted him to succumb to his desires. With a soft giggle, Rian noticed Yi-jun, who was cloaked in disappointment, subtly pressing her hands against her bosom to accentuate her astonishing curves. Has the auction concluded? Yi-jun noted a dryness in his voice. Nodding gently, Rian smiled and responded, We are still finalizing the paperwork and retrieving the 4-stone from the Yi family. Please hold on for a moment. May I inquire about your esteemed surname, sir? I seldom encounter an engraver of 4 stones. What? Do I need to disclose my identity here? Yi-jun replied in a hoarse voice, his tone detached from beneath the cloak. Ah, not at all. It is merely a matter of personal curiosity, Rian replied with a melodic chuckle. Hiding beneath the cloak, Yi-jun's gaze lingered on Rian's exposed, graceful legs, igniting a warmth within him. Being in the presence of such a mesmerizing woman made him feel as if he were treading on thin ice, wary of revealing himself at any moment. After a brief while, having gleaned no useful information from Yi-jun, Rian ultimately abandoned her inquiry, producing a temperature-warmed card adorned with the emblem of the Lei family. Sir, this is a VIP card for the Liar's Auction House. With this card, you will receive VIP treatment at any location. I hope you will accept it. Gingerly grasping the card with his gloved hands, Yi-jun felt a shiver of desire wash over him at the warmth emanating from it. Taking a deep breath, he impatiently remarked, Is it ready yet? At that moment, a maid rushed in, presenting a red card and a black stone with utmost reverence to Rian. Receiving the card and stone, Yi-jun spoke in his hoarse voice. I would appreciate it if you could prepare a room for me to enhance the attributes of this 4-stone. I also request that no one disturb me during this process. Rest assured, sir, this 4-stone will be imbued with healing properties, Rian assured, gesturing for him to follow her to a secluded and tranquil room. As Rian exited the room, Yi-jun promptly locked the door. This time, without needing to call, the enchantress appeared within the chamber. Her icy demeanor fixed upon Yi-jun, she coldly demanded, You inexperienced boy, take out the 4-stone. Consider this a gift to your Yi family, but do not expect such leniency again. Hastily retrieving the 4-stone and placing it on the table, Yi-jun scratched his head. In all honesty, the enchantress's allure surpassed that of Rian. However, given her ethereal state, she could not compare to the living beauty before him. A while later, after Yi-jun presented the engraved 4-stone to Rian and exchanged 8,000 gold coins for 40 battle 4-stones, he carefully concealed the 4-stone of the Battle Master in a secluded grove, taking out 2 for his cultivation. Returning to his residence with a sense of stealth, Yi-jun swiftly tucked the 4-stone beneath his blankets before his mother arrived. Gazing at the cramped room, he quietly mused, It is time to find a new place, where my mother can enjoy herself while I conveniently train. Early the next morning, Yi-jun knocked on Yi Chang's door to discuss the matter thoroughly. Initially thinking it would take several days to arrange, he was surprised to learn upon returning home that his mother had already gone to the family estate to prepare their new residence. Reflecting on the benefits of his newfound strength, Yi-jun followed the servant to a charming 2-story villa. A lovely green picket fence enclosed the property, adorned with a small garden of various flowers and a modest pond. Compared to his previous dwelling, it was a remarkable transformation as he stepped into the quaint courtyard. Bending over in the vacant lot of the villa, Yi-jun's mother seemed to have noticed something. She lifted her head and caught sight of Yi-jun entering the villa. A radiant smile brightened her face even more. "Xiao-jun, I heard you have advanced to a warrior. This is the new residence arranged for us by the clan leader. From now on, I want you need to go out to earn a living. I can stay home and take care of you. You must strive to cultivate well and repay the Yi family." Although Chun-yun, with her gentle disposition, did not contest with Yi Zhentian's other wives for any inheritance, she understood the principle of gratitude towards those who treated her and her son kindly. Without the support of the Yi family, she and her son would have perished long ago. Seeing her smiling mother, Yi-jun felt a surge of warmth in his heart. For the past 5 years, he had neglected his nominal mother, solely focused on his cultivation. At this moment, Yi-jun deeply felt the greatness of maternal love and silently resolved to work twice as hard, ensuring that his mother would live a good life before pursuing anything else. Nodding vigorously, Yi-jun turned and swiftly returned to his room. Who says men do not shed tears? It was just that he had yet to reach the point of sorrow. Once in his room, he wiped away his tears, sat cross-legged, and took out the primal energy stone to continue his cultivation. The Dark Maiden had mentioned that evening would be the time when she formally taught him the art of inscriptions, while daytime was reserved for his training. He could not afford to spend more than 4 hours daily on sleep and meals. Just as Yi-jun immersed himself in his practice, a sudden knocking on the door startled him awake. Reluctantly, he got up to answer it. Grandfather, is there something you need?" he asked, gazing at Yi-chang, who stood outside the door, scratching his head sheepishly. "Haha, can I not come to see you if there is nothing going on? You little rascal. You've advanced to a warrior and didn't even think to tell me." Yi-chang affectionately ruffled Yi-jun's hair with his calloused hand. Moved by Yi-chang's kind smile, Yi-jun felt a pang of emotion, his nose twitching slightly, unsure of what to say. "Still upset that I haven't seen you in 5 years?" Yi-chang chuckled, placing a hand on Yi-jun's shoulders and gazing into his averted eyes. "I had decided that when you reached the pinnacle of a warrior, I would personally come to find you and bring you and your mother here to live comfortably. Who knew it would take 5 long years? I was furious at you for being so unaccomplished, stuck at this stage for so long. Thankfully, you managed to pull through in the end." With a sigh, Yi-chang slowly withdrew his hand from Yi-jun's shoulders and stepped into his room. "Do you know? Today at the auction, I intended to take advantage of my position to help you acquire a primal energy stone with healing properties, but instead, I ended up gaining the friendship of a high-ranking inscription master. The third elder, who had opposed me earlier, was quite embarrassed," Yi-chang said. And Yi-jun could sense the excitement in his grandfather's tone. "Here, this is the primal energy stone I bought for you. Keep it for when you're injured. Consider it a birthday gift from grandfather," Yi-chang said, pulling out a slightly green primal energy stone and handing it to Yi-jun. Looking at the stone that had made its way back into his hands after several twists and turns, Yi-jun felt a mix of emotions, struggling to maintain an appearance of joy. "You must have spent a lot of money on this," he remarked, accepting the stone as a warm current flowed through his heart. "Hee, compared to this stone, I made a tremendous profit today," Yi-chang replied nonchalantly. "Thank you, grandfather," Yi-jun said, fully aware of the significance of this gesture. "On my 16th birthday, I will surprise them all," he added with a teasing smile. "Very well, I await the moment of your transformation," Yi-chang said, clapping him on the shoulder, though he was uncertain where Yi-jun had gleaned his information. "All right, I won't hinder your training any further. If anything arises, just tell Uncle Chun. There's no need to feel embarrassed among family." He waved his hand, halting Yi-jun's words, and strode out. With that primal energy stone, the family's ultimate combat strength will rise once more, Yi-chang's murmurs echoed from a distance. After locking the door again, Yi-jun did not immediately resume his training. Instead, he sat on the edge of his bed, taking a moment to rest and calm his somewhat turbulent emotions. After a long while, Yi-jun suddenly spoke sincerely. "No matter what, thank you, Dark Maiden. You need not thank me. Just remember our initial promise." The Dark Maiden's voice floated in Yi-jun's ears. This was the beginning of their trust, and only now did Yi-jun truly open his heart, starting to believe that the Dark Maiden was genuinely aiding him, albeit under certain conditions. Chapter 9. Grueling training and activation in a small grove. A chilling shout suddenly rang out. The next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. "No way. I failed again. This is the 12th primal energy stone." Yi-jun's despondent voice echoed through the grove. A youth, his head adorned with bits of leaves and mud, stared at the crater created by the explosion of the primal energy stone, utterly helpless. "Do you expect to succeed after just the 12th stone? It's still too early," the Dark Maiden remarked nonchalantly, observing Yi Jun with indifference. At that moment, the ground around Yi Jun was scattered with 12 craters resulting from the explosions of the primal energy stones. Gazing at the morning's efforts, Yi Jun felt a slight flush of embarrassment on his fair complexion. The results of the inscription training that morning were dismal, aside from the 12 muddy craters. There was only a marginal increase in his soul power after its continuous depletion. Despite the meager results, he was still progressing. Enduring the dizziness in his head, Yi Jun cracked a bitter smile and muttered, "No wonder there are so few inscription masters, even in prominent families. Watching 12 primal energy stones waste away like this would surely be painful." Finding a spot undamaged by the explosions, Yi Jun sat cross-legged on a rock overgrown with vines. Taking a moment to recover his severely depleted soul power, deep within his mind, strands of soul power began to regenerate, gradually replenishing what had been lost. At this moment, the total amount of soul power subtly increased, and his soul quietly grew stronger. After a while, Yi Jun tilted his head back, squinting slightly, lazily gazing at the clouds drifting across the azure sky. A gentle breeze rustled through, lifting the damp ends of his hair. "Dark Maiden, how many primal energy stones did you consume when you first succeeded in activating their properties?" Yi Jun asked, his eyes half closed. The Dark Maiden's calm expression flickered with embarrassment before she shot a fierce glare at Yi Jun. "Why are you asking so many questions? Rest well, and then continue practicing the art of inscriptions," she retorted. Hearing this, Yi Jun allowed a faint smile to curve his lips, envisioning that the Dark Maiden must have also failed numerous times before successfully activating the properties of the primal energy stones. Suddenly sitting upright, Yi Jun shouted, "Let us continue," and took out another primal energy stone to resume his training in the art of inscriptions. Time flowed like water, quietly slipping through his fingers unnoticed. Only 2 months and 15 days remained until his 16th birthday ceremony. Once again in the familiar grove, Yi Jun closed his eyes tightly. Despite it being early autumn, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the fallen leaves beneath him. In the midst of sweat flying, Yi Jun suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a silver flash flickered. His hands moved fluidly, tracing mysterious trajectories in front of him, reminiscent of butterflies flitting gracefully among flowers. After 7 days of training, a hint of determination marked the youthful features of the boy, his tightly pressed lips revealing a streak of tenacity. And his once fair skin now bore several scars left by the explosions of the primal energy stones. From any perspective, it appeared that the boy was growing at a terrifying pace, likely to astonish many in the near future. In the fluid and familiar gestures of the young man, a faint silver light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, silently infused itself into the force stone. A surge of unshakable confidence unexpectedly blossomed within Yi Jun's heart, a notion that arose without reason, akin to water flowing naturally to its course. Throughout the 7 days of inscribing, he had never experienced such a conviction. This time, however, it was as clear as a splash of cold water on his head. Perhaps this moment of inscription was like a single hair tipping the scales, evoking the long-awaited sensation that surged forth within him. Calming his mind and steadying his breath, Yi Jun focused intently and uttered, "Activate." The force stone on the ground trembled violently, and radiant green light erupted from within, forming an intricate and profound array that instantly enveloped the stone. A flash of blue light darted by, prompting Yi Jun to shield his eyes with his right hand. After a brief moment, the familiar thunderous sound failed to reach his ears. Only the whispering of the autumn breeze through the trees filled the air. Lowering his hand, Yi Jun gazed at the force stone, which lay quietly on the ground, emanating a blue glow. The curve of his lips grew more pronounced, and a triumphant laughter burst forth from his throat. "Haha, I have finally succeeded." Observing Yi Jun's pride, the enigmatic woman remained silent, her expression impassive. Yet her heart was filled with astonishment. It had taken her a month to successfully activate the attributes of the force stone, earning her the title of a rare genius in inscription from the elders of her clan, while Yi Jun had accomplished it in less than 7 days. "I spent a month to become an inscription master, a rarity in 100 years. What does this boy, who took only 7 days, amount to?" A tinge of jealousy welled up within her, an undeniable sentiment that even the proud woman could not dismiss. After a moment of reveling in his achievement, Yi Jun happened to catch a glimpse of the silent woman beside him, and he quickly suppressed the rising pride within. Recognizing that as a novice inscription master who had just learned to activate the force stone's properties, he was but a speck when compared to her. Lowering his head, he approached her, awaiting her evaluation. Yi Jun, having swiftly quelled his pride, listened as the woman spoke with a calm demeanor. "Not bad. You succeeded in inscribing in 7 days. However, compared to my accomplishments back then, you still fall short. The energy expenditure for activating the Force Stone was 70%, and there is nothing commendable about it. Moreover, taking 2 hours to activate the Force Stone is utterly inadequate. When will you lower the energy expenditure for a warrior-level Force Stone to below 5% and complete the activation in under 10 minutes? Only then will you be considered qualified to truly pursue the art of inscription. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Jun remained silent. After all, the woman was an authority in this field, and he had only been training for 7 days, leaving him with little to counter. The woman turned her gaze towards the distant drifting clouds and continued, "You are currently at the 2nd level of a warrior. In 2 months and 15 days, you will face your coming-of-age ceremony. At this rate, you will not be able to advance to the 8th level of a warrior within this time frame. Do you know why I still want you to learn the art of inscription? Is it because of soul power?" Yi Jun pondered uncertainly after a moment of contemplation. Smiling reassuringly, the woman pointed towards the clouds in the sky and explained, "Physical cultivators are like the clouds, while soul power is akin to the wind. Though invisible and intangible, it constantly influences the movement of the clouds. Each major stage of a physical cultivator encompasses 2 minor bottlenecks and 1 major bottleneck, the 5th, 7th, and 9th stages. Breaking through these bottlenecks requires not only sufficient energy from heaven and earth, but also the assistance of soul power. Many remain trapped at the 9th stage for their entire lives due to insufficient soul power. It is essential to understand that every inscription master in this world is a formidable physical cultivator. Soul power is the key to breaking through bottlenecks?" Yi Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Having been unable to break through the peak of a warrior for 5 years, he had perused countless ancient texts, none of which mentioned that soul power aids in overcoming bottlenecks. In that moment, even the composed Yi Jun felt a jolt of surprise. Humph! How could a family like the Yi family, barely regarded as a third-rate force, possibly comprehend the efficacy of soul power? The benefits of soul power are known only to advanced inscription masters and those of long-established first-rate forces, the woman remarked with a derisive smile. From now on, aside from practicing the art of inscription during the day, you must devote your nights to refining your body with the Force Stone. You must reach the 8th level of a warrior as soon as possible. If you cannot even achieve this, you will not be worthy of my regard." With that, she turned, her beautiful eyes locking onto Yi Jun's. Without hesitation, Yi Jun met her gaze defiantly and declared, "I will undoubtedly reach the 8th level of a warrior by my coming-of-age ceremony. You can rest assured." Then continue. She nodded affirmatively as her figure gradually faded into the air. With a bittersweet smile, Yi Jun regained his focus and took out the Force Stone to continue his training. There was no other choice. As a man, he had to be a bit harsher on himself. Chapter 10. The provocation of the Chung family at the Black Obsidian training ground of the Yi family. Over 100 young men and women were gathered, their voices rising in a cacophony. In the center of the training ground stood a tall, proud young man in blue, exuding arrogance as he towered over the crowd. On the platform designated for challenges, the boy stood with his head held high, and none dared to step forward to challenge him. To the left of the challenge platform sat several elders from the Yi and Chung families, with Yi Chong, the patriarch of the Yi family, and 3 elders among them. Yi Chong looked solemnly at the varied expressions of the clan members, letting out a faint sigh. Some of the usually outstanding youths of the Yi family now lowered their heads like children caught in wrongdoing, and even those who typically reveled in boasting were rendered silent, as if their throats had been squeezed shut. Is the younger generation of the Yi family truly so inept? Not a single one can withstand a single round against Qingzhan. The arrogant youth stood on the challenge platform, scanning the crowd below with a provocative gaze. "Patriarch, why hasn't Yi Chi arrived yet? We've sent people to summon her for quite some time." The 3rd elder inquired with a furrowed brow. Yi Chong shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "What is the rush? The younger members of the Yi family are watching us." "Indeed," the 3rd elder retorted, his expression slightly darkening. "Aren't you always praising Yi Jun for his talents? Why not send him up to test his mettle against Qingzhan, a 9th-level warrior?" At this, Yi Chang's expression turned cold. Yi Jun had only recently become a warrior. How could he possibly stand against the 9th-level Qingzhan? Was this not inviting humiliation? "Here she comes, here she comes. Yi Chi has arrived." With a shout filled with surprise and excitement, the crowd parted to reveal a graceful figure stepping into view. As the crowd made way, the young woman approached with a composed stride, her confident smile suggesting that victory in this battle was merely a formality for her. Yi Chong sighed softly, recognizing the confident smile on the girl's face, yet for some reason, he could not dispel the lingering shadow in his heart. Such a large Yi family has to rely on a woman to face off against Qingzhan? Qingzhan scoffed. His face twisted in disdain as he beheld the young woman's beauty. Humph, if you cannot even defeat a woman from our Yi family, what qualifications do you have to challenge the men of the Yi family? Yi Jun, who had appeared in the crowd at some point, stood tall and retorted. Having just completed his mandatory morning class, Yi Junyuan caught sight of a lively scene from a distance. Initially intending to exchange the 4 stones he had accumulated from practicing inscriptions at the auction house for some gold coins, he could not resist the urge to take a closer look. Witnessing others bully his own family, he felt compelled to lend a hand. Was a 9th-tier warrior truly formidable? Though he was merely a 3rd-tier warrior, the outcome of a duel against Cheng Zhan was uncertain. The Zixiao body refinement technique, cultivated by the War Emperor, offered a level of physical enhancement that was unparalleled among practitioners of the same tier. Even as a warrior, as long as Yi Jun could harness the thunder without external aids to refine his thunder demon body, he would stand a fighting chance against those of higher ranks. However, upon realizing that the anticipated Yi Qiqi had arrived, he decided against stealing her thunder, opting instead for a more discreet approach. Humph, little do you know if your words are as powerful as your strength. He recognized that his verbal prowess could not compete with Yi Jun Xingzhan, unfazed. Focused his attention on the enchanting yet innocent beauty before him. Yi Jun shrugged, choosing to remain silent as he observed the 2 combatants preparing for battle. Big oaf. Enough chatter. If you're ready, let's begin, Yi Qiqi declared confidently. Having just acquired the Yi family's top-tier technique, the withered wood revives in spring, her confidence soared, and she hardly regarded the boy of the same tier with any seriousness. Thus, Chengzhan wasted no time. A faint yellow light enveloped his body, gradually coalescing into a phantom black bear around his face. This was the Cheng family's paramount combat technique, the Earth Battle technique. Observing the technique, Yi Jun could not help but smile subtly. The Yi family's withered wood revives in spring, being of the wood attribute, effectively countered the Cheng family's Earth attribute technique. As long as Yi Qiqi remained cautious, victory should not be out of reach. Since their inception, the Yi and Cheng families had been embroiled in conflict. The elders had secretly dispatched young members of their families to provoke one another, which only fueled animosity among the youth. With the Yi family's top-tier technique, the withered wood revives in spring. Yi Qiqi's melodious laughter echoed as the great battle loomed. Cheng Zhan, a martial enthusiast devoid of mercy, eyed Yi Qiqi as she readied herself. He raised his massive fist, launching a Black Tiger Strike's heart attack at her. Indeed, the martial enthusiast showed no hesitation, even against a female opponent. Yi Jun raised an eyebrow, murmuring that he could never commit such an act. Humph, Yi Qiqi cried, opting not to confront Cheng Zhan head-on. With a graceful step, she transformed into a green silhouette, darting through the opening beneath Cheng Zhan's arm, her jade hand pivoting as she aimed to strike at his chest. Cheng Zhan, undeterred, retracted his left arm and lunged toward her, clearly intent on a brawl. The nimble Yi Qiqi, fully aware of the risks, retreated to avoid being captured. Abandoning her offensive, the brief exchange yielded no clear victor, and both fighters returned to their starting positions. A little girl is destined to lose. A voice suddenly echoed in Yi Jun's ear. Why? Yi Jun, lacking much combat experience, stood up slightly straighter, puzzled. Because the little girl is too cautious. Can you not see that? In a few days, once you successfully harness the Thunder Demon body during a thunderstorm, you must venture into the Beast Mountain range for a life-and-death trial. Otherwise, you shall never become a true powerhouse, the voice scoffed. Yi Jun sighed helplessly, expressing that previously, entering the Beast Mountain range as a warrior was tantamount to seeking death. Now that he had reached warrior status, he was preoccupied with practicing inscriptions, leaving no time for such trials. On the platform, Cheng Zhan let out a thunderous roar, stamping his feet against the ground as he charged at Yi Qiqi once more. Again? Do you think I, Yi Qiqi, fear you? She retorted, her pride ignited as she unleashed the spring rain of the withered wood revives technique. Her palms morphing into dozens of beautiful illusions aimed at Cheng Zhan. Having been informed by his family elders, Cheng Zhan knew that these beautiful illusions, while seemingly ethereal, would transform into real attacks upon contact. A sinister smile crept across his face as he made no attempt to evade. Instead, he surged forward with increased momentum, employing the low-tier barbaric charge technique, which even ordinary mercenaries could master. The dozens of illusions collided with Cheng Zhan, momentarily halting his advance, yet he remained steadfast, lunging forward and striking Yi Qiqi in the chest. Down you go, little lady, he proclaimed with a triumphant sneer, forcefully knocking her off the platform. As Yi Qiqi flew toward him, Yi Jun swiftly extended his arms to catch her. Upon feeling the warmth and softness in his grasp, he couldn't help but squeeze. Realizing he had crossed a boundary, A soft moan escaped Yi Qiqi's lips, her face flushed as she struggled to recover from Cheng Zhan's earlier impact. In that moment, she lacked the strength to resist. Hearing her soft sound, Yi Jun hastily feigned ignorance as he helped her regain her footing. Cheng Zhan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, could not suppress a triumphant roar. Having learned from his family that Yi Qiqi was the strongest of the Yi clan, he reveled in the knowledge that no one left in the Yi family could challenge him, eager to trample their pride. At that moment, Yi Qiqi, still blushing, turned her gaze toward Cheng Zhan, momentarily forgetting her frustration with Yi Jun. The brooding Yi Hua, his eyes filled with jealousy, glared at Yi Jun. Secretly infatuated with Yi Qiqi, he was quick to notice Yi Jun's actions. However, seeing Yi Qiqi remain silent, he suppressed his fury, feigning interest in Cheng Zhan while keeping a watchful eye on Yi Qiqi. Yi family's strongest warrior is no more than this, Cheng Zhan boasted arrogantly, wiping the blood from his mouth as he stood proudly on the platform, casting a disdainful glance at the young members of the Yi clan below. As the crowd beheld Cheng Zhan's brash demeanor, Yi Hua's mind sparked with a malicious idea. He raised his arm and shouted, "You have just defeated our Yi family's woman. Now you are qualified to battle one of our men, Yi Jun." Surprise, mockery, and scorn swept over Yi Jun and Yi Hua. Even though Yi Jun had become a warrior, he was still regarded as a novice among the younger generation of the Yi family, lacking the standing to challenge Cheng Zhan. Wasn't that little pest yelling loudly just now? Do you dare to step up and fight? Cheng Zhan's gaze landed squarely on Yi Jun, for reasons unknown. Despite believing Yi Jun lacked the capability to contend with him, an instinctive sense of threat emanated from the latter. Faced with Cheng Zhan's imposing presence, Yi Jun felt an unexpected surge of resolve. With his chest held high, he declared, "If you seek battle, then I shall oblige." At that moment, the crowd's perception of Yi Jun shifted slightly. Recognizing his bravery in the face of certain defeat, he was indeed a man of courage, oblivious to the gazes around him. Filled with a fervor for battle, Yi Jun stamped his feet firmly on the ground and leaped into the air, landing squarely on the platform without a hint of flamboyance. Observing the two individuals on stage, Yi Chong could not help but twitch his brows. He was well aware of Yi Jun's capabilities, having just entered the realm of warriors. Even with his former talents restored, he estimated Yi Jun's strength to be at most that of a second-tier warrior. The disparity in power for this battle seemed quite pronounced. But was it truly so? Chapter 11. The Contest of Men. Little rascal, let us see if you can survive this, Yi Hua exclaimed, unable to suppress his elation. A jealous smile plastered across his face. Facing the battle-ready Yi Jun, Cheng Zhan could not resist thumping his robust chest and declaring, "Ninth-tier warrior, Cheng Zhan." Yi Jun, observing the seriousness etched on Cheng Zhan's face, also thumped his chest in response, asserting, "Third-tier warrior, Yi Jun." Without further ado, Cheng Zhan stepped forward, his figure flashing as he unleashed a straightforward punch aimed directly at Yi Jun's chest. With a low grunt, Yi Jun planted his left foot firmly, bent his left arm forward, and struck with his right elbow toward Cheng Zhan's face. A simple yet fierce attack, relying solely on raw physical prowess without any external force. Due to the stagnation at the pinnacle of warrior cultivation, Yi Jun had not acquired any genuine combat techniques over the past 5 years. However, he was not lacking in practical experience. He understood that fighting relied on sheer ferocity and momentum. Regardless of the circumstances, one must never falter in spirit. Cheng Zhan stood at an imposing height of 193 meters, his physique robust, while Yi Jun, still in the throes of development, measured only about 175 meters. The disparity in their statures was stark as they faced off against each other. As Cheng Zhan's punch aimed for Yi Jun's chest, Yi Jun's elbow struck true, forcing Cheng Zhan to alter his trajectory, raising his right arm to shield his face. The impact echoed, and both fighters staggered back. Pain coursed through them, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Just from that single clash, they both felt a numbing ache in their arms. Shaking off the sensation from his right arm, Yi Jun noted with surprise that this third-tier warrior possessed physical strength that could contend with him. Realizing that his initial attack had been ineffective, Yi Jun's expression turned serious. With furrowed brows, he lunged forward, seizing the moment to launch a decisive counterattack. Noting Cheng Zhan's towering form, Yi Jun feigned an attack with his right hand and delivered a curved punch with his left arm aimed at Cheng Zhan's ribs. As Yi Jun executed his strike, Cheng Zhan, undeterred, swung his right fist toward Yi Jun's chest, still employing that unadorned punch. Yi Jun swiftly adjusted, retracting his left hand, bending his knees slightly as he stepped forward, delivering a shoulder charge aimed squarely at Cheng Zhan's chest. Cheng Zhan, accustomed to combat, refused to hesitate in changing his approach. Gritting his teeth, he channeled more energy into his right fist, increasing his power from 70% to a full 120%. Determined to prove that as a 9th-tier warrior, he would not be bested in a battle of strength. The collision was fierce. As Yi Jun's shoulder crashed against Cheng Zhan's chest, just as Cheng Zhan's fist connected with Yi Jun's right side, Cheng Zhan stumbled back 3 steps, blood escaping his lips as he bit down hard, struggling to maintain composure. Yi Jun was not faring much better. The force of Cheng Zhan's punch sent a jolt of pain radiating through his chest, causing him to falter momentarily. Extending his left hand to the ground for support as he gradually stood up, noticing the trickle of blood at the corner of Yi Jun's mouth, Cheng Zhan could not help but raise his thumb, acknowledging, "You are the first from the Yi family to earn my respect. Heh, you're not too shabby yourself. Your physical prowess among your peers is indeed formidable," Yi Jun replied, blood staining his grin. At this moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. A stillness so thick it was palpable. All eyes were fixed on Yi Jun, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. With a sudden crack, Yi Chong rose abruptly, crushing his teacup into dust, the tea mingling with the fragments as it dripped down, yet he remained oblivious to it all. "I've truly seen a ghost," Yi Chong thought, his eyes glistening with emotion. This was the real Yi Jun, the confident youth of years past. He understood the immense effort this young man had invested to reach this point. Seated beside Yi Chong, the 3rd elder, who had just mocked moments before, now swallowed hard. His previous derision frozen on his face, replaced by an expression of astonishment. After a moment, he managed a sheepish smile, saying, "That power stone with healing properties is indeed quite remarkable." Yi Chong chuckled softly, his excitement unmasked, casting a sidelong glance at the 3rd elder. "Do you truly believe that power stone has such miraculous effects?" The 3rd elder faltered, his smile awkward as he feigned ignorance. He knew well that while the power stone was effective, it was impossible for it to elevate physical strength to such heights within a month. Yi Jun's progress was likely due to the solid foundation he had built over the past 5 years, allowing him to soar to new heights the moment he entered the warrior stage. On the stage, Yi Jun maintained a stoic demeanor as he locked eyes with Cheng Zhan. His body coiled and ready for action. A sudden gulp echoed through the crowd, the sound startling in the tense atmosphere. "Go, Yi Jun. Defeat that guy. Yi Jun. Don't hold back. Strike him hard. That's right. This is what it means to be a man." Amidst the crowd, Yi Chi covered her mouth with her small hand, her face a portrait of shock. In just a month, Yi Jun had surged through 3 tiers, and his physical strength likely surpassed that of most warriors at the same stage. Such speed was unfathomable, even for the exceptionally talented Yi Jun of 5 years prior. Yet, on the stage, Yi Jun was resolutely demonstrating to the entire Yi family that he was not a failure. As she gazed at the young man standing on the stage, a pang of regret surged within Yi Chi. 5 years ago, she had trailed after Yi Jun, playfully calling him Brother Jun and joking about marrying him when they grew up. However, as Yi Jun struggled to advance as a warrior, she gradually distanced herself from the once promising youth. Although Yi Jun had reached out to her, she had rebuffed him, claiming to be focused on her training, and consequently, he had ceased to seek her out. Though unsaid, Yi Chi perceived the coldness in Yi Jun's eyes during their encounters. Regret, like a venomous poison, spread through her heart. If only she had not been so vain. If only. In a world devoid of regret, where what-ifs held no sway, Yi Chi gazed at the young man on the stage and called out, "Brother Jun, give it your all." The familiar yet distant voice sent a jolt through Yi Jun's heart, and he turned to see Yi Chi, her misty eyes evoking a strange sensation within him. At that moment, Cheng Zhan smirked, raising his right hand as a yellow glow enveloped his fist, and in an instant, a massive stone cage descended upon the bewildered Yi Jun. Earth-based ability, Earth Cage activated. Regaining his senses, Yi Jun felt a wave of regret wash over him for allowing himself to be distracted during battle. Yi Chi, sensing the gravity of the situation, covered her eyes, yet could not resist peeking through her fingers at Yi Jun. Earth-based ability, Earth Arm activated. Cheng Zhan unleashed the full force of his power, seizing the opportunity to strike decisively. Clenching his fist, Yi Jun, trapped within the Earth Cage, furrowed his brow, leaning slightly back before pivoting and channeling all his energy into his right arm. Smack, smack, smack. Cheng Zhan's feet forcefully struck the arena as he raised his stone-like arm, now encased in rock and magnified 5-fold, aiming a fierce blow at Yi Jun. Gritting his teeth, Yi Jun, fully prepared, retaliated with equal ferocity. Both combatants disregarded their own limits, pouring their full strength into the clash. Earth-based power, Arm of the Earth. Fire-based power, flame burst. With a thunderous roar, Cheng Zhan's forward momentum abruptly halted, catapulting him backward at twice his previous speed, crashing violently against the edge of the arena and kicking up a cloud of dust. The tremendous force reverberated through Yi Jun's right arm, which audibly fractured. However, he was ensnared by the earth cage and could not escape as Cheng Zhan had, leading to a brutal impact against the stone wall of the cage. A sickening crack echoed as the earth cage struggled to contain the force of Yi Jun's impact and was violently breached, sending him skidding perilously to a halt at the edge of the arena. Who triumphed? Who fell? After 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, a robust silhouette slowly rose. It was Cheng Zhan. Had he lost? Tears that had been threatening to spill from Yi Chi-Chi's eyes finally cascaded down her delicate cheeks, landing on her garments. The crowd turned their hopeful gazes toward the fallen Yi Jun, prompting even the 3 elders of the Yi family to rise. "Stand up," someone murmured. "Stand up," echoed one voice, then 2, then a chorus of voices joined in unison. "Stand up, stand up." The voices of the Yi family members harmonized into a resounding cry that pierced the heavens. Even the elders, who had previously harbored doubts about Yi Jun, stood and waved their arms in fervent support. "Stand up." Uncle Chun, the cook, Aunt Ma, who did the laundry, and the old man who chopped wood all paused their tasks to join in the fervent chant, their voices resonating throughout the Yi family estate like a soul-stirring melody. Chapter 12. Stand up, ah? The pain. The muscles in his arm involuntarily twitched as the youth slowly lifted his head, his clenched jaw failing to contain the blood seeping from between his teeth, staining the ground crimson. With a primal roar that echoed like a wolf's howl, the young man, amidst the crowd's calls, pushed himself up with his uninjured left arm. He stood, truly stood. As the crowd erupted into cheers, Yi Jun stood tall and proud. Yay! Brother Jun really stood up. Yi Chi clenched her fists, her face flushed with excitement as she gazed at Yi Jun, her expression more ecstatic than if she had won herself. Phew! Yi Chong, seated in the stands, exhaled deeply, gradually returning to his seat, only to realize the teacup in his hand had been crushed into powder, mixing with the liquid. Casting a furtive glance around, he noted no one had noticed, hastily brushing his clothes as if nothing had happened. "So what if he stands? I will bring you down again," Cheng Zhan sneered, cradling his injured right arm as he glared at the standing Yi Jun, though he appeared less severely injured. The blow Yi Jun had dealt him had inflicted significant internal damage, and his right arm, while not broken, was definitely riddled with fractures. For now, he was merely relying on his indomitable spirit. "Is that so? Just don't fall before me," Yi Jun replied, swallowing the blood in his mouth, his face adorned with a smile. The 2 warriors locked eyes, their mutual determination igniting an almost palpable tension in the air. With synchronized steps, they charged at one another, Yi Jun's right arm hanging limply like a broken willow, while Cheng Zhan's right arm also hung heavy, devoid of strength. Raising his intact left arm, Yi Jun bit down hard and struck at Cheng Zhan. In a mirror motion, Cheng Zhan raised his left arm to counter Yi Jun's blow. Both fighters, drained of their extraordinary powers, were now relying solely on sheer willpower. The brawl was brutal, a visceral clash devoid of any flashy techniques. It was merely an exchange of punches. As blood trickled down Yi Jun's forehead, his vision began to blur, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, his eyelids growing heavy as if burdened by immense weights. With his eyes closed, he swung his left arm, landing a solid strike on Cheng Zhan's only uninjured eye. Cheng Zhan, now resembling a panda, could hardly open his eyes, relying solely on the sensation of his punches striking flesh to gauge his opponent's position. As blood and sweat mingled on the arena floor, both fighters drew upon their unyielding resolve and familial honor to sustain them. The encroaching sleepiness overwhelmed Yi Jun, his vision reduced to a blur of red. "No, I cannot faint." He bit down on his tongue, a moment of clarity piercing through the fog of fatigue. With renewed determination, he thrust his left foot forward and, lowering his head, delivered a powerful headbutt to Cheng Zhan's chest. With a resounding thud, both Yi Jun and Cheng Zhan collapsed to the ground simultaneously. Silence. An oppressive hush fell over the crowd, still caught in the intensity of the melee while the outcome remained uncertain. What does this mean? A sudden gasp rose from the audience as they awakened from their stupor. Had Yi Jun won? Or was it Cheng Zhan? What was happening? The arena erupted into chaos as spectators whispered and debated the battle's victor. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, help them." Yi Chong sprang into action, leaping towards the 2 fallen fighters. He rushed to Yi Jun's side, lifting him gently, but as he reached for Cheng Zhan, a commanding voice rang out. "Do not move. Our Cheng family will assist our own." Cheng Yao leapt forward, cradling Cheng Zhan with care. Cheng Zhan was not in danger, But what about the young man in your arms? As Cheng Yao's hands made contact with Cheng Zhan, he instinctively assessed his condition. Though gravely injured, he was not in mortal peril. He's fine. This boy merely fainted. He is hurt, but will survive, Yi Chong remarked, a hint of pride lingering in his tone. For this battle, Yi Chong produced another crystal imbued with healing properties, channeling its pure essence to mend Yi Jun's wounds. Cheng Yao, recognizing Yi Chang's intent, swiftly leapt away from the arena, leaving behind a resonant declaration. This contest is a victory for the Yi family. With a thunderous roar akin to an explosion, the audience erupted in a wave of exhilaration. The members of the Yi family flushed with pride, proclaiming, "We have triumphed. The Yi family has won." Cheers filled the air as some embraced, others clasped hands, their faces radiating the pride that belonged to the descendants of the Yi family, a celebration of their glory. They truly emerged victorious. Brother Jun has indeed triumphed. While Yi Qiqi covers her rosy lips with both hands, her face a portrait of astonishment that lingers. The third elder, with vacant eyes, sits motionless in his wooden chair, still unable to grasp the victory of the contest. Old 3, your obsession is too profound. Yi Jun is a scion of our Yi family. The elder slowly rises from his seat and walks towards his cultivation chamber. Indeed, Yi Jun is a member of the Yi family, and he is also my own nephew. The words of the elder resonate in his ears, prompting a sudden realization in the third elder. We have won. Yi Jun has emerged victorious, he proclaims, standing atop his wooden chair, arms flailing in exhilaration. The Yi family disciples, just recovering from the excitement of Yi Jun's victory, fix their bewildered gazes upon the third elder, who is precariously balanced on the chair. Aware of his uncharacteristic display, the third elder hastily retracts his foot from the chair, coughs into his fist, and casts a sidelong glance at the crowd below. His face flushed with embarrassment. What are you staring at? Hurry back to your training. Look at what you've done today. You've utterly disgraced the Yi family. Not a single one of you dared to take up the challenge. This month's training regimen will be doubled. Humph. Isn't that a bit much? The previously elated Yi family disciples' faces fall, their expressions a mixture of despair and dismay. The training load was already hefty. Doubling it will surely wear us to the bone. Enough with the whining. It's merely an increase in your training regimen. Get to the training grounds immediately. The last one to arrive will have their training quota tripled. The third elder warns, his countenance darkening. Boom. The once morose Yi family disciples quickly dash towards the training grounds, unleashing their unique abilities, creating a spectacle akin to a colossal dragon swirling through the air, stirring up clouds of dust, a truly magnificent sight. Humph, these little rascals dare to mock my embarrassment. I shall ensure they regret it. The third elder smirks, watching the chaotic scene unfold. Uncertain of how long he has been unconscious, Yi Jun awakens to the blinding sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the room with brilliant radiance. Stretching lazily, his joints crack and pop, and he surveys his intact arm, feeling an inexplicable vitality coursing through him. What a delightful sensation! Yi Jun exclaims, unable to contain his joy. Leaping from his bed, he suddenly halts, realizing he is entirely unclothed. Is it amusing to prance about bare? Put your clothes on. The voice of the wicked lady pierces through the air. Feeling sheepish, Yi Jun quickly dresses in the garments laid out at his bedside. After exchanging greetings with his mother, he stands in his room like a chastened child, listening to the wicked lady's critique of his recent battle. Do you know what you resembled in that fight? A common thug, especially that last move. You actually used your head to charge. Though I have never taught you any combat techniques, have you forgotten the hand gestures I imparted to you? They are a set of skills meant for battle. The wicked lady chastises Yi Jun, who hangs his head in silence, for she, of noble lineage, detests the brutishness exhibited in male combat. What's the connection between hand gestures and combat skills? Yi Jun, despite the reprimand, musters the courage to ask. Humph. This was meant to be explained after you learn to imbue attributes into the Force Stones, but since you brought it up, I shall enlighten you. A runic master uses gestures to channel their energy and soul power, inscribing runic arrays onto the Force Stones. Do you think those gestures are trivial? They are techniques developed by runic masters to observe the laws of nature. Hand gestures are combat techniques? Yi Jun's confusion deepens. Once you learn to imbue attributes into the Force Stones, you will begin to understand. For now, allow me to demonstrate, the wicked lady states, her hand swirling gracefully before thrusting towards Yi Jun's chest. In an instant, he feels an overwhelming sensation of inevitability and gasps. The third gesture to activate the Force Stone's attributes? Indeed, you have discerned it. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow will bring a storm. And that will be the moment for you to cultivate the thunder magic body. She informs him, noticing the spark of realization in Yi-jun's eyes. A fleeting smile gracing her features before she vanishes from the room. Is it truly possible? Yi-jun murmurs absent-mindedly, his mind replaying the mysterious gesture of the wicked lady. After a moment, he shakes off the lingering drowsiness and resolves, no more distractions. It is not yet time. I must prepare for tomorrow's training in the Thunder Magic Body. Chapter 13. The Thunder Magic Body to ensure reading safety. This chapter is currently under editorial review. Please try again later. Chapter 14. The Thunder Magic Body. I can't hold on any longer. The onslaught of the lightning dragon is too fierce. I will now transfer all my soul power to you. Begin channeling the lightning power through the meridians according to the purple sky body refinement technique to counter the lightning dragon. With that, the wicked lady's voice fades from within Yi-jun, her soul power ceasing its flow. Fortunately, Yi-jun reacts swiftly, accepting her energy to continue resisting the onslaught of the lightning dragon. Guiding a strand of purple lightning with focused intent, he feels the flames quell the ferocity of the lightning dragon's assault. As the last flicker of flame is collected within his meridians, the lightning power gradually melds together, eventually forming a silver-purple lightning dragon, approximately 10 times smaller than the lightning dragon. Gazing upon the silver-purple lightning dragon within his meridians, Yi-jun suppresses the tingling and spasms coursing through his body, gritting his teeth as he guides it, circulating it within his meridians. The lightning power, now infused with Yi-jun's soul strength, becomes increasingly ferocious and terrifying. The once relentless assault of the lightning dragon begins to falter as the silver-purple dragon siphons its energy, occupying the very muscles surrounding his meridians. The lightning dragon, akin to an army deprived of supplies, finally struggles to withstand the invasion of the silver-purple dragon. As the energy advantage of the lightning dragon wanes, during one desperate counterattack, a small segment of his meridian is ruthlessly dissolved. As if a giant dragon had bitten through his defenses, the silver-purple dragon quivers violently, as if provoked, causing Yi-jun to spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. With the dissolution of his meridians, the already precarious situation within Yi-jun worsens. The prolonged confrontation with the lightning power leads to the gradual consumption of his smaller meridians. If the battle is not concluded swiftly, Yi-jun's body will succumb to the immense pressure, crumbling into dust. At this juncture, having expended nearly all his soul power, Yi-jun grits his teeth and strives to command the lightning power for a counterattack. For this is the only way to truly control the lightning energy and consolidate the thunder magic body. Otherwise, he risks disintegrating into vapor. As the lightning continues its relentless assault, when Yi-jun's soul power is nearly depleted, he steels himself, unleashing his entire soul power intertwined with the subdued lightning energy in one final, ferocious counterattack. After the last remnants of soul energy and lightning power were dispatched by Yi-jun, he hesitated briefly before commanding them to envelop the erratic lightning force entirely. Regardless of whether his internal meridians could accommodate such an abundance of lightning energy, he forcefully directed it to operate along the path of the Zixiao body refinement technique. The encased lightning force surged within Yi-jun's body, zealously following the prescribed route of the technique, causing the resistance of the lightning force to diminish slightly. Noticing a glimmer of potential for subjugation, Yi-jun's spirit surged, and without further ado, he exerted all his strength to propel the lightning force into a frenzied circulation within him. As the soul energy and lightning power whirled chaotically, fissures opened across his body, crimson blood cascading down and staining him in a horrific hue. When the soul energy within him dissipated, the lightning force finally began to obediently circulate, adhering to the Zixiao body refinement technique. In his almost numbed mind, a sudden coolness blossomed as two streams of lightning energy merged into a singular, mighty force, flowing quietly through his meridians. The tempestuous turmoil subsided, replaced by a gentle warmth that continuously mended Yi-jun's ravaged exterior. Had he succeeded? The ethereal figure of the sinister woman materialized in the air, observing Yi-jun, whose skin was marred completely, with a heavy sigh of relief. A smile graced her enchanting visage, one that could dim the brilliance of the heavens, as she nodded gently and awaited Yi-jun's awakening in tranquil repose. Time passed, and suddenly, Yi-jun's body erupted with innumerable arcs of lightning, a blinding brilliance emanating from within as he became enveloped in a radiant cocoon. The autumn breeze carried moisture-laden currents from the mountaintop, while beams of light pierced the dark clouds above, illuminating Yi-jun with a golden glow. Atop the mountain, a purple energy barrier exuded an overwhelming pressure, saturating the atmosphere with a stifling aura. After an indeterminate duration, the rounded purple barrier stirred, resonating with a heartbeat-like thrum that reverberated deep within the soul, sending invisible ripples outward in all directions. At that moment, Yi Jun sat cross-legged, nude within the barrier, enveloped in an unconscious, profound state. His spirit, wearied from the earlier tumultuous clash with the lightning, drifted aimlessly in the sea of consciousness, struggling to coalesce. The lightning energy, having been refined by Yi Jun, was devoid of any violent intent, akin to a docile lamb gently aiding him in mending his battered flesh. As bolts of lightning surged from his meridians, his tattered muscles sprang to life as if revived by the spring rains, rapidly regaining vitality at a visibly astonishing pace. His internal meridians and organs hummed with a euphoric sense of rejuvenation, the once frayed pathways thickening and becoming more supple under the nurturing embrace of the lightning energy. As the lightning force gradually receded into his meridians, it was replaced by a burgeoning vigor and surging power rippling through Yi Jun's now restored physique. The clear blue sky suddenly erupted with distant rumbles of thunder, and energy ripples cascaded across the surface of the purple barrier, followed by a robust aura that surged forth from within. What is this overwhelming presence? It is far beyond what any ordinary warrior could possess. Could the thunder demon form facilitate a breakthrough? As the sinister woman pondered aloud, the ripples on the barrier intensified, while the sky above crackled with an increasing number of thunderclaps. The sharp, crisp sounds echoed across the mountaintop, and cracks began to appear on the surface of the purple barrier. As the fissures multiplied, the thunder in the heavens grew more frenetic, transforming the previously clear sky into a tempest of dark clouds and chaotic lightning, as if celebrating a momentous event. With a thunderous boom, amidst the flickering purple light, a silhouette emerged upon the desolate mountaintop, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient behemoth. The darkened sky erupted with a multitude of purple lightning, bowing in homage to the figure atop the mountain. A deafening roar reverberated through the air as the lightning, in a worshipful frenzy, struck down behind the purple figure, instantly coalescing into an immense, majestic throne of mystery and authority. As the lightning subsided, the sinister woman's serene demeanor faltered, her expression morphing into one of sheer terror as she gazed upon the purple figure. Before her stood a form reminiscent of a towering mech, over 2 meters tall, clad in crimson armor that shimmered like the stars. Its shoulders and knees bore menacing spikes, and as it raised its head in a thunderous bellow, invisible waves of soul energy radiated outward, threatening to collapse the very fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming force that had once gripped the atmosphere dissipated, leaving the thunder demon still formidable, yet within the realm of the perceivable. The sinister woman exhaled in relief, realizing that the awe-inspiring might was merely a manifestation of the residual lightning energy. "Stop posturing, you rascal. Come over here and let me see," she chided, noticing Yi Jun still frozen in his previous stance. Awakened from his reverie by her voice, Yi Jun hurriedly approached her, brushing his head as he did. Observing the transformed Yi Jun, the woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and after a moment's hesitation, she reached out to caress the formidable spikes of his armor. Yi Jun, blushing beneath the armor, instinctively reacted to her touch with a masculine response, bending slightly as he saw her attempt to explore further. "Don't touch that. Let me explain the abilities I've gained instead, and you can evaluate them," he quickly interjected. The woman, her eyes shimmering with a verdant glow, withdrew her hand, murmuring, "It's stunning. I can't believe such a magnificent armor exists. Even if it has no special functions, I would still be satisfied." As a woman, she couldn't help but be captivated by the beauty of such an awe-inspiring creation. Hearing her admiration, Yi Jun felt a swell of pride. The Thunder Demon's appearance was inspired by a character from an anime called Gundam, crafted through the lens of Earth's aesthetic sensibilities. And it was no wonder it dazzled in this realm where artistic expression was less developed. After a brief moment, the woman reluctantly withdrew her gaze, her expression sharpening as she returned to her usual composure. "Now, tell me, what effects does the Thunder Demon form possess?" Yi Jun, sensing her shift back to seriousness, felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he replied, "The Thunder Demon's effect is an enhancement of all attributes." "An enhancement of all attributes? What does that mean?" she inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Such a remarkable form could only yield such a straightforward effect? Yi Jun's handsome face broke into a radiant smile. "It's quite a standard enhancement of all attributes," but he paused, an impish grin dancing at the corners of his mouth, elongating his words to tease her. "Hee. No need to say anything further. With only 2 months remaining until your coming-of-age ceremony, You will enter the Beast Mountain range tomorrow for a life and death training session. Prepare yourself. With that, the enigmatic woman vanished into thin air, leaving Yi Jun in a daze atop the mountain. Chapter 15. Journey to the Beast Mountain range. Quietly returning to his room, Yi Jun lay on his bed, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Now, everything felt like a surreal dream. Just a month ago, he had been struggling at the pinnacle of warrior training. Yet now he had advanced to the rank of fighter and successfully cultivated the thunder magic body, qualifying him to compete among the strong. Just as Yi Jun was lost in his thoughts, a sudden knock echoed through the room, shaking his head to dispel the meaningless musings. He leapt to his feet and walked toward the door. Upon opening it, he found Yi Chong standing outside, dressed in a blue robe, smiling warmly. Grandfather quickly stepped aside to allow Yi Chong into the room, as Yi Jun had matters to discuss with his grandfather. Yi Chong sat down at the edge of the bed and patted the space beside him, saying, "Sit down, my boy. I have something to discuss with you." "Indeed. I also have matters to bring up with you, grandfather," Yi Jun replied, smiling as he settled beside his grandfather, waiting patiently for him to speak. Observing Yi Jun beside him, Yi Chong smiled with satisfaction. That battle the other day was spectacular. It showcased the prowess of our Yi family's descendants. Flattered by his grandfather's praise, Yi Jun's cheeks flushed slightly. He reached back to scratch his head, smiling awkwardly without uttering a word. Noticing Yi Jun's silence, Yi Chong's expression turned serious. "Do you remember Shangwan Lingwe? I had planned to wait until your coming-of-age ceremony to discuss this, but your rapid growth has compelled me to entrust you with this matter now." With that, Yi Chong slowly retrieved a piece of white paper from his robe and handed it to Yi Jun. Taking the paper, Yi Jun's dark eyes flickered with a glint of coldness as he scanned its contents. "In 3 years, I shall make Shangwan Lingwe regret her past actions. I understand that no descendant of the Yi family is cowardly, yet I still hope you can act within your means," Yi Chong cautioned, gently patting Yi Jun's now sturdier shoulder. Though Yi Jun's voice was calm, Yi Chong could sense the deep-seated hatred underlying his words. "Grandfather, I would like to request a 2-month leave to venture out on my own and broaden my horizons. I assure you I will return in time for the coming-of-age ceremony." "You need not worry about that," Yi Jun said with a smile, eager to change the subject. Hearing this, Yi Chong furrowed his brow and gazed silently into Yi Jun's eyes, recognizing the determination in his grandson's gaze. Yi Chong understood that even if he opposed the idea, Yi Jun would sneak away regardless. It would be better to grant him permission than to face his inevitable defiance. The fledgling eagle must learn to soar in the open skies, though Yi Chong had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly, catching him off guard. "Very well. Be cautious, and remember your promise to return on time." Yi Chong finally relented. Pondering for a moment, Yi Jun felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had anticipated that persuading his grandfather to agree would not be simple, and now he felt a peculiar sense of frustration, as if striking at empty air. "All right. Enough of that. You know my expectations for you. Remember our agreement. You must return safely." Yi Chong maintained a serious facade, observing Yi Jun's hesitance. "Yes, I will return, grandfather," Yi Jun promptly asserted, standing tall before his grandfather. "Haha, don't keep me occupied. Continue your preparations. When you leave tomorrow, come say goodbye," Yi Chong said, smiling as he patted Yi Jun's shoulder once more before striding out of the room. Watching his grandfather's slightly aged figure retreat, Yi Jun felt a wave of emotion. The following morning, after bidding farewell to his mother and grandfather, Yi Jun stepped alone into the Beast Mountain range. The Beast Mountain range stretched from east to west, traversing the kingdoms of Luoyun and Ghana, imposing and boundless in its grandeur. As he entered, ancient trees, some several hundred or even thousands of years old, towered overhead, while a tangle of underbrush and thorns thrived beneath. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched beneath his feet. In this ancient forest, with weeds and vines towering over him, it was conceivable that a magical beast could be hiding just 3 meters away, unseen. Yi Jun gazed into the thicket before him, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. The enigmatic woman beside him remarked, "Don't worry, Yi Jun. At your novice level, even a snake could be right before your eyes, and you wouldn't notice." Yi Jun scrutinized the grass with keen eyes, pondering her words. The dense undergrowth indeed stood tall, possibly concealing serpents. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning into the thicket. This newfound ability, acquired after cultivating the thunder magic body, allowed him to manipulate electricity. "Are you not afraid that using your power will deplete your abilities when you encounter a magical beast?" the woman cautioned. "What should I do then? I can't just wander blindly, can I?" Yi Jun replied, somewhat helpless. "Right now, you have no choice but to proceed blindly. After enduring some trials, you will instinctively learn to sense the presence of magical beasts hidden within the undergrowth. Enough talk. Activate your thunder magic body and venture forth. The trial has officially begun, and I can only assist you once with my soul power. So you'll need to rely on yourself, she advised. With a shrug, Yi Jun inhaled deeply, activating his thunder magic body and pushing through the thicket. Yi Jun moved cautiously through the Beast Mountain range, attentively observing his surroundings, marking the commencement of his trial journey. The Beast Mountain range extended over 10,000 miles, generally spanning 700 to 800 miles in width. The outermost 100-mile area was predominantly inhabited by low-level magical beasts. Delving deeper, beyond 100 miles, one would encounter 4th-tier magical beasts comparable to fighters. Further in, 6th, 7th, and even 8th-tier magical beasts could abound, some rivaling the strength of a saint. The woman continued to share insights about the Beast Mountain range. Of course, this isn't absolute. Perhaps an 8th-tier magical beast might wander around the outskirts out of boredom, she teased, observing Yi Jun's anxious demeanor. Startled by her sudden remark, Yi Jun shot her an irritated glance. Do you really believe I could be so unfortunate? He scoffed, unconvinced. Enough of your complaining. These details are common knowledge, he retorted, feeling a bit exasperated by her chatter. Normally, you'd be more vocal, she grinned, unfazed by his annoyance, and began to groom her long hair, falling silent. Just as Yi Jun's words faded, a tusked wild boar suddenly charged out from the thicket just 5 meters to his right. The tusked wild boar, a 3rd-tier magical beast equivalent to a human warrior, belonged to the earth element and possessed the innate skill Earth Stab. Information about the wild boar flashed through Yi Jun's mind. Having traveled so far, it would be perfect for a meal. With agility, Yi Jun darted through the underbrush, charging toward the tusked wild boar. With the full attribute enhancement of the thunder magic body, he was the king among peers. Yi Jun leaped forth from the underbrush like a dragon emerging from its lair. As the tusked wild boar charged towards him, he descended with the force of a tempest, colliding with the beast. The wild boar, upon spotting the descending figure, unleashed a furious roar, thrusting its long, formidable tusks towards Yi Jun. With unwavering focus, Yi Jun did not flinch. Instead, he twisted his body and drove the spines on his shoulder into the tusks, resulting in a resounding impact. With a crunch that made one's teeth ache, the wild boar was sent spinning backward, crashing into the thicket. Not a single mark marred the armor forged from the essence of lightning upon Yi Jun's body. Dispatching a 3rd-tier magical beast with sheer physical prowess posed no challenge for him. The meat of a 3rd-tier wild boar was likely superior to that of an ordinary one. Yi Jun retrieved a skinning knife from the leather pouch at his back and promptly severed the fattest hind leg of the boar, along with 3 substantial trotters. Gazing at the remaining carcass, he sighed, lamenting the wastefulness of not having a magical beast of his own to utilize the meat fully. Clearing a 3-meter radius around him, he gathered some branches and dried grass to kindle a fire. Having spent 5 years in the small forest surrounding his family home, he considered himself quite adept at barbecuing. As the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, Yi Jun seized a roasted trotter and began to devour it with abandon. Suddenly, an unusual rustling from behind him caught his attention, prompting him to pause and turn. To his surprise, a small, purple creature, slightly larger than a rat, stood atop a patch of grass, drooling and gazing hungrily at the roasted meat in his hand. Waving the trotter, Yi Jun noticed the creature's eyes fixate on it, its paws poised in anticipation. Recognizing the creature's adorable demeanor, he chuckled and tossed the roasted meat towards it. With gleaming eyes, the purple creature darted forward, snatching the meat midair and landing gracefully to feast without hesitation. Watching the creature's voracious struggle with the food, Yi Jun shrugged and turned back to roast the wild boar's hind leg. Dear readers, if you find this tale to your liking, please consider bestowing upon me a vote or a mark of appreciation. Thank you in advance. Chapter 16. The Purple Weasel. The mountain ranges of the Beast Mountain were endless, with flora that had thrived for countless years, making travel through the region arduous. The greatest difficulty lay in the frequent need to traverse steep hills or navigate winding paths. As they journeyed through the Beast Mountain, the evil woman imparted her wisdom to Lin Lei, advising against clearing thorns from the path, suggesting it was wiser to take a longer route instead. Yi Jun listened attentively while progressing forward. Remember, in the Beast Mountain, making noise is strictly forbidden, as it may alert numerous beasts to your presence. If you must make a sound, depart the area swiftly, the evil woman continued. Even if injured, do your utmost to conceal any blood, as the scent will attract beasts. Their sense of smell is far more acute than ours. Remaining stationary, as you did while barbecuing, is tantamount to courting death. Lin Lei gazed upward, where the canopies of towering trees nearly obscured the heavens. This sight prompted him to recall the knowledge he had absorbed from the family's library regarding life in dense forests, where discerning direction was essential in places where sunlight was scarce. Yi Jun nimbly navigated over the tangled branches and vines in his path, but after just a few steps, he halted, gasping at the sight before him. The bodies of 2 men and a woman lay approximately 5 meters ahead, their forms scarcely decayed. However, the evidence of gnawing and consumption was unmistakable. Their bodies were mutilated, with distinct traces of blood at their throats. It appeared that these 5 individuals had met their demise at the hands of others. Upon witnessing the corpses for the first time, Yi Jun's complexion paled, and he held his breath. Judging by the state of decay, they had likely perished 2 or 3 days prior. The evil woman appeared at his side, scrutinizing the bodies with an expression of calm detachment. Yi Jun, take a closer look at that woman, she instructed. Following her gaze, Yi Jun noted that the woman's abdomen had been ravaged by a beast, her intestines spilling out around her. Her skull was partially devoured, and one eye had fallen from its socket, while maggots crawled upon the pale bone. His gaze settled upon her face, where an uncanny smile lingered. Was she smiling even in death? Was she killed while ambushed? Yi Jun asked, astonished, turning to the evil woman. She smiled gently. Yi Jun, this is your first venture into the Beast Mountain. Over time, you will learn that, in addition to being wary of beast attacks, one must also guard against human threats. For humans are the most terrifying creatures of all. In the Beast Mountain, most people seek to acquire materials from magical beasts. Slaying a beast yields valuable resources, while killing a human may provide even more rare materials from their possessions. Yi Jun now understood. At the heart of it all lay the insidious nature of greed. Driven by avarice, some individuals resorted to killing others in the Beast Mountain to easily obtain more magical materials. After stepping forward to examine the woman's smile, he nodded in agreement. Yi Jun, you must exercise caution. From my observations, the deceased men were peak fighters, while the woman was a body cultivator of the fighter level. Judging by the signs of struggle around, the assailant was at least of the body cultivator level themselves. Indeed, the 3 victims had all succumbed to throat slashes, their deaths executed with chilling efficiency. Furthermore, the 2 men had evidently been overpowered in direct confrontation, as the surrounding foliage bore little damage, indicating they had offered no resistance. We are still at the periphery of the Beast Mountain, where there is little challenge for you. Let us continue deeper. Yi Jun nodded, ready to proceed, when a flash of purple darted from the underbrush and landed atop the woman's corpse. Upon closer inspection, it was the gluttonous purple weasel from earlier. The creature scurried to the woman's feet and bit down on her shoe, creating a small hole from which it extracted a piece of brown hide. As the weasel scampered back to Yi Jun, clutching the hide, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The creature seemed to prance before him, its tiny paws trembling in a manner reminiscent of a beckoning fortune cat, but instead of 2 paws, it used 4. I feel as though I have seen this weasel before. The evil woman pondered, observing the creature intently. Yi Jun took the hide from the weasel's grasp and examined it closely. To his astonishment, it was a complete treasure map. He surmised that he would need 3 more pieces of such hides to assemble the entire map. Shrugging, he tossed the treasure map into his bag. When he looked back, the purple weasel had vanished without a trace. Shaking his head in resignation and glancing at the still deep in thought evil woman, Yi Jun continued on his path. As he ventured deeper into the Beast Mountain range, remnants of both beasts and humans frequently littered the path, their skeletal remains accompanied by a plethora of rusty weapons. Yi Jun encountered several 3rd-tier magical beasts, all of which he effortlessly drove away. As dusk descended, he sought refuge in a spacious grove, kindled a fire, and roasted the remaining wild boar meat over the flames. Suddenly, a purple figure darted through the treetops and appeared before him. Surprised by the reappearance of the purple Marten, Yi Jun paused for a moment, a smile gracing his lips as he sprinkled spices over the meat. After all, he could hardly finish it alone. The presence of an additional creature was inconsequential. Moreover, the trial journey was quite monotonous, and the company of a small animal would add a touch of amusement. As night deepened, the little purple Marten nestled beside the fire, emitting faint snores. The night air was quite chilly, yet the Marten remained, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, basking in the warmth of the fire beside Yi Jun. In the dead of night, enveloped in darkness, faint sounds of rustling grass and movement broke the silence. 2 dark blue, sleek-furred wind wolves stealthily approached Yi Jun, drawn by the flickering firelight. Their green, glowing eyes warily regarded Yi Jun, their muscular forms gliding silently through the shadows. The snoozing marten suddenly perked up, its ears erect, and it braced itself on its forepaws, gazing in the direction of the approaching wolves. In an instant, the marten leaped onto Yi Jun's head and transformed into a streak of purple light, vanishing from sight. Startled awake by the marten's abrupt action, Yi Jun blinked himself into alertness, turning his gaze toward the east. All he could see was a tangled thicket, offering no clear indication of danger. A glance back at the marten's resting spot cleared his drowsy mind. The marten had vanished, and it seemed to be the very one that had roused him. With a sense of vigilance, Yi Jun rolled to his feet and peered into the underbrush. Sensing that an adversary lurked nearby, realizing their cover had been blown, the two wind wolves ceased their stealth and leaped from the thicket, charging toward Yi Jun. He refrained from employing the thunder demon form, as the dark sorceress had warned him that using it indiscriminately would yield no advantages. It was a trump card to be reserved for dire moments. Kicking a nearby stone toward the wolves, Yi Jun extended his left leg slightly, adopting a defensive stance. As the stone hurtled toward the wolves, one of them pivoted, evading the projectile just as it was about to strike. And they moved in tandem to pounce on Yi Jun. Watching the wolves race toward him, Yi Jun's heart sank. He had not anticipated the remarkable speed of these third-tier beasts. This battle would be perilous, and a single misstep could cost him his life. With a nimble flick of his left foot, he propelled himself forward as the first wolf leaped high, aiming to sink its fangs into Yi Jun's neck. Yi Jun remained motionless until the wolf's sharp teeth were nearly upon him. Then he crouched and delivered a powerful punch to the side of the wolf's head. He possessed an innate sense for the rhythm of battle, striking with perfect timing. As Yi Jun's fist connected, the wolf snapped its jaws shut just in time, twisting in midair to evade the blow and landing behind him. Without turning back, Yi Jun took a large step toward the second wolf. The second wolf skidded to a halt, its claws carving deep grooves into the ground as it unleashed a barrage of wind blades toward Yi Jun. This was the wind wolf's innate ability, Wind Blade. At that moment, the first wolf regained its footing and shifted direction, lunging toward Yi Jun's thigh from behind. Caught between the wind blades in front and the sharp teeth behind, Yi Jun's hair stood on end as an unfamiliar energy surged through him. He utilized his spatial abilities to instantly reappear behind the second wolf. Raising both hands, he summoned a fiery explosion aimed at the wolf's waist. The wolf, known for its resilience, was met with a resounding crash as Yi Jun's attack connected, breaking its spine and sending it crashing to the ground with a howl of anguish. The first wolf, witnessing its companion's plight, howled in despair. Yi Jun's heart sank at the sound. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge understood that wind wolves were pack animals, and this call clearly summoned reinforcements. Almost immediately, the mournful howls echoed from all directions, sending a chill down Yi Jun's spine. He cast a glance around, spotting pairs of glowing green eyes emerging from the darkness, a harbinger of approaching doom. Estimating that no fewer than 100 wolves surrounded him, Yi Jun felt the tension in his chest tighten. He was in grave danger. Encountering high-tier and pack beasts in the Beast Mountain range often spelled certain death. In Chapter 17, Night Assault, Yi Jun felt a wave of despair wash over him. The wind wolves could unleash countless wind blades. Even a seasoned warrior would have no choice but to flee in such a situation. The wolves, swift and capable of ranged attacks, left Yi Jun feeling utterly helpless. With a low growl, he steeled his resolve. He could not afford to appear weak. As the first wave of 20 to 30 wolves encircled him, a barrage of over 100 transparent wind blades erupted from their jaws, saturating the narrow space around him. There was no escaping this onslaught. Yi Jun sprang into action, propelling himself toward a nearby tree as if shot from a bow. Yet, the sheer volume of wind blades proved overwhelming, and several struck him with force. The sound of impacts echoed like thunder as he activated the thunder demon form. The wind blades collided with him as if striking steel, and though he remained standing, he felt the internal shockwave ripple through him, causing a trickle of blood to escape his lips. Clutching a branch, he ascended rapidly, scaling the tree to a height of 20 or 30 meters, where he paused to survey the chaos below. This was a life-or-death struggle. Even in his thunder demon form, he appeared armored. Yet the impact of the wind blades had left him with minor injuries. The thought of being struck by hundreds of wind blades sent a shiver down his spine. While they might not penetrate his defenses, the sheer force could still prove fatal. With a shake of his head, he dispelled those impractical thoughts and refocused on the gathering horde of wind wolves. A formidable wind wolf emerged from the midst of its pack, distinguished by a crown of white fur atop its head. This beast was significantly larger than its companions, and the recently survived wind wolves exhibited a deep respect, softly whimpering beside this towering figure. Clearly, it was the king of the wind wolves, likely a 4th-tier magical beast. Though one could only hope it did not ascend to the 5th tier. A sense of tension gripped Yi Jun as he swiftly contemplated his options. As he pondered his escape, the leader of the Wind Wolves suddenly let out a low growl, prompting the pack to raise their heads in unison. A barrage of wind blades, akin to a rain of bullets, surged towards Yi Jun from all directions. Gazing at the hundreds of lethal, glimmering blades filling the air, Yi Jun felt a shiver run down his spine. With one hand gripping the tree trunk, he summoned his spatial ability, channeling it towards the menacing wind blades. A gentle ripple of spatial energy emanated from his right hand, causing any wind blade that intersected with the ripple to vanish, only to reappear redirected towards the ground where the wolf pack stood. The ensuing chaos led to flying fur and splattering blood, indicating a significant loss for the wolves. The howling alpha, witnessing the devastation, released a furious roar, prompting the remaining wolves to quickly regroup, with 2 or 3 dozen unscathed members assembling beneath the large tree. Letting out a sigh of relief, Yi Jun felt a surge of luck, while his spatial transfer seemed to grant him an advantage. It had drained nearly half of his internal energy in mere seconds. Thankfully, the Wind Wolves possessed limited intelligence. Had they continued their assault, he would have surely been overwhelmed atop the tree. With a furious growl, Yi Jun glanced downward to see the 2 or 3 dozen Wind Wolves springing into action, their feet stirring up the wind as they leapt upward, the alpha wolf among them. This towering leader soared several meters high, landing firmly on a thick branch, its powerful claws gripping the wood with unwavering stability. Yi Jun felt the adrenaline surge through his veins. The more perilous the situation, the more exhilarated he became. He had never feared climbing trees, and he was confident that no mere wolf could outmatch him in this regard. Releasing his grip on the trunk, he began to leap from tree to tree, pursued by the enraged pack. The chase ensued at a height of over 20 meters, with the alpha leading the charge. Yi Jun was forced to evade quickly, altering his direction as the alpha unleashed a volley of wind blades. With a swift motion, he dodged, narrowly avoiding the sharp projectiles that severed branches around him. The alpha's speed was astonishing, and its claws glimmered menacingly close to Yi Jun on several occasions. Yet his reflexes allowed him to evade each attack just in time. Realizing that he could not sustain this for long, Yi Jun clenched his teeth and decided to scale the tallest tree. Ascending directly upwards, he outpaced the wolves, reaching a height of over 80 meters. Below, the alpha wolf, unable to follow, resorted to firing wind blades in his direction. Yi Jun adeptly dodged, and when he could not, he countered with a powerful punch to disperse the blades. As the standoff continued, Yi Jun quietly summoned his energy, gathering explosive fire energy in his right fist. After a brief observation, he noted that the intervals between the alpha's wind blade attacks had lengthened considerably, and their speed had diminished significantly. Teasing the alpha, Yi Jun gradually descended, maintaining a distance of about 5 meters. Suddenly, the weary wolf trembled, its green eyes flashing with determination as it lunged at him. Prepared for this moment, Yi Jun smirked as he hid behind the trunk, his fist glowing with red energy. He leapt down towards the attacking wind wolf, embodying a spirit willing to risk it all. Would Yi Jun truly gamble his life against the wolf? Certainly not. He had meticulously considered that if this strike were to miss, he still had enough energy for another spatial transfer. Even if the wolf managed to evade this attack, it would not escape his meticulously planned follow-up. With precision, his fist struck the wolf's gaping maw. The overconfident alpha, believing it could withstand the blow, showed no signs of dodging. Its sharp teeth, capable of piercing the tough hide of a 5th-tier beast, were confident they could break through the armor of this armored human. Yet, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. Instead, the explosive force of Yi Jun's attack sent the alpha hurtling downwards as if it were a mere sack of flour. With a swift motion, he teleported to the top of the tree, ignoring the falling alpha beneath him, and took this opportunity to leap to another tree. A resounding thud echoed as the heavy body hit the ground. Yi Jun flinched and glanced down, a chill creeping into his heart at the thought of the fatal fall from such a height. Finally, he had managed to escape. After evading for what felt like an eternity, Yi Jun stood atop the treetops, gazing back at the stillness behind him, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. If a standard warrior or battle master had been in his place, they would likely have been left as mere bones by now, he mused. Casting a glance at his thunder-armored arm, grateful for the comprehensive attribute enhancement granted by his thunder demon body, he realized that without it, he would have been unable to match the alpha's speed. While the notion of a comprehensive enhancement might seem trivial, it truly provided him with a significant advantage. His escape speed, attack speed, and even the speed of utilizing his abilities were all amplified several times over. For instance, while a typical warrior might take about a second to execute their abilities, Yi Jun required only about 3/10 of a second, or even less. His ability to transition was 3 times faster than that of other dual attribute practitioners. What did this signify? It indicated that he possessed a threefold advantage in both the recovery of his energy and the restoration of his physical form compared to the average individual. Moreover, this was merely the ordinary thunder demon body formed from rain and clouds. He could scarcely imagine the power of an extraordinary lightning body. Enough pondering. If you intend to remain in the trees tonight, I suggest you find a suitable place to rest. Tomorrow, I anticipate even more thrilling encounters. The voice of the sinister woman whispered in Yi Jun's ear. Rubbing the back of his head covered in thunder armor, Yi Jun descended without uttering a word. At that moment, he remained unaware of the sinister smile curling at the corners of the woman's lips. Meanwhile, concealed within the grass over 100 meters away, a shadow lay in wait. During the recent battle, this young man adorned in peculiar armor had shown no signs of damage despite being struck by the wind blades. Moreover, based on the abilities he had demonstrated, it was clear he possessed both spatial and fire attributes. Given his performance, the shadow surmised that the young man had only recently entered the ranks of battle masters. With the peak of his own battle master prowess, the likelihood of successfully ambushing and killing this youth was over 90%. The shadow calculated the odds of success, convinced that the armor alone justified the risk. At this moment, Yi Jun, having just emerged from a fierce battle, instinctively relaxed. The figure clad in black remained utterly still, lurking within the shadows of the night, emitting not a single sound, even slowing the rhythm of its breathing to an almost imperceptible level. Not only would an inexperienced Yi Jun fail to detect the presence of the lurking shadow, but even a seasoned hunter would struggle to uncover the figure concealed in the darkness. With his hands resting on the massive trunk of a tree, Yi Jun summoned his will, retracting the thunder magic form, and slowly settled onto the ground, which was strewn with dry branches and leaves. To recuperate his extraordinary powers and stamina, it was at this juncture that the previously motionless shadow silently emerged, gliding towards him like a specter of the night. Chapter 18. A harsh lesson. As the shadow approached with lightning speed, Yi Jun suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. He swiftly darted to the side, turning to glimpse the source of the threat, where he saw a masked figure in black wielding a glimmering blade, thrusting it directly towards him. The cold gleam of the blade, coupled with the emotionless, icy eyes of the assailant, sent a shiver down Yi Jun's spine. In a desperate attempt to create distance, Yi Jun activated the thunder magic form and retreated, but the figure in black was swifter, flinging the blade towards Yi Jun's retreating foot. Clang! The blade struck accurately against Yi Jun's ankle, causing him to stagger leftward. Instinctively, Yi Jun used his left hand to brace himself against the ground while sweeping his left foot towards the lower body of the assailant. This strike was not intended to inflict harm, but merely to ensure his own survival. The black-clad figure sneered at Yi Jun's sweeping kick, and with a surge of extraordinary power, a stone stalagmite abruptly emerged in the path of Yi Jun's foot. Bang! Although Yi Jun easily shattered the stalagmite, his momentum faltered, allowing the assailant to capitalize on the moment and deliver a powerful palm strike to Yi Jun's chest. Thud! The force propelled Yi Jun backward, sliding along the ground. Just as he attempted to brace himself with his hands, a massive stalagmite suddenly appeared behind him, halting his backward flight. The black-clad man seized the blade embedded in the earth and aimed it at Yi Jun, who had just regained his footing, forcing him back down to the ground. Die! The black figure lunged at Yi Jun with the ferocity of a striking serpent, his palms aimed at Yi Jun's head. Curse you! Disoriented by a barrage of blows, Yi Jun seized the brief opportunity during the assailant's attack to spring upwards, akin to a leaping fish, and crashed his head against the ground. Boom! Possessing the thunder magic form, Yi Jun was a heartbeat quicker, smashing into the earth and sending mud and leaves flying into the air. The black-clad man, momentarily blinded, continued his assault based on instinct, striking down towards the grounded Yi Jun. Thud! The left palm of the black-clad man struck Yi Jun's jaw with tremendous force, while his right hand was pierced by Yi Jun's forehead spike. Gritting his teeth, the assailant withdrew his impaled hand. His face contorted with rage as the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. Despite his experience, he had suffered a significant setback at the hands of this evidently inexperienced novice. Igniting his fury, with a swift motion, the black-clad man lifted his right foot and aimed a kick at the prostrate Yi Jun. In a fit of anger, Yi Jun was struck by the man's palm, and seizing the opportunity during the assailant's kick, he grasped the man's leg tightly, using his head spike to stab at the man's thigh. Humph! The black-clad man scoffed, His extensive combat experience rendered him immune to such desperate tactics. He flicked his foot under Yi Jun's chin, causing Yi Jun's forehead spike to glide harmlessly along the man's pant leg, effectively neutralizing the perceived threat. With a gentle push of his left foot, Yi Jun propelled his right foot forward, only to feel a sudden slip, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing against a massive tree. Thud! Rebounding off the tree, Yi Jun spat a mouthful of blood. Fool! Fight with the inscription gestures. Otherwise, even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun's heart trembled, and he slowly rose to his feet. The black-clad man refrained from attacking, as he was now 5 meters away, beyond the optimal range for an assault. Approaching the standing youth, the black-clad man recognized the psychological impact of the previous fierce onslaught. Intending to instill fear and dissuade Yi Jun from continuing the fight, the art of warfare lies in the ability to conquer without combat. Raising his head slightly, Yi Jun met the gaze of the man. The black-clad figure felt a chill, akin to being scrutinized by a high-tier magical beast. A primal fear surged from within, for he sensed the youth might possess a hidden advantage. Without hesitation, an intense surge of extraordinary power coursed through his body. His muscles swelling as a golden glow enveloped him, transforming him into a towering figure clad in sturdy yellow rock armor, heightening to an imposing 2.5 meters. The Earth attribute combat skill, Rock Giant Transformation. Initially intent on seizing Yi Jun's armor, the black-clad man was taken aback to find that Yi Jun possessed a defensive combat skill akin to his own. What is the name of your protective skill? As he spoke, the black-clad man's eyes narrowed, and without waiting for Yi Jun's response, he raised his fist, now encased in rock, launching an underhanded attack. With both hands elevated, a profound and mysterious aura bore down upon the man. In an instant, Yi Jun's hands transformed into 2 radiant silver streams, striking forcefully against the chest of the rock giant black-clad man. As the powerful palms approached him, the black-clad man felt an unsettling illusion, as if he were facing not a mere boy, but 2 celestial bodies streaking across the heavens, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. No, I will not die. The black-clad man recalled a moment when he had to stuff his own intestines back into his body after a grievous injury. Recalling his desperate counterattacks against 3 foes of equal rank, the fierce will to survive ignited in his eyes. Thud! As though striking against a weathered hide. The black-clad man coughed up blood, slowly collapsing towards Yi Jun. With a sigh of relief, Yi Jun extended his hand to support the falling rock giant. Suddenly, a purple figure darted in, sinking its teeth into the back of the rock giant's head before Yi Jun could react, gnawing through the protective rock armor with a few swift bites. What is this? Get away from me. The black-clad man, alarmed, shoved Yi Jun away and frantically slapped at the back of his head. Crack! A chilling sound echoed as the purple weasel appeared before Yi Jun, its eyes wide with astonishment as it watched the collapsing rock giant dissipate, revealing a horrifying gaping wound at the back of the black-clad man's head, where red and white matter was faintly visible, writhing. Isn't it terrifying? The enigmatic woman appeared beside Yi Jun, a cold smile gracing her lips. At her words, Yi Jun instinctively nodded. Terrifying? If it weren't for this purple weasel, would you still be standing here? The enigmatic woman's gaze turned frosty as she regarded Yi Jun, though a fleeting warmth flickered in her eyes as they passed over the standing weasel. Regaining his composure, Yi Jun looked at the purple weasel, now proudly standing on the ground, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Upon hearing Yi Jun's thanks, the weasel flicked its tail and performed a few triumphant spins, as if to say, did you expect anything less from me? In a flash, the purple figure reappeared at the feet of the enigmatic woman, shaking its nose and extending its arms in a gesture that seemed to beckon for a hug. Alas, in my current ethereal state, I find it impossible to embrace you. O wicked maiden, your frigid demeanor melts away like shadows beneath the blazing summer sun. Tilting my little head in contemplation, the young sable shook it vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. Continue your mischief, and I shall not hesitate to spank you, the wicked maiden threatened, feigning a fierce countenance. In a flash, the sable appeared at Yi Jun's heel, poking its head out to tongue the air at the wicked maiden. Do you know each other? Yi Jun queried, observing their playful antics with a hint of curiosity. Of course, I once cradled her in my arms when she was but a cub, the wicked maiden replied, lifting her delicate chin with pride. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression turned icy, and she coldly declared, let us not stray from the topic. I shall now summarize today's battle for you. Firstly, when confronted by a pack of wolves, you chose to climb a tree. Were you unaware that wolves can ascend trees? Were it not for the unparalleled attributes granted by your thunder demon form, you would have perished countless times. In future encounters with wild beasts, do not think of fleeing as your first option. With your spatial abilities, you could have employed teleportation to strike down the wolf leader before it even had a chance to react. Then the pack would naturally disperse. Yi Jun pondered this and nodded in agreement. He sternly reminded himself that this was no longer his original world. He could not rely on the familiar logic of his past, lest he meet a dire fate next time. The next issue concerns your performance in battle against humans. I can succinctly describe it in 4 words: utterly deplorable. This is the Beast Mountain range, not a stage. You must remain vigilant at all times. And when attacked, what did you do? Fight desperately? How many lives do you possess to expend in such a manner? When faced with a stronger foe, your first thought should be to escape. Had it not been for me and the sable today, you would have become a meal for a wild beast. Yi Jun silently nodded in agreement with the wicked maiden's assessment. Her words struck true. Had he chosen to flee immediately, his spatial abilities would have kept him from falling into such peril. The cloaked figure was evidently far superior to him, both in combat experience and in grasping the rhythm of battle, qualities he could only aspire to attain. Thus, at times, retreating is indeed the wisest choice. He is still young, with ample room for growth. As long as one has the Green Mountains, one need not fear a lack of firewood, Yi Jun contemplated aloud. Precisely. A most astute observation, the wicked maiden exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. She had conveyed all this for that very understanding. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Yi Jun turned his gaze toward the sound in confusion. There stood the sable, bouncing atop the cloaked figure, incessantly pointing at the bundle on his back with its tiny claws. Yi Jun marveled at the creature's speed. He had not even noticed when it had leaped onto the cloaked figure. Approaching the cloaked figure, Yi Jun opened the black bundle, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Inside lay neatly arranged dozens of primal energy stones, rare materials from various beasts, and aged medicinal herbs. To his astonishment, all the primal energy stones were of warrior-grade quality. This assassin's stash is quite substantial, Yi Jun thought, a thrill coursing through him. Though he lacked for money, he was by no means indifferent to such treasures. He immediately began counting, and moments later, his heart raced as he estimated the value of these items to exceed 100,000 gold coins, precious and easily transportable goods. 100,000 gold coins. That was equivalent to 2 years' worth of the Yi family's revenue. No wonder this pinnacle warrior chose the path of an assassin. The rewards were staggering. Chapter 19. A harsh lesson 2. By a small stream in the Beast Mountain range, Yi Jun tended to his wounds, using a healing primal energy stone to mend his injuries. Standing upon the earth, he felt a surge of gratitude for surviving. Yi Jun's pack had been replaced. His own was inferior in both leather quality and internal design compared to that of the assassin. The assassin's pack was exquisitely crafted, with layers and locks that secured everything tightly. Even when worn, it did not shift, allowing for unimpeded movement. Moreover, the assassin's black blade was far sharper than his own, making it a joy to wield. With a swift and silent grace, Yi Jun navigated through the underbrush, disinterested in the common 3-tiered magical beasts. Only those of the 4-tiered variety piqued his interest. Should he encounter a typical 5-tiered beast, he would engage, though he often could not defeat them. His priority was survival. As he ventured deeper into the Beast Mountain range, Yi Jun endured numerous bloody and brutal battles, facing stealthy assassinations time and again. With each encounter, his wounds multiplied, and unless severely injured, he refrained from using primal energy stones to heal, fearing dependency that would hinder his physical growth. After all, the strength of the body was paramount. Simultaneously, his heart grew ever more resilient through countless skirmishes. The battles between life and death refined his combat skills, sharpening his methods. In the blink of an eye, Yi Jun had spent over a month in the Beast Mountain range, with merely a month remaining until his coming-of-age ceremony. He now stood at the pinnacle of the 7th tier of warriors. 1 month later, by a rocky outcrop beside a stream in the Beast Mountain range, a faint scar adorned Yi Jun's left cheek as he crouched, resembling a leopard lurking in the grass. He carefully peered from behind the rock, spotting a powerful boar at a distance, a stark contrast to his previous encounter. This one was a 4-tiered beast, its body marred by the scars of battle, and 2 of its formidable tusks were broken. Its muscles bulged, veins resembling gnarled roots. This boar had clearly triumphed over countless foes to ascend to the 4th tier. Yi Jun narrowed his eyes, deftly gliding toward the drinking beast. As he approached within 10 meters, the boar seemed to sense something. Pivoting abruptly to face the stealthy Yi Jun, its crimson eyes blazed with ferocity as it pawed the ground, charging toward him. Yi Jun remained calm, unfazed by the discovery. Having faced innumerable battles, he encountered myriad situations. With stealth abandoned, he would now charge headlong into battle. Without activating his Thunder Demon form, he grasped the blade obtained from the slain cloaked figure and lunged at the boar. Earth Spike. The boar did not truly charge him. Instead, it deftly dodged to the left, utilizing its innate skill. As the ground beneath Yi Jun began to pulsate with energy, he leaped to the side without hesitation. A jagged stone spike erupted from the earth where he had just stood, soaring half a meter into the air. At that moment, as Yi Jun's left foot landed, he felt a wave of energy ripple through the ground around him. His calm heart remained undisturbed, though he could not evade using his agility. He still possessed his unique abilities. Without a hint of prelude, Yi Jun silently appeared behind the wild boar, raising a blade of approximately 1 foot in length and plunging it into the creature's only vulnerable spot. With a soft sound, the blade met no resistance, burying itself effortlessly to the hilt. The wild boar, pierced in its vital area, let out a frenzied roar, its body radiating a faint golden glow as it charged forward with terrifying momentum. However, after a mere 10 meters, it collapsed helplessly to the ground, its limbs twitching uncontrollably, and the golden light that enveloped it dissipated abruptly, leaving it motionless. Suddenly, a small marten appeared at Yi Jun's feet, waving its delicate paws in indignation, first pointing at Yi Jun and then at the blade embedded in the boar's rear. Having spent nearly a month with the marten, Yi Jun immediately understood. Nodding with a resigned expression, I know. I won't use that knife to cut meat for you." Upon hearing Yi Jun's assurance, the marten wiggled its little bottom, shook its tail, and rubbed against Yi Jun's calf. "Understood, I'll roast it for you shortly." Yi Jun raised a hand to shield his forehead as he gazed at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. It was nearly time for lunch. Reflecting on his life in the Monster Mountain range over the past month, Yi Jun could not deny the marten's assistance. Although he had only advanced 4 levels, his combat strength was now vastly superior to when he first entered the Monster Mountain range. There was no comparison. Particularly, he bore a terrifying wound on his chest, a mark left not by a monster, but by a charming young girl whose cheeks flushed at the sight of strangers. In that moment, Yi Jun truly believed her, convinced that all her companions had been slain, leaving only her, the injured one. Recalling the events from a week prior, Yi Jun felt a chill of fear. Each morning, awakening to the serene visage of this girl, he found solace for his weary soul. 5 days passed in this manner, with her quietly sleeping in his embrace. However, one fateful morning, this adorable girl pierced Yi Jun's chest with a sharp dagger. It was only thanks to the marten, who threw itself at her, that Yi Jun narrowly escaped death. Ultimately, he did not kill the charming girl, but left her a token as he turned away with the marten, departing from this heart-wrenching place. To this day, he vividly recalls that lovely girl, with her sweet dimples, smiling as she said, "Thank you, Brother Jun. My name is Xiaojia." Each time he thinks of her, he recalls the cold indifference in her eyes as she thrust the blade into his chest. What could have driven her to such ruthlessness? Did his 5 days of care leave her utterly unmoved? Although the evil woman repeatedly cautioned him to be wary of the girl, Yi Jun could not shake off his guard. He had to admit that his life was spared thanks to the evil woman and the marten. Still thinking of that girl, the evil woman appeared beside Yi Jun, her expression dark. He nodded slightly. "Yi Jun, that girl's act was nothing extraordinary. Remember, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she can act. Do not easily trust beautiful women, including you." Yi Jun turned to the evil woman, whose beauty was akin to that of a celestial being. He swallowed hard, unable to voice his thoughts. Suddenly, the marten began to chirp anxiously beside him, pointing frantically at the boar's carcass. Yi Jun's gloomy mood lifted considerably. "What's the rush? With your tiny body, I truly wonder how you can eat so much." After a month with the marten, Yi Jun gradually learned that it had not been adequately fed when it first joined him. It often disappeared to forage for food. Despite the massive wild boar weighing several hundred pounds, it barely sufficed to fill the marten's belly. "Ah, what have I raised? A veritable glutton." Yi Jun complained lightly as he approached the boar. Just as he finished roasting the entire wild boar, he furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance. "Brother, it's you again." A cheerful voice called out as a plump figure rushed toward him. This youth was someone Yi Jun had met in the Monster Mountain range. He had been targeted by a shadow leopard, and Yi Jun had saved him just in time. To be honest, this plump fellow was quite clingy. Right after Yi Jun saved him, he eagerly proclaimed, "Brother, you must come find me at the God of War Academy when it's time." It turned out to be Lin Te. Yi Jun was surprised to see him again after nearly a month apart in the Monster Mountain range. Yi Jun maintained a calm demeanor, while Lin Te appeared exceedingly excited. "It's wonderful to see you. This past month, I nearly became a snack for the monsters. Thankfully, my impressive physique allowed me to escape." "Oh, is that a wild boar? You can't be stingy, Yi Jun." This massive boar must weigh several hundred pounds. Surely it's enough for 10 people. You don't mind sharing some, do you? I haven't eaten anything yet. Hearing Lin Ti's boastful remarks made Yi Jun chuckle. Of course I mind. Just as Yi Jun prepared to carve the wild boar, the salivating marten began chirping, clearly unwilling to share the feast. Wow. This incredibly handsome marten exuding an aura of dominance is your pet? Lin Ti exclaimed, noticing the marten beside Yi Jun. He immediately lavished praise upon it. Proudly shaking its tail, the marten cast a glance at Lin Ti before returning its focus to the roasting boar. With a resigned smile, Yi Jun quickly sliced 2 pieces of meat from the boar's hind leg, one for himself and one for the plump youth. As they ate, Lin Ti mumbled, Yi Jun, you're nearly 16 now, and in just over a month, the God of War Academy's Western branch will commence. When the time comes, come find me for protection. Heh. The girls at the academy are quite fiery. If you fancy any of them, let me know. I'll introduce you. After finishing lunch, Yi Jun bid farewell to Lin Ti and set off alone with the marten in the direction of the west. He was now cautious about venturing deeper, as most of the monsters he had encountered were already at least 4th tier, with the occasional 5th tier beast. Once you complete the rite of passage, report to the God of War Academy. If I recall correctly, if you rank in the top 10 of the Academy's rising stars, you'll gain entry to the God of War Tower, where the legendary immortal grass is said to reside. The immortal grass can increase your chances of absorbing by 10%. 10%. Yi Jun's heart raced. Currently, he had about a 10% chance of absorbing, and now it could increase to a total of 20%. Breathing slightly heavier, he savored the sweetness brought by the Thunder Demon body, not to mention a 10% increase in probability. Even a slight enhancement in his ability to absorb would be worth pursuing. However, with your current strength, even with the Thunder Demon body, it would be impossible to rank in the top 100 of the rising stars at the God of War Academy unless you reach the Battle Master level. Observing Yi Jun's rapid breathing, the evil woman teased him. Battle Master, you say? I firmly believe that I can tighten my fists and succeed before the Star of Tomorrow challenge at the God of War Academy, Yi Jun declared confidently. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little sable, observing Yi Jun's self-assured demeanor, extended its tiny paws to mimic his gesture, chattering incessantly. Chapter 20. The Treasure Dragon Beast. Every day, Yi Jun engaged in fierce battles with magical beasts and ambushers, his extraordinary abilities becoming increasingly sophisticated. His mastery over the rhythm of combat grew ever more precise, and his use of fire and spatial powers became remarkably diverse, no longer confined to merely augmenting his fists and brawling with his foes. Consequently, the likelihood of his sustaining injuries diminished. However, as he ventured deeper into the Beast Mountain range, the presence of 4th-tier magical beasts increased, heightening Yi Jun's vigilance. Today marked the 40th day since Yi Jun entered the Beast Mountain range. A gentle stream flowed nearby, where a battle-scarred youth was washing himself with a piece of cloth. A charming sable stood upright like a soldier on a rock by the stream, its little head swiveling like a dragonfly, exuding an air of seriousness. Glancing at the sentry-like sable, Yi Jun chuckled. He recalled the day he had tossed the sable into the water, only to see it scamper off at lightning speed upon touching the surface. Later, he learned from the enigmatic woman that this sable was, in fact, a female. Amusingly, the sable insisted on bathing alone, claiming shyness. Observing the sable's back, Yi Jun's playful spirit took over, and he stealthily scooped up some mud from the riverbed. Approaching the sable, with a slight twitch of its ears, the sable sensed Yi Jun had finished bathing and promptly turned to face him. A clump of mud flew through the air, accurately striking the sable just as it turned to look at Yi Jun. Though startled, the swift sable deftly evaded the mud, performing a nimble dive as the clump soared overhead, splattering against a rock behind it. Although it avoided a direct hit, the ensuing spray tarnished its beautiful tail. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The furious sable shook its tail and pointed its little paw at Yi Jun, who was nearly in tears from laughter. In a fit of rage, the sable leapt into the stream. Yi Jun could only smile at the sight before continuing his bath. Hey, don't be mischievous. I'm sorry, Yi Jun called out, unable to contain his laughter. The sable, having submerged itself, retaliated by flinging mud at an unsuspecting Yi Jun. Despite his agile movements, he was no match for the sable's incredible speed. Within moments, he found himself in a chaotic retreat, thoroughly disheveled. After washing off the mud, Yi Jun hurried to the bank, retrieved a clean outfit from his black pack, and changed. The refreshing sensation of donning clean clothes after a bath was delightful. He washed the soiled garments by the stream and hung them on a nearby branch, then leaped to another large tree, turning to keep watch for the sable. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, accompanied by a rapid rhythmic thumping. Yi Jun's heart raced as he turned to the source of the sound, a massive figure charging through the eastern thicket. In moments, he clearly discerned the target. Yi Jun felt as though he had stepped on a cat's tail, letting out a startled cry as he jumped from the tree, his body tensing with excitement. The treasure dragon beast, a fifth-tier magical beast, was barreling towards him. The creature, resembling a tyrannosaurus and clad in black scales, roared as it charged forward, obliterating any rocks and trees in its path with an unstoppable force. He recalled the enigmatic woman mentioning this exceedingly rare beast. Encountering the treasure dragon beast was a fortune for a body cultivator, yet a tragedy for those below the rank of battle master. The beast bore a small green flower atop its head, known as the soul of strength, which could enhance a cultivator's physical prowess. This magical beast was notoriously irritable and prone to attack any animal or human it encountered. Nonetheless, neither intelligent magical beasts nor humans would dare to kill it, for the flower atop its head possessed miraculous properties. Furthermore, various factions had publicly declared that the treasure dragon beast was a treasure coveted by all magical beasts and body cultivators on the God of War continent. Any entity that dared to slay it would face relentless pursuit from the continent's elite powers, a fate to be avoided at all costs. This was one reason the Beast Mountain range was so popular. Every human entering dreamed of encountering a treasure dragon beast. Do not intervene. Let Yi Jun handle this alone. The enigmatic woman appeared beside him, halting the sable, which had been poised to attack. Rolling his eyes, Yi Jun remained silent, focusing all his attention on the treasure dragon beast. Aware that arguing would be futile, the woman was resolute in her commands. In mere moments, the treasure dragon beast's lantern-like eyes locked onto the youth standing beneath the tree. With an angry roar, it surged forward like a thunderstorm, barreling towards Yi Jun. Seeing this, Yi Jun's heart raced, his powers surging within him. He executed a fiery leap, launching himself away from the impending collision. Although the stream's picturesque surroundings were enchanting, there were no substantial trees nearby to offer cover, rendering any confrontation with such a massive beast a disadvantage. With a thunderous roar, the treasure dragon beast unleashed torrents of flame from its maw, engulfing the very spot where Yi Jun had just stood. The stream hissed as steam erupted into the air, enveloping the landscape. With flames at his heels, Yi Jun fled, his feet propelled by the fiery explosion. Trees blurred past him as he dashed forward, unable to spare a glance back at the beast, its scorching breath close behind. As he approached a towering forest, Yi Jun felt a surge of hope and, without hesitation, utilized his teleportation ability to plunge into the woods. Extracting the soul of strength from the treasure dragon beast would require approximately 10 minutes of careful removal from its body. Otherwise, the flower's potency would dissipate. Despite possessing such an extraordinary skill, Yi Jun knew he could not simply snatch the flower and escape. The only option was to fight, defeat the treasure dragon beast without killing it. A wave of frustration washed over Yi Jun, for the fifth-tier treasure dragon beast was 2 tiers above him. Although he had confidence in his abilities to defeat it, he could not afford to kill it, making him feel somewhat restrained. After more than a month of rigorous training, Yi Jun's resolve had strengthened considerably. In an instant, he cast aside his doubts, channeling all his energy into devising a strategy to conquer the treasure dragon beast. With a sudden pivot, Yi Jun's feet skidded across the ground for a meter before he came to a steady halt beneath a tree large enough for 10 men to embrace. His gaze was fixed intently on the approaching treasure dragon beast. As it halted beneath the giant tree, the beast's ruby-like eyes flared with an ominous light. The insect that had just moments ago been tossed about by its might now dared to challenge its authority. With a roar, the treasure dragon beast pivoted, its robust tail aimed at Yi Jun. His pupils constricted, he summoned all his strength and propelled himself upward, launching towards the beast's towering form. A thunderous crash echoed as the dragon's tail struck the colossal tree. As Yi Jun had anticipated, despite the beast's formidable strength, it could not shatter a tree capable of being embraced by 10 men in a single blow. A flash of red surged beneath him as Yi Jun unleashed a fiery blast directly against the beast's flank. It was hard as iron and resilient. Yi Jun felt as though he had not struck the beast's face, but rather a hardened rubber surface. In that moment of probing, a weight settled in his heart. He realized that he could not kill nor inflict irreversible wounds on this creature. Yi Jun understood the lament of body cultivators, despite his audacity. He dared not slay the treasure dragon beast, for those who had done so were often traced and exterminated by the powerful factions of the land. Infuriated by the affront, the treasure dragon beast unleashed a furious barrage of flames and tail sweeps towards Yi Jun. The two figures wove through the forest in a mad chase, with Yi Jun occasionally dodging flames and landing fiery blasts upon the beast, singeing its dark scales. Time was of the essence. He could feel his energy waning. Seizing an opportunity, Yi Jun evaded the beast and leaped to the top of a towering tree. The treasure dragon beast, relentless as a machine, continued to assault the tree, and within moments, it was severed from its roots. Yi Jun had no choice but to leap to another giant tree. Surveying the chaotic battlefield below, Yi Jun's eyes inadvertently fell upon the fallen giant, and a thought struck him. If memory served him right, there was an ancient tree in the eastern part of the forest that he had marveled at during his first encounter. Without hesitation, he let his fading recollections guide him as he soared towards the east. In no time, a colossal banyan tree came into view. Upon initial assessment, its trunk measured several meters in diameter, its branches sprawling to obscure the sky within a 100-meter radius. Even at high noon, not a single ray of sunlight pierced through its dense foliage. The ancient tree exuded an aura of timelessness, standing as a giant beneath the blue sky, its roots firmly planted in the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Jun descended and raced to the base of the great tree, unleashing fiery blasts upon it. In an instant, white sap mixed with splintered wood erupted into the air. Faster, he urged himself. Urgency surged within him. The ground trembled with increasing intensity. In mere moments, the treasure dragon beast had closed in on Yi Jun, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, glinting ominously as it lunged for him. In that critical moment, Yi Jun completed his preparations. Time ability, delay. With a thought, he activated the long-dormant power, and the beast's movements slowed dramatically, as if captured in slow motion. In an instant, he evaded to the beast's rear. With a resounding crash, the treasure dragon beast bit down where Yi Jun had just been, sinking its teeth into the tree he had struck. Time ability, reverse time. Yi Jun's heart roared as he channeled the remaining energy within him towards the gaping wound in the ancient tree. Enraged by its failure to catch Yi Jun, the beast twisted its body, attempting to bite him once again. In that moment, the scattered sap and wood debris surged back towards the gaping hole, as if time itself was reversing. Within less than a second, the restored tree enveloped the treasure dragon beast, leaving only its head protruding from the confines of wood. Exhaling deeply at the sight of the trapped creature, Yi Jun quickly scanned his surroundings. He was wary of another ambush. The beast writhed in fury, cracking the wood that ensnared it. Do not linger. Quickly retrieve the body, strengthening soul, and flee. This tree can only contain the treasure dragon beast for a limited time. The sinister woman beside him urged, her face betraying a glimmer of satisfaction. After a cautious scan, Yi Jun found no lurking enemies. He swiftly drew a dagger and leaped atop the ensnared beast's head, carefully extracting the coveted body-strengthening soul. Minutes later, bolstered by the speed of the thunder demon, Yi Jun, drenched in sweat, leapt from the creature's head. Those fleeting moments had drained him more than the prior battle. The body-strengthening soul had rooted itself deeply into the beast's skin, and even though it was trapped, the creature thrashed its head relentlessly, forcing Yi Jun to remain focused and meticulous as he extracted the roots. The process was nerve-wracking. History had shown that careless mistakes could lead to dire consequences for body cultivators. Without hesitation, having exhausted his energy, Yi Jun fled. The monster beast mountains held no safe haven. He needed to return to the Yi family to consume the precious flower. Despite the vigilant watch of the purple marten, he dared not consume the soul here. The risk of an ambush during such a vulnerable moment was too great. On the 50th day of his journey through the monster beast mountains, Yi Jun surveyed the corpses of two assassins before him. One male, one female, both of considerable prowess. Yet without the need for the purple marten's assistance, Yi Jun had dispatched them with relative ease. Anyone who sees you can tell that you are merely a boy, a naive youth wandering through the monster beast mountains. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of that? The sinister woman remarked with a smile, standing beside him. Yi Jun felt a pang of helplessness. At 16, though he stood tall like an adult, his youthful visage betrayed his age. These two have cost me dearly. Their scars are a trivial price, but my clothes have been ruined. Now, I am left with nothing but the garments I wore upon entering, he lamented, observing the gaping tear in his attire. Throughout his journey, he had acquired several outfits from fallen assassins. Yet the relentless battles in the monster beast mountains had rendered his clothing tattered and torn, each confrontation leaving multiple gashes. The marten, with its diminutive paws, pointed at the corpse of the cloaked figure on the ground, and then gestured towards the hefty bundle behind it, displaying an expression of reluctance. At that moment, the little marten bore a black package on its back, reminiscent of the one carried by Yi Jun. The package dwarfed their combined sizes. resembling a self-moving backpack from a distance, obscuring the Marten entirely. As they delved deeper and engaged in combat, Yi Jun gathered an increasing array of treasures, his own pack having reached its limit. To avoid hindering the battle, he redirected his focus towards the Marten, observing the creature nearly concealed by its burden. Yi Jun chuckled and approached the corpse, extracting valuable items to stuff into the Marten's pack. Having traversed the monster beast mountains for over a month, the scars on his body multiplied, and the valuables in his pack grew ever more abundant. Calculating the time silently, Yi Jun realized that this journey of cultivation was nearing its conclusion. He decided to forego wearing his tattered clothing, reserving the last set for his return. After all, there was little chance of being seen in the monster beast mountains. He cast aside his ragged garment, bearing his scarred torso, and continued forward, wielding the black blade with determination. With unwavering vigilance, Yi Jun traversed a considerable distance, soon nearing lunchtime. Suddenly, he spotted Xiao Jia, bewildered as she hid among a group of cloaked figures in the grass. Although she wore similar black attire, Yi Jun recognized the girl who had once inflicted harm upon him. Cautiously and slowly, he approached, climbing a massive tree that would require 5 or 6 individuals to encircle, to gain a clearer view of the dozen or so cloaked individuals just a few dozen meters away. Each of the figures donned identical black outfits and wielded a short blade that had left a deep impression on Yi Jun. It was indeed Xiao Jia, his gaze fixated on one particularly graceful girl among them. Despite the uniformity in style and color, the presence of an older-looking figure among the group imparted a sense of formidable threat to Yi Jun. They were evidently members of an organization, a fact even a fool could discern. Yi Jun's heart quickened as he overheard the hushed conversations of the cloaked figures. "Number 10, what happened? You failed to procure sufficient items. You're unqualified for this assessment." A man at the forefront expressed his displeasure. "Humph. Who knows if that girl went off to find a man instead?" mocked another cloaked figure. "I apologize, my lord. There were unforeseen circumstances. I will make amends next time." Xiao Jia responded, her head bowed. "If it weren't for me, Xiao Jia would have likely completed her mission," Yi Jun mused with a self-deprecating smile. According to the timeline, if anyone failed to report by nightfall, regardless of their fate, they would be deemed unsuccessful. The cold-hearted leader among the cloaked figures stated, prompting a heavy silence from the others. Hidden within the tree, Yi Jun surmised that this speaker was likely the leader of the small group. A wave of alarm washed over him. The assassins he had encountered previously were at least master-level cultivators, and this apparent leader must be at least a great master-level practitioner. Yi Jun instinctively decided to retreat, but as he began to descend from the tree, the leader suddenly furrowed his brow and looked in Yi Jun's direction. The short blade in his hand transformed into a black shadow, hurtling towards Yi Jun. Startled, Yi Jun realized he had been exposed. Instantly, he activated the thunder magic body and sprinted away, propelled by fiery bursts beneath his feet. Observing the scarred Yi Jun, the leader coldly commanded, "Number 1, eliminate him." The closer the number, the greater the strength. From Yi Jun's visible wounds, the leader discerned that he must possess considerable power. "Yes, my lord," one of the cloaked figures replied respectfully before vanishing in a blur, pursuing Yi Jun. However, they were already at a distance, and with Yi Jun starting to run, the gap widened to about 100 meters. Yet, the cloaked figure's speed was astonishing, surpassing even Yi Jun's enhanced pace. It was a wind attributability. Yi Jun dashed through the trees, zigzagging between branches and darting into the underbrush. Meanwhile, the pursuer followed with an expression of icy determination, rapidly closing the distance. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The more Yi Jun fled, the closer the cloaked figure drew. Although it appeared that Yi Jun was running aimlessly, he was actually heading deeper into the monster beast mountains. "Humph, this kid runs quite swiftly," the cloaked figure remarked coldly, a hint of a smirk appearing as he neared Yi Jun. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. After running several miles, Yi Jun hoped the assassins would not notice this distant confrontation. A steely glint flickered in Yi Jun's eyes as he desperately fled, just as a purple figure suddenly sprang from the underbrush, lunging at the cloaked pursuer. In an instant, the Marten, with unerring precision, incapacitated the black-clad man, leaving him mutilated in the grass. Stepping forward, Yi Jun delivered a swift kick to the assassin's jaw, preventing him from committing suicide with poison. Aware from past encounters that assassins often carried toxins in their mouths. "Tell me, what is the relationship between that girl, number 10, and your group?" Yi Jun's inquiry stemmed from a curiosity he could not suppress, despite his desire to remain uninvolved with Xiao Jia. "Number 10? Heh. You must have taken a liking to that girl," the black-clad man scoffed, resigned to his fate. but momentarily distracted by Yi Jun's unexpected question. You need only answer my question. What is your relationship? Speak. Upon hearing this, the assassin felt perplexed. Could it be a case of love at first sight? Just as he was about to further mock, a flash of darkness struck his forehead. Curse it! That move from the television. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Jun activated his spatial ability, disappearing into the distance. The cloaked figure, coldly observing Yi Jun's retreating figure, refrained from pursuit. Knowing his speed could never match that of a spatial adept, having waited long for number one's return, he suspected a failure had occurred, and set off in the direction the two had fled, but alas, he could not catch Yi Jun. In a state of agitation, Yi Jun sprinted into a valley. Having covered over 100 miles, he doubted the black-clad leader could follow him. Frustrated, he surveyed the valley's depths, shrouded in thick white mist, rendering the interior nearly invisible. Odd indeed. Yi Jun, unperturbed by the valley's strangeness, felt a surge of curiosity. Suddenly, the marten, hauling its black package, came bounding into view, dropped the bundle, and plopped down, waving its tiny paws at Yi Jun with a furious expression, as if reproaching him for not waiting. Stop calling out. I know you can catch up. Have you been to this valley before? Yi Jun squatted down, pointing towards the misty valley. Squeak, squeak. The sable glanced at the valley, resting its little paws on its chin in contemplation. After a moment, its small head began to shake like a rattle drum. Let us go in and take a look. Yi Jun grabbed the bag he had tossed on the ground and strode towards the valley. The sable, still recovering, protested with a small fist and let out a cry. But upon noticing Yi Jun's indifference, it quickly flashed onto his shoulder. With a slight smile, Yi Jun stepped into the valley, moving along the wall. The dense mist obscured his view, allowing him to see only within a 10-meter radius. As he walked along the edge of the cliff, he peered into the distance, seemingly hoping to discern what lay ahead. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. The mist abruptly ceased here, revealing a distinct boundary. Stepping back led to the fog, while moving forward brought him into sunlight. Yi Jun felt as if struck by lightning when his gaze inadvertently swept across a patch of silver grass, which glimmered with a radiant white light. Soul grass. It's actually soul grass. His recollections of the conversation with the wicked woman sharpened as his eyes sparkled with excitement. Soul grass, a treasure for inscription masters, possessed the power to enhance one's spiritual strength, succinctly encapsulated in just a few words. You've struck it lucky again, the wicked woman remarked, emerging with a hint of surprise crossing her usually indifferent face, her voice tinged with jealousy. To enhance one's spiritual power, one must continuously practice the art of inscriptions, with no alternatives. Yet, soul grass offered such transcendent effects. For an individual to increase their spiritual power, even with relentless training for 10 years, a mere 10% boost was the utmost achievable. In contrast, consuming soul grass could permanently elevate one's spiritual power by 30%, regardless of the original amount. This was an irresistible temptation for any inscription master. Considering that Yi Jun's spiritual power was already about double that of an ordinary inscription master due to his 2 lifetimes, an additional 30% would be monumental. Soul grass. Soul grass. The heavens truly favor me. Yi Jun's heart swelled with joy. Hey, Yi Jun, I advise you to reach the level of a battle master first. All heavenly and earthly treasures are guarded by spirit beasts, and this soul grass is protected by a 6th-tier dragon worm underground. Even the sable would be in danger. Just as Yi Jun was about to approach and pluck the grass, the wicked woman cautioned him. What if we get discovered? Though regret filled his heart, Yi Jun restrained his desires. Though I may only have a soul left, I can still cast some illusions to conceal the valley, the wicked woman remarked, casting a casual glance at the eager sable. The sable, which had been excitedly wagging its little tail atop Yi Jun's shoulder, suddenly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, wearing a despondent expression. All right, Yi Jun sighed, taking one last longing glance at the soul grass before striding towards the valley's exit. Having been out for so long, it was time to return home. On the way back, the monsters encountered grew weaker, and the bare-chested Yi Jun, marked with numerous scars, faced no further ambushes. As he stepped into the outer region, he found himself mostly confronted by 3rd-tier monsters, posing no threat to him. Nevertheless, Yi Jun remained vigilant. The wicked woman silently appeared behind him, following as he made his way out. Initially, she had harbored concerns. Yi Jun was still so young, having not experienced many things. However, now he exuded a calm demeanor, showing no mercy in action. His eyes, although holding a hint of mirth, were also imbued with a chilling indifference. The wicked woman recalled how, before entering the monster mountain range, Yi Jun's gaze had been sincere, his face adorned with a sunlit smile. But now he appeared calm, radiating an air of coldness. After much contemplation, the wicked woman finally spoke. Yi Jun, agilely navigating through the grass, turned his head with a puzzled expression. What is up? Is there something on your mind? The wicked woman nodded, her expression grave. Yi Jun, I once told you that the heart of man is inscrutable, and one must not trust others lightly. You must remain vigilant towards everyone, especially after the lessons learned in the Monster Mountain range. Yi Jun nodded in agreement. You're right, wicked woman. If I had believed you sooner, I might not have suffered that grievous wound to my chest. The wicked woman shook her head. Indeed, while one should not trust others too easily, one must also not shut themselves off completely. Look at your current state. How will you interact with others once you leave? You must remember that humans are inherently social beings. Yi Jun understood the essence of her words, but, after over 50 days of harsh reality, he had witnessed the brutality of human nature. Trusting others again was an arduous challenge. Wicked woman, I understand your point, but I find it difficult to change my mindset at this moment, he acknowledged, then turned to the squeaking sable, offering it a smile. The wicked woman sighed inwardly, yet she also felt grateful. Fortunately, I and the sable are here with you, and we encountered that narcissistic chubby one. Otherwise, Yi Jun might have become excessively cold. She recalled her own past, over a century ago, when she, clad in white, was as cold as a block of ice. Until she met the extraordinary youth named Yi Jun. Are you suggesting that if I exchange everything for gold coins and show them to grandfather, how would he react? Yi Jun suddenly turned and asked with a smile. Yi Jun, are you planning to give everything to the Yi family? Yi Jun nodded. Of course. These items are worth at least 200,000 gold coins. The family raised me for 15 years. It's time to repay them. Having this wealth will also aid in the family's development. Hee. I believe your grandfather will be proud to have such a grandson, the wicked woman said, a smile gracing her lips. Yi Jun grinned widely, quickening his pace along the path home. He couldn't be bothered to slay the third-tier monsters. Swiftly weaving through the Monster Mountain range. As he passed through a thicket, distant shouts and the clashing of swords reached his ears. Those daring to enter the Monster Mountain range are at least battle masters, yet the outer region generally hosts only third-tier monsters. Why is there such fierce combat? Yi Jun pondered, puzzled. Within the Monster Mountain range, numerous mercenary groups and small hunting teams existed. But such brutal skirmishes were typically rare in the outer regions and seldom lasted long. As the strange energies surged, Yi Jun stepped on a fiery blast and swiftly dashed towards the battlefield. Minutes later, he arrived at the outskirts of the battlefield, about 30 meters away. Concealing the fiery blast, he quietly leapt onto a sturdy tree branch, peering intently at the scene unfolding before him. At this moment, the battlefield slaughter had reached its conclusion, strewn with corpses and various discarded weapons. A glance revealed that around 100 souls had perished, while the victorious faction swiftly retreated towards the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, leaving only a few personnel to tidy the battleground. Search thoroughly, spare not a single survivor. How dare they attempt to seize our master's possessions? They are simply courting death, a man clad in blood-soaked armor admonished his two comrades. Rest assured, we are aware, replied a slender man, also armored, as he brandished a slender sword, nonchalantly stabbing a corpse as he walked by. Just as the trio cautiously inspected the fallen bodies, an unusual sound pierced the air. Chapter 23, A Flatulence-Induced Bloodbath. Stomach troubles, I cannot hold it any longer. The corpulent Linty, his long tongue hanging out and blood smeared across his face, lay quietly in a pool of blood, appearing as if he were on the brink of death. The three vigilant individuals reacted with a jolt, turning to examine the surrounding corpses. Damn it, this dead fatso just farted at such a time. A boy named Xiaoguan, tall and thin with a shaved head, lay beneath a corpse, stifling laughter while cursing inwardly. Ricky, what was that sound? The blood-drenched armored man asked, his gaze scanning the vicinity with suspicion directed towards the diminutive man beside him. I could not discern it clearly. Ricky tightened his grip on the slender sword, taking slow steps towards the southern direction. Uft, uft. The boy Xiaoguan, still beneath the corpse, bit down on its clothing. His face flushed as he fought to suppress his laughter. Uft, 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 uft. Ha ha. I cannot contain myself. This dead fatso has brought about his own demise. Xiaoguan could no longer hold back, pushing the corpse off him and standing up. The rhythmic sounds of flatulence and the boy's raucous laughter resonated through the forest, where bodies lay scattered. I shall no longer feign death. You, Xiaoguan, dared to laugh at such a serious moment. Linty, as if resurrected, sprang up from the blood pool, pointing an accusing finger at the boy. Ha ha, you have me in stitches. To fart in such a solemn setting. Xiaoguan laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his cheeks. Squeak, Squeak, squeak. The marten perched near Yi Jun could no longer contain itself, tumbling from the tree. One paw pointing at the fat man, while the other pounded the ground in fits of laughter. At this moment, Yi Jun glanced at Linty, then at the marten on the ground, and instinctively covered his mouth, trembling with mirth. What he had initially managed to suppress erupted after witnessing the marten tumble from the tree. In an instant, the previously grave battlefield was rendered devoid of its somber atmosphere by the antics of the two. How dare you break wind? A furious Alito trembled with rage, charging at the fat man wielding a large blade. A man of considerable respect, he could hardly tolerate such an affront. To feign death and then fart was utterly infuriating. Watch out, fat man, Xiaoguan shouted, bending down to grasp a long spear, hurling it towards the blade-wielding Peter. Clang. The sound of clashing weapons echoed as Alito effortlessly knocked Xiaoguan's spear aside with a single stroke, then kicked him back as if he were a rag doll. Xiaoguan, witnessing his comrade sent flying, Linty felt a surge of helplessness. As a peak warrior, he had encountered his good brother Xiaoguan on the road, planning to return to the academy together. However, they had unwittingly stumbled upon a battle between two mercenary groups. In an attempt to take advantage of the chaos, they had infiltrated the fray, only to find themselves facing a formidable spirit-level opponent, resulting in a disastrous defeat for their side. In desperation, they had resorted to feigning death, only to have their ruse thwarted by a simple fart. Fire attribute ability, Flame Fist. Linty bellowed, a burst of flames erupting from his arm as he launched it towards Alito. With a flicker of his eye, Alito, a seasoned warrior of the third rank, chose not to confront the attack head-on. Body cultivators continuously hone their potential. They typically do not possess excessive weight. If they do, it is likely due to the particular techniques they practice. His vast experience had taught him to avoid unnecessary risks. At that moment, a beautiful yet sinister smile adorned the face of the enchanting woman beside Yi Jun, who remarked, "These two youths are quite amusing. Aren't you going to step in and save him?" After watching the scene unfold for a moment, Yi Jun quickly regained his composure. Having endured countless ambushes and witnessed the darker sides of humanity, he had grown considerably indifferent. In the past, he would have rushed to intervene without hesitation. This was one of the costs of growth. It was both a blessing and a sorrow. Alito stepped forward, swiftly retreating, and before landing, he propelled himself back, dodging Linty's attack. "Fat man, I will hold him off. You run," Xiaoguan shouted, blood trickling from his mouth as he surged towards Peter. "Stop dawdling. Let us finish this quickly." Alito sneered as he observed Xiaoguan charging towards him, his blade poised to strike Linty's chest. With their numbers, they had the advantage. 3 of them were peak warriors, while these 2 boys were merely at the pinnacle of their training. With no time to evade, Linty tilted slightly, and blood gushed forth as the blade cut a deep gash across his chest. Wind attribute ability, Windblade. Xiaoguan, witnessing Linty's injury, swung his arm, unleashing a wind blade towards Alito. With a horizontal sweep of his blade, Alito effortlessly deflected the wind blade, dispersing it into a gentle breeze. "Shaved head, you'd best run." Seeing the wind blade easily thwarted, despair flickered in Linty's heart as he recklessly lunged at Alito, arms outstretched. "Stupid fat man, no." Xiaoguan, the slender boy, shouted in desperation. Despite possessing wind abilities, he could never abandon his brother to flee. With a swift thrust, Ricky, the small armored man, arrived next to the blood-soaked Alito, stabbing towards Linty without hesitation. Unfortunately, the slender sword merely grazed Linty's shoulder, failing to inflict critical damage. "Ah!" Linty roared, reaching for the slender sword with his right hand. "Marten, save him." At this point, Yi Jun could no longer hesitate. With a mental command, he moved with agility, appearing behind Alito, his blade transforming into a cold glimmer as it lunged towards Alito's heart, piercing through the armor. Meanwhile, a large man, who had remained on the sidelines, brandished a poisoned dagger shimmering with a blue hue, stealthily maneuvering through the battlefield to appear behind Xiaoguan. With a cruel smile, Alilang silently raised his weapon, aiming to stab Xiaoguan in the back. He relished the thrill of ambushing enemies and watching their shocked expressions as they met their demise. In a flash, a violet figure darted by, and before Alilang's sinister grin could fade, he collapsed to the ground. As they gathered their disparate energies, preparing to unleash their ultimate skills, a sudden noise from behind startled the young leader, prompting him to flee in terror. Death, the blade in Yi Jun's hand, thwarted by armor, narrowly missed a fatal strike on Alito. The weapon grazed his heart before piercing through, and just as he might have felt relief, a chilling shout from Yi Jun ignited the fiery explosion affixed to the blade, creating a gaping hole in Alito's chest, who then collapsed to the ground. In a mere 2 seconds, the brief interval left Rich, witnessing Alito fall, engulfed in an icy dread. A fleeting purple figure vanished, and before Rich could fully comprehend, he found himself following in their wake. Since I joined you, half of my life has been a tragedy, and the other half spent managing that tragedy. The despondent young leader lamented to the rotund companion. The gravest sorrow in life is when I wish to betray you, yet I possess but a single dagger. The chubby one grimaced as he withdrew the slender sword from his shoulder and hurled it at the young leader beside him. With a resigned smile, Yi Jun produced a nearly depleted healing energy stone from his pack and tossed it to Lin Te. Yi Jun, your kindness has made me truly fall for you. Lin Te grinned, unreservedly utilizing the energy stone upon catching it. These two are indeed a perfect match. I sense their inherent goodness. Perhaps you should consider befriending them. The teasing voice of the wicked woman echoed in Yi Jun's mind. Yi Jun furrowed his brows. Wicked woman, I acted only out of respect for their brotherhood. I am Xiaoguan. Feel free to call me Baldy, just like Lin Te, the tall, slender youth with a shaved head chimed in. Yi Jun regarded them with indifference. How long have you been in the Monster Beast Mountains to dare engage in such combat? It's all Lin Te's fault. He said we should go for soup since they were eating meat. But not only did we not get soup, we couldn't even find a whiff of the northwest wind, Xiaoguan retorted angrily, pointing at Lin Te. What? You dare blame me? If you hadn't insisted that our looks determined our fate and that no one would dare strike us, I wouldn't have followed you in. Lin Te shot back, equally enraged. I advise you to leave the Monster Beast Mountains immediately if you wish to survive, Yi Jun stated bluntly. We were just about to head back. Xiaoguan replied as he approached Lin Te to offer support. Yi Jun, seeing the direction you're headed, are you also leaving? How about we escort you back? Lin Te shamelessly suggested, returning the energy stone to Yi Jun suddenly. A purple marten appeared beside Yi Jun, its tiny claws pointed at Lin Te, mocking him. Hee. This little creature is truly adorable, Lin Te grinned, displaying his pearly whites without a care. Yi Jun nodded and continued onward, turning his back to the two, commanding. Follow me. The duo promptly complied, walking under Yi Jun's protection out of the Monster Beast Mountains towards the nearest city. On their return journey, the two quickly became comfortable with Yi Jun. Though he remained cautious, he could not deny that their company brought him more smiles than usual. Outside the capital of the Luo Yun Empire, he bid farewell to Lin Te and Xiaoguan, walking alone towards the city. In a small grove near the Yi family, Yi Jun communicated with the wicked woman. I find this world somewhat terrifying. She nodded in agreement, remaining silent, merely listening. In the past, during my time with the Yi family, I felt little. However, returning from the Monster Beast Mountains, I discovered much. The brutality and survival of the fittest within the monster forest are stark and unvarnished. Yet upon returning to this capital, I see the nobles and powerful warriors, all adorned in finery, polite and courteous. The city appears prosperous, yet to me, they seem hypocritical. Here, there is no bloodshed nor ambush from darkness. Although the inhabitants wear smiles and laughter, the underlying rules are even more ruthless than those of the Monster Beast Mountains. At this moment, Yi Jun began to perceive the world's harsh realities. In this realm, nobles and body cultivators reside at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, while the powerless, untrained commoners are exploited. Regardless of how gentlemanly the nobles may appear, their desires and the rigid class structure remain apparent. To gain status, stand out, and earn respect, one must become powerful. Without effort, one risks oblivion. The stark contrast between the brutality of the Monster Beast Mountains and the opulence of the capital was something Yi Jun had never experienced in his past life, altering his perspective profoundly. Are you afraid? The wicked woman suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, a faint smile curved on Yi Jun's lips. Afraid? No. This is precisely the world I cherish. Without competition, life would be mundane, rising with the sun and setting with it. What significance would that hold? I relish competition. The visceral struggles. I would rather perish by an enemy's blade than succumb to a mundane death at home. The purple marten on Yi Jun's shoulder chirped joyfully, waving its paws. Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns across the grove. Arriving at the place he had toiled for 5 years, Yi Jun slowly retrieved the soul of strength from his black pack, an item earned through great hardship. Gazing at the delicate flower in his palm stirred a ripple of emotion within him. Swallowing hard, he eagerly asked, Wicked woman, do I simply consume it? Do you think you need to match it with some heavenly treasure? Just swallow it directly, she replied, rolling her eyes before leaping gracefully to perch atop a tree. With a stiffened expression, Yi Jun seated himself cross-legged and promptly placed the flower in his mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing. The soul of strength dissolved upon entry. and Yi Jun's youthful visage seemed to radiate a lustrous glow akin to warm jade. Sensing the surging energy within him, Yi Jun's face broke into a faint, contented smile. Green energy coursed through his meridians, seeping into his muscles, cleansing his pathways and nurturing his bones. As Yi Jun's relentless absorption continued, the green energy within him swelled, eventually forming a mist that enveloped him. Days passed as he absorbed the essence, and on the training square, hundreds of Yi family members stood, their voices rising in a cacophony. Today marked the coming-of-age ceremony for all youths of the family aged 16, a pivotal assessment determining their future paths. On the training ground, the elder in charge of testing sat calmly on a high platform while family elders occupied seats nearby. The young men and women awaiting judgment stood anxiously, some confident in their abilities, while others, with mediocre talents, exhibited palpable trepidation. Yi Chang observed the diverse expressions of his kin, a gentle sigh escaping him. Yi Jun, can you truly pass this trial? The patriarch remarked that time was running short, questioning why Yi Jun had not yet arrived. Yi Chang, beside him, furrowed his brow and expressed his concern. In response, Yi Chang's face flickered with anxiety before he resolutely declared, he promised to return on time, and he surely will. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the path at the end of the square, where a figure was slowly approaching. The figure moved with an unhurried grace, seemingly unperturbed by the significance of the day. Narrowing his eyes to observe the boy making his way toward them, Yi Chang felt a sense of relief wash over him. And he proclaimed, the assessment begins. All Yi family members who have reached the age of 16, please step forward when your name is called. At the edge of the square, Yi Hua whispered to a beautiful woman who appeared slightly older than him, Cousin Yi Qing. You must teach Yi Jun a good lesson for me later. I need to vent my frustrations. A tall woman stood elegantly at the periphery of the square, her fair complexion adorned with a hint of feminine languor. Her fiery red hair and form-fitting crimson trousers accentuated her voluptuous figure, and although her smile was alluring, a deeper examination revealed a trace of youthful innocence, unmistakably indicating her untainted nature. Fear not. I have long wished to witness what makes the celebrated Yi Jun so remarkable. Yi Qing replied casually, her eyes glancing away. Hearing her promise, Yi Hua's expression betrayed a flicker of jealousy as he glanced at Yi Qi, who was mingling among the crowd. Raising his eyes slightly, the indifferent testing elder stood and announced, the assessment commences. First up, Yi Qi Run. A confident young man stepped forward to face the elder. Warrior level 8 passed. Next, Yi Zhang. With each announcement, various emotions surfaced, confidence, despair, tears. One by one, the youths descended from the platform, confronting the harsh realities of survival of the fittest, a fundamental law of nature that applied even within the Yi family. Next, Yi Qi. A murmur swept through the crowd. How is Yi Qi up there? Isn't she supposed to turn 16 next year? Is she attempting an early assessment? It seems our Yi family is about to welcome another prodigy. As the elder's indifferent voice resonated, Yi Qing's brow twitched, a smile creeping onto her lips. If memory serves me right, this little girl was quite attached to Yi Jun. That was in the past, Yi Hua retorted with a change in demeanor. Jealousy tainting his tone, Yi Qing shrugged lightly and mused, perhaps, who knows. Yi Qi, warrior level 9. The crowd erupted in astonishment. In just 3 months, she has reached warrior level 9. How is that possible? Murmurs of speculation filled the training grounds. She must have used a force stone, otherwise, how could she have advanced so swiftly? From a distance, Yi Jun observed Yi Qi with a sense of disbelief. I never imagined she would qualify as an advanced warrior. She must have used that peak warrior force stone, otherwise, how could she achieve warrior level 9 in such a short span? The voice of the enigmatic woman echoed in his mind. Just wait until it's your turn. That will truly astonish everyone after 2 months of life and death struggles. With a resigned sigh, Yi Jun thought to himself, how could that even compare? For the past 2 months, I have been battling for my life, while she has merely been in her room, absorbing power stones. The disparity is unimaginable. Next, Yi Jun. As the crowd's attention shifted, all eyes fell upon the impassive youth. Yi Qi regarded her brother with a sense of unfamiliarity, in just 3 months apart. The once familiar boy now exuded an aura of maturity, coldness, and a hint of danger. It must be said that a woman's intuition can be quite formidable. Yi Jun had undergone profound changes during his harrowing experiences, even if he appeared unchanged on the surface. Taking a deep breath, he strode confidently toward the testing elder, a newfound brilliance igniting in his eyes, silencing those who had intended to mock him. They could hardly fathom that he had ascended 5 levels to reach warrior level 8 in such a brief period. Amidst the complex gazes surrounding him, Yi Jun approached the testing elder. The elder, observing the somewhat tattered clothing of the boy before him, felt a ripple of emotion stir within him. Years ago, he had witnessed the miracle of a 10-year-old reaching the pinnacle of warrior status and had also seen the fall of a genius. He had been present during Yi Jun's previous triumph, having witnessed that remarkable event firsthand. As the eyes of the entire assembly bore down upon him, Yi Jun's chest rose and fell slightly. The elder's hand slowly pressed against Yi Jun's chest, and every gaze in the square remained transfixed on the elder's palm. Acutely aware that this assessment might be the final one for the once revered prodigy, determining his fate. With a subtle effort to regain his composure, the elder stood and announced, "Yi Jun, warrior level 9 peak." A ripple of unrest coursed through the training ground. While they all anticipated Yi Jun's impressive achievements, the fact that he had reached warrior level 9 in just 3 months was astonishing. It was well known that he had spent the past 2 months outside, without relying on the Yi family's assistance. When someone excels beyond the average, doubts inevitably arise, and the atmosphere grew tense, filled with jealousy and suspicion directed toward Yi Jun. Exhaling deeply, Yi Jun felt the weight of his destiny echoing in his ears as he walked down to the crowd. Upon reaching the back, he made brief eye contact with Yi Qing, who wore a knowing smile, before standing quietly beside her. "The assessment is complete. We will now proceed to the official verification of results. Any Yi family members with objections may challenge them," Yi Chong declared with confidence, drawing the crowd's attention once more. After a moment of calm, Yi Qing stepped forward onto the platform, her voice resonating clearly in the hushed assembly. "I, Yi Qing, challenge Yi Jun Yi Qing? Didn't she go to the western branch of the War God Academy for further studies? What is she doing back here?" Yi Jun furrowed his brow, observing the tall beauty. "Qinger, do not be foolish. You have been an advanced warrior for several years. Why challenge Yi Jun, who has just reached the pinnacle of warrior status? Step down now," someone urged. I merely seek to resolve the doubts of the crowd. If Yi Jun can withstand a single strike, I will immediately withdraw." Yi Qing replied with a light laugh, her tone casual. 3 months to ascend 5 levels is unprecedented. "Yi Jun, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Yi Qing continued. Glancing at the indifferent Yi Jun smiled in silence, stepping onto the platform before gesturing for her to proceed. Observing his calm demeanor, Yi Qing felt a flicker of unease but reciprocated with a gesture inviting him to begin. On the right side of the high platform, Yi Chong subtly wiped the sweat from his palms. To be honest, not only were those youths incredulous about Yi Jun's remarkable achievements, but Yi Chong himself found it hard to believe. Gazing at Yi Qing on the stage, Yi Jun felt an unreal sense of disassociation within himself. After all, the past 3 months had been nothing short of miraculous. Ascending 5 levels in 3 months was a speed that could only be described as monstrous. A battle master? Yi Jun slightly lifted his lowered head. Just a week ago, he could have defeated a battle master without even using his thunder magic body. His physical strength was already 5 times that of an average person, and now, after consuming the soul of strength, he could only wonder what level his physical prowess had reached. Regardless of belief or disbelief, men do not need to offer explanations. After the confrontation, everything would be revealed. In that moment, even those who doubted would be compelled to accept the truth. Absolutely impossible. Yi Hua, standing at the edge of the square, licked his dry lips and muttered fiercely. Under the gaze of numerous complex expressions, the 2 combatants in the arena had already completed the formalities before their duel. With palms slightly raised, a faint otherworldly energy swirled around Yi Qing's hands as she took a deep breath. With her long legs pushing off the ground, she charged directly at Yi Jun. The technique withered wood revives and spring transformed under the control of Yi Qi and Yi Qing, displaying a might that was drastically different. It was as if a torrent from the heavens crashed against the rocks, splashing water everywhere, momentarily filling Yi Jun's space for movement. This strike vividly illustrated the distinction between a battle master and a warrior. A battle master at the 3rd stage? A confident smile appeared at the corners of Yi Jun's mouth as he slightly spread his feet and crossed his arms to shield his head. Disdainful of even using his otherworldly energy, the sound of strikes echoed, like a tempest mixed with torrential rain battering resilient stone, producing sharp noises. Regardless of the storm, he remained steadfast. Yi Qing continued to rain blows upon Yi Jun, and even she felt a jolt in her heart. Having exerted 3 layers of strength, she surprisingly could not inflict even a trace of harm on him. 3 layers ineffective? Then I shall use 4 layers. As Yi Qing increased her force, what had been a furious storm transformed into the violent waves crashing against the shore. 4 layers ineffective? Then 5, 6, 7, 10 layers. As a battle master, Yi Qing gritted her teeth, exerting every ounce of her strength. Yet Yi Jun remained as immovable as a mountain. Enough, Chinger. Step down. Yi Chang suddenly stood up, breathless and bewildered, shouting in anger. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. Not long ago, Yi Jun, as a warrior at the 3rd stage, could defeat a warrior at the 9th stage, and now he was even more terrifying. Capable of enduring the attacks of a battle master at the 3rd stage without employing otherworldly power. The 3 elders stood up, breathing heavily, gazing at Yi Jun's silence. A deathly silence. Slowly lowering his arms, Yi Jun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Not even a battle master, let alone a grand battle master, could threaten his life. As they beheld the black-clad youth standing confidently, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished gasps. On the seating, Yi Chang's smile widened gradually, until he could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "With a grandson like this, what regrets could life hold?" The crowd's astonishment transformed into a chorus of disbelief, as no one could accept Yi Jun's true strength. Cheating. It must be cheating. How could a warrior at the 9th stage withstand the attacks of a battle master? With an incredulous shout, the crowd waved their arms in protest. There is no cheating. My son does not cheat. Yi Jun's mother, Chen Yun, had arrived at the testing ground unbeknownst to anyone, her gentle nature now in tears as she shouted for her son, like a grain of sand in the ocean. Her voice was drowned out by the uproar of the crowd. Yet, one youth heard her. The boy on the stage slowly turned to face Chen Yun, his right foot stamping down fiercely onto the ground, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the air, silencing the crowd. Without any forewarning, Yi Jun's clothing disintegrated into shreds, swept away by the fierce wind. Silence. Once again, a deathly silence. All that could be heard was Chen Yun's muffled cries as she buried her face in her hands. The youth, standing proudly in the arena, revealed the truth behind the crowd's doubts: scars from blades, claws, and teeth. What further explanation was needed? What proof could suffice? Each shocking scar was like a tear in the fabric of the sky, horrifying yet awe-inspiring. This was the testament of Yi Jun's 2-month disappearance, the evidence of his extraordinary ascent of 5 levels in such a brief period. No words were required. The scars were a man's achievements. Who dares to contest this? With another stamp of his foot, cracks resembling a spider's web spread from beneath the boy, enveloping the entire platform. Who dares to contest this? His voice resonated throughout the venue once more. The previously boastful youth could not help but lower his head in embarrassment. Who could possibly contest this? Even the elders of the Yi family, seasoned in battle, bore scars that were but a fraction compared to Yi Jun's. Especially that one horrific scar, resembling a serpent, that grazed so close to his heart, leaving him mere inches from death. I am sorry. Yi Qing gazed at Yi Jun's scarred torso, her proud demeanor faltering as she spoke softly. Ignoring her, Yi Jun leapt down, embracing his mother gently. I am sorry, brother Yi Jun. Yi Chi murmured as she approached, head bowed in apology. Without responding, he supported his mother as they made their way toward their small villa. Yi Jun, I am sorry, came the voices of multiple apologies from those who had strayed a few meters behind him. I always knew my son was the best. Chen Yun, now beaming with pride, turned to address the crowd behind her. In that moment, Yi Jun remained silent, unsure of what to say. A man needs no explanations, nor should he feel the need to justify himself. The heart knows its own trials, no matter how arduous. Chapter 27. The Cabinet the next day. As a ray of sunlight streamed into the room, Yi Jun awakened to find a fluffy purple figure before him. This little creature, reeking of alcohol. Couldn't he possibly have been drinking, could it? Just then, the intoxicated purple marten flicked its tail, suddenly jolting awake, chirping at Yi Jun before burrowing back into the pillow, continuing its slumber. With a helpless sigh, Yi Jun rose to wash up and headed alone toward the Yi family cabinet. Today was the day when the Yi family members who passed the assessment would enter the cabinet to select their techniques. At noon, Yi Jun stood at the front of the line, gazing up at the ancient building that exuded an aura of antiquity, shaking his head in disbelief. Who could have imagined that this dilapidated structure was the most crucial site for the Yi family's heritage? His eyes scanned the area, landing on a 3-story wooden house that appeared to be in disrepair, with cracks running through the beams that supported it. The stone steps beneath his feet were uneven, worn down by countless storms, and a weathered plaque, barely legible, hung crookedly above the wooden door, hinting at its identity as the cabinet. This seemingly decrepit building was, in fact, the repository of the Yi family's legacy, the cabinet. Here lay the techniques accumulated over centuries, the very foundation of the Yi family's enduring strength. Yet, as the most significant location for the clan, it bore no signs of defense, and even the Yi family members who passed by occasionally looked upon it with disdain. With a slight squint, Yi Jun's gaze swept through the dim corners of the pavilion. Despite his remarkable instincts honed in the Demon Body Mountain range, he remained oblivious to the presence of anyone lurking in the shadows. Observing the elder of the Yi family standing before the group, Yi Jun felt a twinge of curiosity. A sentiment echoed among the other disciples of the Yi family. Was this truly the fabled inner cabinet of the Yi clan? The elder, Yi Wuqi, stood atop the stone steps, his eyes scanning the gathered Yi family members. Once everyone was present, he spoke aloud. You are all aware of the rules for entering the inner cabinet. I shall not reiterate them. In essence, all must exit before nightfall, and each of you may select only one cultivation method as your inheritance. No one is permitted to choose more than one. Any violation will result in the permanent revocation of your eligibility to enter the inner cabinet. Yes, the youths responded enthusiastically, their eyes ablaze with anticipation as they gazed at the dilapidated pavilion. The prospect of acquiring a suitable cultivation method to further their journey as body cultivators was a cherished aspiration for all. Pleased, Yi Wuqi took a step forward and respectfully addressed, as the 65th elder of the Yi family, I lead this year's 16-year-old disciples in selecting their cultivation techniques. With the permission of our esteemed ancestor, Yi Jingming. Ah, little Qi, I knew you would come. Enter freely. There is no need for such formalities. A voice resonated with both weariness and vigor in the ears of the gathered youths. Startled, Yi Jun felt a jolt within. He quickly reassured himself with a smile. Every family with a legacy of over a century possesses its own secrets. His failure to notice only indicated his lack of prowess. Yi Wuqi smiled awkwardly, as the moniker Little Qi always made him feel uncomfortable, yet the previous patriarch of the Yi clan insisted on this appellation. Thus, he reluctantly led the disciples, bound by clan rules. Turning towards the wooden door, he observed the Yi disciples below suppressing their laughter, feeling a sense of helplessness. The nickname Little Qi sounded akin to the titles used by the long-extinct Qing dynasty's servants, half male and half female. With a resigned push of the wooden door, he waved a hand at the youths, losing interest in further conversation. Yi Jun took the lead, stepping into the inner cabinet first. His position at the forefront was not due to a lack of space, but stemmed from the genuine respect the other disciples held for him, who instinctively fell in line behind him. With a leader to follow, the crowd below could no longer remain idle, and one by one, they streamed into the inner cabinet. Crossing the threshold of the dilapidated wooden door, the dim light revealed a soft glow emanating from the fire-type magic cores, typically possessed only by 5th-tier magical beasts. A few slightly worn stairs came into view, yet Yi Jun still discerned no one else present. To the left and right lay battle techniques of the 5 elemental attributes, while the 6th staircase held techniques of special attributes. Each individual selected according to their unique abilities, careful not to choose incorrectly. A weathered voice suddenly interrupted their thoughts, causing the entering youths to pause momentarily before each followed their respective paths up to the 2nd floor. Watching the others pass by, Yi Jun did not hasten to select a staircase, but instead initiated a conversation with the spirit of the evil woman. What cultivation method should I choose? In this crucial moment, Yi Jun preferred the guidance of the experienced spirit, who claims the Yi family lacks formidable battle spirits. That elder just now is one of them. It appears your family is more complex than it seems, the evil woman replied lazily in Yi Jun's mind. Now is not the time for such discussions. Which staircase should I choose? Yi Jun asked, feeling a sense of urgency. Worry not. Any cultivation method I have is tenfold superior to those in the Yi family's collection. However, my battle techniques require at least a Battle Master S level to cultivate. First, master the runes for the elemental stone I will teach you. As for the techniques here, they are of no consequence. Rubbing the back of his head, Yi Jun glanced at the few hesitating Yi disciples around him and decided to ascend the 6th staircase. Although he did not require any battle techniques, it seemed unreasonable not to explore since he was already there. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he was greeted by countless inheritance stones crafted from magic cores of 5th-tier beasts and above. Having spent 2 months in the Demon Body Mountain range without defeating a single 5th-tier beast, he was astonished to find nearly 100 5th-tier magic cores upon a cursory glance. Reaching for the nearest magic core, an influx of battle technique information surged into his mind. After selecting several, as night descended, Yi Jun found himself bemused, staring at the last core, which was significantly smaller than the others, tucked away in a corner. Indeed, it was a technique of special attributes, distinct from the usual techniques that could confuse or incapacitate foes. Some were utterly bizarre, such as techniques that materialized furniture and clothing from elemental energy. Strangely, one technique promised to render its target incapable of fatherhood for 3 years, regardless of their level. With a wry smile, Yi Jun picked up the final magic core, devoid of any expectations. Just then, a tipsy purple marten appeared, snatching the core from his hands. To Yi Jun's astonishment, the marten swiftly devoured the core with a few crunches. "My little ancestor, you've doomed me," Yi Jun exclaimed, cradling the purple marten and fixating on its chubby face. It was well known that regardless of their tier, the cores of magical beasts were incredibly hard, impervious even to body cultivators 2 levels higher. Yet, the marten had just proven this theory wrong. Noticing Yi Jun's intense stare, the purple marten shyly covered its mouth with its tiny paw and burped, appearing quite satisfied. "Oh well, as long as you're fine," Yi Jun sighed, eventually placing the marten back in his embrace. "Ah, so you are Yi Jun? Treat the purple marten well, and it shall become a great ally in your life." A seemingly ordinary elder clad in a green robe suddenly appeared behind Yi Jun, his face beaming with a smile. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in his murky eyes as they swept over the marten nestled in Yi Jun's arms. "Are you the previous patriarch of the Yi family?" Yi Jun inquired, his heart racing with surprise. How had he failed to sense someone standing behind him, despite his experiences in the perilous Demon Body Mountain range? A chill crept over him. He realized that if the formidable battle spirit the evil woman mentioned were indeed behind him, there would be no need for such a lowly ambush against someone like him, who could hardly be considered a battle master. A direct confrontation would suffice. Even with his so-called extraordinary time and space abilities, in the face of overwhelming power, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere ashes. A battle spirit could tear through space with their physical strength alone, rendering the instantaneous movement of battle masters a mere jest. Attempting to use such movement within 10 meters of a spatial rift was tantamount to seeking death. Although time abilities could slow the movements of battle spirits, even a tenfold reduction would merely transform them from invisible to a fleeting shadow in the eyes of a battle master. Thus, strength remained paramount. Absolute power could dismantle all forms of defense without exception. The elder nodded with a smile, remaining silent. As Yi Jun was about to utter more words, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping the surroundings. Yi Zhongming's expression darkened, and in a blink, he vanished from the room. A roar echoed from outside the loft. Alarmed, the disciples of the Yi family, including Yi Jun, sensed the formidable dragon's might from that thunderous cry. With a squeak, a purple marten peeked out from Yi Jun's embrace, its exquisite eyes glinting like amethysts before it burrowed back into his arms, falling into a deep slumber. Gritting his teeth, Yi Jun swiftly dashed towards the loft's exit. No matter what was happening, he could not cower within the confines of the loft due to the enemy's strength. As a member of the Yi family, he had to confront the impending peril. In a mere moment, Yi Jun arrived at the open space outside the loft, where Elder Yi Chong and several other elders were intently gazing toward the back mountain. "What brings you here?" Elder Yi Chong admonished. Hearing the elder's reprimand, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow. "Yi Jun, it is far too dangerous here. You must return at once." Meanwhile, the remaining Yi family disciples also rushed to the open space. "I refuse to retreat, Grand Elder," Yi Jun insisted, unwavering. The Grand Elder sighed, acknowledging Yi Jun's tenacity and stubborn resolve. "Very well, stay close to me and do not stray far. I have confidence in keeping you safe at my side." "Thank you, Grand Elder. I promise I will not wander off," Yi Jun replied, elated. At that moment, the disciples of the Yi family gathered beside the Grand Elder, their eyes fixed on the distance, where a figure clad in purple stood atop a massive black flying beast. Its formidable form, armored scales, sharp claws, and powerful tail unmistakably revealed its identity as a dragon, albeit a pseudo-dragon, a 6th-tier magical beast known as the Ironclad Dragon. Chapter 28. The Might of the Battle Spirit standing at the peak of the Yi family's back mountain. Yi Zhongming gazed solemnly at the figure hovering in the air atop the Ironclad Dragon. He addressed the purple-robed individual with neither humility nor arrogance. "Might I inquire what brings you, esteemed one, to the Yi family with such overwhelming presence? You are the sole battle spirit powerhouse of the Yi family, Yi Zhongming?" The purple-robed man, Yang Hai of the Yang family from the Ghana Empire, replied coldly from atop the Ironclad Dragon, with a growl that seemed to assert dominance. The Ironclad Dragon emitted a low grunt, releasing plumes of white smoke from its nostrils, saturated with the scent of sulfur. Its massive, diamond-like eyes glowed a sinister red, revealing the ferocity and coldness of a magical beast. The Ironclad Dragon's jaws moved, revealing 2 rows of interlocking, serrated teeth, each gleaming white, instilling a chilling sense of dread in those who beheld them. To visit is one thing, but why do you shroud the disciples of the Yi family in such oppressive pressure? Yi Zhongming queried boldly, not yielding an inch in the face of the threat. My apologies. This beast is newly tamed and still requires discipline, Yang Hai remarked as the ironclad dragon unleashed a torrent of flames toward Yi Zhengming. Beast, how dare you? Yi Zhengming exclaimed, his body quaking in response. In that instant, a pressure equal to Yang Hai's surged from him. He stomped his feet firmly on the ground, transforming into a shadow that charged directly at the flames. Explode! Yi Zhengming commanded fiercely, his right fist striking the oncoming flames. With a thunderous impact, a rift approximately 10 meters in diameter tore through the air, swallowing the flames without a trace. Spatial ability? Yang Hai's voice, once indifferent, now bore a hint of emotion. Yi Jun's breath quickened as he recalled the cataclysmic power of that punch, realizing the sheer terror a battle spirit's strike could wield, powerful enough to rend space itself. I wish to unleash such a blow one day, Yi Jun thought, his understanding of the might of body cultivators crystallizing for the first time. In that moment, he recognized the path he must tread, the pursuit of the pinnacle of power. Is this the might of a battle spirit? Yi Jun clenched his fists. His heart ignited with fervor. A battle spirit is merely the foundation of body cultivators. Only when you venture beyond the Luoyun Empire will you truly grasp the strength of body cultivators. The voice of the enigmatic woman echoed in his mind. Without the need for words, Yi Zhengming demonstrated his stance with that single strike. If you seek battle, then I shall fight. During this visit to the Yi family, I am merely here to deliver a message from my son, Yang Jingyuan, to your Yi Jun. He has taken a liking to Shangguan Lingyue and wishes for you to keep a watchful eye on him, Yang Hai stated. Shangguan Lingyue is but a woman dismissed by our Yi family. She holds no ties to us. I kindly ask you to retract your earlier statement, Yi Zhengming declared, standing firm without yielding an inch. Very well, I shall retract my words. I am merely a passerby today, with no ulterior motives, Yang Hai conceded, his tone softening as he regarded Yi Zhengming's resolute figure. Initially intending to showcase his prowess with the 6th-tier ironclad dragon and his own 5th-tier battle spirit cultivation to intimidate the Yi family and win favor with Shangguan Lingyue, he had not anticipated that the Yi family's sole battle spirit powerhouse would possess such an extraordinary spatial ability. Reluctantly, he turned his ironclad dragon away, realizing that provoking Yi Zhengming could lead to an irreversible conflict, one that he would not emerge victorious from. As the figure departed, the disciples of the Yi family erupted into jubilant cheers. The earlier tension they had felt dissipated, replaced by a sense of triumph over a formidable adversary. Yet Yi Jun, standing among the crowd, did not join in the celebrations. He turned away, a calm expression masking the tumult within. He felt no exhilaration. Instead, a burning humiliation seared his remaining pride. The experiences of the past 3 months had not only endowed him with extraordinary combat prowess, but had also instilled a burgeoning sense of pride within him. The purple-robed man had ruthlessly torn through that pride, trampling upon his self-esteem. Yet, he found himself lacking the strength to confront such a foe, unable to even earn a glance of acknowledgement from him. Now, all he could resolve to do was grow stronger, relentlessly strengthen himself, and one day, force those who had trampled upon his dignity beneath his feet. He would reclaim his self-respect with his own hands, not relying on Yi Zhengming. He would prove to everyone that he would ultimately stride into the realm of the mighty. Roaring, his soul cried out silently. Blood surged, boiling in silence. Even if he had once been an ordinary man, in this life, he would prove that ordinary beings possessed dignity and the ambition to challenge the heavens. A battle spirit? It would not be long before he too would ascend to such heights. Yi Zhengming lowered his head slightly as he watched the boy's retreating figure, understanding the true reason behind the youth's current achievements. This was the indomitable spirit flowing through the veins of a mere mortal. Time may bury this fervor, corrupt it. But when the moment arrives, that spirit will awaken once more. What does it matter if one is an ordinary person? Which mighty being was born with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth? Is there any powerful figure who has not ascended from the ranks of the ordinary, step by step, to reach the pinnacle of strength? The intriguing young man, I hope you can reach this point. I have witnessed far too many youths buried within the harsh realities of life. Yi Zhengming gazed deeply at the indomitable figure and softly murmured, uncertain whether he spoke to himself or to Yi Jun, evil woman. I have reached the pinnacle of a warrior. How can I swiftly ascend to become a battle master? Yi Jun strolled slowly along the path of the Yi family, engaging in a soulful dialogue. To become a battle master, one must temper the skin, rendering it more resilient. The first 5 stages focus on the limbs, stages 5 to 7 on the torso, and stages 7 to 9 on the facial skin. Therefore, the method of advancement lies in allowing your skin to initially recognize foreign power, permitting it to flow freely across your skin. the evil woman replied indifferently. Flowing freely across the skin? But the skin is so delicate. Would that not cause it to rupture? Yijun pondered. Yet, if it were indeed feasible to permit such flow, a battle master would possess a defense and explosive output of foreign power at least tenfold stronger than a warrior. Yijun contemplated. In that case, today I shall challenge the bottleneck of a warrior and advance to battle master. A glimmer of confidence crossed Yijun's face. Having undergone the trials of lightning body tempering and consumed the essence of strength, he felt assured about his ascension to battle master. His physical strength was nearly 10 times that of a typical warrior of the same rank. If he could not advance, he might as well throw himself against a wall. This was also a significant reason why the essence of strength drove countless body cultivators to madness. Those who had consumed it held a distinct advantage when breaking through physical barriers. In a small grove, Yijun sat cross-legged, gradually channeling foreign power towards the skin of his index finger. He had a special affection for his index finger, as even the unparalleled thunder magic skill had begun there. The foreign power flowed gently through the minuscule meridians of Yijun's index finger. During this initial skin tempering, he dared not unleash excessive foreign power. Merely a thread, no thicker than a hair, escaped from the meridian, surging towards the index finger's skin. As the foreign power made contact with his skin, Yijun instinctively gasped. As if seared by relentless flames, the pain surging through his mind. If my physique, nearly 10 times stronger than an average person's, feels this pain, I shudder to think of the agony a common person would endure, Yijun thought, recognizing that body cultivators tread a perilous path, facing unimaginable suffering with each increase in physical strength. If the skin could withstand this without rupturing, what need was there for concern? After this initial test, the foreign power within Yijun surged wildly through his meridians, weaving like a spider's web and permeating his skin. In that moment, he radiated a soft, white light. Pain had become merely an everyday occurrence for him, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yijun successfully completed the circulation of foreign power throughout his body, achieving the first tier of Battle Master. Just as he contemplated continuing to temper the skin of his limbs, the indifferent voice of the evil woman echoed in his mind. If you wish to leave irreversible scars on your body, then proceed. Perhaps in a few days, you will reach the 9th tier of Battle Master. Startled by her words, Yijun felt the foreign power circulating in his skin retreat back into his body. Must I cease now? He queried, unwilling to relent. Yes. You must first nourish your body with the essence stone for about 10 days before you can commence skin tempering. During this time, you should practice the art of inscriptions with me. You've delayed long enough. It's time you tried to imbue the essence stone with attributes. Once you succeed in doing so, you will truly become an inscription master, the evil woman stated dispassionately. After a moment's contemplation, Yijun asked, why do I sense a certain resistance when the foreign power permeates my skin from the meridians? Of course, you are not yet a battle master. The flow of foreign power through your body will undoubtedly encounter resistance from your muscles. Only those who have begun to temper their muscles as battle masters can allow foreign power to circulate unimpeded between muscle and skin, the evil woman replied, exasperated. And what of battle spirits? Which part of the body do they temper? Yijun inquired, recalling Yi Zhengming standing atop a mountain. Child, do not reach for the stars before you have grasped the ground. First, become a battle master, and then we shall converse. For now, your task is to complete the imbuement of attributes to the essence stone within 10 days. Otherwise, when you enter the western branch of the Battle God Academy, I cannot reveal myself. There will certainly be battle kings capable of sensing my presence. At that time, you will have to rely solely on yourself, and I cannot intervene. She cautioned. Nodding, a flicker of anticipation crossed Yijun's face. Having spent 16 years on the Battle God continent, he had yet to attend any of its schools. It was high time he ventured forth. Only through constant combat with the strong could he ascend to the pinnacle of power. Isolated introspection would never lead to greatness. Chapter 29. Rigorous Training and Accidental Mishaps on the morning of September 21, 2000, in the small grove of the Yi family. Only 10 days remained until Yijun's departure for the western branch of the Battle God Academy. From this day forth, Yijun embarked on a grueling regimen of training. Unable to disclose the evil woman's presence to his family, he dedicated his mornings, evenings, and nights to the practice of inscription arts, returning home only for dinner with his mother. The remainder of his days were spent in the grove. Moreover, each night upon returning to his room, Yijun devoted considerable time to nourishing his body with the essence stone. His sleep was limited to a mere 4 hours. All other moments were consumed by the practice of inscription arts and body nourishment. One must not assume that 4 hours sufficed for Yijun, whose physique was already formidable. In truth, Daily practice of inscription arts and the exertion of spiritual strength left him more fatigued than a day of intense combat. His 4 hours of sleep were profound and restorative. Meanwhile, the sable marten, having consumed the magic core that contained the legacy of battle skills, spent its days in deep slumber, provoking Yi Jun's jealousy at such disparity. Days passed in a whirlwind of intensity, and the faint aura of killing intent he had carried from the Beast Mountain gradually settled within him, only to erupt during battle. As time flew by, 5 days had swiftly elapsed. Observing the solitary essence stone in his hand explode into a mound of earth upon impact, Yi Jun felt a wave of frustration, not from a failed attribute in view, but because he needed to visit the Rao's auction house today to exchange the materials he possessed for gold coins to give to his grandfather, and also to procure more essence stones for his inscription practice. Resignedly brushing off the dust from his attire, Yi Jun unearthed the black cloak he had last worn from home, grasping 2 black bags as he made his way towards the auction house. At the Rao's auction house, within the appraisal room, the chief auctioneer, Ru Yin, stood astonished, her alluring lips slightly parted, her eyes wide as she beheld the 21 essence stones before her, each imbued with attributes, their voluptuous curves creating a striking visual impact. Clearing his throat from a distance behind her, Niels interrupted her reverie. Esteemed senior, these essence stones vary in quality, with attribute activation loss ranging from 40 to 6%. It appears they were not produced by you, correct? Niels remarked, his delicate hands, soft as a woman's, caressing the essence stones respectfully. They were produced by my newly accepted apprentice, who is studying the art of inscriptions. Came Yi Jun's raspy voice from beneath the black cloak. Listening to the confirmation from Yi Jun, Ru Yin couldn't help but raise her delicate brows, her enchanting gaze sweeping over the black cloak before her, a playful smile illuminating her lovely face, filled with irresistible charm. Might I inquire, esteemed senior, who is so fortunate as to receive your esteemed legacy? Upon hearing this, there was a brief silence from beneath the black cloak, and after a moment, a hoarse voice replied, "It is Yi Jun from the Yi family, my newly accepted disciple. I am currently preparing to enter seclusion to break through the bottleneck of becoming a rune master, and henceforth, he will personally handle the transactions for the required essence stones with the auction house." At this revelation from the mysterious rune master, Niels trembled, his face a mask of disbelief, and inwardly he could not help but scream with envy. What a meteoric rise! Why was I not accepted as a disciple of a rune master back in the day? My current status would surely not be so limited. Startled, Ru Yin inadvertently dropped her teacup, which shattered on the floor. "Oh dear, my apologies," she said, slightly flustered, as she brushed her tousled hair aside with a light touch, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, her thoughts raced, with the Yi family now receiving assistance from this at least Tier 3 rune master. Their power would undoubtedly swell dramatically in a short span. It was imperative to forge good relations while the Yi family was still vulnerable. Otherwise, when their influence grew, the cost of courting their favor would multiply manifold. Without hesitation, Ru Yin resolved to act. Her true identity was not merely the chief auctioneer of the Real's auction house, but rather the third young miss of the Lei family, sent to the capital of Luoyun to be tempered, as her family sought to assess her capability for the position of family head. Also, convert these trinkets into gold coins and deposit them into my account. As for these essence stones, I have no interest in auctioning them. Simply exchange them all for 100 Tier 1 essence stones, Yi Jun instructed, pointing to the 2 black packages beside him. Of course, esteemed senior, please wait a moment while I arrange this, Ru Yin replied, rising to head towards the door. Wait. Yi Jun suddenly called out as she was about to leave the room. Prepare some Tier 1 essence stones for me. My disciple Yi Jun just advanced to Tier 1 yesterday and requires them to strengthen his body and hone his rune skills. Hearing this, Ru Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled. If Yi Jun could inscribe rune stones of Tier 1, she would like to extend her congratulations to the esteemed senior and hope that after inscribing the Tier 1 essence stones, they would be entrusted to them for auction. Indeed, Yi Jun beneath the cloak nodded lightly. As Ru Yan's silhouette vanished through the door, she called, "Little Six, come here." Her elongated, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she waved to a young man at the distant counter. As her words fell, the young man clad in white robes, who had been attending to customers, hurriedly approached her. "Immediately investigate Yi Jun of the Yi family. From now on, I will personally oversee all business dealings with the Yi family. No one is to neglect them," Ru Yin instructed in a low voice, her eyes glinting with determination. "Yes, miss," the young man replied, hastily departing. Seizing the moment, Niels mustered his courage to step forward to Yi Jun. "I have some questions regarding runes. Might you be able to enlighten me?" After a moment of silence, Yi Jun, under Neil's hopeful gaze, nodded. For the future support of the auction house towards the Yi family, he agreed. A short while later, when Ru Yin returned to the room, she found the usually proud rune master Neil standing before Yi Jun, head bowed like a schoolboy. Excitement radiating from his face as he nodded incessantly. Let us conclude for today, Yi Jun said hoarsely upon seeing Ru Yin enter. Hearing this, Niels reluctantly made his way back to his seat, casting Ru Yin a lingering glance filled with unvoiced emotions, making her shiver slightly. Handing over the essence stones and the gold card, Ru Yin smiled brightly. I hope the esteemed senior can visit the Real's auction house often. I shall personally attend to you, no matter how busy I may be. Taking the items from Ru Yin, Yi Jun seemed to ignore her words as he walked towards the door. Watching his figure disappear around the corner, Niels sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. Miss, if the esteemed senior visits again, even if I am inscribing essence stones, you must inform me at once. This esteemed senior is undoubtedly a rune master above tier 5. I must return immediately to experiment with his methods, for even a few minutes of his teachings could surpass my decade of experience in runes. At his words, Ru Yan's expression shifted, and she exclaimed, above tier 5? Could he not inscribe essence stones for tier 3 warriors? Absorbed in his own excitement, Niels ignored Ru Yan as he dashed towards his workshop. Watching Niels in such a state, Ru Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered with intrigue as she murmured to herself, a tier 5 rune master. I must cultivate a connection with him, at the very least to ensure he holds a favorable impression of the Real's auction house. It seems I must increase my stakes with the Yi family. It must be said, Yi Jun's visit to the Yi family was remarkably successful. Within a single day, the Yi family received goodwill from the Real's auction house, with an avalanche of benefits showering upon them, causing Yi Chong, seated at home, to beam with joy, smiling more in a day than he had in the past decade. In the afternoon, just as Yi Jun intended to practice in the small woods, he was found by frenzied disciples of the Yi family, who had come searching for him like a swarm of locusts, summoning him to the family head's study. Reluctantly, he followed the messenger towards Yi Chang's study. Upon arriving at the entrance, not only was Yi Chang present, but several elders of the Yi family stood at the doorway, creating an atmosphere of great formality and excitement. As Yi Jun approached languidly, Yi Chang grinned widely and gestured for him to enter. Standing before the assembled crowd, Yi Jun hesitated for a moment, then rubbed the back of his head and said, well, I inadvertently advanced to tier 1 yesterday. Shouldn't we discuss this inside? Standing here is rather awkward. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, who had been staring at Yi Jun, could only chuckle as they entered the room. Walking slowly into the study, Yi Jun felt the burning gazes of the crowd and, for the first time, experienced the awkwardness of being scrutinized by a group of older men. When did you become a disciple of a rune master? Yi Chang couldn't help but voice his curiosity, unsure of how to begin. About 3 months ago, I was practicing in the small woods when an old man wrapped in a cloak approached me, asking if I wished to become his disciple. He then taught me the art of runes and helped me overcome the bottleneck of becoming a warrior, Yi Jun recounted, spinning a tale as he felt the intense stares of the others. Indeed, it was said that rune masters were a peculiar bunch. And Yi Chang pondered for a moment before being charmed by Yi Jun's fanciful narrative. After all, who could remain rational after receiving such an abundance of surprises in a single day, especially under the enigmatic banner of a rune master? Yi Chang found it hard to believe. Reaching into his pocket, Yi Jun intended to retrieve the gold card containing 200,000 gold coins, but instead, he inadvertently brought out the sleeping marten that had been nestled in his arms, still snoozing peacefully. Gazing at the creature, which was fast asleep with the gold card in its mouth, Yi Jun couldn't help but smile sheepishly at the gathered crowd. With great caution, Yi Jun extracted the golden card that the sable was clutching in its mouth. He tossed the sable into his embrace and presented the card to Yi Chang, saying, "This is the material I exchanged for in the Beast Mountain Range trial." Receiving the golden card with a puzzled expression, Yi Chang inquired, "What made you think of gifting me gold?" It contains 200,000 gold coins. I have no use for it, so I decided to contribute it to the family. Besides, as a rune master, I need not worry about money," Yi Jun replied with an awkward smile. 200,000? Upon hearing this, Yi Chang's hand trembled, and his heart raced as he gazed at the card. Today was indeed exhilarating. 200,000 gold coins. The Yi family had toiled for 10 years to accumulate just over 100,000 gold coins, and now Yi Jun had presented 200,000 at once. The elder of the Yi family, who had been filled with excitement and envy moments ago, could no longer contain himself. Like a predator, he lunged toward Yi Chang, snatching the card from his grasp, tears of joy streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "With this sum, we can purchase elemental stones. The Yi family shall surely rise in our hands." In the evening, drenched and exhausted, Yi Jun returned to the grove to continue his training. He had fled Yi Chang's study in a disheveled state, overwhelmed by the elderly elders, who were sobbing like children. Particularly, the third elder trembled as he affectionately patted Yi Jun's head and face, wiping his tears and snot onto him, gazing at him as if he had found a long-lost son. Almost suffocated by the embrace, Yi Jun had to make an excuse and hurriedly exited. "Have you finally felt the might of a rune master?" The wicked woman teased, appearing beside Yi Jun nodding heavily. Yi Jun realized that merely possessing the title of a high-level rune master had significantly elevated his family's external relations and power. If he truly were a high-level rune master, he dared not imagine the possibilities. A family with a rune master is far more valuable than one with a high-level combatant. As long as one reaches the third-tier rune master level and steps forward to recruit combat masters, there would be no need for promotion. Simply broadcasting the word would draw combat masters from miles away. With determination, Yi Jun replied, "I understand. You need not emphasize the power of a rune master. I shall continue my training and strive to become a formidable rune master for the sake of the family." As Yi Jun remained in the grove, enduring dizziness while diligently practicing rune techniques, the effects of his actions at the Real's auction house stirred a tempest in the imperial capital. The already tumultuous situation due to the mid-tier ground level escalated dramatically. In the Chung family's hall, a shocked voice exclaimed, "What? The Yi family has a high-level rune master backing them, and Yi Jun has become a rune master? How could such a thing happen in our insignificant Luoyuan empire?" Wang Sha stared incredulously at the informant bowing before him. "Immediately contact the Chao family patriarch and inform him that I wish to discuss an alliance." In the Chung family dining hall, Chung Yao, lost in thought, let a piece of meat slip from his mouth as he absorbed the informant's words. After a moment of silence, he suddenly sprang up in delight, exclaiming, "The Yi family has always been our secret ally. Now that they possess the support of a rune master, does that not mean we, too, shall have access to enhanced elemental stones? Excellent. I knew from the first sight of Yi Jun that he was no ordinary individual. Cancel this meal. You must contact the Yi family at once. I shall dine with them tonight." In the depths of the Chao family, Chao Bin stood grimly before a group of cloaked figures, coldly demanding, "Are you certain this information is reliable?" "Yes, my lord. This news comes from an insider at the Real's auction house. It is absolutely trustworthy." One of the cloaked figures bowed respectfully. "A rune master? The Yi family actually has the backing of a rune master?" Upon hearing his subordinate's confirmation, Chao Bin fell into deep thought. After a brief silence, a cold voice echoed through the dim chamber. "What of a rune master? I do not believe the Yi family can be annihilated. That legendary rune master cannot possibly deduce that it was our Chao family behind it. We have spent decades building our strength, and even the combined might of the three great families cannot withstand our assault. Great Elder, have you successfully cultivated the mountain-splitting flow technique?" Chao Bin inquired with a chilly demeanor. "The cultivation is almost complete, but it still requires refinement. However, the elite of the Chao family's Dark Hall will likely need another year to fully master this battle technique. When the time comes, I will lead the Dark Hall, and I am determined to make the Yi family vanish overnight." An elderly man with white hair emerged from the shadows. "A year, in merely a year. The Luoyuan Empire shall be solely ours," Chao Bin murmured, gazing up at the ceiling. "Is it possible to eliminate Yi Zhengming, the battle spirit level individual from the Yi family?" "Impossible. Although I am at the peak of battle spirit, against Yi Zhengming, who possesses spatial attributes at the 5th tier, I can merely defeat him, but to kill him." Chao Su Rant's aged face twitched in embarrassment. "Even with the mountain-splitting flow technique, could you not incapacitate him for a time?" Chao Bin frowned, stroking the ring on his thumb. "I can challenge Yi Zhengming beforehand, claiming I have nearly broken through to battle spirit. For the Yi family, he would undoubtedly accept. By the time he returns to the Yi family, he will find only ruins awaiting him. Even with spatial abilities, he will be unable to stir up a single wave." Chao Su Ran said with a chilling smile. "Then let us commence preparations. In 6 months, we shall begin to eliminate the Yi family's offspring, ensuring they cannot peacefully utilize elemental stones to strengthen their family. Otherwise, the Dark Hall will suffer heavy losses, hindering our ability to extinguish the other families." With Chao Bin's command, this hidden titan, which had lurked for decades, slowly revealed its fangs. In the grove, Yi Jun, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "What was that? That ominous feeling just now. Could danger be approaching?" Squeak, squeak. The sable, having awakened from its absorption of the magic core, looked at Yi Jun with pleading eyes, having just emerged from slumber and feeling ravenous. Yet, seeing Yi Jun in deep meditation, it hesitated to disturb him. Are you hungry again? There should be food in the family kitchen. Go find something for yourself. I need to intensify my training. I have a nagging feeling that something is about to happen, Yi Jun said helplessly, as the sable pointed to its belly with an aggrieved expression. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sable raised its tiny arms, gesturing to Yi Jun, indicating, "What is there to fear with me around?" With a resigned smile, Yi Jun replied soberly, "One must rely on oneself." The sable hunched over, appearing dispirited. All right. Go eat quickly. Otherwise, there may be nothing left," Yi Jun coaxed gently, treating the sable like a little girl, encouraging it to find food before standing up to resume his rune training. As autumn winds rustled, 10 days swiftly passed. One morning, Yi Jun emerged from his room, carrying a black package as he made his way to Yi Chang's residence. Arriving at Yi Chang's study, Yi Jun gently knocked on the door, patiently waiting for Yi Chang to open it. When the door opened, Yi Jun stepped inside. "Aren't you going to bid farewell to the elders before heading to the Battle God Academy?" Yi Chang closed the door and turned to look at Yi Jun for a moment, his voice tinged with reluctance. "Here are 10 force stones of warrior grade. I have infused them with healing attributes, skincare benefits, and acceleration properties. The skincare attribute is intended for the Yi family's warriors to break through the bottleneck to the warrior level, while the acceleration feature allows the user to hasten the refinement of their meridians. As for the healing attribute, I need not elaborate." Hearing the faint reluctance in Yi Chang's words, Yi Jun's excitement about departing diminished considerably. The outside world is far more fascinating than this small capital of the Luo Yun Empire. The Yi family is thriving, and I shall say no more. The achievements you attain in the future will be something I look up to. Remember to return home when you can, for this is the place that nurtured you. Nodding solemnly, Yi Jun continued, "I have already made arrangements with the Real's auction house. Once I arrive at the War God Academy in the Ghana Empire, I will ensure they send back the force stones I have inscribed regularly. Let us not make it a tearful farewell. Be a man about it. In my days at the War God Academy, I was pursued by countless young ladies. Do not tarnish the Yi family's reputation when you get there. And remember to bring back a few wives for me. By the age of 16, I had already ensured your grandmother was expecting your father." Yi Chang attempted to lighten the somber atmosphere with a rare jest. Casting an incredulous glance at the unremarkable-looking Yi Chang, Yi Jun could not help but find it amusing. The claim of being pursued by countless young ladies was, without a doubt, a gross exaggeration. However, the suggestion of bringing back several wives startled him. After giving his grandfather a final, profound look, Yi Jun waved goodbye and embarked on his journey to the Ghana Empire. Chapter 30. A Journey Alone. The Ghana Empire, located in the west and bordering the Luo Yun Empire, is one of the representative second-tier powers on the continent. The western branch of the War God Academy is situated in Maple Leaf City within the Ghana Empire. On the first day of October in the year 2000 of the War Element era, 16-year-old Yi Jun, accompanied by a sable, set forth alone towards the Ghana Empire. Maple Leaf City, perched on the border of the Ghana Empire, is also the essential thoroughfare for those traveling from the Luo Yun Empire to Ghana. Outside Maple Leaf City, there is no sign of civilization, just a vast expanse of mountainous terrain. At this moment, a man clad in leather armor, wielding a bloodied longsword, was racing toward the Luo Yun Empire from the outskirts of Maple Leaf City. "Young family, I shall not rest until this grudge is avenged," the man, filled with hatred, muttered to himself as he ran. As night gradually enveloped the small grove, the fleeing man felt a surge of joy. The darkness would aid him in concealing his presence. Just as he crossed a small stream, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. "Ralter, your mercenary group has been annihilated by my Yang family. Why do you continue to struggle? Surrender the demonic spirit grass, and I, Yang Hao, swear by the Yang family name to grant you a path to survival." Listening to the cold voice reverberating through the grove, despair surged within Ralter. The Roaring Lion mercenary group had endured countless dangers and battles in the Monster Beast Mountain range to obtain this demonic spirit grass, hoping to sell it for a handsome price at the Real's auction house and significantly enhance the group's combat strength. However, a careless slip had leaked this information to the Yang family, one of the 3 major powers in the Ghana Empire. When Ralter returned to Maple Leaf City with his wounded comrades, they were intercepted by the Yang family. Assuming that their own strength would deter the Yang family from making a rash move, Ralter was caught off guard when the Yang family offered 1,000,000 gold coins to lure the Lion mercenary group into an outside transaction. Believing the promise, he had waited outside the city with his group for the Yi family to arrive with the money, only to face annihilation instead. Fueled by rage, Ralter fought through the encirclement, believing he could escape. Yet, before he could relish his narrow escape, he encountered the ambush of Yang Hao, the second elder of the Yang family. Although Yang Hao was merely a fifth-tier body cultivator, he was almost Ralter's equal. Under normal circumstances, Ralter would not fear him. However, after withstanding an attack from Yang Yan, the third elder of the Yang family, while using a self-damaging powerful technique, Ralter was now operating at less than 30% of his usual strength. How could he possibly contend with Yang Hao? Humph, how blind I was. I never expected the Yang family of the Ghana Empire to be a bunch of despicable and shameless villains. If you wish to take the demonic spirit grass, you must first step over my corpse. Ralter glared menacingly at the approaching Yang Hao, his mind resolute that he would not let the Yang family claim the demonic spirit grass without a fight. In his final moments, he was even willing to self-destruct and perish alongside the grass. What folly is this? The demonic spirit grass may be valuable, but your life is worth far more. Yang Hao, subtly obstructing Ralter's escape route, declared with righteous indignation. Your integrity? You, Yang Hao, possess integrity? Ralter scoffed derisively, raising his long sword to point at Yang Hao. Foolishness. Yang Hao seethed in anger but dared not press too closely, fearing that Ralter might destroy the demonic spirit grass, resulting in a tremendous loss for the Yang family. The best course of action was to buy time. Once their family's powerful combatants arrived, they would swiftly eliminate Ralter. Observing Yang Hao's silence, the experienced Ralter realized he was stalling for time. With a flick of his longsword, he unleashed a massive ice blade aimed directly at Yang Hao's head. At that moment, Yi Jun, having just entered the small grove, suddenly halted, a trace of confusion crossing his face as he muttered, "There is fighting to the west." The intensity of the sounds suggests it is not the work of low-tier body cultivators. Shaking his head slightly, Yi Jun had no intention of intervening. The magnitude of the battle was such that even he, as a warrior, could not produce it. While he would likely not face life-threatening danger, he preferred to avoid any entanglements. Just as Yi Jun prepared to take a detour, the sable perched on his shoulder suddenly squeaked loudly. You say there is something over there that would greatly benefit your advancement? Yi Jun regarded the gesticulating sable with astonishment. Judging by the sable's displayed combat prowess, it was at least at the warrior level, and even effective against beings of the 6th tier. It seemed he could not afford to shy away from this risk. Enough talk, let's go. Yi Jun's figure flickered as he dashed toward the source of the commotion. Yi Jun was swift, but the sable was even swifter, its plump rear disappearing in an instant ahead of him. Watching the sable vanish, Yi Jun could only sigh as he pressed on towards the battle, conserving his energy and avoiding unnecessary expenditure of his extraordinary abilities. By the stream, Ralter had exhausted all his skills yet could do nothing against Yang Hao. The last flicker of survival instinct within him gradually faded amidst the battle. Gritting his teeth, Ralter's expression hardened, and as he dodged backward, he suddenly lunged at Yang Hao with reckless abandon. Seeing Ralter charging toward him, Yang Hao smirked coldly. Now you wish to self-destruct? Too late. Understanding Ralter's intention to self-destruct, Yang Hao retracted his punch mid-air, advancing toward Ralter instead of retreating. As Ralter propelled himself toward Yang Hao, a sense of foreboding flashed through his mind. Yet, there was no time to ponder further as the two collided in mid-air. With powers at play, Yang Hao, unperturbed by Ralter's intentions, opened his arms wide to embrace him. As they clashed, tendrils of electricity surged from Yang Hao's body, resembling a multitude of yellow serpents, racing toward Ralter. Ralter's expression froze in terror as the yellow current coursed through him, and he realized that the extraordinary energy within him, which he had prepared to unleash, spiraled out of control in an instant. Unable to contain the energy for self-detonation, Ralter convulsed violently, slipping from Yang Hao's grasp. With a hint of a smile, Yang Hao retrieved the small grass emanating a blue glow from Ralter's embrace. With the acquisition of this spirit herb, the ironclad dragon beast within our family shall ascend to the 7th tier, rivaling the might of a warlord. At that moment, the Yang family shall undoubtedly become the most formidable clan in the Ghana Empire. An involuntary smile spread across Yang Hao's lips. Beware! A warrior of the Yang family is here. Yang suddenly bellowed from behind Yang Hao. Just as Yang Hao registered his ancestor's call, a violet figure darted past him. Squeak! Squeak! The purple marten, having seized the spirit herb, swallowed it whole under Yang's furious gaze. Beast! Yang clenched his fist and launched a punch toward the marten from afar. A fissure materialized in the air, trailing behind his fist, as a fierce gale surged toward the marten. In a flash, the marten pivoted and sprinted toward Yi Jun. With a powerful leap, it shot forth like a missile, accompanied by a howling wind. This gale not only offered no resistance to Yang, but propelled him further toward the marten. It was evidently a wind-type ability. Thunderous demonic body. Hearing the explosive sounds of the approaching gale, Yi Jun instinctively activated his most potent combat technique. In the blink of an eye, a violet figure, enveloped in a tempest, charged directly at Yi Jun. His scalp prickled at the sheer force of the wind, and Yi Jun lamented internally. The Marten, usually harmless, was now embroiled in a conflict with a formidable warrior. To aid the Marten's escape, Yi Jun had no choice but to charge toward Yang. Gathering flames, he shouted, unleashing the technique bestowed upon him by the evil woman. The gathering chi method allowed him to compress his internal energy into a sphere before employing his combat skills. Strictly speaking, this technique was not classified as a combat skill, but rather as a method to assist in utilizing combat techniques. The gathering chi method barely qualified as a human tier skill, yet for Yi Jun, whose physical prowess exceeded tenfold, it proved more practical than earth tier techniques. Without hesitation, Yi Jun executed the gathering chi method, compressing his energy tenfold, and directed it toward his fist. Without a glance at Yi Jun, Yang, in a frenzied state, swung his hand toward the oncoming Yi Jun. Time was of the essence. He had to act swiftly, for if the Marten digested the herb, killing it might still yield some benefit to feed the ironclad dragon beast. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Yi Jun's white flame-laden fist collided with Yang's palm. A blaze, 3 meters high, instantly erupted from Yi Jun's fist, amplified 30-fold by the gathering chi method and the thunderous demonic body. Yi Jun was propelled backward at several times his previous speed, while Yang staggered back 3 steps. You seek death, Yang roared furiously, watching the Marten vanish into the distance. His breath turning fiery and his eyes ablaze with rage as he lunged at Yi Jun. The 30-fold explosion, though seemingly terrifying, exacted a heavy toll on Yi Jun. That single strike, a result of tenfold energy compression, consumed a tenth of his internal power, leaving him astounded. He crashed through 3 towering trees, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell to the ground. Without time to rise, he once again compressed his energy tenfold using the gathering chi method and executed a swift teleportation. Boom! Yang, consumed by rage, unleashed a fist toward Yi Jun's position, causing the space to ripple. A black hole appeared where Yi Jun lay, yet he had already reappeared 100 meters away. How is this possible? Yang exclaimed incredulously, realizing that even with spatial abilities, only a pinnacle warrior could manage such a teleportation. As Yi Jun vanished from sight, Yang was left in disbelief. In a flash, Yi Jun, having once again compressed his energy through the gathering chi method, activated his teleportation and disappeared before Yang's eyes. After a prolonged silence, a cough erupted from the youth, who lay bloodied in a hollowed tree, having exhausted all his internal energy from a single gathering flame explosion coupled with the extended teleportation. Evil woman, your gathering chi method is extraordinarily formidable. Just a few applications, and I've depleted all my energy, Yi Jun communicated with the spirit of the evil woman, half reclining in the tree hollow. Humph, the stronger the combat technique, the greater the limitations. This is one of the laws of balance in the universe. No technique is flawless. The gathering chi method can typically achieve only 3 compressions in the hands of others, yet you manage 10. A tenfold explosion comes at a tenfold cost. Thus you have gained significantly. Moreover, once you absorb the thunderous lightning, both your physical strength and the thunderous demonic body will receive substantial enhancement. At that point, even I will be astonished by your explosive power, the evil woman remarked coldly. Listening to her analysis, Yi Jun felt a sense of satisfaction. He had to concede that the gathering chi method was as beneficial to him as a heaven-tier combat technique. If not for it, he might have perished in the wilderness today. Boom. Just as Yi Jun was about to utilize his origin stone to restore his internal energy, a deafening roar erupted nearby. Startled, Yi Jun, having exhausted all his internal energy, flipped upright, ready to fight. Squeak! Squeak! The purple Marten, with a smug expression, observed the startled Yi Jun. A glimmer of mischief crossing its plump face. That pesky Marten nearly scared me to death, Yi Jun exclaimed, exasperated by the Marten's antics. Squeak! Squeak! The Marten approached Yi Jun, gesturing animatedly. You intend to digest the spirit herb here? Yi Jun inquired, glancing at the spacious tree hollow. The Marten nodded vigorously, its small head and tail bobbing in agreement. Then how will you find me later? Yi Jun continued, perplexed. Squeak! Squeak! The Marten pointed proudly at its nose. Very well. I shall seek you out at the War God Academy later, Yi Jun replied, a twinge of reluctance crossing his face as he affectionately ruffled the Marten's fluffy head. The following morning, after bidding farewell to the Marten, Yi Jun sealed the tree hollow with a piece of bark, leaving only a few small openings for the Marten to breathe. As he departed, He cast one last glance at the nearly invisible tree hollow before resolutely turning toward the War God Academy. From this moment on, he could only rely on himself. Chapter 31. The Roommate. The War God Academy, the foremost institution for body cultivators across the War God continent. Situated in the heart of Maple Leaf City within the Ghana Empire, the academy was funded by the War Emperor, boasting immense wealth and sprawling grounds that extended nearly 10 miles in radius. Such a vast institution encompassed nearly the entirety of Maple Leaf City. Cafeterias, clothing stores, bars, and various service establishments were all located within the academy, allowing students to live entirely within its confines. Truly magnificent, Yi Jun marveled. Standing at the entrance of the War God Academy, the main gate, measuring over 60 meters wide, featured a colossal crescent-shaped structure above it, intricately carved with battle scenes. A testament to the academy's immense financial resources, and this was merely the western branch. At this moment, the entrance bustled with activity, with a line of staff members and countless youths queuing for assessments. Yi Jun promptly joined the throng. On October 12th, the school officially commenced, and today is October 11th. According to the notice, one must arrive before the 12th. The girl ahead of me just arrived today for the assessment, suggesting her residence is quite distant from the God of War Academy. Bored, Yi Jun cast a glance at the back of the girl in front of him. She was, to be precise, a stunning beauty, her height barely reaching Yi Jun's chin, approximately around 1.65 meters. Hello, I am Xuelin from the Snow Moon Empire. The girl suddenly turned around and greeted Yi Jun warmly. Taken aback by her striking figure and not having spoken to a stranger of the opposite gender before, Yi Jun hesitantly nodded and replied, "Hello, I am Yi Jun, from the Luo Yun Empire." Xuelin blinked her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "The Luo Yun Empire? How fortunate you are. I took over 7 months to reach the Ghana Empire from my home. You must have spent a much shorter time, right?" Yi Jun's expression was one of astonishment. It took him merely 10 days to arrive at the academy, and he thought his journey was lengthy. But this girl's experience was far more daunting. As they approached the grand entrance, a cacophony of voices erupted, with countless young people whispering among themselves. Suddenly, a shout came from a distance. Noticing Yi Qing, the assessment supervisor, standing nearby, Yi Jun waved his hand in resignation. The more he wished to avoid someone, the more likely he was to encounter them. In a square so vast, it was a coincidence that he would run into Yi Qing while waiting in line. One could only attribute it to fate. "Student, it's your turn," called out the assessment teacher, unknowingly interrupting their conversation. "Coming." Xuelin flashed an apologetic smile before proceeding to the assessment. "Level, ability, and age," the teacher inquired in a formulaic tone. Xuelin, Battle Master Level 5, Wind Attribute Ability, age 16. Battle Master Level 5, 16 years old, average aptitude. "Here is your identification card." The teacher casually scribbled on the desk without lifting his head. Hearing this, Yi Jun, standing behind Xuelin, was taken aback. He had only been a battle master for 20 days and had progressed to level 3, thinking himself quite exceptional among his peers. Yet Xuelin's level 5 was deemed merely average by the teacher. "Hey, Junior, I am a second-year student at the God of War Academy. Let me show you to the dormitory." A relatively good-looking young man approached Xuelin with a smile and led the way. Watching the familiar yet foreign scene unfold, Yi Jun couldn't help but smile. He had once done the same. Waving goodbye, Xuelin followed the senior toward the student dormitory. "Yi Jun, your turn." Yi Qing's voice pulled him back to reality. He stepped forward to the assessment teacher and stated, "Yi Jun, Battle Master Level 3, Fire Attribute Mutation Ability, Flame Explosion. Below average aptitude, but your ability is quite good. Here is your identification card." As he accepted the card, Yi Qing approached him and said, "I'll show you the way." Glancing at Yi Qing's charming face, Yi Jun instinctively nodded. Among the assessment personnel, Yi Qing was the most beautiful. Having a lovely girl lead the way was certainly a pleasant experience. Following Yi Qing through the campus, just as Yi Jun was about to inquire, she suddenly turned around and explained, "The recruitment for the Western branch of the God of War Academy is for the entire continent, and it is limited to Battle Masters aged 16 and below. Among them are quite a few prodigies at the Battle Master level." Yi Jun was taken aback. A 16-year-old Battle Master was indeed staggering. In the past few months, he had experienced countless adventures and tribulations, and he had only just begun to step into the Battle Master tier, while a 16-year-old Battle Master sounded almost terrifying. Unlike the Luo Yun Empire, here at the God of War Academy, if something goes awry, you won't find anyone to assist you. So, I hope you can be more reserved. Although I have some reputation in the 3rd year, causing trouble here would be quite troublesome. There are many descendants of second-rate families. and the Yi family holds a status similar to that of commoners here. Moreover, the academy has regulations against random skirmishes, if a duel is necessary. It must take place at the life and death arena. Listening to Yi Qing's words, laced with concern, Yi Jun felt a warmth in his heart. Although they had often clashed growing up, she was looking out for him at a crucial moment. Understood, Yi Jun nodded slowly in agreement. All right, this is the boys' dormitory. Take this identification card and go in by yourself. I want to accompany you further. Standing in front of the boys' accommodation area, Yi Qing pointed at the card in Yi Jun's hand. As Yi Jun lifted his gaze toward the entrance, he was taken aback. The individual courtyards stretched out before him, numbering in the thousands. Nodding in acknowledgement, he walked towards the dormitory building. Typically, 5 students resided in a single dormitory at the God of War Academy. Upon entering the dormitory area, he was greeted by lush trees, lakes, stone bridges, and ancient structures, exuding an aura steeped in history. Dormitory number 240. The numbering was systematic, ranging from 0 to 1,000, each number representing a small courtyard. As he followed the signs to his designated courtyard, he marveled at the profound heritage of the God of War Academy. The private courtyard featured a small lake, a green space, and a bamboo grove. Hey, I must tell you, this book is a treasure I have collected for many years. A familiar voice echoed from the bamboo grove as Yi Jun stepped into the courtyard. There sat fatty Lin Te, baldy Xiaoguan, and a muscular man lounging on 3 bamboo chairs, clad in red underwear, seemingly unfazed by the autumn chill. Yi Jun's indifferent expression twitched at the sight of these familiar faces. Ah, Yi Jun, so glad to see you, Fatty exclaimed, tossing a clearly inappropriate book onto the grass and lunging toward Yi Jun, furrowing his brows. Yi Jun placed his backpack on the ground and asked, "What is going on here?" With a grin, Lin Te replied, "The minimum graduation requirement for the Battle Spirit Academy is to reach the Battle Spirit level. Our courtyard just happened to have an opening, and knowing you were coming this year, I used some gold coins to speak with the assessment teacher. If they encountered a boy named Yi Jun from the Luo Yun Empire, they would place him in this dormitory. Let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Lin Te from the Lin family, one of the 4 great powers of the Ghana Empire. This is my brother Baldy Xiaoguan, whose family runs an ordinary grocery store in the capital. We met due to a conflict. The muscular guy over there is Tung Fei, an orphan, and we have a cool roommate named Lei Ku who is out right now. We probably won't see him until evening. We have been here for 2 years." As Lin Te mentioned his name, the muscular boy smiled sheepishly at Yi Jun. At that moment, Xiaoguan finally shifted his gaze from the inappropriate book in his hands and, upon spotting Yi Jun standing on the grass, let out a strange cry and lunged toward him. "Get away." Yi Jun pretended to kick him, halting Xiaoguan, who was wearing red underwear. Chuckling nonchalantly, Xiaoguan took the black backpack from Yi Jun's hand and said, "Come on, I'll show you to your room." Under Xiaoguan's guidance, Yi Jun stepped into what appeared to be a villa-like building. The building was single-storied, and upon entering, he found 5 white wooden doors. The first room belongs to Like, the second to Tung Fei, while the third and fourth are occupied by me and the chubby one. You will reside in the 5th room, Xiaoguan explained, pointing at the 5 wooden doors. After glancing at the unadorned wooden door, Yi Jun pushed open the 5th door and stepped inside. The walls of the room were coated in a layer of white paint, with a table and chair placed in the corner near the window, and a simple wooden bed positioned close to the door. Xiaoguan casually tossed his package beneath the bed and said, "You can rest for now. After tomorrow's opening ceremony, all new students will be arranged to participate in the Grand Battle of the War God Valley." "The Grand Battle? What is that?" Yi Jun inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Hee. You'll find out soon enough," Xiaoguan chuckled and swiftly dashed out of Yi Jun's room. The Grand Battle? Yi Jun pondered for a moment, still bewildered, then sat cross-legged and took out the origin stone to begin nurturing his body. As night fell, a firm knock echoed outside Yi Jun's door. Opening his eyes, he glanced out the window and surmised it was about time for dinner, so he opened the door. "Come, let's head to the dormitory for a feast. The War God Academy has a place called the Emerald Tower, where beautiful women gather," Lin Te said, standing at Yi Jun's door in a pink flower-embroidered outfit, a mischievous grin on his face. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Jun followed Lin Te out of the small building. Upon seeing Yi Jun emerge, the 4 individuals waiting in the courtyard waved and called out, "Yi Jun, this is like the cool-looking guy in the white robe beside me. He was among the top 50 in the last grand battle." As Xiaoguan introduced him, Yi Jun looked over to see a young man of similar stature to himself, exuding an air of coldness, standing next to Xiaoguan. Noticing Yi Jun's scrutiny, Like nodded in acknowledgement. "Come." The nights at the War God Academy are not only filled with beautiful women, but the night scenery is also quite stunning, Lin Te said, leading the way with an exaggeratedly large belly. Chapter 33. The War God Valley. The next day, October 12th, marked the official start of the school year. Upon arriving at the War God Square, Yi Jun and the others were taken aback by the seemingly endless sea of people. The vast square was filled to capacity, with waves of chatter rising to the heavens as countless boys and girls stood in distinct groups. Shaking his head in resignation, Yi Jun and his companions settled at the edge of the square. As they discussed matters concerning the War God Academy, a voice suddenly resonated in their ears. Halting their conversation, Yi Jun turned to the front of the square, where an elder clad in a fiery red robe hovered in midair. Today marks the opening day of the War God Academy. I am Riels Waylet, the principal of this institution. Allow me to briefly outline a few points. Each time he promised brevity, it never turned out to be so. Yi Jun shook his head, muttering under his breath as the familiar words washed over him. As if 1,000 flies buzzed around him, Yi Jun began to feel drowsy when the principal cleared his throat with satisfaction and announced, "I will now declare the rules for the new student training and the grand battle of the War God Valley." Yi Jun perked up, finally hearing the crux of the matter. The grand battle is one of the school's signature events. Each new student will receive a badge inscribed with the War God Academy emblem. With this badge, you will enter the War God Valley under the guidance of your assessment teachers for a 7-day competition where your opponents will be upperclassmen. After a moment, observing that all the new students were focused on him, Riels Waylet nodded in satisfaction and continued, "As for the specific rules, I shall not elaborate here. You will explore them in due time. After the battles, based on your accumulated points, you will gain access to the energy tower established by the War Emperor for cultivation." At this point, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk crossed Riels Waylet's aged face. "Now, the meeting is adjourned. Please collect your badges from the front." Hee. The eagerly awaited day of tormenting new students has finally arrived. The opportunity to easily earn points is here. Yi Jun furrowed his brow at the excited chatter among the upperclassmen. Turning to Lin Tae, he asked, "What are the rules? Why are they so thrilled?" Lin Tae grinned mischievously and responded, "I can't reveal that. Anyone who does becomes the enemy of all upperclassmen. Moreover, the principal has made it clear that anyone found leaking information will be expelled on the spot." "What is the energy tower?" Yi Jun inquired, his curiosity deepening. The energy tower is a realm created by the War Emperor, imbued with extraordinary powers. Within, the energy is 2 to 10 times greater than the outside world, allowing practitioners to significantly reduce the time needed for physical refinement. Different regions within consume varying amounts of points. For instance, the 3-fold zone requires more points than the 2-fold zone. With a smacking of his lips, Lin Tae continued, "This is why so many people travel thousands of miles to study at the War God Academy. Otherwise, how do you think so many manage to reach the Spirit War level and graduate each year? It's all thanks to the energy tower." After the opening ceremony, Yi Jun observed the upperclassmen, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they made their way towards the dormitory. He felt a whirlwind of confusion and subsequently communicated with the evil woman's spirit. "Evil woman, what's the deal with the War God Valley and the energy tower?" The energy tower is a small world created by the War Emperor through his extraordinary abilities, governed by its own set of rules. As for the War God Valley, you will understand it in due time. The evil woman's voice carried a hint of nostalgia as she spoke. Yi Jun muttered to himself, "It's always like this. Just when it gets to the critical point, she stops speaking. Well, I suppose I'll face whatever comes my way." After dinner, in the courtyard, 5 chairs were set up, and Xiaoguan had pulled Yi Jun from his training to join the others. "Yi Jun, enjoy the calm before the storm. Don't train right now. There are only a few days in a year to relish," Lin Tae said, lounging in his chair like a sloth. "Indeed, once tomorrow starts, chaos will ensue," Tung Fei remarked, seated on his wooden chair, gazing at the sky. Like, with his cold demeanor, also nodded in agreement. The War God Academy has hundreds of students advancing to the Spirit War level each year, not solely due to the energy tower, but also the fierce competition. "Remember to heed the teacher's words tomorrow, otherwise you will regret it," Lin Tae said, his body quivering as if recalling a harsh memory. As darkness descended, the voices of the 5 individuals in the courtyard continued to echo. February 14th, dawn. Yi Jun donned the badge bestowed upon him by the academy and made his way to the square alone, while Lin Tae and the others had mysteriously vanished early in the morning. The day before, Yi Jun had followed the first-year students, led by their teachers, towards the northern part of the War God Academy. After a while, they entered the middle of a gorge, and as everyone crossed through, a translucent blue energy shield suddenly descended from above, enveloping the valley. "Welcome, newcomers, to the War God Valley. I am Alec, one of the heads here. To your left is the base for first-year students. Each of you possesses a small amount of points. If you are defeated by an upperclassman or defeat one, you will obtain their points. Now, begin making your way to the base. As the words of the elder echoed, Yijun swiftly dashed towards the base, placing his trust in the words of the plump one. Some heard the voice of Alec and fled, while new students stood in disdain, and others ambled towards the base, with a few boys engaged in conversation with attractive girls. With a peculiar laugh, Alec concealed himself in the air above the heads of the newcomers and slowly declared, "Now, the upperclassmen may launch their assault." No sooner had Alec's voice faded than a legion of seniors, adorned with the insignia of the War God Academy, surged forth from the paths flanking the canyon, howling like ravenous wolves as they pounced on the fleeing or stationary newcomers. "What do you intend to do?" a striking girl asked, crossing her arms as she gazed at a senior rushing towards her with eyes gleaming like emeralds. "I'm here for the points," he bellowed, mercilessly delivering a kick to her face. He then seized the badge from her chest, connecting it with his own, and a barely perceptible glow flashed as his score rose from 102 to 103. Tossing her badge aside, he immediately lunged at other unsuspecting newcomers. Those who take advantage of the situation will have their points deducted as punishment. The more severe transgressions will lead to immediate elimination. Alec's cold voice resonated once more in the ears of the crowd. At that moment, Yijun, eyeing the base less than 100 meters away, revealed a dangerous smile. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground, pivoted, and charged at a senior. "How dare you retaliate?" Leslie glared at the oncoming Yijun, his thoughts igniting a surge of energy within him. Water binding. As the water-formed ropes wrapped around Yijun, he swiftly shattered them with sheer force, and, to Leslie's astonishment, he delivered a powerful punch that sent him reeling. Moving forward, Yijun slashed at Leslie's badge, his own score instantly escalating from 1 to 32. Seniors possess far greater points, he mused, casually discarding the badge before charging at another senior. The valley resounded with roars, howls, and cries. In less than 10 minutes, only about 50 formidable newcomers remained engaged in battle. The upperclassmen converged, united in their charge towards the newcomers' base, led by a peak war master who commanded, "Stay coordinated." With an astonishing synchronicity, as if rehearsed countless times, the seniors surged forward towards the newcomers' base. Watching the torrent of upperclassmen approach, Yijun's expression hardened, and he launched himself into the fray with renewed fervor. With a punch and a kick, he dispatched 2 seniors, collecting their points, and spotted a nearby girl. Without hesitation, he lunged toward her. "I've been watching you, War Master level kid," she noted, showing no fear as she smiled and advanced with a twist of her waist. Frostpalm. The level 5 War Master unleashed a ground-level skill combined with her abilities towards Yijun. As the War Master whispered incantations, a fierce battle intent flickered in Yijun's eyes, compressing his internal energy tenfold. Gathering flames, he roared, launching a concentrated blast directly at her attack, seeking to test his strength against a War Master without relying on his Thunder Demon form. The collision of ice and compressed flames created a deafening explosion, forcing Yijun to stagger back, while the girl remained steadfast, her footing unyielding. "Next time, beautiful," he called, glancing back at the approaching tide of seniors, and turned to flee towards the base. "Don't rush, little brother," she teased, striking the ground with her fist, unleashing a chilling wave that enveloped the area. The cold seeped into Yijun's very being, slowing his movements. At the front of the rushing crowd, a burly man shouted, "Lia, I'll assist you. All ranged attackers, focus on that kid." A dazzling array of elemental abilities surged towards Yijun. A concealed war spirit level teacher nearby mused in trepidation. "This boy truly knows how to stir up trouble. Even if I intervene, it may hurt a bit." Narrowing his eyes, he concentrated his energy, compressing it with unprecedented speed as he prepared to strike. At that moment, Yijun unleashed a burst of energy from his feet. With a flash of red light and a thunderous roar, he soared towards the base. Chapter 34. The plan. The badge on Yijun's chest shimmered with light as he took flight, landing firmly within the confines of the walls. A faint blue energy shield began to rise from the ground, enveloping the entire novice base. The first phase of the assault concluded, granting the new students 10 points. After 3 hours, the energy shield would dissipate, allowing upperclassmen to commence their attack on the novice base. If they successfully defended for an hour, the newcomers would gain an additional 100 points. Should they fail, the attackers would gain 100 points as well. The attackers were forbidden from pillaging the resources within the novice base, and fleeing would result in a deduction of 100 points. Alec's voice reverberated throughout the War God Valley as the last newcomer slipped into the base. Listening to Alec's announcement, Yijun surveyed the so-called novice base. Noticing it was not only equipped with various restaurants and clothing shops, but even sold runic energy stones. Entering a clothing store, he discovered that transactions were conducted using points as currency. After spending 3 points on a pair of shoes, he proceeded to a restaurant called Red Tears. Upon entering, he was greeted by a stunning woman clad in a red bodysuit. Welcome to the Blue Team's base. I am Lu Yan, the owner of this Red Tears restaurant. For those who successfully return here during the first phase, the meal is on the house as a promotion for future champions. Remember to dine here for your points. Nodding, Yi-jun took a seat by the window in the spacious restaurant, which boasted 10 large tables. He casually ordered several filling dishes and awaited his meal. Moments later, as the server delivered the food, he picked up his chopsticks and began to savor the offerings. This place has a restaurant, he remarked. How about I treat you to a meal, beauty? Humph, how dare you strike me? I will definitely have someone settle the score once I'm out. She retorted as a commotion erupted, with a group of dusty and bloodied youths bursting through the door, frowning at the sight of the newly victimized students. Yi-jun continued to eat. Is this a scam, boss? 2 points for a bowl of porridge and 3 for a bun. Why don't you just go rob someone? Li Lei, accustomed to commanding respect, shouted in outrage as he glared at the menu. Having just entered the War God Valley and already faced with bullying, he was further infuriated by the exorbitant prices. In my day, no one dared to ask me to pay. Eat or don't. The weak have no right to indulge. Came the unsympathetic reply. Lanyan casually flicked her long hair off her forehead and asked, What did you say? Repeat that. Do you know who I am? I am the eldest son of the Li family, one of the 4 prominent families of the Ghana Empire. Upon hearing this, the menu, which had been simmering with pent-up anger, was thrown to the ground in frustration. A glint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes, and a unique aura of combat spirit surged from her voluptuous figure, instantaneously enveloping the entire restaurant. In the next moment, she moved swiftly and delivered a powerful kick that sent the boisterous youth flying out of the establishment. Humph, every year new students cause trouble, and I have even prepared a pair of combat trousers for the occasion. Her gaze swept across the young men in the hall as she continued. The first rule of the God of War Academy is that the weak do not deserve to enjoy privileges unless they can present sufficient points or, like these few newcomers, successfully reach the base. As soon as Lanyan's words fell, the attention of the crowd shifted to the 5 neatly dressed youths in the restaurant, among whom was Yi-jun. After swallowing the last bite of his meal, Yi-jun slowly rose and made his way toward the door. I remember, you were the first to run away, sneered a fierce-looking youth, blocking Yi-jun's path. So what? Yi-jun retorted with a cold smile, glancing at the 3 youths surrounding him. Although the God of War Valley allowed mutual combat among allies, it strictly prohibited the seizure of each other's points. Furthermore, any damage to his belongings would incur a 10-fold compensation. I advise you to step outside to fight. Bored by the sight of this rather ordinary-looking youth, Lanyan felt a flicker of interest. He was the first to enter the restaurant, and she was curious to see what abilities he possessed. Every year, the top 10 students entering the novice base were renowned figures within the God of War Academy. Brothers, I'd like to borrow some of your points, Ninghao said. Observing Yi-jun's indifferent expression, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart, but calculating the strength of his 3 subordinates, he estimated that Yi-jun was merely a warrior-level opponent. With 3 warriors above the 5th rank on his side, he believed their chances of victory were quite favorable. With a cold smile, Yi-jun chose not to respond and simply pushed the youth's hand aside as he walked out. After the last of the youths exited the room, Yi-jun wasted no time and threw a punch at Ninghao. Without a hint of suspense, Ninghao was caught off guard and knocked unconscious by Yi-jun's strike to the chin. Stepping forward, Yi-jun delivered a blow to the chest of the second youth, and with a swift kick, sent the last youth flying 5 meters away. In just 1 second, he had dispatched 3 youths in a seamless, fluid motion. Although it was an ambush, the impact was undeniable. What of an ambush? This was a lesson Yi-jun had learned in the Beast Mountain range. Even a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep uses all its strength. Despite these youths being only a few ranks above him, Yi-jun was unperturbed as he launched his surprise attack. Despicable. Shameless. He could hear the spectators among the new students shouting. Yi-jun couldn't help but chuckle softly as he turned to leave. A sheltered flower is still a sheltered flower. Only those who endure storms can rise to prominence. Since they are enemies, why speak of fair duels? If that were the case, I would have died countless times in the Beast Mountain range. Finding a corner on the perimeter wall, Yi-jun took out the power stone and continued to nurture his body during this interval. Yi-jun, Yi-jun. An hour later, Lin Ti's voice called from beyond the wall. Leaping onto the wall, Yi-jun saw the chubby Lin Te among the senior students, shouting toward him. What is the matter? Yi-jun inquired, looking at Lin Te amidst the crowd. Gazing at Yi Jun, whose clothes were unscathed, Lin Te exclaimed joyfully. I just wanted to see if you had been robbed, but it seems you successfully returned to the base. Did you go back through the main path, or the maze-like side passages? Lin Te blinked his small eyes, making a curious expression. The main path, Yi Jun replied, suddenly struck by inspiration. You love to escape, don't you? We can only launch a frontal assault later, and I intend to settle our personal grievances then. Lin Te remarked, glancing at those around him before turning away. Yi Jun then made his way toward the back of the novice base, where countless small paths sprawled across the mountainside. Observing the numerous paths guarded by senior students, a smile crept onto Yi Jun's face, who decreed that only seniors could attack newcomers. Running away would cost him 100 points. A bold plan began to form in Yi Jun's mind. With the threefold enhancement of his Thunder Demon form, attacking the poorly defended senior base shouldn't be too challenging. After studying the map for a considerable time, he found his plan to be highly feasible. With determination, he set off along his planned escape route, but soon discovered that a single man was guarding the path. Yi Jun pondered briefly, realizing that those who dared to guard a passage alone were either exceptionally strong or had no other support. Ultimately, he decided against this path, pulling out the map once more to select a different, winding route. Arriving at his newly chosen path, Yi Jun observed that despite it being narrow enough for only two to stand side by side, it was surprisingly occupied by 7 individuals. Rather than feeling annoyed, he felt a surge of excitement. The greater the number, the weaker their individual combat abilities, making it an ideal scenario for someone with his explosive power. If I'm not mistaken, this barrier should be one way, Yi Jun muttered to himself as he approached a path and reached out to touch the barrier. As he had anticipated, his hand passed through without any resistance, emerging on the other side. Retracting his arm and glancing at the tense seniors watching him, Yi Jun left with an indifferent expression. Finding a corner close to the path that would not attract attention from those inside, Yi Jun sat cross-legged to continue his training while waiting for the right moment. Time flew by quickly, and before long, the moment of battle arrived. As Ulrich's voice echoed, Yi Jun suddenly opened his eyes, activating his Thunder Demon form and dashing towards the expected path at thrice his usual speed. At the back of the novice base, at the entrance of a narrow passage, a senior named Les, who had been conversing with others, caught sight of a purple figure rushing toward his guarded path. He immediately shouted, "Incoming attack! Be careful!" Just as Les's warning fell, everyone beheld a newcomer clad in fearsome purple armor charging toward them. With a cold command, Yi Jun unleashed the compressed power within him, causing a thunderous roar as he surged forward, colliding violently with the defenders of the passage. Before Les and his companions could muster their energy, they were sent flying by the explosive force of Yi Jun's attack, falling unconscious. At this moment, at the front of the novice base, the sound of explosions reverberated through the air. Various long-range abilities clashed against the walls, resulting in fierce explosions and mutual annihilation, a seemingly beautiful scene fraught with deadly peril. The 3 battle kings, led by Ulrich, and more than 20 warriors of the battle spirit level loomed above the battlefield, watching intently, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. As for those who could not be saved, if they perished, so be it. Every year, the God of War Valley would add dozens of souls to its count. They only had themselves to blame for failing to grasp the situation and recklessly charging into battle. The brutality of the God of War Academy extended far beyond this. Every student who entered the academy did not pay tuition, for the academy assigned tasks to each student annually. Like last time with Linty, he was dispatched to the Beast Mountain range to hunt magical beasts and procure materials. The roaring sounds of battle concealed the commotion created by Yi Jun, who, clutching a force stone, traversed the labyrinthine paths while absorbing its energy. Chapter 35. The best defense is a good offense within the maze of the God of War Valley. Fortified by tenfold physical strength and the amplification of the Thunder Demon body, Yi Jun struck down a peak Battle Master Senior with a single punch. Continuously calculating his route in his mind, he surveyed his surroundings, mentally comparing them. Approximately 5 minutes remained until he reached the senior's base. The thunderous sounds around him gradually diminished, indicating that the front line of the new students had likely entered close-quarters combat. In this winding narrow path, Yi Jun refrained from utilizing the Gathering Flame Blast for acceleration. Although the Gathering Source Blast offered immense advantages in instantaneous speed, it had a conspicuous drawback. It could not turn and could only charge forward recklessly. Nevertheless, thanks to the formidable resilience of the Thunder Demon body, the Gathering Source Blast became one of Yi Jun's most suitable combat techniques. With each punch that toppled foes and every kick that sent them flying, Yi Jun lost count of how many seniors he had defeated along the way. Just as he rounded a corner, A graceful figure descended from above, lunging directly at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his fist and struck fiercely at the descending silhouette. With a sound reminiscent of shattering ice, the figure abruptly halted, and Yi Jun gazed at the ice-encased path ahead, feeling a sense of resignation towards the familiar silhouette. Little brother, your protective combat technique is quite impressive. However, this path is blocked. You should obediently hand over your badge to your sister. I would rather not harm you. The woman named Leah said with a bright smile as she obstructed Yi Jun's path. Leah, you are quite beautiful. Upon hearing this, Leah's smiling face suddenly froze, her mind momentarily shaken. With a roar, Yi Jun unleashed the gathering source blast from his feet, amplified threefold by the thunder demon body. The blast erupted with 30 times the force, colliding with the woman. Startled by the sudden onslaught, Leah instinctively sidestepped to the left, and a purple figure crashed violently against an ice wall nearly 10 meters thick. The gathering flame blast, enhanced by the thunder demon body, was terrifyingly potent, causing the ice to explode as if struck by a missile, sending countless icy fragments swirling into the air, shaking off the dizziness. Yi Jun vowed never to employ such a method again. The instantaneous impact felt akin to being struck by a powerful spirit warrior, painful enough to nearly make him spit blood. His steps faltering, he swiftly vanished around the corner of the narrow path. The airborne ice dust shimmered with specks of luminescence, resembling a fairy tale realm. Leah gazed enraptured at Yi Jun's retreating figure, and after a long moment, she softly chuckled. I like such a formidable man. I shall not let you slip away. Turning to leave, Leah found herself unexpectedly touched by a youth much younger than herself, who had shattered her defenses, a heart once impervious for over 20 years. Meanwhile, Yi Jun, lamenting his misstep as he consulted his map, realized that the collision had left him slightly disoriented, causing him to take a wrong turn. After 6 minutes, he successfully appeared at the rear of the senior's base. Observing the base unshielded, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Rumor had it that the items within the enemy's base could be freely taken, as long as one transported them to the novice base. All items could be exchanged for points. As he moved forward, the injured seniors resting within the base were rendered speechless as Yi Jun charged in like a raging tiger. It was as if a blue glass bead had intruded among countless red ones. Yi Jun, emanating a blue glow, stood out starkly in the senior's base. Ignoring the numerous wounded, Yi Jun had no interest in the incapacitated seniors, whose badges had already been pilfered. In the force stone shop of the senior base, Yar, daydreaming of the triumphant return of seniors laden with points to purchase force stones, sat happily in his rocking chair, tossing a 4th-tier force stone, one condensed by peak battle masters, in his hand, filled with a sense of satisfaction as he admired the cabinets full of stones. Just then, while Yar was lost in his reverie, a blue glowing purple figure dashed to the counter, shattering the glass filled with force stones with a punch. The overwhelming aura of a peak spirit warrior erupted instantly. Yar's first instinct was to strike the intruder dead, his hand raised. But upon seeing the blue glow surrounding Yi Jun, he was stunned, realizing that a novice had breached the senior base. Gazing at the threatening Yar, Yi Jun swiftly produced a prepared black package, sweeping the force stones and shattered glass into it, racing against time. Just as the last force stone from the counter was stuffed into the bag, Yi Jun sheepishly remarked, "Teachers in the base are not permitted to intervene." And before Yar could retaliate, he forcefully snatched the force stone condensed by the battle master from Yar's hands and turned to leave. Watching Yi Jun's figure vanish from the shop, Yar could no longer contain his rage, shouting furiously, "You worthless lot! How could you let a novice breach the base?" This young man was far too arrogant. He would have to pay for this insolence. With a single punch, Yar demolished a room spanning dozens of square meters, his fury erupting as he unleashed the full intensity of his peak spirit warrior might. But he did not actually pursue. Yi Jun, save your breath. I know your intentions well enough. Don't pretend. It's just a ploy to summon those seniors back to capture this kid. A woman resembling Lan Yin but dressed in a red skirt remarked as she stepped out of a restaurant, observing Yar's furious antics. At that moment, the seniors who had just invaded the new student base to gain reward points felt a surge of humiliation upon hearing Yar's furious shout. How could so many seasoned veterans be overrun by a mere novice who had only just arrived? If word got out, where would they hide their faces? Bearing the weight of this humiliation, thousands of senior students surged like a tide back towards their base. Observing the furious crowd, Alec turned to the monitoring teachers, inquiring, "Did any of you see when that kid got through?" "No," the teachers replied, puzzled. "Haha, interesting. I like this kid," a woman dressed in a tight white suit, appearing no older than 20, said with a smile. It seemed this young man was in for a rough time. Alec glanced at the woman's stunning figure. silently praying for Yi Jun. Then he declared loudly, "The second phase of the battle has concluded. The new student base shall raise its defense shield, and all seniors must retreat from the new student base." With Yar's furious shout, countless seniors, who still possessed fighting strength, rose from the ground, blocking Yi Jun's path. Faced with this ragtag group of wounded warriors, Yi Jun's sprinting form showed no signs of hesitation as he charged forward, bulldozing through them. Seizing the moment before they could form a blockade, breaking through forcefully was his best strategy. Amidst the howling winds, Yi Jun leaned forward, barreling down the path of the senior base, where anyone he collided with, be they Battle Master or Peak Battle Master, was sent flying like rag dolls. After a chaotic uproar, Yi Jun dove into the narrow path, retreating along the pre-planned route back to the base. "That kid has escaped into the maze. Quick, pursue him. If we fail to catch him, prices for all 4 stones here will rise by 30%. Yar's intent had already locked onto Yi Jun, and upon sensing his successful retreat into the maze, he bellowed in frustration. As everyone entered the labyrinth, they were determined not to allow that boy to escape back to the base. The senior students, rushing toward the base, heard Yal's voice and immediately shouted, surging into the nearest pathway of the maze. Within mere minutes, the battlefield of the God of War Valley was left with only injured students rolling on the ground, groaning in agony. "What is happening? I heard someone intruded into the seniors' base. Damn it, you're ruining our reputation. Everyone thinks our freshmen are easy targets." Inside the maze of the God of War Valley, as thousands of seniors, ignoring the ominous red glow, entered, Yi Jun became particularly conspicuous with his blue aura. The maze became somewhat congested due to the influx of these individuals. With a dull thud, a purple figure was sent flying backward. Regaining his footing, Yi Jun looked at the seemingly lecherous man before him and couldn't help but feel a wave of regret. On the anticipated route of retreat, Yi Jun unfortunately encountered the first wave of intercepting seniors. After exchanging a few punches and kicks with 5 interceptors, he aimed to swiftly deal with the last unimposing-looking boy, only to find that this seemingly frail individual suddenly unleashed the strength of a battle master, striking Yi Jun back with a single punch. Tightening the black package strapped to his back to ensure it wouldn't fall during the fight, Yi Jun stepped forward with his right foot, lunging at the boy. "Lucky kid. Today you're destined to fall into my hands." Stylf, observing the oncoming Yi Jun, smirked coldly and vanished from sight. The compressed force, gathered tenfold, surged into his right hand as he unleashed a punch toward the boy, the power amplified 30 times. "Humph, a mere battle master dares to clash with me." Stylf, facing Yi Jun's punch, countered with a sneer. He was determined to teach this arrogant boy a lesson, one that would leave him with broken bones. The 2 fists collided with a resounding boom, flames erupting from the point of impact. Yi Jun staggered back 5 steps, while Stylf retreated 3. The comparison in strength was akin to that of a peak battle master without the use of extraordinary abilities, but if both parties utilized their powers, Yi Jun calculated his chances of losing at 80%, placing his combat prowess between the 5th and 7th ranks of battle masters. How is this possible? Stylf's expression changed, and he stomped the ground, exclaiming, "Flame armor." A torrent of flames erupted from Stylf's body, instantaneously transforming into a suit of armor that enveloped him entirely. An exceedingly rare protective battle technique, Yi Jun used as he silently compared it to his own abilities, muttering, "But it's not as impressive as mine." "Here, over here." Amidst the clamor of their battle, countless sounds resonated from all directions. Hearing the chaotic footsteps, Yi Jun felt the remaining 6 layers of extraordinary power within him and sighed deeply. This gathering energy technique was indeed exhausting. Otherwise, he could have engaged the battle masters in a more formidable manner. With a swift step on the fiery ground, he vanished into the shadows, escaping, bolstered by the thunder demon body. Unless he encountered a formidable wind elemental user, no ordinary person could match his speed. "Don't run, kid." Stylf, having just activated his protective battle technique, was left bewildered as the boy turned and fled. With a powerful push, he immediately pursued Yi Jun. In the blink of an eye, however, Stylf found himself halted, realizing the purple-armored boy had vanished without a trace. Regretting not being a wind elemental practitioner, he aimlessly rushed about. Relying on instinct, he encountered another senior by chance, delivering a fierce punch. Yi Jun, swiftly dodging, continued his escape toward the freshman's base. Chapter 36. 1,000 pursuers. A gathering of over 100 students had formed here, while the freshman's base also housed a similar number. That boy could only hide in the maze's narrow paths before ultimately returning to the freshman's base. Yi Jun dexterously leaned against a stone wall, eavesdropping on the seniors stationed at the base's entrance. A thought arose in his mind. Hide in the maze? Return to the base? I shall not. With a swift motion, Yi Jun's agile figure darted toward the enemy's base. Although he could have returned unnoticed through spatial powers, the intrigue stirred within him compelled him to cause a ruckus at their base, especially after that exceedingly lecherous old man had revealed his location. Easily dispatching several waves of 4 or 5 seniors, Yi Jun retraced his steps. At this moment, after learning about Yi Jun's strength from the seniors he encountered, most had congregated near the freshman's base, leaving only a few self-assured individuals, battle masters of the 5th rank and above, to continue pursuing him within the maze, while the rest awaited Yi Jun's inevitable return to the freshman's base. Blue Yen, bring me some food and drink. I impulsively turned the entire place to ashes. I need to rebuild tomorrow. Y'all, with a gloomy expression, sat in the senior's red leaf restaurant, waving at Blue Yen. You deserve it. Who told you to blow the place up? Blue Yen teased, placing food and drink on Y'all's table with a smirk. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a booming sound echoed, followed by a dispassionate voice reaching their ears. Tell me, where is that lecherous old man selling the original 4 stones? Yi Jun demanded, delivering a punch to a man lying on the ground, his expression turning pale with fear. The hapless man, staring at the gaping hole just inches from his lower body, raised a trembling finger toward the restaurant inscribed with the words red leaf. Having obtained his answer, Yi Jun turned and headed toward the restaurant. I need to find a new place quickly. I can't even lie down without getting shot. The man, just settling down to rest, sprang up as if resurrected, scrambling away. Inside the red leaf restaurant, Y'all stared at Yi Jun, his face filled with shock, lips twitching until he finally stammered. It's you? Delighted to see you. Yi Jun glanced at the food on Y'all's table, feeling a bit hungry after the battle. He removed the helmet of the Thunder Demon body, sat beside Y'all, and, foregoing utensils, began to eat with his hands. Finally, he shifted uncomfortably, nudging Y'all with his backside, eating heartily while observing Y'all nearly falling off his chair. Yi Jun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Even the resentment from having his whereabouts exposed by the old man dissipated in the face of Y'all's astonished expression. You go too far. Y'all's complexion shifted, veins visibly pulsing on his forehead as he stood up, stammering in anger. Rules. Fearing the old man might lose control, Yi Jun wiped his greasy hands on Y'all's clothing as a subtle reminder. Haha, this boy is truly amusing. A woman in white, hidden above Yi Jun, laughed heartily, her alluring figure radiating tempting curves. You lot, living off the fat of the land. This fellow has returned to your base. And he is even dining here. Y'all, nearly driven to the brink of fury, roared towards the heavens. As if his anger had diminished somewhat with that shout, Y'all's breathing became slightly steadier. Yes, I'm quite full. The boss lady is skilled. I'll be back for another visit. Yi Jun casually greeted a woman resembling Blue Yen. Ignoring Y'all's increasingly dark expression, he wiped his mouth with the pristine edge of Y'all's clothing and stood up, smacking his lips as he snatched the wine bottle from Y'all's hands. I'm leaving. No need to see me off. I'll visit again next time. With that, he strode out of the restaurant. As Yi Jun stepped out of the restaurant, he mentally activated his helmet and dashed down the narrow path with remarkable speed. A furious Y'all, seething with rage, raised his fist and brought it crashing down onto the floor. The icy reprimand of tenfold compensation echoed in the air. It was as if Y'all had fallen victim to the petrifying curse of the legendary stone woman. His fist abruptly froze mere centimeters above the ground. With a grimace that resembled more of a cry than a smile, Y'all turned and made his way toward the exit. A cacophony of roars erupted as Yi Jun vanished into the small pathway. Everyone surrounded the narrow paths, slowly sweeping towards the base. Each person calling out upon encountering that boy, determined not to let him escape this time. The pent-up anger was palpable in their voices. As the strongest second-year student, Xiao had never felt so humiliated, being toyed with by a mere freshman. This fueled his resentment. Envisioning the moment he would capture that boy and enact his revenge as they proceeded to encircle the base. At that moment, Yi Jun heard their shouts and pulled out the map he always carried, calculating silently in his mind before deciding to force his way through the front of the valley. Surprisingly, he encountered no one. Peering out from the narrow path to the expansive thoroughfare, he couldn't help but murmur in disbelief. In the valley, on the broad avenue, Xiao gazed darkly at the distant upperclassman base, walking at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a violet shadow emanating a blue glow burst forth from a small path on the mountain wall, charging directly towards them. There were only 10 of them, but they were undoubtedly formidable opponents. As Yi Jun surged forward, he observed the 10 upperclassmen approaching slowly. Choosing to break through from the front, he had anticipated this scenario. Though their numbers were fewer, they were all powerful upperclassmen. While it appeared more challenging to break through, The wide valley favored the use of explosive fire for a swift escape, no longer conserving his energy. He activated the fiery explosion beneath his feet and charged towards the 10 individuals, not to engage in combat, but to swiftly extricate himself from their grasp. Without uttering a word, the 10 upperclassmen rearranged their formation, with Qiao at the forefront and the other 9 positioned behind. Upon seeing Qiao standing at the forefront, Yi Jun frowned, surprised by the formation they had adopted. "Yes, over here," shouted the 9 upperclassmen standing behind Qiao in unison. As Yi Jun dashed towards Qiao, he suddenly leaped into the air, executing a fiery explosion with his right foot, propelling himself rapidly towards the novice base. "He tricked us. Pursue him," Qiao shouted in anger as he turned to give chase, watching Yi Jun soar towards the back. As Yi Jun flew through the air, he marveled at the remarkable efficacy of the fiery explosion for escape. Gliding nearly 500 meters, he gradually descended towards the ground. With a thud, he landed on his legs and lunged forward. He was now less than 1,000 meters from the novice base, but that distance was increasingly crowded with people, forcing Yi Jun to refrain from using the fiery explosion again. Otherwise, he could not utilize the momentum upon landing and risk being injured midair. As more individuals emerged from the mountain walls, Yi Jun engaged in combat with the first person he encountered. Spinning on his foot, he unleashed a fiery blast with his right hand, dodging to the side and leaping over his adversary's interception. For those he could not evade, he utilized the fiery explosion to strike them down unexpectedly. 900 meters, 800 meters, 700 meters. As Yi Jun approached within 500 meters of the novice base, he was intercepted by a group of upperclassmen. In a flash, he forced his way past a man who was delivering weaker attacks. Lowering his body and turning his shoulder, he collided forcefully with the man's chest, propelling him forward as a shield against incoming blows. "Despicable! So despicable!" Isoda exclaimed, wielding a massive stone pillar, 3 meters long, intending to strike the purple-clad newcomer, only to find that Yi Jun had used the dazed man as a shield. Stumbling back after his strike, Isoda struggled to regain his balance. The surrounding upperclassmen were left in an awkward predicament, unable to decide whether to attack or hold back. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Jun hurled the man he had used as a shield forward and swiftly ignited a fiery explosion beneath his feet, propelling himself forward. With the man creating a path, Yi Jun successfully advanced over 10 more meters, now only 630 meters from the novice base. Facing a densely packed crowd ahead, Yi Jun felt a surge of anxiety. The gaps between his adversaries were merely a few body widths apart, allowing them to unleash their powers without colliding into one another. "Kid, there's nowhere left to run," shouted a man radiating a golden glow as he charged towards Yi Jun metal attribute. Yi Jun thought, tightening his grip as he dove into the crowd of less threatening opponents. "Spread out. Quickly. Isolate that kid and attack together," Xiao shouted, catching up from a distance as he observed Yi Jun maneuvering through weaker foes. Blood trickled from the corner of Yi Jun's mouth as he suppressed the urge to cough up more, grabbing a veteran student of battle caliber and tossing him ahead before leaping after him. Even though Yi Jun specifically targeted the weaker upperclassmen, the sheer number of attacks accumulating was still formidable. Fortunately, his thunder armor was remarkably resilient. Otherwise, he would have been brought down long ago and unable to dash about as he was now. Moments later, noticing the thinning crowd around him, Yi Jun silently cursed his luck. His only advantage was the dense crowd, which prevented his opponents from unleashing their full strength. If he lost that shield, the upperclassmen's attacks would rain down upon him without mercy. As the crowd began to disperse, Yi Jun felt a powerful blow strike his back from Qiao, who had been relentlessly pursuing him. Unable to contain the blood surging to his throat, he coughed violently. "Sada, let us go?" Qiao shouted to the golden-skinned man beside him. Sada shot a cold glance at Qiao but said nothing, swiftly positioning himself before Qiao and charging at Yi Jun, hearing the commotion behind him. Yi Jun surveyed the tightly packed crowd blocking his path forward, steeling himself as he unleashed the fiery explosion beneath him once more and charged ahead. "Attack! Quickly attack!" The crowd ahead yelled as they witnessed Yi Jun barreling towards them, unleashing a barrage of abilities. With less than 4 layers of energy remaining within him, Yi Jun barreled through the onslaught of their attacks, his body enveloped in a cacophony of explosive sounds. It felt as if he were caught in a hail of cannon fire, the violent shocks causing his mind to spin, and he was horrified to discover cracks forming on his thunder armor. Chapter 37. Successful Return. There was no time to ponder, having breached the area under heavy attack. Yi Jun, blood dripping from his lips, crashed into the crowd. As the purple figure collided with the upperclassmen blocking his path, they were sent flying to the sides, leaving a trail of deep footprints imprinted on the ground. With powerful impacts, Yi Jun, battling through the dizziness, gauged the remaining distance to the novice base. With a thunderous roar, Yi Jun clutched the slightly damaged black package tightly bound to his chest, and with a swift step, unleashed a blazing burst of energy, propelling himself through the sky towards the novice base. Without the need for any strategic organization, all the senior students possessing ranged attack abilities launched a barrage of various elemental powers towards Yi Jun, who soared into the heavens. Amidst the crackling sounds of thunder, Yi Jun endured the tremors caused by the onslaught of abilities, feeling a sizable piece of his purple armor shatter and fall away. Just then, a searing flame struck his unprotected back, igniting a fierce, scorching pain that surged through him. The remaining energy within him tirelessly mended the shattered armor. Yet the relentless assault from the multitude proved too dense. In mere moments, Yi Jun's energy reserves were utterly depleted. In what felt like an eternity but was merely a few breaths, a bloodied youth, clad in shattered armor, streaked across the sky, landing merely 10 meters from the novice base. This kid is fighting with all his might. The members of the Ulrich team observed as he passed by. Catching a glimpse of the gruesome skin on his back, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Now that's what a man looks like, unlike your pale, delicate visage, Ji Wu remarked, her heart swelling with an inexplicable anger directed towards Ulrich. With an awkward smile, Ulrich, a seasoned warrior of the third stage, refrained from retorting. The young woman's strength was formidable. Even the principal had been scolded by her. Engaging in a rebuttal would only lead to humiliation. Besides, if a confrontation were to ensue, although there is a significant disparity between the stages of a warrior, Ulrich himself had no guarantee of victory. As the armor crumbled and fell away, Yi Jun had no choice but to withstand the attacks with his flesh. Fortunately, the closer he drew to the novice base, the weaker the assaults became. Torn, burned, frozen, and shaken, even Yi Jun's nerves, tempered by thunder, emitted low groans of pain. Clenching his teeth, he refrained from crying out. And amidst the roaring chaos, he fell heavily to the ground. Rising swiftly, he left a trail of blood on the earth. Gazing at the dozens of senior students blocking his path, Yi Jun vanished in an instant, appearing beside the nearest one. With a powerful kick, he sent one flying, then executed a high-pressure strike that incapacitated another. With a swift motion, his toes connected with the senior's waist. "Huh," he shouted, delivering a penetrating punch to the abdomen of another before darting towards yet another opponent. A swift kick sent him spinning around to strike a senior attempting a sneak attack from behind. With a remarkable agility, bolstered by a physical strength tenfold that of his peers, each senior fell before Yi Jun's onslaught, typically vanquished in a single blow, or at most two. In mere moments, 9 seniors lay defeated at his feet. How is this possible? How can this be? Rocky, a 5th-stage warrior, stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Though the 9 were merely sophomore warriors, each one fell helplessly before Yi Jun's might. Such speed and power. In a heartbeat, 10 seniors had succumbed to the relentless assault, leaving only one standing. "Kid, let us see what you're made of," Rocky declared, stepping forward and unleashing a barrage of fist-sized rocks towards Yi Jun. As the stones hurtled towards him, Yi Jun's expression shifted slightly, and he swiftly dodged to the right. Though Rocky's attacks appeared ferocious, they were merely formidable to those of the warrior rank. The enhancements from his thunderous transformation were but a fraction of their former glory, combined with his unparalleled physical prowess to defeat the 9 seniors. However, against a formidable 5th-stage warrior, Yi Jun's remaining strength was dwindling. Countless stones crashed where he had just stood, and Rocky summoned forth more debris, encircling Yi Jun. A sweeping strike, akin to lightning, aimed at Yi Jun's legs. With a thud, Yi Jun's right leg firmly struck Rocky's sweeping calf, easily countering the forceful attack and using it to propel himself towards the novice base. Realizing there was no time to waste, Yi Jun leaped over the enclosing wall, aiming for the energy shield. Suddenly, a shadow plummeted towards the novice base. "What?" Yi Jun's face paled as the distinct aura of a 5th-stage warrior surged down upon him. "Hey, kid, you dare to strike my brotherly lay? You know what happens when you meddle in affairs of your own faction?" A man clad in gleaming metal armor cackled, reaching for the black package on Yi Jun's chest. With no leverage in midair, Yi Jun faced a dilemma. Allow the man to seize the package filled with energy stones or retaliate and risk being brought down to the ground, surrounded by pursuing seniors. "Yi Jun, I'm here," a cheerful voice called from behind the assailant. Just as Yi Jun prepared to drop the package to the ground, a graceful figure lunged down, striking the assailant forcefully before twisting midair and leaping back towards the base. "Shuelin?" Yi Jun's expression flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected her, a 5th-stage warrior, to dare intervene against a fifth-stage combatant. Standing atop the wall, Xuelin blinked her large eyes and joked, "Am I not allowed to steal the spotlight just once?" Having successfully crossed the protective barrier back onto the wall, Yi Jun touched his cheek, realizing that his thunderous form had vanished without him noticing. Looking at the smiling face of Xuelin before him, he felt a surge of gratitude. Had she not assisted him at that critical moment, the outcome could have been dire. "Yi Jun, this girl is quite impressive," a familiar voice echoed in his mind, the voice of the sinister woman, appearing unexpectedly. Uncertain of how to respond, Yi Jun turned to Xuelin and said, "We should leave this place." With a loud crash, an army of furious seniors surged towards the novice base wall, relentlessly assaulting the assailant. "Kid, you better come down." As the chorus of angry shouts filled the air, Yi Jun and Xuelin slowly made their way into the base. "Kid, come here," a robust middle-aged man called out, gesturing for Yi Jun to approach. Out of respect for his elders, Yi Jun walked over to him. "I am Locke, in competition with Jarl over there. To express my gratitude for your assistance, I will purchase your energy stones at a 30% premium above the original price," Locke said with a broad smile, pointing at the black package on Yi Jun's chest. Seizing the opportunity to convert his energy stones into points, Yi Jun promptly handed the black package to Locke. With a beaming smile, Locke accepted the package, unleashing a torrent of energy that radiated from him, commanding the presence of a peak battle spirit. As Yi Jun braced himself, anticipating an attack, Locke suddenly roared skyward, proclaiming, "Die, y'all. I have absorbed all your force stones. You can go drink the northwesterly wind." After unleashing his bellow, Locke contentedly strolled into the force stone shop, where he displayed the force stones Yi Jun had acquired on the table. In total, this amounts to 23,120 points. To make it a round figure, I will grant you 23,200 points. After Yi Jun nodded in acknowledgement, Locke casually picked up a healing attribute force stone and said, "This healing force stone is a gift for you." Along with a piece of information, tonight's events will be even more thrilling. Initially intending to inscribe a healing force stone for himself, Yi Jun felt fortunate to receive one for free. He gratefully accepted the stone from Locke and followed Xuelin out of the small room. In the midst of envious and jealous gazes surrounding them, Yi Jun led Xuelin to a secluded corner. With her face flushed, Xuelin leaned against the wall of a small building and whispered, "Though I know you appreciate my assistance, isn't this a bit too hasty?" Yi Jun, utterly speechless, slapped his forehead in exasperation and reluctantly handed over the badge adorning his chest, stating, "Where did your thoughts wander? Here. Take this 1,000 points as a token of my gratitude for your help." Upon receiving the badge, Xuelin's face turned even redder as she lowered her head, fuming. "You fool, what if I get robbed of it later?" After a moment's consideration, Yi Jun decided to tuck the badge away. "Then, may I invite you to dinner?" he proposed, observing the dimming sky. Nodding in agreement, Xuelin accompanied Yi Jun to a restaurant. Inside the Red Tears restaurant, Yi Jun watched as Xuelin devoured the food on the table with astonishing speed, causing several black lines to appear on his forehead. Moments later, he could not help but ask, "How long has it been since you last ate?" Caught up in her meal, Xuelin mumbled with her mouth full, "I woke up late this morning and skipped breakfast, having only consumed 2 bowls of porridge and 2 buns for lunch. At home, I usually eat at least 3 bowls of porridge and 4 buns to feel full." Yi Jun, observing her stuffed cheeks, could not help but think to himself, "I would not have guessed." Commencing the 3rd phase of the test, announced Alec. Before the bewildered newcomers could process their surroundings, they suddenly found themselves outside the freshman base. Chapter 38. The God of War Valley test concludes as the new arrivals grasped their surroundings. They were horrified to discover that seasoned students had been poised to attack the moment they materialized. In the labyrinth of the God of War Valley, Yi Jun felt a flash before his eyes and found himself within the maze. He swiftly dove forward, preparing to evade. Boom. 3 seasoned students laughed maniacally as they charged toward the space Yi Jun had just vacated. With a push of his right hand, Yi Jun's form shifted, akin to a nimble monkey, as he clamped onto an enemy's calf, pulling him down while performing a forward roll and hurling the adversary toward his comrades. "Dreaming of ambushing me?" Yi Jun frowned and rose to his feet. With a powerful thrust, he lunged toward the enemy like a leopard. Yi Jun refrained from using his thunder demon form, as its purple visage would undoubtedly attract the ire of the seasoned students, who would relentlessly pursue him without hesitation. Yi Jun moved with lightning speed, alternating between fists and knife-hand strikes, delivering a barrage of attacks to the surrounding seasoned students. Within mere moments, those who had come to assist were dispatched to the ground by Yi Jun alone. After collecting their points, Yi Jun transformed into a fleeting shadow and dashed away. All newcomers possessing points are prohibited from entering the base before midnight. A reminder for the newcomers, the more points you carry, the more radiant the blue light emanating from you tonight. Alec's indifferent voice echoed throughout the God of War Valley. Cursing under his breath, Yijun abruptly halted his rapid advance. Glancing at the sky, he estimated that there were still 4 hours until midnight, having only just begun. He needed to conserve his energy to endure the duration. Alec, do you believe this poses a challenge for that kid? Ji Wu stated coldly. Observing Ji Wu's impassive demeanor, Alec found it difficult to discern her intentions. With a sly smile, Ji Wu's frigid voice resonated in the valley. In light of certain newcomers' performances, I am now enacting a new rule on behalf of all supervising instructors. Any seasoned student who defeats the newcomer that infiltrated the senior base will receive double the points from him. Additionally, I would like to remind the seasoned students that he currently possesses over 20,000 points. As Ji Wu's voice faded, the entire God of War Valley erupted in excitement. Pulling out a map and scrutinizing it for a moment, Yijun unhesitatingly sped toward the distance. This path veering left should lead to that location, he muttered, darting into the nearby alleyway. As he turned into the path, a sudden shock coursed through him, leaving him astounded. A figure lay sprawled across the alley ahead. Tattered clothing and streaks of blood indicating that this seasoned student had been robbed of his points. However, what truly astonished Yijun was that this figure was none other than Lin Te. Rushing forward, Yijun extended a hand to help the fallen Lin Te to his feet. Gazing at Lin Te, who lay unconscious, Yijun shook him and called out. At that moment, Lin Te's eyes flew open, and he swung a fist at Yijun's chest. With a thunderous crack, Yijun staggered backward, clutching his chest where Lin Te had struck. In that instant, he felt no anger, for as Lin Te attacked, he squinted one eye, conveying a silent signal. The blow, seemingly brutal, was merely a faade, as both boys feigned their reactions. With his head bowed, Yijun leaned against the alley wall, weakly sitting on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced Lin Te's scheme to exploit this opportunity. Lin Te feigned injuring Yijun to claim his points, while simultaneously reaping double the points for himself. Don't blame me. Lin Te charged forward like a rampaging bull, delivering a fierce kick to Yijun's chest. With the force of Lin Te's kick propelling him backward, Yijun let out a terrified scream as he flew over 10 meters and crashed to the ground. Don't blame me. Lin Te's fierce demeanor returned as he lunged forward, his large hand glowing red as it descended upon Yijun like a fan. Boom. Another deafening crash echoed as Yijun felt a twinge of pain, silently cursing the hefty boy while simultaneously letting out a heart-wrenching scream. His body trembled from the impact, and Lin Te felt a twinge of regret for having added a bit more force to his performance to make it more convincing. Yijun raised his head slightly, and as Lin Te's massive form obscured him, he discreetly blinked and whispered, "Give it your all." With a sudden realization, Lin Te recalled the image of Yijun soaring above the crowd, brimming with myriad abilities, and immediately ceased holding back, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Yijun. Initially, Lin Te had hesitated to use his full strength, opting for merely 30%, but upon witnessing Yijun's unblemished form, he gradually increased his power. A cacophony of anguished cries accompanied the booming sounds of impact as Yijun curled into a ball, bracing himself against the relentless onslaught of the hefty boy. Alas, they are merely newcomers, lacking in experience, Alec sighed as he hovered in midair. However, this rotund individual truly exudes an air of sleaziness, despite his lack of prowess. He consistently manages to vanquish numerous newcomers by feigning defeat. A voice emerged from a man standing behind Alec. Observing the barely audible cries of Yijun, Ji Wu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, as if sensing something amiss. Aware that the performance was nearing its conclusion, the corpulent man halted his antics, sauntered before Yijun, and with a condescending gesture, swiped his badge across his chest before elegantly turning to depart. Gazing at the exaggeratedly aloof demeanor of that retreating figure, Yijun lay on the ground, his face etched with anguish. In that moment, he finally comprehended the suffering endured by Xiaoguan. This rotund man was utterly ridiculous, strutting about with an exaggerated swagger while attempting to affect a nonchalant air. 7 days later, in the courtyard of Dormitory 240, a cacophony of roars and screams emanated from a small bamboo grove. Moments later, a contented Yijun leisurely strolled from the grove towards his room. After a week's time, he had accrued a total of 630 points, in addition to the 40,000 points he retrieved from Lin Te, thus amassing a grand total of 40,000 points. Initially, Yijun had intended to reclaim only 20,000 points, but Lin Te insisted on returning all the points earned. After a brief dispute, Yi Jun reluctantly accepted the entirety of the 40,000 points, leaving the remaining 6,000 points for the rotund man. As night fell, 5 youths sat upon chairs in the courtyard. Yi Jun, I truly never could have imagined you would pull off such a feat with that rotund fellow. Over 40,000 points? In a year, I barely managed to amass over 10,000 points in the God of War Valley, Xiaoguan remarked. Casting a glance at the smug rotund man, his tone tinged with envy. Shall I share a portion with you? Yi Jun replied, his previously indifferent expression momentarily brightening with a hint of mirth. No, while I may be envious, I must also strive to make my own way, Xiaoguan retorted, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Having spent several days together, Yi Jun had gained some understanding of the personalities of the four, realizing that Xiaoguan's jealousy was merely a fleeting sentiment. However, starting tomorrow, the God of War Academy would open the God of War Valley for point acquisition from Monday to Friday, while students could engage in ambushes on campus. Only the weekends would be free from such activities, Teng Fei interjected suddenly. Ambushing for points on campus? How can the buildings and environment remain unchanged? Yi Jun inquired, perplexed. It's a rule set forth by the War Emperor, Lei Ku remarked, gazing coolly at the starry sky. The War Emperor possesses such formidable authority? Yi Jun's expression shifted, revealing his surprise. The term War Emperor feels so distant. Perhaps I should prepare for tomorrow's training at the Energy Tower, Teng Fei stated as he rose, turning towards his room. Filled with awe, Yi Jun followed suit, returning to his quarters with the others. The following morning, Yi Jun accompanied the others towards the Energy Tower, only to find the vast expanse of the God of War Academy exceeded his expectations. The 5 raced through the grounds for nearly an hour, yet they still had not reached the Energy Tower. Along the way, they encountered several ambushes and witnessed battles between new and seasoned students. It was evident that those who could enter the God of War Academy were not ordinary individuals. After a grueling series of confrontations, Yi Jun remarked, those who managed to remain in school during their first year have undoubtedly faced countless battles. Any one of them could be regarded as a genius in the Continental Empire. Teng Fei chuckled. Indeed, the atmosphere here is quite fierce. A mere disagreement can lead to immediate sparring. Yi Jun nodded with a smile, scanning his surroundings, only to be taken aback by the increasing throngs of individuals converging on the eastern path, all seemingly racing at full speed. Are they all headed towards the Energy Tower? Yi Jun mused, astonished by the sudden influx of students. After the new students complete their trials in the God of War Valley each year, the second-year students eagerly rush to the Energy Tower to bolster their strength, Lin Te explained, panting as he kept pace with the group. As the crowd quickened their pace, Yi Jun managed to keep up, albeit with difficulty, while Lin Te and Xiaoguan, both merely warriors, were left with no breath to converse, focusing solely on sprinting. The journey continued for nearly 20 minutes before the 5 gradually slowed, as a dense mass of individuals loomed ahead. So many people? Yi Jun exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the crowd, resembling a swarm of ants. It's always like this after the new students' trials. It's usually less crowded otherwise. Teng Fei explained resignedly. Chapter 39. The Energy Tower. The 5 arrived beneath a large tree, and after contemplating for a moment, Yi Jun leapt to the top of the tree to survey the situation below. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed beyond the throng, and his expression froze as he beheld what lay ahead. Before him stood a towering edifice, entirely composed of condensed energy, soaring to 9 stories. Yet, what truly astonished him was its modest diameter of barely 5 meters and a height of merely 20 meters. It seemed implausible that such a structure could accommodate so many individuals. As he scrutinized the Energy Tower, Yi Jun's brow furrowed. He discerned an eerie distortion surrounding the tower, a sensation he had previously encountered in the God of War Valley. He had dismissed it then, but now realized that the War Emperor's regulations must pertain to spatial manipulation. Based on his observations of the Spirit Warriors' battles, Yi Jun understood that to utilize spatial abilities in combat, one must at least possess the capabilities of a spirit-level warrior. He had yet to encounter a War King. With a rueful smile, Yi Jun shook his head. Such formidable beings were indeed terrifying. If Spirit Warriors could tear apart space, the powers of a War King were beyond imagination, especially as the disparity among cultivators became increasingly pronounced. Just as Yi Jun marveled at the terrifying might of War Kings, a sudden surge of rushing air erupted behind him. Turning to look, he was astonished to see a team of nearly 20 individuals swiftly approaching, leaping over the crowd and brazenly charging into the dense throng ahead. The 3 women at the forefront were familiar figures. They were, if his memory served him correctly, the same trio he had seen at the Green Peak Inn. Yi-jun murmured to himself as he recognized them. Having discerned the situation ahead, he swiftly descended the tree trunk. Upon landing, Lin-Te approached and remarked, "Those girls are always so arrogant. They never wait in line. Once I reach the spirit level, I'll stride right to the front." Yi-jun clapped his hands to gather the group and then pushed through the crowd. As the five made their way through the throng, they eventually reached a position closer to the front, only to find that they could advance no further. The reason was not that the crowd was too dense, but rather that before them lay a spacious clearing. Across the clearing, merely a few dozen meters away, loomed that extraordinary energy tower. At this moment, the spacious clearing was meticulously divided into several distinct areas. In some of these regions, groups of individuals sat cross-legged in meditation, while in others, solitary figures occupied their own spaces. As Yi-jun's gaze swept across these figures, he was struck to see 3 beautiful women among them. These individuals likely belonged to some of the more formidable factions within the academy, exuding an air of dominance. They did not merely skip the queue, but also forbade anyone from approaching them. It was no wonder Lin-Te had remarked on the fierce and ruthless competition at the War God Academy. To attain the best conditions for cultivation, one must either form or join a powerful faction, or rely solely on their own overwhelming strength. Yi-jun cast a deep glance at those who sat alone, relishing their exclusive domains. He refrained from drawing attention to himself as he approached these circles, fully aware that, with his current abilities, he did not possess the qualifications to intrude. He resolved to bide his time until he ascended to the level of a Grand Master, at which point he would undoubtedly secure his place among them. For now, however, it was prudent to keep a low profile. As Yi-jun pondered silently, an ancient bell tolled, abruptly silencing the bustling crowd. It marked the 539th opening of the energy tower, which would last for 10 months. No sooner had the chime faded than a voice of immense authority resonated from within the tower. Shortly thereafter, a 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide opening abruptly appeared at the base of the tower, yielding to the throng. Yi-jun and his companions quelled their rising excitement and gradually made their way toward the energy tower. As they drew nearer, Yi-jun began to perceive the tower's peculiar nature. This seemingly solid structure of condensed energy was, in fact, ethereal, allowing him to see through it from one side to the other. With each step closer to the grand entrance, anticipation swelled within him, and he found his palms growing clammy with sweat. Standing before the entrance and gazing at the numbered buttons, Yi-jun inhaled deeply, steeling himself before decisively pressing the button for the 9th level, a realm of tenfold energy concentration. The moment he stepped through the threshold, the environment around him flickered, and he felt his feet connect with the hard stone floor. Just as he thought he could finally relax, his expression abruptly changed. His once delicate features flushed crimson, an utterly bizarre sight. At that moment, the petite figure trailing behind him gasped, "I forgot to tell him. The higher the level, the greater the energy concentration and the more pressure the body endures. The 9th level is typically only accessible to those at the spirit warrior level. We must inform the elders inside the tower immediately, or else." Naturally, Yi-jun heard the urgency in her voice. The instant he entered the energy tower, it felt as if all the foreign energy within him had been compressed tenfold, causing his meridians to throb painfully. The most alarming sensation was the overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Despite possessing an extraordinarily robust physique, he felt an immense force bearing down on him, causing his skin, muscles, and bones to tingle with discomfort. Gritting his teeth against the colossal pressure, Yi-jun summoned the foreign energy within him. What usually flowed swiftly through his meridians now felt as sluggish as a plodding ox, taking over a minute to reach his feet. "Do you feel it? This energy compression technique is what I devised here. I have refrained from teaching you any combat skills until today, so you could cultivate a technique known as explosive force within the energy tower. The energy here is not only 10 times greater than the outside world, but the gravitational force is also tenfold." The voice of the enigmatic woman echoed in his mind. Explosive force is ideally suited for cultivation in this environment. As the name suggests, it allows one to unleash the foreign energy within, resulting in an instantaneous surge of strength. If you can master explosive force and reach the level of Grand Master, with the enhancements from your Thunder Demon body and the energy compression technique, you could potentially tear through space with your physical prowess alone. Tear through space? Yi-jun's face was a mask of astonishment, his heart racing with disbelief. The concept that a Grand Master could rend the very fabric of space was staggering. The distinction between spirit warriors and Grand Masters had historically been a watershed moment for body cultivators. Only upon reaching the spirit warrior level could one begin to grasp the power of space. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of a spirit warrior's body far surpassed those of a Grand Master. making it nearly impossible for a Grand Master to inflict any harm on a spirit warrior, even after days of relentless assault without the use of foreign energy. The most terrifying aspect of a spirit warrior was their ability to regenerate their body infinitely, provided they were not struck in a vital area. Calm yourself. Adapt to the environment here first. The woman's voice carried a hint of amusement at Yi Jun's astonishment. Yi Jun was taken aback, thinking he could begin his cultivation immediately. Observing the vast expanse filled with boulders, he settled cross-legged and soon realized that the once bulky foreign energy within him had reduced to a mere tenth of its original size in a remarkably short span. Despite its diminished volume, this energy felt remarkably denser, as though the gaseous foreign energy had been transformed into a liquid state through compression. Consequently, this significantly smaller volume of energy unleashed a power far greater than the previous torrent. Elated by the transformation, Yi Jun directed his thoughts to guide the energy along the path of the Zixiao body refining technique. Do you sense it? Your current state mirrors that of a Grand Master advancing to Spirit Warrior, the woman noted, sensing Yi Jun's joy. However, once you exit, your foreign energy will revert to its original state. Only through continuous cultivation within the energy tower will you be able to further condense the energy within you. Upon hearing her explanation, Yi Jun felt enlightened. If merely spending time on the 10th floor of the energy tower could make his foreign energy as dense as that of a spirit warrior, it was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 40. Truly unintentional inside the energy tower, Yi Jun gritted his teeth, struggling against the tenfold gravity as he labored to circulate his foreign energy through his meridians. Outside the tower, however, a commotion had begun due to Yi Jun's antics. Make way, make way. Teacher Ji Wu is coming. A voice boomed from outside the crowd, prompting a path to be hastily cleared. In the energy tower, teachers held the highest status. Anyone who offended them would find themselves in dire straits, as they could easily use their authority to impede your progress, leaving you in tears. As the crowd parted, a woman clad in white approached slowly, her cold gaze sweeping over the gathered assembly. Every year, there are some overly ambitious and greedy newcomers who, upon entering the energy tower, fail to inquire about the rules. They will inevitably suffer the consequences, she stated coolly. This is the first time I've seen a newcomer directly enter the 10th floor. It costs 1,000 points a day. The crowd erupted with laughter, reveling in the misfortune of the newcomer. While the training speed within the tower was indeed rapid, it could also be rather monotonous, and the arrival of a newcomer provided some entertainment for the veterans. What's so amusing about a newcomer not understanding the rules? A soft, gentle voice suddenly chimed in. The crowd turned to see a young woman in a flowing black gown. She was tall, her cheeks slightly plump, with a rare and beautiful oval face. Her skin was as pale as snow, her features picturesque. Most astonishingly, her long hair, cascading to her waist, was a rare shade of brown. The combination of her brown locks and the black gown exuded an air of mysterious allure, inviting curiosity while remaining approachable. As the crowd's gaze swept over the woman clad in black, a subtle smile gracing her features, the initial flicker of admiration from the men present morphed into a hint of trepidation. This shift in sentiment indicated her considerable reputation and strength within the inner courtyard. In a realm where power reigned supreme, beauty alone would not suffice to invoke such respect. It appears to be Yunxian. I cannot believe I did not notice you at first. Pay no heed to this bunch of insufferable fellows, Ji Wu remarked, her voice turning towards the woman in black with a faint smile. Greetings, Teacher Ji Wu, Yunxian responded, her smile broadening as she caught her mentor's gaze. The warmth of her smile deepened, a rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks, momentarily captivating the surrounding students. Which level do you intend to enter for your training this time? Ji Wu inquired, having calculated the time, choosing to engage with Yunxian rather than rush to rescue the reckless newcomer who could use a lesson. I plan to enter the 7th level. I have just advanced to the battle spirit stage and need some time to solidify my foundation. The black-clad woman hesitated slightly before responding. Entering the 7th level immediately after advancing to battle spirit? Only those at the 4th or 5th tier of battle spirit are permitted to enter. The woman's reply elicited a wave of astonished murmurs from the crowd. I merely asked casually. I did not expect you to aim for the 7th level, Ji Wu said, her gaze sweeping over Yun Xian's graceful form. Before sighing, it appears that in a few years, you will be qualified to contend with the instructors of the Battle God Valley. Such talent and speed of cultivation are indeed remarkable. It is all due to the energy tower at the academy. If I were to train alone, I would probably have just reached the 5th tier of Battle Master by now, Yunxian replied, shaking her head before turning her gaze towards the entrance of the energy tower. Teacher Ji Wu, perhaps you should go up and bring that boy down. After some time, he should have learned his lesson. Delaying further could cause him significant harm. Ji Woo shook her head, smiling. The energy tower operates under its own rules. If he truly reaches the limits of his physical capacity, the tower will automatically release him. At that point, I will intervene. Yunxian, when you first entered the energy tower, which level did you choose? Ji Woo asked, her brows furrowing slightly. At that time, I was at the 5th tier of Battle Master and opted for the 3rd level with 4 times the energy intensity. However, I only lasted 20 minutes before I withdrew. I was rather vexed for wasting 400 points, Yunxian recounted thoughtfully. A fleeting smile crossed Ji Woo's lips. That boy has been on the 10th level for a solid 10 minutes now. This has never happened with any previous newcomers. Is teacher Ji Woo curious to test the physical limits of that newcomer? Indeed, if my guess is correct, he should be preparing to exit, Ji Woo remarked. Glancing at the energy tower, with a smile, Yunxian found herself intrigued by the newcomer she had yet to meet. Waiting with her hands clasped behind her back for Yi Jun's emergence. As time passed, Yi Jun's flushed face gradually returned to its original state. The Thunderbolt body technique is indeed extraordinary. Merely circulating the compressed foreign energy within my body has normalized my blood flow, Yi Jun mused aloud, suddenly opening his eyes. However, he found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. He could not rise to his feet despite exerting all his strength. He could only lift his arm. Standing up, or even shifting his position was out of the question. Sighing internally, Yi Jun closed his eyes once more to continue his training. Outside the energy tower, Ji Woo's expression shifted from indifference to surprise as she noted that half an hour had passed without the newcomer being expelled. Who is that newcomer? How can he endure for so long? Yunxian inquired, her beautiful eyes darting towards Ji Woo in astonishment. Could it be that he was crushed into a pulp upon entry, leaving the energy tower unable to expel him? Ji Woo pondered, her typically cold demeanor displaying a hint of perplexity. Has this occurred before? Yunxian asked, equally taken aback. This is the first time a newcomer has remained in the 9th level for such an extended period. In previous years, there was a newcomer who entered the 9th level but was immediately expelled, drenched in blood, Ji Woo explained, then waved her hand, inscribing several intricate symbols into the energy tower. Suddenly, the pressure on Yi Jun's body lightened, and he instinctively propelled himself upward, only to find himself unprepared for the sudden shift in his surroundings. He collided forcefully with a black-clad woman. As Ji Woo's symbols activated within the energy tower, a figure in black hurtled towards Yunxian. Though startled by the unexpected charge, Yunxian's internal energy surged, and she instinctively struck out. Yi Jun, propelled by the force he had exerted at the 9th level, found himself using the strength equivalent to that of the 12th level. In an instant, as the shadow lunged toward him, Yunxian realized that this figure was not a weapon, but rather a boy clad in black. Compassionate by nature, she softened her blow, converting her strike into a push. With astonishing momentum, Yi Jun's face collided with the softness of her form, prompting a moment of blissful bewilderment. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, rubbing his face against her in an unexpected gesture. Then, a startled exclamation escaped Yunxian's lips. She had not anticipated the boy's force to be so overwhelming. Despite her immense strength capable of moving boulders, she found herself unable to budge him. To her dismay, he had audaciously rubbed his face against her chest, which had never been touched before. As the commotion ensued, Yi Jun realized that the situation was spiraling out of control. He glanced up at Yunxian, then hastily rolled off her, activating his explosive energy to vanish from sight amidst the din. This, Yunxian stammered, pointing at the spot where Yi Jun had disappeared, her expression a blend of shock and disbelief as she struggled to comprehend the violation she had just endured. Among the crowd, Ji Woo's typically stoic expression fluctuated rapidly between shock and uncertainty, a sight both captivating and perplexing. Moments later, as Yunxian regained her composure, Ji Woo's flustered visage turned crimson. She had been played. This boy was the newcomer who had made waves in the Battle God Valley. And with the physical strength he had just displayed, it was evident he could not have been severely injured by that unexpected assault. With a sly smile, Ji Woo addressed the flustered Yunxian. Wu Shuang, tonight I shall take you to find him. I have seen that newcomer. Yunxian nodded vigorously, her mind a whirlwind, unsure of what to articulate. This is the newcomer who dared to infiltrate the senior base of the Battle God Valley. He has desecrated my vision of the sacred goddess. A second-year student, filled with indignation, exclaimed. The crowd erupted in uproar at this revelation, chaos breaking out before the energy tower. Chapter 41. Physical training. Escaping the vicinity of the energy tower, Yi Jun dashed toward the cafeteria. determined to purchase some plain water buns before returning to the energy tower for rigorous training. He was resolute in not sacrificing the remaining time of the day for this incident. An hour later, a young man with a backpack entered the 9th level of the energy tower, drawing curious glances from those around him. Prepare yourself. As Yi-jun stepped into the 9th level of the energy tower, the overwhelming pressure enveloped him once more, causing a notable change in his expression. It was not the tenfold gravity that his body struggled to bear, but rather the sudden increase in weight of the package he held in his hands. Gritting his teeth and holding his breath, Yi-jun slowly crouched down, gently placing the package on the ground before exhaling heavily. The package, which was merely cumbersome under normal circumstances, felt significantly heavier within the confines of the energy tower, where Yi-jun's physical form was also subjected to the same tenfold gravitational force. Fortunately, his prior experience had prepared him for this moment. With a deep breath, he stood at the entrance of the 10th level and communicated with the spirit of the wicked woman. The foreign power within me can now operate autonomously. What should I do next? Exercise your body, the wicked woman replied nonchalantly. Yi-jun was momentarily taken aback. He then began to perform the physical exercises he had practiced in his youth, stretching his arms, twisting his waist, and lifting his legs. As he moved like a robot slowed in motion, a figure suddenly appeared on the 10th level. An elderly man, dressed simply, approached Yi-jun, who was engrossed in his exercises. With a twinkle in his eye, he observed the awkward movements of the young man and chuckled. You look unfamiliar. You must be a newly ascended peak warrior from the academy. Taken aback by the remark, Yi-jun stiffened and awkwardly turned to face the smiling elder, mumbling a response. Ah, such a promising young lad. You appear to be just over 20, yet you've already reached the peak of warrior spirit. Your future is limitless, the elder mused, casting a glance at the rigid Yi-jun before letting out a soft sigh. Today's youth truly resist the passage of time. Should you have any questions while training inside, feel free to seek me out. Nodding his heavy head, Yi-jun managed a strained smile in acknowledgement. Very well, I shan't disturb your training any longer. I shall proceed deeper into the tower, the elder stated, before stepping away into the depths of the energy tower. Watching the elder's retreating figure, Yi-jun realized that although the tower appeared modest in size, its true nature was revealed as the elder vanished from sight. The environment seemed to consist of merely a small plaza, yet as the elder ventured further, it became evident that the tower's interior was more expansive than it initially appeared. Shaking his head slightly, Yi-jun resumed his exercise routine. Inside the energy tower, time passed unnoticed. He could only gauge the passage of time by the diminishing points on his badge. When the badge indicated a deduction of 1,000 points, Yi-jun, having eaten, slowly made his way deeper into the tower, taking half an hour to move painstakingly. Upon turning back to look for the entrance, he realized it was no longer visible. He then sat cross-legged and gradually drifted into a slumber as the foreign energy within him operated. In the courtyard of Dormitory 240, Lin Tae and his companions sat on the benches, gazing at the darkening sky with bewilderment. What time is it? Why hasn't Yi-jun returned yet? Lin Tae questioned. Based on my analysis and experience, I believe Yi-jun will not be coming back tonight, Xiao Guan, reclining leisurely in his bamboo chair, remarked. Why do you say that? Tung Fei turned to Xiao Guan, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? The long night stretches on, and after our recent training, Yi-jun has surely taken a beautiful girl out for the night. The stout one chuckled, rubbing his plump face with a mischievous grin. That can't be true. The aloof-like interjected. Why not? With Yi-jun's prowess, he could easily attract countless beauties. Alas, I, the stout one, lack such fortune. After more than a year at the Battle God Academy, I always return to the dormitory on time, unlike Yi-jun, who has vanished on the very first day the energy tower opened, he lamented, shifting his bulk in dissatisfaction. As their conversation continued, two graceful figures entered the courtyard of Dormitory 240. Noticing them, Xiao Guan, with keen eyes, excitedly tugged at Lin Tae. Fatty, we have beauties visiting our dormitory, and they look quite familiar. Lin Tae, skeptical, retorted, beauties? We hardly see a sow around here, let alone a beauty. I think you've been cooped up too long. Really, take a look. They look so familiar, Xiao Guan insisted. Unable to resist the persistent nudges, Lin Tae finally sat up, straining to catch a glimpse at the courtyard entrance. A pair of sharp screams echoed, one male and one female. Lin Tae, startled, bolted away, while Xiao Guan, who did not recognize the ladies, remembered well that the woman in black was known for her kindness at the academy, while the one in white was infamous as the ice witch, Ji Wu. You're doomed. Like, clad in white, immediately stood up, addressing Xiao Guan. That is teacher Ji Wu. Tung Fei, dressed in a deep blue outfit, also rose to his feet, observing the two women entering the courtyard. Xiao Guan, who had previously been indifferent, suddenly let out a cry of despair, rushing back to the dormitory. "Damn you, fatty. You've led me to my doom." Ji-woo, her expression icy, shot a cold glance at Lin Tae, who was clad only in red underwear, but chose not to unleash her wrath. "Where's Yi-jun?" she inquired, a hint of embarrassment and anger in her tone, directing her question at Like and Tung Fei, who stood beside the bamboo chair. Since Yi-jun left this morning. He hasn't returned," Tung Fei replied, steeling himself under Ji-woo's piercing gaze. Upon hearing this, Yunxian looked at Ji-woo, waiting for her decision on whether to wait or leave. After a moment of contemplation, Ji-woo said, "Bring out 2 chairs, Yi-jun's." At her command, Like quickly retrieved Yi-jun's bamboo chair and placed it before Yunxian, gesturing for her to sit. Tung Fei, who was a moment too late, could only curse silently as he made his way to Yi-jun's room. That night, beneath a sky adorned with countless stars, Lin Tae and his friends, dressed neatly, nervously accompanied the 2 ladies, quietly gazing at the starry expanse. Had the atmosphere been different, they might have incited envy among many. Meanwhile, Yi-jun had long since shed his outer garments and was slowly pacing at the entrance of the 10th level. Persevere, Yi-jun continually urged himself, with no one else demanding it of him. Though he had contemplated slacking off, particularly during solitary training, such thoughts were swiftly quashed. For the sake of the Yi family, to avoid experiencing the humiliations of the past, and to pursue his dreams, he understood that to become a formidable force, one must exert tenfold the effort of an ordinary person. Persist, endure. Feeling his legs grow weak, Yi-jun motivated himself, sensing the tremors in his leg muscles. Each time he held on longer, a new surge of strength emerged from deep within. The body tempered by lightning was revealing its hidden potential through Yi-jun's relentless training. In Dormitory 240, the anxious Xiao Guan stole glances at Ji-woo, whose expression darkened with each passing moment, weighing heavily on his heart. Finally, as darkness enveloped the sky, Ji-woo abruptly stood up and coldly declared, "When Yi-jun returns, summon him to the academic office." Hearing the barely contained fury in Ji-woo's words, the 4 hurriedly nodded in agreement. Under the unintentional aura radiating from Ji-woo, a warrior-level cultivator, the weaker Lin Tae and Xiao Guan felt a dampness creeping down their backs. "Let us return first, Yunxian. I will bring Yi-jun to you later." With a fierce glare directed at the occupants of Dormitory 240, Ji-woo waved her sleeve and turned to leave. As she watched Ji-woo's figure vanish into the courtyard of Dormitory 240, Yunxian struggled internally for a moment before shyly speaking up. "Tell Yi-jun that I do not blame him. I understand it was unintentional. I merely wish to hear his explanation." With that, Yunxian's graceful silhouette also disappeared from the courtyard. Exhaling heavily, Lin Tae bent slightly, a mischievous smile on his face, and addressed the others in a peculiar tone. "I do not blame him." Hearing this, Xiao Guan also bent down, mirroring Lin Tae's expression, and chimed in, "I know it was not intentional." With a resigned glance at the 2 smirking individuals, Like turned and walked back toward the dormitory. On the 9th floor of the energy tower, after a day of extreme training, Yi-jun resumed his squats. Moments later, feeling the familiar soreness in his muscles, he sensed their gradual transformation. He sat down beside a large stone and slowly began to eat some steamed buns and drink water. In the latter stages of physical cultivation, arduous physical training is unnecessary because, after various early-stage exercises, one's potential has been largely tapped. However, with your body tempered by lightning, there remains much potential within you to be explored. The voice of the enigmatic woman echoed in Yi-jun's mind. "Understood," Yi-jun replied, his mouth full of steamed bun, his words somewhat muffled. Acknowledging Yi-jun's understanding, the woman's voice gradually faded from his consciousness. After finishing his meal and continuing his training, he reflected on how favorable these conditions were for enhancing his physical strength, muttering to himself as he ate. Chapter 43. Forming a power upon hearing a sharp call. Yi-jun furrowed his brow and turned toward the source of the voice. An awkward expression crossed his face as he approached the 2 individuals, candidly stating, "Regarding the matter with Yunxian, it was not my intention. There were too many people present at the time, which prevented me from explaining immediately." At his words, a faint blush appeared on Yunxian's fair face as she replied, somewhat bashfully, "I know you did not mean it. I just wanted to hear your explanation." However, as she prepared her well-rehearsed responses, the sight of Yi-jun's resolute face caused her words to falter. "Humph," Ji-woo coldly interjected, her voice slicing through the air, immediately dismissing the matter with a single remark. "What is it, Teacher Ji-woo?" Yi-jun shifted his focus to her, intrigued by the icy demeanor that radiated from her. He found it difficult to muster any fondness for the woman who seemed to repel warmth from those around her. I am here regarding matters of the God of War Valley, Yi Jun replied nonchalantly. His indifference sparked a flicker of annoyance in Ji Wu, who was accustomed to being greeted with smiles. This young man, however, displayed neither warmth nor respect. His tone was laced with coldness. Yi Jun felt a jolt of realization but maintained a composed exterior as he continued. As far as I know, the only thing I did was follow the rules and seize the primal energy stones from the senior base. I did nothing excessively out of line. I suspect you are colluding with that fat one to cheat points, Ji Wu asserted, her expression icy and authoritative. Huh, you think I am colluding with Lin Te? One can eat a meal haphazardly, but one should not speak frivolously. Which of your eyes witnessed this? Yi Jun retorted, his voice icy, a hint of provocation slipping through. He had little tolerance for those who wielded their power to oppress others. To him, this so-called teacher Ji Wu was inferior to even Xue Lin. Yi Jun, I must formally remind you that I am one of the authorities of the God of War Valley, and I possess the right to investigate any new students suspected of cheating during the tests, Ji Wu declared, the atmosphere around her growing frigid. How could a student dare to speak to her in such a manner? The hint of favor she once held for him had vanished entirely. With a cold smile, Yi Jun's demeanor grew even more frosty. Teacher Ji Wu, I remind you that any investigation requires evidence. Do not compel me to find evidence against you. Otherwise, I will ensure you and that fat one are expelled from the God of War Academy. Ji Wu threatened, her teeth clenched. You do not even possess the basic respect. His name is Lin Te. Fat one is not a title you should use. Yi Jun's anger flared, and he spoke coldly. Respect? He does not merit it. Ji Wu retorted sharply, her hands clasped behind her back, a proud expression overtaking her features. Only those of noble lineage deserved her respect. Few in the world could earn it. Just as Yi Jun was about to respond, a large hand gripped his shoulder firmly. Lin Te, his face flushed, spoke hoarsely, Teacher Ji Wu. Yi Jun has been in a bad mood lately. Please do not take it to heart. I apologize on his behalf. Startled, Yi Jun gazed at Lin Te's slightly glistening eyes, a wave of unexplainable emotion surging within him. He endured the weight of Lin Te's hand on his shoulder, locking his gaze on Ji Wu without uttering a word. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. This matter shall be overlooked this time. Should I discover anything next time, I will not hesitate to impose severe punishment, Ji Wu warned, her demeanor softening slightly under Yi Jun's piercing gaze. She then acknowledged Yun Xian with a nod before exiting the courtyard. As Lin Te watched Ji Wu's figure fade from view, Yi Jun softly called out to him. Indeed, Teacher Ji Wu's words may have been a bit harsh, but the forces behind her command even the God of War Academy's respect. Her demeanor is somewhat unapproachable, Yun Xian explained to the gathered individuals in the courtyard. Yun Xian, I understand. You need not say more. I am simply worried for Yi Jun. Lin Te replied in a hushed tone. Fat one, what is your purpose in becoming a physical cultivator? Yi Jun inquired, diverting the conversation away from earlier tensions. Haha, I know what you mean. Do you think I desire to be reckless? Do you think I wish to stoop low and apologize to that woman? Forget her connections. She may only be 20, yet she has already become a battle king. Do you know what that represents? Battle kings are the sovereigns in the Ghana Empire. Lin Te exclaimed, throwing his head back in laughter, his eyes wide in disbelief. The response came in the form of Yi Jun's clenched fist. Come on. Lin Te charged at Yi Jun like a whirlwind, swinging his fist wildly without any thought of technique, aiming straight for Yi Jun's face. Smack, smack, smack. In the courtyard, Yi Jun and Lin Te exchanged punches, carefully controlling their strength. Yi Jun, with his formidable physique, sustained no injuries, while Lin Te emerged as a battered mess. Enough, enough. This is simply not a fair match, Lin Te exclaimed, retreating to the side. Battling Yi Jun, a human beast, was akin to seeking punishment. Every strike landed painfully, leaving even a master bruised. Meanwhile, Yi Jun's face only flushed slightly. With a chuckle, Yun Xian approached Lin Te, now sporting a face covered in bruises, and said, I am a healer, let me assist you. Healer? The downtrodden Lin Te leaped toward Yun Xian, his face a mask of desperation. Oh goddess, save me. With a gentle smile, Yun Xian summoned wisps of white light from her delicate palms, channeling them toward Lin Te. After a brief moment, Lin Te returned to his original state, marveling. They say marrying a healer brings a lifetime of fortune to a physical cultivator. I never believed it until now. Embarrassed by Lin Te's praise, Yun Xian blushed and replied, it is not that exaggerated. After the light-hearted exchange, Lin Te turned serious as he faced the other three in the courtyard. I want to form a power. I support you, my friend. Upon hearing this, the rejuvenated Xiao Guan, under Ji Wu's imposing aura, immediately raised his hand in agreement. Ultimately, power is but a fleeting concept. Only absolute strength reigns supreme. Yi Jun, upon hearing this, exhibited a fleeting hint of regret and responded calmly, I too desire to become a formidable force that shakes the heavens and the earth. However, as a scion of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of the Ghana Empire, I have enjoyed unparalleled cultivation conditions since birth, with an abundance of energy stones at my disposal. Yet, look at my current progress. I am merely at the 2nd level of a battle master. In the realm of the God of War, this barely holds any significance, let alone within the God of War Academy. Lin Te extended his hand to halt Yi Jun's words and continued, Do not say that youth allows for effort. If I do not encounter any fortuitous events, I shall remain at the battle spirit level for the rest of my life. But you, Yi Jun, irrespective of your current level as a battle master, your potential is boundless based solely on your present abilities. Yet, how long will that take? In that case, I might as well establish a faction to spare you the incessant trouble of journeying to the Valley of the God of War for points, allowing you to devote all your energy to cultivation within the energy tower. Hearing this, a wave of emotion washed over Yi Jun. Lin Te was sacrificing his own aspirations to assist others. Listen to me. Fatty waved his hand and continued, I place my trust in you. Although I struggle in my own cultivation, I have an eye for talent. When you become a renowned powerhouse, do not forget about me, Fatty. In this lifetime, I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to avoid disdain, to be a groom every night, and to count energy stones until my hands cramp. Observing the resolute expression on Fatty's round face, Yi Jun spoke, Currently, I can only defeat peak battle masters. As for the battle spirit level, I am confident I can contend with them within 6 months without suffering defeat. The voice of a cold presence interjected. As the previously silent light declared his strength to assert his stance, the peak of a battle master, on the verge of breaking through to a battle spirit. How can you possibly overlook me? I am an orphan, without brothers or friends, but I wish to say, I am on the rise. At the 7th level of a battle master, Tung Fei declared with a silly grin, his determination unwavering. I am responsible for earning. With a playful smile, Xiao Guan chimed in. Exchanging resolute glances, the 5 of them instinctively extended their hands, stacking them together. At that moment, as they prepared to release their hands, a delicate and fair hand gently rested atop theirs. Yun Xian, with a tone both gentle and firm, said, I am a 1st-level battle spirit and a healer. Do you welcome me? The group exchanged smiles. Lin Te and the others rejoiced, exclaiming, What a joyous occasion. We must celebrate this splendid event. Tonight, we shall revel at the Yongzue residence until we are inebriated. At Yongzue residence, Lin Te, Xiao Guan, and Tung Fei sat in a row, while Yi Jun, Yun Xian, and Like occupied the opposite side. This feast was even more lavish than the last, with dish after dish and dark beer continuously being served. Ostensibly, the celebration was in honor of the establishment of their faction, yet Yun Xian was compelled to drink copiously, as she was the focal point of the festivities. The atmosphere was filled with joy and merriment. It was only deep into the night that the gathering finally dispersed. Chapter 44. Shualin moves in the following morning. In the courtyard of the female dormitory 139, a lady clad in a pale green outfit stood elegantly, surrounded by 3 other girls who were engaged in a heated discussion. Do you know who founded the Moondance sect? It was established by Yu Wushuang, Zhou Waner, and Feng Linyue, who collaborated to create it. After 3 years of management and development, the alliance now boasts 4 battle spirit level powerhouses, especially Yu Wushuang, who, at just over 20 years old, has become a 1st-level battle spirit in physical cultivation. Gaining entry into the Moondance sect is a blessing you have earned over several lifetimes, and you dare to refuse? One girl in a red outfit sneered at Shualin. But joining the Moondance sect requires 100 points each week. Shualin hesitated, glancing at the girl in red. So what if it requires 100 points? Consider the current might of the Moondance sect. Within the campus, as long as you wear our emblem, I assure you that no one will dare to seize your points, the girl continued, attempting to persuade Shualin. However, I currently only earn over 300 points weekly. If I give 100 to the Moondance sect, I will have 1 less day to spend in the 1st level of the energy tower, Shualin explained helplessly. She truly did not wish to join the Moondance sect, but since her 4 roommates had all joined, they persistently urged her to do the same. Initially, it was bearable, but recently, they had not only mocked her, but had also blocked her in the courtyard. As the argument escalated, a group of 7 or 8 male students adorned with umbrella-shaped emblems entered the courtyard, accompanied by a tall girl. There she is, the tall girl pointed at Shualin, who stood at the center of the courtyard, surrounded by the 3 others. Ah, you may leave now, Tesla smirked, leading the group towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the 4, Tesla regarded Xuelin with a cold smile. Xuelin? Looking at the intimidating boys approaching her, Xuelin's face flickered with confusion, but she nodded nonetheless. Sally waved her hand, and two of them moved aside to allow Xuelin to step out. Hee, not bad looking. Tesla's gaze swept over Xuelin's delicate figure, a wicked smile creeping upon his lips. What do you want with me? Xuelin asked, taking a step back, feeling slightly uneasy under Tesla's scrutinizing gaze. Hee. A group of boys seeking out a beautiful girl. What could it possibly be? Tesla inched closer, maintaining his unsettling smile. Glaring at the girl who had thwarted his plans, Tesla felt a surge of wickedness within him. She was indeed quite attractive. Although he could not act against her due to school regulations, teasing her was certainly permissible. Humph. Do not think I am unaware of the Academy's rules. Thus, within the dormitory courtyard, points cannot be seized nor can one attack students from their own dormitory. Although the opposing party appeared intimidating, Xuelin remained unafraid. Hee, indeed bold. No wonder you dared to strike me at the Valley of the God of War, Tesla remarked, eyeing Xuelin. While I may not dare to do anything to you within the courtyard, our elite members wait for you at the small courtyard entrance every day. If you choose to eat and drink, then continue to stay nestled here. Upon hearing this, Xuelin's expression turned ashen. Tesla's words reminded her of the incident at the Valley of the God of War when she had intervened to assist Yi Jun against an ambush. Observing Xuelin's pale countenance, Tesla's wicked desires burned hotter, and a lewd grin appeared on his face. But if you are willing to spend a few nights with me, perhaps I might be in a good mood and let you off. Dream on, you coward. I would rather starve than allow you to touch a single hair on me. Xuelin retorted angrily, her face flushed with rage. At that moment, the girl in red behind Xuelin spoke. Xuelin, the Moon Dance sect cannot afford to offend the elite group. After you resolve your matters, we can discuss it further. After saying this, the girl in red nodded and smiled at Tesla, then waved her hand, leading the two other girls out of the courtyard. Responding with a nod and a cold smirk, Tesla sneered. Ah, very well. I admire your spirit. He turned to the others behind him and commanded, keep an eye on this girl. If she dares to step out of the courtyard, take her down. She must not be allowed to escape. Tesla then turned and walked out of the courtyard. This was merely a diversion in life. His primary focus must remain on enhancing his strength, for power surpassed all else. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Tesla turned and waved at Xuelin, saying, when you can no longer endure, remember to clean yourself up and wait for me. Upon speaking, it was as if he recalled the scene of Xuelin being wantonly ravaged beneath him, and with a hearty laugh, he vanished at the entrance of the courtyard. As Xuelin gazed at the group of boys fixated on her, a thought stirred within her, prompting her to hasten towards her room. The moment she moved, the 7 boys followed closely behind, encircling her with an unwavering grip. Entering the girls' dormitory area, she found herself on a verdant avenue, flanked by poetic flower beds. At that moment, not a single freshman could be seen on the path. They had likely congregated at the War God Valley and Energy Tower. Lin Tae and Yi Jun, unwilling to squander time, hurriedly moved on, as Lin Tae had his own affairs to attend to in establishing his faction. With a light touch of his toes on the ground, he transformed into a wisp of breeze, gliding towards the girls' dormitory building. After approximately 4 to 5 minutes of rapid movement, Yi Jun and Lin Tae slowed their pace, raising their eyes to the end of the road, where the sign marking Dorm 139 came into view. At that moment, the 7 boys were crowded there, their voices laced with insults. As they approached, they found the entrance of the courtyard obstructed by 5 men whose faces bore the fiery marks of chili oil. Xuelin, with a trickle of blood at her lips, had been struck back by 2 of the men, now sprawled on the ground outside the courtyard. Boom. Upon realizing the situation, Yi Jun stomped fiercely on the ground, a surge of violent power erupting from his feet, propelling him like a gust of wind towards the 2 men lunging at Xuelin. Clenching his right fist, he struck one man squarely in the face, then swiftly pivoted to kick the other man away. The overwhelming aura he exuded compelled the 5 men, their faces smeared with chili oil, to retreat a few steps in alarm. Tears streamed down his face, enduring the searing pain in his eyes. Li Kong threatened the suddenly appearing Yi Jun. You dare meddle? Don't think you can act arrogantly just because you possess some strength. We are from the Heroes Association, and to offend us at the War God Academy. Quickly assisting Xuelin, who lay on the ground, Yi Jun turned to glare fiercely at Li Kong. Startled by Yi Jun's formidable presence, Li Kong took a step back, his expression darkening as he issued a furious warning. You dare challenge the Heroes Association? Before he could finish, a whoosh of wind surged towards them. Suddenly, a shadow zipped past, and a sharp pain struck his chest, sending him flying backward. Try that again. And regardless of your faction, if you continue to chatter here, Don't blame me for being ruthless, Yi Jun declared, his right hand clenched into a fist, his dark eyes scanning the four standing before him with chilling intent. Observing the icy resolve in Yi Jun's gaze, the older students felt their throats constrict, a bead of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They sensed the palpable aura of genuine, chilling menace emanating from this youth, who was significantly younger than themselves. You'll regret this. I know the fat guy behind you, one of the older students sneered, watching as Yi Jun turned to approach Xiaolin. His face shifted through shades of green and white, and after a moment, he waved his hand in frustration, helping the fallen comrades up and leaving with a harsh remark. Watching the retreat of the older students, Lin Ti's expression grew serious. The Heroes Association won't let this matter rest. They will seek retribution for today. I'm sorry, Yi Jun, for getting you involved, Xiaolin said, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, her face marked with guilt as she looked at Yi Jun, who had so valiantly stood against the older students. It's nothing. We will inevitably confront these factions sooner or later. But why are they targeting you? Yi Jun gestured for her to stop, then inquired. Humph, it's that freshman from the War God Valley. Somehow, he found my dorm and cornered me this morning. Seeking to exact revenge, Xiaolin replied disdainfully, her voice cold. Though she was a woman, she had never truly feared anyone, had it not been for her insufficient strength. She would have retaliated fiercely. Yi Jun felt a twinge of regret. It's my issue that has caused you trouble. Rest assured. Even if he doesn't come looking for me, I will seek him out. Fat guy, is there a rule against girls staying in the boys' dormitory? Yi Jun turned to Lin Te, inquiring. Not really, but you might want to ask her if she is willing, Lin Te said, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaolin, hesitating. At that moment, even the usually bold Xiaolin felt a flush of embarrassment. However, considering the inconvenience of continuing to stay in her current dorm, she steeled herself and decisively declared, what is there to fear? I'll move my things now to stay with you all. With that, her cheeks aflame, she turned and dashed towards her room. Observing Xiaolin's silhouette vanish into the dormitory, Lin Te gave a thumbs up with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, now that's a man. Most people wouldn't dare to be so straightforward, but this girl is quite decisive, unlike others who would hesitate endlessly before making a move. That night, beside Dorm 240, an unexpected bamboo structure appeared. As the weary group returned after a long day, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the courtyard of 240. Yi Jun and the others gazed at the table laden with an enticing array of dishes, swallowing in anticipation. Indeed, he is cunning. I never imagined my dream would come true. With this culinary skill, anyone who opposes Xiaolin moving in will have to reckon with me, Xiaoguan remarked, taking a deep breath of the fragrant dishes and giving Yi Jun a thumbs up. In just a few short days, this young man had not only lured the skilled healer Yun Xian into their little team, but had also brought back a beautiful girl to cook for them. There's still one last dish. You all can eat without waiting for me, Xiaolin said, bringing a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots and minced meat to the newly purchased table, her face beaming with joy at the approval of her culinary skills by the five boys. No rush, no rush, the others hurriedly replied, even the usually taciturn like chiming in. After a moment, once all the dishes were served, everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to feast. Xiaolin, here's your 10,000 points, Yi Jun suddenly offered, pulling out the badge from his chest as they wolfed down the meal like hungry wolves. But what if it gets stolen? That's 10,000 points. Xiaolin paused, her cheeks stuffed full, looking at Yi Jun with pitiful eyes. I'll escort you to the energy tower. No one will dare to snatch it from you. Trust me, like said coolly. The moment like finished speaking, the four others, including Yi Jun, froze in astonishment, gazing at him incredulously. He was notoriously reticent, and yet here he was, speaking at length and even volunteering to escort Xiaolin to the energy tower. The word love at first sight simultaneously surged in their minds. Thank you so much, Xiaolin said, her face lighting up with joy, and she patted like S shoulder with a bright smile. No need to mention it, like replied, his usually cold demeanor betraying a hint of embarrassment. The others shared knowing glances filled with mischief. Xiaoguan and Lin Ti's lips quivered, but they ultimately swallowed the teasing words that nearly escaped. Like was infamous for his coldness, while it might be amusing to mock him now. Who knew how he would retaliate later? Once the initial shock faded, the group returned to their meal, as if nothing had transpired. Hee, Xiaolin chuckled proudly, blissfully unaware of the awkward atmosphere surrounding her. Later that night, a sneaky figure stealthily crept out of his room, making his way to Yi Jun's door, where he gently knocked. Yi Jun, seated cross-legged on his bed in meditation, paused in confusion before opening the door. In a fleeting moment, Teng Fei darted into Yi Jun's room just as he opened the door. What's the matter, Teng Fei? Yi Jun inquired. puzzled by the typically daft, yet burly man's sudden appearance in the dead of night. What could possibly be so urgent that it required a clandestine visit at such an hour? Hey, Yi-jun, I have a small favor to ask, Tengfei said, awkwardly grinning, his dark complexion flushed with embarrassment. What is it? Speak freely. I will certainly assist if it's within my power, Yi-jun replied, amused by Tengfei's hesitance. Well, you see, even that brat-like has found himself a girlfriend. Could you help me find one too? I've heard from Fatty that you have a knack for charming the ladies and know many girls. Tengfei's words flowed more smoothly upon hearing Yi-jun's willingness to help. Taken aback, Yi-jun stifled the urge to storm out and give Fatty a good thrashing, and instead said, actually, I only know a few girls. Observing Tengfei's disappointed expression, he quickly added, however, I can certainly assist you in finding one. I knew you would help me, Tengfei exclaimed, embracing Yi-jun in a bear hug before cheerfully departing from his room. With a resigned sigh, Yi-jun resolved to discreetly approach Yun Xian the following day, confident that her extensive connections would yield a suitable match for Tengfei. However, it seemed imperative to teach that foolish Fatty a lesson first. Chapter 45. The lesson on the morning of October 29th, in the year 2000 of the war era. A glum Yi-jun sought out Yun Xian and recounted Tengfei's situation. After exchanging pleasantries with the chuckling Yun Xian, he took his leave, feeling quite put upon. It was one thing to engage in combat, or to inscribe the power stones. Matchmaking felt akin to torture. Yet, having made a promise, he could not back out. And thus left with a heavy heart, bemused by Yun Xian's jesting remarks. Meanwhile, Fatty had leveraged the reputations of Yun Xian and Yi-jun to gather a group of individuals, establishing an organization named the Battle Alliance within the War God Academy, successfully recruiting numerous newcomers. Xiaoguan, armed with the power stones Yi-jun had provided, began trading them in the War God Valley, exchanging them for points to procure ordinary power stones to assist Yi-jun with his inscriptions. Tengfei, Like, and Shuilin formed a trio to train at the energy tower. Within the 9-story energy tower, Yi-jun bellowed as he delivered a powerful punch to a boulder towering over him. In an instant, he executed a swift kick, pivoted, and began pummeling the stone relentlessly. His punches fell with no discernible pattern, causing the boulder to tremble slightly under his assault. Bang, bang, bang. Yi-jun's eyes sparkled with determination as his hand struck the same point on the boulder with increasing speed, honing his arm strength, vision, and reaction time. Suddenly, a forceful impact from behind sent him staggering, as chunks of rock flew towards him, knocking him to the ground. He quickly scrambled back to his feet. Old man, that is quite devious of you. Not only are you maintaining the same force and speed on the boulder, but you're also sneaking attacks on me, Yi-jun complained, recognizing the high demands of muscle control and reflexes required in the energy tower. The elder, typically jovial, adopted a serious demeanor during training. After being knocked down repeatedly, Yi-jun persevered, rising time and again. The elder nodded approvingly. Within less than a day, Yi-jun had begun to master his strength, aligning his muscle power with precision. Now we shall commence finger strength training. I will toss stones at you, and you must use your fingers to flick them into this circle at my feet without allowing them to roll outside, the elder instructed, moving 5 meters away to draw a small circle with a diameter of merely 20 centimeters. Gazing at the tiny circle, Yi-jun inhaled sharply. After nearly exhausting himself against the boulder, his arms felt heavy and his fingers sluggish. He involuntarily groaned as the elder flicked a stone at his leg, leaving a red mark upon impact. Do not evade. Use your fingers to deflect it, the elder commanded coldly. With determination, Yi-jun gritted his teeth and flicked at the stone. Although he succeeded in brushing it with his index finger, it disintegrated into dust upon contact. Control your finger's strength. Do not strike directly. Use finesse, the elder advised. He flicked a stone towards the ground, causing it to rebound back. As he deftly maneuvered his finger around the stone's surface, it shot towards Yi-jun with alarming speed. Next, for leg muscle training. Run 100 laps around those boulders, the elder ordered, gesturing towards several large stones in the distance. Yi-jun hesitated momentarily, then began to run. The distance between the boulders was considerable, approximately 500 meters apart, totaling a daunting 2,000 meters for a single lap. 100 laps amounted to a staggering 200,000 meters. The elder observed with a hint of a smile as Yi-jun commenced his run, estimating this distance to be Yi-jun's limit. Although exhilarating outside, the oppressive gravity within the energy tower transformed running into a grueling ordeal. After just a few dozen laps, Yi-jun struggled to breathe, each step becoming increasingly laborious, his leg muscles burning with fatigue. Yet, he sensed the elder's unwavering gaze upon him. Stubborn and proud, Yi Jun gritted his teeth and pressed on. Breathing became agonizing, his chest heaving as if he were a bellows gasping for air. Is this where I falter? He thought, feeling the weight of his physical limits crushing him. Memories of his past fueled his resolve, compelling him to endure despite the pain, until he suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. As if he had surmounted a great mountain. Having surpassed his physical threshold, Yi Jun maintained a near-exhaustive pace. Finally finished, he thought, feeling a surge of relaxation as he stopped before the elder to rest. Now, begin kicking the stones. The elder's icy voice interrupted his respite. Yi Jun remained silent, focusing on his rapid breaths, then steeled himself to stand 5 meters away from the elder, like a game of kicking a shuttlecock. The elder casually picked up a small stone and sent it flying toward Yi Jun with the tip of his foot. Yi Jun raised his leaden leg, attempting to kick the stone, but his effort was clumsy, missing it entirely. Pick it up and try again, the elder commanded coldly, observing Yi Jun's confusion. Now we will train your core muscles. Lie down and exert all your strength to propel yourself upward, the elder instructed, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. With a grimace, Yi Jun lay flat on the ground, executing a leap akin to a carp leaping from water, propelling himself about a meter high, only to crash back down heavily. Good. Maintain that height with every repetition and control your muscles during the descent, the elder encouraged, his demeanor softening slightly. The elder gazed at Yi Jun, who appeared as lively as a fish leaping onto the shore, his heart brimming with joy. In his own youth, he had endured similar trials under his master's tutelage, and now he found a semblance of solace through Yi Jun. As you train, listen closely to my words. By the time I depart, you must grasp the essence of my training method. Every practitioner of physical cultivation seeks to absorb the energies of the universe to fortify their being. Yet, in their relentless pursuit of physical strength, they often forget the original purpose of childhood training, absolute mastery over one's own body. If a practitioner lacks complete control over their physical form, they ought to be called warriors rather than cultivators. Yi Jun clenched his teeth in acknowledgement. The elder continued, why do people aspire to become physical cultivators? Firstly, for health and longevity. Secondly, for enhanced strength. Ultimately, our goal is encapsulated in the notion that I think, therefore I am. Thus, to elevate oneself in the battle god continent. Practitioners inevitably sustain injuries during combat and while absorbing energies. Though these wounds may heal over time, they often leave behind insidious scars that hinder their advancement at various levels. Hearing this, Yi Jun furrowed his brow, realizing the numerous injuries he had endured, most of which were severe, with scarcely any light wounds. I have often wondered why magical beasts, after undergoing their transformation tribulations, seem to have no physical bottlenecks, while countless talented humans are stymied at various stages. Now it all makes sense, the voice of the enigmatic woman echoed in Yi Jun's mind. However, at that moment, he was oblivious to her words, fixated on the elder and absorbing every utterance. Do you know why I share these insights with you? The elder suddenly countered, his gaze piercing. Yi Jun was taken aback and shook his head. I aim to divert your attention. Focus on your waist training, the elder admonished, redirecting his focus to the exercise. Yi Jun inquired, how can one resolve the issue of hidden injuries? A peculiar smile flickered across the elder's cold visage. The only solution is to marry a female physician and have her assist you in nurturing your body from a young age. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun recalled the gentle woman clad in black, perpetually adorned with a smile. Ah, I finally understand why every emperor of war has a high-ranking physician as a spouse. The enigmatic woman mused. No wonder those formidable individuals have a physician by their side. It appears they seek healing for their hidden injuries to advance further. But why must it be a wife? Couldn't they simply be friends? The woman urged Yi Jun to question. He hesitantly voiced her curiosity, having never contemplated that aspect. The elder, upon hearing Yi Jun's query, retorted with ire. Do you think physicians are predominantly female by mere coincidence? How foolish. You should have deduced this yourself. With a sigh, the elder reminisced. Alas, I regret not pursuing that path. What about you, enigmatic woman? Do you comprehend it now? Yi Jun asked, exchanging glances with the elder lost in his thoughts. Not yet, she replied. Teacher, why is it essential to marry a female physician? Yi Jun pressed, compelled by the enigmatic woman's authority to interrupt the elder's reverie. Dual cultivation. How could you not have guessed that? The elder sighed in exasperation. After nearly an hour, Yi Jun fully grasped the elder's training methodology, addressing him now as teacher instead of old man. Gratitude filled Yi Jun's heart, for not only had the elder imparted the importance of exertion, but he also shared invaluable insights and experiences pertinent to physical cultivators. Thus, a more arduous regimen commenced. Chapter 46. Moon Dance Gate. Yi Jun swallowed the last morsel of his bun and glanced up at the approaching elder, stretching languidly with a radiant smile. A day well begun is half done, a new day has dawned. Yi Jun, strive, 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 and success shall follow. Within the energy tower, clad only in shorts and assuming a horse stance, Yi Jun stood beside the elder, who wielded a stone rod. At that moment, they engaged in resistance training. Only through relentless striking and energy absorption could Yi Jun's physique grow stronger. Teacher, increase the strength. I can endure it, Yi Jun declared nonchalantly. I understand better than you. I will gradually escalate the intensity. The elder observed the crimson marks on Yi Jun's body and his resolute expression, silently marveling at the boy's determination. The elder stepped back and swung the stone rod forcefully against Yi Jun. Crack, crack, crack. The rod struck repeatedly. Yet Yi Jun remained steadfast in his stance, silently enduring the onslaught as crimson lines etched themselves across his skin. His eyes shone with a starlit resolve, a testament to his unwavering determination. Yi Jun, although your body harbors great potential, it pales in comparison to a battle spirit level cultivator. At best, you are but slightly stronger than a peak battle master. Did you forcibly ascend to the battle spirit level using rare materials? The elder inquired, observing the fissures on Yi Jun's skin with a hint of skepticism. Chuckling, Yi Jun scratched the back of his head and decided to be forthright. I am merely a fourth segment battle master. I consumed the soul of the strong body from the treasure dragon beast, coupled with my unique cultivation method that enhances physical strength. The elder's countenance revealed astonishment. You encountered the soul of the strong body? When I first ascended to the Battle King, I spent over a year in the Monster Mountain range without such fortune. You truly possess remarkable luck. Shaking his head, the elder sighed. Your cultivation method must be extraordinary, at least of high earth grade. Such techniques hold a lure for battle kings. While in the Battle God Academy, you must remain discreet, avoid drawing attention, lest you attract the ire of various factions. Feeling the elder's concern, Yi Jun nodded. I understand the principle of possessing a jewel brings trouble. I shall not leave the academy until I reach the battle spirit level, by which time I will possess the means to safeguard myself against battle kings. The elder smiled but remained silent. The might of a battle king was beyond the comprehension of a mere battle spirit. Yet, he chose not to expose Yi Jun's deception. Who among the youthful and reckless has not harbored such folly? 10 days later, Yi Jun donned long pants, his upper body exposed. His physique, while not overly pronounced, exhibited a nearly perfect aerodynamic form, akin to a sleek cheetah. Yi Jun, your willpower is commendable in physical training. It is the most crucial aspect. The rest pales in comparison, the elder remarked, observing Yi Jun's unprecedented smile. As Yi Jun gazed at the elder, memories of the past 10 days flooded back, where he had felt anger towards the elder's relentless training. Yet, witnessing the elder's approving smile today, he suddenly comprehended everything. You are now capable of mastering 60% of your muscle control. The path ahead will only become increasingly arduous. I have spent decades achieving mastery over 85% of my body's muscles. As for complete control, that feat is likely reserved for legendary battle emperors. Once you surpass 80% control, each increment will yield immeasurable enhancements to your combat prowess. Make haste and pursue your path. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint you. Yi Jun declared resolutely, gazing at the elderly man. The elder smiled and nodded before abruptly turning away and striding off. Master, might I inquire your name? Yi Jun called out to the retreating figure. You shall learn it once you attain the rank of Battle King, the elder replied, waving his hand as he exited the energy tower. Yi Jun felt a slight sting in his eyes. He understood that from this day forth, he would embark on his training alone. Life is a cycle of gatherings and partings. One must learn to accept it. Now, I shall impart to you the art of explosive might. The indifferent voice of the evil woman echoed in Yi Jun's mind. Nodding, Yi Jun sat cross-legged, preparing to receive the sole inheritance of the evil woman. Explosive might was originally a celestial-level technique created by a battle emperor known as Sky Shatter. However, following the obliteration of that battle emperor, we could only reconstruct a technique akin to Sky Shatter based on his descriptions, naming it explosive might. The battle emperor once revealed to us that the human body is composed of molecular-level particles, while the soul is formed from atomic-level particles. Both body and soul are subject to destruction. Hence, the splitting of either molecules or atoms can unleash tremendous power. Atoms, molecules. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun's spirit trembled as if struck by a bullet, and he muttered to himself. You have heard of this? The evil woman exclaimed in surprise. This knowledge had been passed down through her family's elders, known only to the leaders of her clan, for the Battle Emperor who created Sky Shatter was her ancestor. No, I simply found the terms intriguing. It is the first time I have encountered them in the War God continent, Yi Jun hastily explained, keeping this secret to himself. Sighing softly, the evil woman surmised that Yi Jun could not possibly know more and continued, our ancestor, the Battle Emperor, once stated that understanding the microscopic world is one of the prerequisites for advancing to the rank of Battle Emperor. Yet, for thousands of years, none of our kin have succeeded. Hearing this, Yi Jun felt a surge of confidence about his future for the first time. He sensed a sense of superiority in his arrival in this foreign realm. Enough of that. Let us return to the matter at hand. Learning explosive might is not overly difficult. It involves igniting foreign energy and then transforming the energy generated from that explosion into power. However, your physical body must withstand the energy produced by the explosion of foreign power. Now, you may attempt to ignite a thread of foreign energy and experience the sensation. The evil woman said, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. Seeing as the evil woman encouraged him to try, Yi Jun focused his thoughts. Entering a state of introspection, he seized a fine strand of foreign energy, directing it to his palm, and then detonated it in a self-explosive manner. Hiss! Yi Jun gasped sharply as a spray of blood mist erupted from his palm. Isn't that rather excessive? It's akin to self-harm. Yi Jun communicated through his soul, enduring the pain in his hand. Explosive might was originally a self-harming technique created by a magical beast. Yet, when controlled within certain limits, it becomes a rare lethal strike. For someone like you, a humanoid magical beast, it is perfectly suitable, the evil woman replied with a slight smile. However, this seems unreliable. Merely a thread of energy can inflict harm upon oneself. Yi Jun pondered aloud, suddenly filled with doubt. Fool, have you forgotten your identity as a rune master? Envelop the foreign energy with your soul force from within, and then practice according to the energy conversion mantra I imparted to you, the evil woman admonished. Exasperated that ever since Yi Jun successfully inscribed runes on the origin stone, he had neglected his identity as a rune master. Meanwhile, outside dormitory 240, a dense crowd had gathered, with two factions glaring at each other. One side was significantly larger, while the other comprised only about 10 individuals. Yet the smaller group seemed to hold the upper ground. Yunxian, stop being stubborn. Join us at Moondance Sect. As I have said, your alliance will never thrive at the War God Academy. New students are the vital lifeblood for numerous factions in the inner academy, and others will not allow you to monopolize this fresh blood, a coldly elegant woman clad in light blue attire stated. Yu Wushuang, this is our affair. There is no need for your meddling, Yun Xian retorted, her expression darkening as she gazed at the woman named Yu Wushuang. Despite Lin Ti's lackluster cultivation talent, he was adept at wielding power. Within just over 10 days, he had lured 20% of the newcomers into their alliance, prompting the Moondance Sect to take action, with its leader personally confronting them. This is the territory of our alliance. If you have no other business today, I kindly ask you to leave, Yin Xian continued, her gentle voice tinged with an icy edge. Yu Wushuang's lips twitched in annoyance, and her already strikingly cold face darkened further. Wushuang, why waste words on her? Just crush their pride with brute force, and naturally, others will follow us. As for Yun Xian, I'll handle her, a white-clad woman behind Yu Wushuang interjected, her eyes scanning Yun Xian with a provocative glint. Zhao Ling is right. Yun Xian, if you persist, we are more than willing to dismantle your alliance ourselves. Yu Wushuang added, her tone dismissive. Yun Xian, we have yet to compete, and perhaps today is the day I shall seek your guidance, Zhao Ling taunted, her eyes sparkling with challenge. You need not concern yourselves. Yun Xian will never join you. Unless our alliance leader Yi Jun speaks, this alliance shall not disband. If you wish to dismantle it, you will have to step over my body first, the stout individual beside her interjected, his face shifting as he stepped forward. Foolish fat man, this is no place for your words. If you do not wish to die a painful death, I suggest you keep your distance, Yu Wushuang scoffed. Dismissing the stout man. I shall see you try, the stout man retorted, his expression fierce. Yu Wushuang, should you expel Yun Xian from the alliance today, I shall let you go, Yu Wushuang said with a smile, casting a glance at Lin Te. The alliance will never expel anyone for any faction. Lin Te's face darkened as he responded, realizing that these few women had been targeting Yun Xian. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. Such humiliation would be avenged 100-fold in the future. Let us engage in combat. Spare us the chatter, Yun Xian declared, her expression hardening, her smile vanishing completely. Observing Yun Xian's icy demeanor, Yu Wushuang furrowed her brow, surprised by her tenacity. If that is the case, we shall have no choice but to resort to force and properly trample the strong of your alliance. Let us see how these newcomers can retain their pride, she sneered. As Yu Wushuang unleashed her aura, the dozen or so senior students behind her simultaneously let out a furious roar, their diverse elemental abilities surging forth. Instantly, the leaves and withered grass on the ground were swept away by their formidable presence. Humph! Yun Xian let out a cold shout, and as her aura surged forth, a force far greater than that of the senior students enveloped the area, overpowering their combined might with her singular strength. With just you alone, your strength is insufficient. Yu Wushuang scoffed, her aura erupting and forcefully suppressing Yun Xian's. Today, you shall witness the true extent of our disparity. As Jialing twisted her slender waist, an aura erupted instantaneously, merging with Yu Wushuang as they bore down fiercely on the new students. Boom! The group behind Yun Xian also unleashed their momentum, staunchly resisting the overwhelming pressure. Yu Wushuang cast a final glance at Yun Xian, then waved her hand and commanded, "Go." "I'll hold Yun Xian, Jialing. Take the others and strike the new students decisively." With a shiver, a set of beautifully crafted ice armor enveloped Jialing. Yun Xian felt a surge of foreign energy, and a suit of golden armor materialized around her. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, countless stone spikes coalesced in the air around her. Just as the battle was about to commence, and Yu Wushuang and her group neared confrontation with Yun Xian, a violet figure suddenly streaked across the sky, accompanied by a sharp sound that split the air. It crashed between both parties, instantly creating a deafening explosion that enveloped the area in dust and debris, separating the two sides. Chapter 47. The battle spirit. Yu Wushuang frowned as she gazed at the dust-filled area. With a flick of her wrist, a gust of wind arose, sweeping the dust away. As the particles settled, a violet figure slowly stood from the shattered ground, coming into view of Yu Wushuang and her allies. Her gaze lingered momentarily on the fierce yet aesthetically pleasing armor adorning the figure before she sneered coldly. "A grand entrance indeed, Yi Jun. I thought you would flee upon hearing the news, yet here you are, bold enough to return." Yi Jun shot her a frosty glance, and his aura surged with a murderous intent as he advanced toward the opposition. The new students, inspired by the legendary figure who single-handedly battled thousands, erupted into cheers. After the recent battle, Yi Jun had become a source of pride for them. With him present, they felt emboldened to confront anyone. "Yi Jun, you have returned." The plump student sighed in relief, having long regarded the young man from the Monster Beast Mountain range as invincible. "Returned?" Yun Xian's gaze rested on Yi Jun's figure as she spoke softly. Though he might not possess greater power than her, his presence instilled a sense of safety within her, as if no calamity could bend the proud figure standing tall. "Yes, I have returned. Leave the rest to me." Yi Jun replied with a faint smile. "You are Yi Jun?" Jialing, observing him and the confident new students, could not help but furrow her brows and scoff. "You should know your place as a mere pawn. You have no say here." Yi Jun shot a scornful glance at Jialing. "You, enough, cease this bickering." Yu Wushuang interrupted with a wave of her hand, lifting her chin slightly, as she stated matter-of-factly, "Since you are the leader of the alliance, simply expel Yun Xian and allow us from the Moondance sect to select the more capable students among the newcomers, and this matter shall be resolved." With a clench of his fist, Yi Jun's hand crushed the air as he coldly laughed. The sound of the air bursting caused an uproar among the crowd. It was known that air moves swiftly. To shatter it required incredible speed and strength. Even among the battle spirits, few could achieve such a feat. Yet Yi Jun did so effortlessly, a feat unheard of in the Battle God Academy. Yu Wushuang frowned, realizing that such prowess was unmatched. No one present could replicate it. With a signal to Jialing, she commanded the others, "Attack together and end this swiftly." "Humph," Yi Jun growled, his figure flashing as he darted past Yu Wushuang and Jialing, lunging at the more than 10 senior students behind them. Yi Jun's speed was astonishing as he relied solely on his physical strength, appearing before a senior student in an instant. With a clenched fist, he pivoted on his toes. Muscles in his legs, hips, waist, abdomen, shoulders, and arms tensed, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the senior flying amidst their terrified gaze. At the 5th level of Battle Master, he sent that opponent reeling, stripping them of their combat capability. Boom! Yi Jun twisted his body, executing a swift chop that left 2 students gasping, their strength drained as they collapsed to the ground. With a flicker, Yi Jun advanced, his elbow thrusting into the chest of another senior, sending them sprawling. "Huh!" Yi Jun exclaimed, his right arm slipping between the necks of 2 seniors, a rapid motion rendering them unconscious. Boom! Yi Jun's figure flickered again, merely creating a gust of wind that sent another senior flying. His movements were mesmerizing, akin to a whirlwind, as every strike rendered the seniors powerless, collapsing to the ground. His targeted attacks were devastatingly effective, and none beneath the battle spirit level could withstand even a single exchange with him. Under the guidance of an elder's training, Yi Jun had perfected the use of 60% of his muscle capacity in midair, augmented by his formidable physical strength and a tenfold gravity training regimen in the energy tower. His speed and explosive power far surpassed what these individuals could fathom. Within 2 seconds, over 10 seniors had lost their combat efficacy. In a flash, Yi Jun surged forth like a dragon emerging from its lair, delivering a powerful punch to Jia Ling's abdomen before she could react, sending her crashing backward. Silence descended, an oppressive stillness enveloping the crowd as all eyes fixated on the violet figure. Exhaling a deep breath, Yi Jun felt a twinge of regret. Despite the formidable strength of a battle spirit honing their physique, his ambush had only left her lightly injured. How is this possible? How could this happen? Jia Ling clutched her abdomen, slowly rising. Yun Xian and the plump student gaped in disbelief at the figure standing before Yu Wushuang. A new student could be so terrifying, their speed and explosive power far exceeding that of the battle spirits present. Hee, Yi Jun, you are indeed formidable, but you are still not a battle spirit, are you? With my protective battle technique, the frost armor, you cannot breach my defenses, can you? Just as the crowd remained entranced in shock, Yu Wushuang discerned the underlying issue. Hee, do you wish to find out? Then let us engage in battle. Yi Jun replied, his expression unchanging and indifferent. Jia Ling, let us attack together. Yu Wushuang coldly smiled at Jia Ling beside her, then suddenly moved, employing an intricate footwork as she lunged at Yi Jun. Yu Wushuang's fist struck out, creating minute spatial rifts that appeared in the air along the trajectory of her punch. Yi Jun's expression darkened. He dared not take it head-on. Even in her protective battle armor, Yu Wushuang was not someone he could defeat, not even with that technique. Gently pushing off with his toes, leveraging the gust from Yu Wushuang's strike, Yi Jun shifted his position to stand beside Jia Ling, his palms converging as they aimed for her throat. Caught off guard. Jia Ling found herself struck in the abdomen by Yi Jun's ambush, her eyes flashing with cold light. Without sparing a glance at Yi Jun, she retaliated with a punch aimed at his face. Would Yi Jun engage in a brawl? Casting a glance at the enigmatic spatial rifts, he lacked the courage to risk even the slightest contact. The reason battle spirits surpassed the peak of battle masters by countless magnitudes was due to their mastery over the cutting and devouring nature of these spatial rifts. Even a minor hit could result in grievous injury. With a burst of flame erupting at his side, Yi Jun stumbled rightward, simultaneously delivering a powerful strike to Jia Ling's armpit. As a tingling sensation coursed through his right arm, Jia Ling's hand hung limply by her side. Her combat prowess diminished by 30% in an instant. Yi Jun's control and precision, honed through relentless training under the guidance of the elder, dwarfed the chaotic flailing of these young girls who relied solely on brute force and flashy techniques. Each of Yi Jun's strikes was ruthlessly aimed at his opponent's vulnerabilities. Had it not been for the strict prohibition against harming fellow students at the War God Academy, that last blow could have claimed Jia Ling's life. As for Yu Wushuang, clad in her armor, Yi Jun could only manage a wry smile. Her defensive technique resembled a tortoise shell. No, it was even more formidable, as at least a tortoise shell had openings. Realizing he could not defeat her, Yi Jun resolved to intimidate her instead. With an elegant spin, Yu Wushuang twisted her slender waist, delivering a kick that struck Yi Jun's hands as they came down. With a jolt, Yi Jun stood up, astonished. Due to her sudden pivot, Yu Wushuang had only exerted 60% of her strength, yet it shattered the thunderous armor on Yi Jun's palm, rendering it numb and clumsy. The terror of a battle spirit that had undergone preliminary refinement was evident. One could only imagine the prowess of a fully refined battle spirit practitioner. Yi Jun couldn't help but recall Yi Zhengming's devastating blow that had shattered a space of several meters. The higher one ascended, the more pronounced the disparity between practitioners became. Yu Wushuang, your speed cannot possibly match mine. If I were to reveal my trump card, you would undoubtedly be injured. I advise you to withdraw, Yi Jun declared, eyes fixed on Yu Wushuang as she leapt protectively in front of Jia Ling. Trump card? You are not the only one with one. I will not let today's events pass so easily, Yu Wushuang retorted coldly, relieved to know that Jia Ling had only temporarily lost sensation in her right arm. With a sudden movement, she darted toward Yi Jun. The ground beneath Yi Jun's feet erupted with a faint explosive sound as he surged forward. Unlike before, Yi Jun now controlled the intensity of his fiery blasts, allowing for a more agile and nimble advance over short distances. In the arena, a chilling mist enveloped the atmosphere. While Yi Jun's violet figure darted to avoid Yu Wuxuang's onslaught. Can Yi Jun actually win? Lin Te pondered, his nails digging into his flesh without his realization as he fixated on the flickering purple shadow within the pale fog. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Xian subtly shook her head, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Heh, keep dodging, Yu Wuxuang taunted, halting abruptly. As Yi Jun inhaled the icy air, he grimaced inwardly. A thin layer of frost was beginning to form on his body. Soon, he would lose his speed advantage. While he could suppress Yu Wuxuang in terms of speed, agility, and explosive power, the relentless assault of her icy mist would gradually erode his nimbleness, leaving him vulnerable to her whims. With a chilling smile, Yu Wuxuang's cheeks took on an eerie blue hue, sensing the surge of power emanating from her. Yi Jun's expression shifted subtly as he recognized the ferocity of her impending strike. Let us end this, Yu Wuxuang declared, her right arm swirling as an icy serpent, conjured from frost, coiled forth. Her emotionless white eyes fixated on Yi Jun, the serpent's flicking tongue confirming its vitality. Yi Jun's gaze was locked onto the rapidly enlarging serpent's tongue, the encroaching chill deepening the gravity of his expression. With a slight tremor in his arm, the exotic energy, compressed tenfold, surged through his veins before igniting within him. Break! He bellowed, his voice piercing the air. In an instant, countless droplets of blood erupted from his pores as his fist cleaved through the air, striking the serpent's jaw. A targeted assault. Boom. Upon contact, a fissure, 2 fingers wide, manifested at the point of collision between their fists. A thunderous explosion resonated, and the surrounding mist was violently sucked into the rift, unleashing an invisible shockwave that swept through the vicinity, obliterating all debris in its path. Yu Wuxuang was forcefully hurled backward, crashing through a massive tree before collapsing onto the grass. In contrast, Yi Jun, akin to a broken kite, found his armor shattered, his bloodied form tumbling through the air before landing heavily in Yun Xian's embrace. In the wake of this chaotic display, the atmosphere in the expansive arena turned still, the onlookers gazing in disbelief at Yu Wuxuang, motionless several meters away. A powerful battle spirit, she ranked among the top 50 within the War God Academy. Yet, she had fallen to a newcomer who had only entered the academy a month prior, and so brutally at that. The irony of her previous arrogance now lay starkly juxtaposed against her current plight, sprawled on the ground, her fate uncertain. Suddenly, a violent cough shattered the silence, emanating from Yun Xian's embrace. Yi Jun, resting against her soft bosom, coughed up blood, his resolute visage pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. His labored breaths betrayed his own injuries. Yun Xian, her hands glowing with a soft white light, surrounded him to mend his wounds. Though to the untrained eye his injuries appeared superficial, the healer knew better. Yi Jun had sustained significant internal damage, with ruptured veins and muscle injuries that would require more than mere rest to heal. You pushed yourself too hard, she admonished softly, her heart aching as she gazed at him. Yi Jun offered her an apologetic glance before placing his hand gently on her delicate shoulder, slowly rising to his feet. Casting a cold glance toward the distant Yu Wuxuang, he reflected that she would not have suffered such a fate had she not underestimated his attack. Her focus solely on offense while disregarding the formidable defense of his thunder demon form. Retrieving a 4th-tier healing energy stone from his pocket, Yi Jun combined its restorative properties with Yun Xian's treatment, gradually mending his internal injuries. Waves of white light penetrated his muscles, swiftly repairing the ruptured veins and tissues. As he assessed his condition, Yi Jun marveled at the miraculous efficacy of the healer's craft. Within mere moments, his injuries had improved significantly. Let us go, Jialing declared, lifting the unconscious Yu Wuxuang and turning to leave. Under Yi Jun's piercing gaze, she experienced a rare moment of fear. This man had left an indelible mark upon her heart, and should they face each other again, she doubted she could unleash even 70% of her strength. The various factions, emboldened by the events of the day, would think twice before provoking the alliance, if they granted Yi Jun just half a year to catch his breath. Any attempt to dismantle the alliance would necessitate the involvement of seasoned practitioners beyond the 5th tier of battle spirit. With a clenched jaw, the corpulent figure seethed at the departing crowd, inwardly cursing. Fellow newcomers to the alliance, we shall never yield to anyone. Today's events mark just a chapter. Only through strength can we earn respect, not by allowing ourselves to be slaughtered. Yi Jun addressed the newly acquainted members of the alliance, who nodded in agreement. Without strength, one can only be bullied at the door. Today, do you wish to endure such humiliation again? Yi Jun spoke in a deep voice, The faces of all the freshmen flushed with indignation, and their hearts surged with fervor as they shouted in unison. From this day forth, all members of the Battle Alliance shall, under its organization, venture into the War God Valley to seize points, and thereafter enter the Energy Tower for training. In due time, once the Alliance is fully operational, I promise that within a month, as long as you enter the War God Valley once a week to gain practical experience. The remaining 6 days can be spent in the Energy Tower for cultivation, with all points required for training provided by the Alliance. You are now the first batch of elders in the Alliance, and in the future, you shall become renowned powerhouses within the War God Academy. The urgency to enhance our strength in order to withstand the impending attack from the Moondance sect cannot be overstated. As they listened to Yi Jun's exhortation, the members of the Battle Alliance felt their faces flush with excitement. In their youth, the thrill of battle held great allure, and it was impossible to remain quietly in meditation. Well then, everyone may disperse for today. Tomorrow, we shall gather at this time, led by Lin Te, to collectively enter the War God Valley to acquire points. Yi Jun waved his hand and then, with Yun Xian at his side, headed towards the small building. Just as he was about to enter the room, his steps faltered, and he collapsed. Ah, Yi Jun. It won't be long before your victory over Moon Wushuang spreads throughout the War God Academy. By then, the chubby fellow will certainly have his hands full. As a newly established force, the allure of the Battle Alliance is undeniable. Supporting the unconscious Yi Jun, Yun Xian gazed softly at his resolute face and spoke gently. She was not concerned about Yi Jun's injuries. After the recent treatment, his internal wounds were largely healed, and his fainting was merely a residual effect of forcing himself to speak despite his injuries. After helping Yi Jun back to his room, Yun Xian glanced at the bloodstains on her black dress and shook her head in resignation before turning to leave. After some time, as night fell, Yi Jun slowly regained consciousness. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, the excited voice of the evil girl broke through. Yi Jun, I've finally realized why healers are more enigmatic than inscriptionists. It is nothing short of a miracle. You could never guess the methods a healer employs in their treatments. Propping himself up and feeling the coagulated blood on his body, Yi Jun made his way to the bathing area. As he washed away the dried blood, he reminisced about the warmth and softness of resting in Yun Xian's embrace, casually engaging in a mental dialogue. What have you discovered? It's akin to the floral crown of a nine-tailed maiden, but a healer can administer multiple treatments, whereas the floral crown is effective only once. Additionally, the crown possesses the ability to eliminate all adverse conditions, the evil girl exclaimed, her spirits soaring. Seemingly puzzled by her excitement, Yi Jun inquired, what does the healer have to do with the nine-tailed clan? The evil girl was incensed by Yi Jun's remark, feeling that he was becoming increasingly arrogant, recalling how he had once shown her utmost respect. Ignoring the danger of being discovered by powerful individuals, the evil girl flashed to Yi Jun's side, raising her hand to strike his head, only to realize he was nude in the bath, leading to a simultaneous scream from both. Meanwhile, Lin Te, who was in the courtyard, heard the sound resembling a heavenly voice and suddenly jolted, rushing towards Yi Jun's room. You little brat. You didn't even notify me before taking a bath. The evil girl, still fuming, had neglected to use her soul power to assess the situation outside and ended up in a comical predicament with Yi Jun bang. Yi Jun, I think I heard a woman's voice coming from our dormitory. Did you bring a girl back? Lin Te, unable to find anyone, knocked on Yi Jun's door with suspicion. I think you're imagining things. Hurry and find your little Chui, Yi Jun quickly denied, aware of the ramifications if this information got out. Indeed, how would I not know if there were girls in our dormitory? Lin Te murmured to himself, shaking his chubby face as he walked outside. Wait, that's not right. I think I really did hear something, Lin Te said as he entered the courtyard, suddenly slapping his palm in realization. Yet again, perhaps I didn't hear anything. Forget it. Let's focus on planning for tomorrow's expedition to the War God Valley. Lin Te, somewhat on edge from the woman's scream, muttered as he slapped his forehead. As night fell, the 240 members who had dined together sat in the courtyard. What do you know about the Moondance sect? Yi Jun asked Lin Te. The Moondance sect was established 3 years ago. It is a new force. However, due to the involvement of Moon Wushuang, Feng Linyue, and Zhou Waner, it has rapidly ascended to become one of the top 10 forces within the War God Academy, albeit ranking last among them. The sect claims to possess 4 combat spirit masters, Moon Wushuang, Jia Ling, Zhou Waner, and Feng Linyue, the latter of whom has never fought, yet is rumored to be at least a 5-stage combat spirit master, though this remains unverified. Rubbing his chin, Yi Jun sighed. Aside from those 4 combat spirit masters, what is the strength of the other members of the Moondance sect? Besides the 4 combat spirits, The Moon Dance sect boasts 15 peak battle masters, 10 of whom are female and 5 male. However, this is not the main point. The most crucial aspect is that the sect recruits girls primarily based on their strength and beauty, leading to a complex web of external relationships. Many of the girls within the sect are involved with males from other forces, with some being the girlfriends of influential figures from rival factions. It is even rumored that the leader of the 4th-ranked crazy sect has been pursuing Moon Wushuang. Hearing this, Yijun muttered, "Though this women's association may not be particularly strong, their connections are quite intricate. Once a battle ensues, attacking a single girl could easily offend other factions. Indeed, as long as you were the Moon Dance sect's emblem within the War God Academy, you are unlikely to be ambushed. Who knows which girl is the girlfriend of whom? That girl might even be the partner of a leader within your own faction," Linte said with a wry smile, admitting that in the past, he would have avoided the Moon Dance sect altogether, yet now he found himself thoroughly entangled. Yijun nodded slightly, acknowledging the complexity of the Moon Dance sect, while also aware of the upcoming gathering of heroes that would bring further trouble. It seemed he would need to consult the evil girl about methods to enhance combat effectiveness in a short time. While the explosive power was formidable, it could not be cultivated in a brief period. Let everything proceed as I previously outlined. Starting tomorrow, the Alliance will enter the War God Valley to acquire points and allow the freshmen to gain combat experience. We must enhance our strength swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Yijun raised his head to ask, "Does everyone have enough points?" Haha. After exchanging the original energy stones from the last inscription for points, we still have quite a bit left. Our current points are sufficient for a month's training in the energy tower, Tung Fei replied with a silly grin. Good then. Yijun nodded, exhaling lightly. From now on, I will train on the 9th floor of the energy tower. If anything arises, send messages up to the 9th floor. Our alliance is still too weak, and establishing ourselves within this War God Academy is indeed troublesome. Everyone nodded in agreement, having been aware of Yijun's formidable physical prowess. They were no longer surprised that he could occupy the 9th floor. As Lei Ku gazed thoughtfully at Yijun, he silently resolved to break through to the 6th level of cultivation in the near future. Otherwise, the gap between them would only widen. This realization served as both a pressure and a motivation for him, given his lofty aspirations. Chapter 49. The Frenzied Door in a brightly lit room. The atmosphere was tinged with a hint of gunpowder. Within, a group of over a dozen individuals sat or stood in disarray, their faces reflecting simmering anger. Fengjie, that battle alliance is truly outrageous. How dare they leave you Jie in such a state? If we do not reclaim our dignity, how will our Moon Dance sect stand firm in the Battle God Academy in the future? A man suddenly slammed his palm on the table, his voice laced with fury. Indeed, Fengjie, we cannot allow you Jie to suffer these unjust blows. As soon as he spoke, the others in the room echoed their agreement with fervent shouts. In a corner of the room, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in fiery hues sat beside Yu Wushuang's bed, quietly observing her slightly haggard face, lost in her thoughts. Feng Linyue paid no heed to the agitated crowd, her gaze fixed on the injured Yu Wushuang as she gently inquired, "Yuer, how is your condition?" With her question, the clamor in the room ceased instantly, all eyes turning towards Yu Wushuang. "I'm not seriously injured. After a night's rest, I will be able to rise tomorrow," came the slightly wavering response from Yu Wushuang's pale lips. Instantly, this ignited a protective instinct among the men, especially a deep-seated hatred towards Yijun. That Yijun, what is his true strength? Feng Linyue asked, narrowing her elongated eyes slightly, her tone imbued with a hint of chill. His strength is approximately on par with a battle master, yet his physical prowess is astonishing. He can fell a battle master with mere physical strength, without requiring any external aid. His speed, reflexes, and resilience are all exceptionally formidable. I sustained injuries while engaging him directly, even after employing the Ice Soul Cold Snake technique and donning the ice armor. Moreover, his explosive power is particularly terrifying, though he seems to struggle in prolonged battles. Yu Wushuang recounted, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in her eyes as she spoke, her melodious voice tinged with anger. I would not have been so easily defeated, but he seemed to strike at my weaknesses with precise, explosive force, catching me off guard and knocking me unconscious. Feng Linyue nodded slightly, turning her head towards Jialing, who was seated nearby. Noticing Feng Linyue's focus on her, Jialing nodded and said, "Fengjie, my experience aligns closely with you Jie's. That boy relies entirely on his physical strength. He exploited my weaknesses, landing a punch beneath my armpit, which drastically reduced my combat effectiveness. I have heard of this new student, Yijun. He is indeed an anomaly among this year's newcomers. having made quite a stir by breaching the senior base in the Battle God Valley shortly after entering the academy. However, it seems his techniques consume a significant amount of energy, often relying on brute force. Against a battle spirit stronghold, he likely can only aim for a swift victory. Feng Linyu acknowledged. Feng Jie, my miscalculation stemmed from my ignorance of his capabilities. Should we encounter him again, I am confident in my ability to defeat him. Yu Wushuang declared, her voice filled with determination. That Yi Jun possesses extraordinary talent. If he continues to grow, his potential is limitless. Should we engage in full-scale conflict with the Battle Alliance, it would severely hinder our future development. Moreover, it is wise to resolve enmities rather than exacerbate them. Feng Linyu pondered with a furrowed brow. What shall we do then? We cannot simply let this matter slide as though nothing occurred. That would be a grave blow to our moon dance sect's reputation, Yu Wushuang protested, her indignation palpable. Feng Jie. Hu Kuang is outside clamoring to see Yu Jie and is almost about to storm into the dormitory. A woman suddenly burst in, announcing, "Oh, haven't you just suggested a solution? As women, engaging in violence is not our role. Let the men handle the fighting," Feng Linyu addressed her sisters. She then instructed the woman who had entered, inform them that Yu Wushuang has been gravely injured by Yi Jun and is currently bedridden, unwilling to see anyone. Should they dare to intrude, Yue will have nothing to do with them in the future. This plan is truly brilliant, her sisters exclaimed in unison, prompting a wave of embarrassment among the few males present. In room 240, Yi Jun sat cross-legged, engaging in a dialogue with the evil woman's spirit. Is there a method to enhance my combat power in a short time? The voice of the evil woman carried a teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun's expression brightened. Initially, he had little hope, considering his current strength was already quite formidable, being able to contend with a battle spirit at the first level as a fourth-level battle master. If he could enhance his strength further in such a brief period, it seemed unrealistic. What is this method? Or what technique? He inquired, suppressing his excitement. Explosive force. The evil woman replied coolly. This explosive force is beyond my current ability to master in such a short time. How can I enhance my power rapidly? Yi Jun asked, bewildered. Previously, I instructed you to unleash the latent power within you. Now, if you wish to elevate your strength quickly, focus solely on one finger. I assure you that by morning, your favored index finger will possess the striking power of a battle spirit, the evil woman suggested with a smirk. Upon hearing her words, a wave of wicked thoughts surged within Yi Jun, but he quickly shook his head and pondered for a moment. If so, it seems that the physical toll would be quite severe. With Yun Xian around, what is there to fear? It's merely about blasting away the flesh from a finger. Remember that legendary battle emperor, who, at the cost of splitting an arm, managed to defeat 3 battle emperors simultaneously. Although you lack the ability to regenerate as a battle spirit, seeking Yun Xian's aid for healing should suffice, the evil woman reassured. With a resigned sigh, Yi Jun acknowledged his weakness. For now, this was the only path forward. Furthermore, the battle master level energy within you can likely only yield an attack equivalent to a 3rd-level battle spirit. After one use, your right hand will be rendered incapacitated. If you injure your bones, it could lead to complications unless you reach the Battle King stage, she added. Nodding, Yi Jun began to practice with his lucky index finger. The following morning, as dawn broke, the lights in room 240 flickered to life, and a flurry of figures rushed in, lining up neatly before the 4 chubby members. While Yi Jun remained engrossed in his training within the room. After a while, Lin Te and the others observed the spirited and excited members of the Battle Alliance, exchanging smiles. Although these students were currently relatively weak, each possessed significant potential. Given sufficient time, Lin Te was confident they would eventually emerge as true powerhouses. As the personnel assembled, Lin Te wasted no time, waving his hand as he, along with Xiao Guan and the others, hastened toward the Battle God Valley, followed closely by over 30 new students. On the path to the Battle God Valley, passers-by gazed in astonishment at the large groups sweeping past, and some keen-eyed individuals noticed the battle insignia adorning Lin Te's chest, triggering exclamations of surprise. Isn't that the newly formed Battle Alliance? I didn't realize that chubby Lin Te had such a dashing side, remarked a girl at the forefront, her beauty evident. I wonder who will have the chance to win her favor. Hearing the whispers along the way, the new students' chests puffed with pride, their spirits considerably elevated. Shaking his head, Lin Te couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In those days, he would greet others, yet no one would pay him any heed. Now, however, he found himself the object of admiration for countless individuals. Hurry up, Lin Te urged, prompting the entire team to quicken their pace, raising a cloud of dust that swiftly vanished at the end of the road. After nearly an hour of travel, The Valley of War Gods finally came into view. Upon seeing it, the members of the Battle Alliance grew notably excited. The prospect of battle always ignited the fervor of youth. As the group approached the Valley of War Gods, an unusual tension enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Te squinted, his heart racing as a formidable figure obstructed their path. With a grave expression, Lin Te whispered to Xiao Guan, the leader of the Mad Gate, "Hu Kuang will not let this matter rest easily. Return and summon Yi Jun." Nodding, Xiao Guan swiftly separated from the group and darted toward the dormitory. Hu Kuang surveyed the members of the Battle Alliance, and with a wave of his hand, the numerous Mad Gate members behind him spread out in an orderly fashion, their gazes fixated on the approaching group of plump individuals. Chapter 50. Mad? Can anyone rival my madness? Under the scrutiny of all present, Lin Te and his companions gradually advanced toward Hu Kuang, whose gaze swept over the spirited newcomers before finally settling on Lin Te. Lin Te stood tall and unyielding, meeting the imposing giant's gaze without flinching, his eyes betraying not a hint of trepidation. "You are fatty, Lin Te? Where is Yi Jun?" Hu Kuang inquired loudly after a brief moment of eye contact, his face reflecting a hint of arrogance. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Lin Te's serious demeanor suddenly transformed into a smile. "The leader of the Battle Alliance has been delayed. He will arrive shortly. But may I ask why the leader of the Mad Gate is obstructing our path?" At these words, a flicker of madness crossed Hu Kuang's face as he arrogantly declared, "I, Hu Kuang, can obstruct anyone I please. Your insignificant Battle Alliance has no say in the matter." Instantly, the crowd behind Lin Te erupted in a cacophony of outrage, their anger directed at Hu Kuang. Lin Te furrowed his brow. Indeed, Hu Kuang was as troublesome as the legend suggested. A mere disagreement could spark a conflict, and given the current weakness of the Battle Alliance, they would stand little chance against Hu Kuang's might. If a fight broke out, it would greatly embarrass the alliance by the time Yi Jun arrived. Hu Kuang took a step forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from him that pressed against Lin Te and his companions. Why rush into battle? The leader of the Mad Gate personally leads his elite to provoke us in the absence of our leader. Are you, Hu Kuang, afraid of Yi Jun? Lin Te managed to utter, struggling against Hu Kuang's formidable presence. Hu Kuang's eyes narrowed dangerously, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he extended his right hand, preparing to strike. Humph, the Mad Gate's audacity is astounding, bullying the new members of the Battle Alliance. Just as Hu Kuang was about to issue a command to attack, a cool voice rang out from the crowd, causing Hu Kuang's expression to shift slightly. "Yi Qing, do not think that having Lilia at your back means I won't dare to deal with you." A narrow path opened in the crowd, revealing 7 or 8 figures approaching behind a graceful silhouette, a waft of fragrance heralding their presence. Long, alluring legs drew the gazes of the onlookers. As Yi Qing emerged, the crowd's attention intensified, murmurs of excitement filling the air. "It is disheartening to see you bully a group of newcomers simply because of your seniority. If you have the ability, go and show off against Yi Wuyao instead." Yi Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she maintained her signature languid demeanor, her crimson hair and short skirt capturing the audience's rapt attention. "You." Hu Kuang's expression twisted in anger, his lips twitching. Yi Wuyao was recognized as the foremost expert in the War God Academy, a pinnacle warrior whose delayed graduation stemmed from his desire to ascend to the rank of War King through the Energy Tower. His formidable strength ranked first in the academy, boasting no fewer than 20 elite warriors among his ranks. Confronting him would be tantamount to courting death. Although anger simmered within him, Hu Kuang refrained from overstepping his bounds. The Star Moon Society ranked third among the factions, and their power was slightly superior to that of the Mad Gate. "Very well, I shall await Yi Jun here, and then I will defeat him openly," demonstrating that establishing power in the War God Academy is not as simple as one might believe. Hu Kuang sneered, clearly unwilling to let the Battle Alliance off easily. To his surprise, Inghui appeared at just the right moment, entering the standoff between the Battle Alliance leader and the Mad Gate leader. Seeing the 7 students behind Inghui, Lin Te quietly sighed in relief. It seemed this fortunate encounter was serendipitous. Had he brought the elite from the gathering of heroes, the Battle Alliance would have faced dire consequences today. Moments later, a resonant voice echoed, "I did not expect Yi Jun to wield such influence, keeping everyone waiting for so long." As the standoff continued, a violet-clad figure gradually emerged from the parting crowd. "Boy, hiding behind your brothers and women for so long. Now you finally dare to show yourself?" Hu Kuang sneered at the unhelmeted Yi Jun, his eyes laced with mockery. Pausing momentarily, Yi Jun coldly regarded Hu Kuang, a chilling murderous intent emanating from his dark eyes. "Hu Kuang, do you believe I could kill you in a single strike?" Gasps rippled through the crowd. Although the War God Academy strictly prohibited lethal actions, deaths still occurred in battle each year. Though the perpetrators faced penalties, their lives were rarely in jeopardy. Hu Kuang's body trembled in shock, pointing a finger at Yi Jun's head as he laughed maniacally. You, Yi Jun, are not worthy. Laughter and jeers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Few believed that Yi Jun, a mere newcomer, could best Hu Kuang. In the battlefield, such a claim seemed preposterous, especially given Hu Kuang's reputation as a formidable warrior of the third tier. Known as the indestructible war tiger, he had once severely injured a fifth-tier warrior at the cost of his own injuries, proving his extraordinary prowess. To fight or not to fight? Just one word. Yi Jun appeared unfazed by the crowd's ridicule as he spoke coldly. Yi Qing looked at the resilient youth who consistently defied expectations, feeling a warmth in her heart. She called out softly to him. Yi Jun, acknowledging her with a wave yet remaining silent, kept his gaze fixed on Hu Kuang. If you wish to battle, then I shall oblige. Hu Kuang's aura surged violently, his temples throbbing in fury. This was the first time he had encountered such a brazen newcomer. Even Yi Wuya would not dare to speak so boldly in his presence. One strike. Yi Jun's face was serious as he extended a finger clad in purple lightning toward Hu Kuang, reiterating his challenge. Hu Kuang's visage twisted with rage, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Those who knew him understood that this was the state in which he had once severely injured a fifth-tier warrior at great cost to himself. A cold smile crept across Yi Jun's lips as he slowly raised his arm, pointing a finger at Hu Kuang. The previously tame energy within him suddenly surged, boiling over as if oil were dropped into a pot of water. The foreign energy within the body was compressed to 90% and concentrated on the index finger, while the remaining 10% was directed to the feet. Boom! With a powerful thrust of his right foot, the 16 sources of strength within Yi Jun erupted with unparalleled ferocity. He then unleashed an auxiliary source gathering beneath his feet. In an instant, a residual shadow appeared. Yi Jun, accompanied by a hissing sound of wind, materialized before Hu Kuang, his right index finger tracing a peculiar trajectory aimed directly at Hu Kuang's throat. The path was both curved and straight, embodying a blend of both. Hu Kuang, witnessing this lethal strike, felt every hair on his body stand on end. A chill of dread coursing through him, as the threat of death pierced his heart. The foreign energy he had long been gathering instantly consolidated in his right arm, and he retaliated with a punch aimed at Yi Jun's throat. Desperate, Hu Kuang had never feared anyone before. With a quivering arm, a residual shadow flickered in the air, and Yi Jun's index finger landed precisely on Hu Kuang's throat. The protective barrier of foreign energy shielded his throat, yet Yi Jun's touch brought a sharp pain, igniting a fleeting joy in Hu Kuang's astonished eyes. Despite the torment, he could not breach the skin protected by the foreign energy. Is that so? Give me more. Hu Kuang twisted his neck in an uncanny manner, evading the punch aimed at him, and coldly chuckled. Sizzle! The concentrated foreign energy within Yi Jun's fingertip detonated, sending flesh and blood flying in a violent, yet razor-sharp force that pierced through the space and struck Hu Kuang's throat. Yi Jun withdrew his hand. A chilling command echoed, as Jiwu appeared between the combatants. Concerned by the prolonged absence of students in the War God Valley, she had ventured out only to witness this horrifying spectacle. Withdraw? Not only had Hu Kuang brazenly provoked him, but had it not been for Yi Qing's intervention, the pudgy one might have already been grievously injured. For anyone daring to harm his brother, there was but one response: death. Moreover, at this moment, Yi Jun had no means to withdraw, though it seemed lengthy in truth. It transpired in the blink of an eye. Yi Jun's finger had pierced Hu Kuang's throat. Yi Jun. Ji Wu's expression turned icy, her voice filled with fury. She struck Yi Jun's shoulder with immense force, sending him hurtling into the crowd like a kite severed from its string. No one in the War God Academy, or even in the War God continent, would dare to disregard her authority. Yet, in her wrath, Ji Wu restrained much of her strength. Chapter 52. Punishment. On the third morning, just as Yi Jun prepared to head to the Academic Affairs Office for his punishment, a middle-aged man briskly entered the courtyard of room 240, approaching Yi Jun with a smile. You must be Yi Jun, correct? Indeed, I am Yi Jun. Is there something you need, mentor? Yi Jun replied, noting the distinctive emblem on the man's chest, a badge reserved for mentors of the War God Academy. I am here on the orders of Elder Wu from the Academic Affairs Office to escort you there, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Jun felt a weight in his heart, recalling Ji Wu's words before she left. He quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for leading me, mentor. Not at all, just follow me. The man chuckled, shaking his head as his gaze casually swept over Yi Jun. After a moment, he nodded slightly and turned to lead the way. Yi Jun followed closely behind, and Lin Te waved goodbye to the others, promptly catching up to Yi Jun. The group trailed behind the mentor as they made their way to the administrative area of the War God Academy. After nearly 50 minutes of winding paths, they arrived before an imposing building. Yi Jun gazed at the structure, which appeared far grander than the courts of his previous life, and could not help but feel a bit speechless. The middle-aged mentor seemed aware of their thoughts and chuckled as he pushed the door open. Standing at the threshold, Yi Jun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped inside. Inside the room, bright and resplendent lighting made it slightly blinding. The spacious area could comfortably accommodate over 100 people, with a single platform standing about 2 inches above the ground at the center. Yi Jun, please stand in the middle. The rest of you may stand below, the middle-aged man instructed with a smile, pointing to the platform. Yi Jun walked forward slowly, gazing at the seated teachers, among whom Ji Wu was prominently present. As he scanned the faces of the instructors, his steps faltered momentarily before he continued toward the platform. At that moment, an elderly man with a beaming smile sat at the center of the teachers, catching Yi Jun's eye and giving him a knowing glance. Seeing the smiling face of the elder eased some of Yi Jun's heavy heart. Now let us commence. No one is to interrupt, otherwise, Yi Jun will face additional charges. Ji Wu, you may speak first, the elder, still smiling, announced after Yi Jun had taken his position. Yi Jun, 3 days ago, did you violate school regulations by killing Hu Kuang? Ji Wu's face was cold as she demanded. Yes, Yi Jun replied, his expression devoid of any emotion. I commanded you to cease. Did you or did you not? Ji Wu continued, her tone icy. There was indeed such a command, Yi Jun responded, maintaining the same tone and expression, unwavering despite Ji Wu's inquiry. Is that so? Wu, please announce the punishment, Ji Wu said, a hint of satisfaction crossing her features as she awaited the elder's decision regarding Yi Jun's fate. The elder cleared his throat and proclaimed. Yi Jun's actions in killing Hu Kuang warrant expulsion from the War God Academy, according to school regulations. However, considering Yi Jun is new and may not yet be fully aware of the Academy's rules, and given the privileges afforded to exceptional students, I hereby declare that Yi Jun shall enter the 9th level of the Energy Tower and meditate there for 6 months. As for you, Ji Wu, I've heard that your actions resulted in Yi Jun's severe injury. Therefore, for his safety, you are forbidden from stepping into the 9th level of the Energy Tower for the duration of these 6 months. The elder announced Yi Jun's punishment with a calm demeanor, devoid of tyranny, while the other teachers present nodded in agreement under the elder's sharp gaze. Only Ji Wu rose, sweeping her sleeve as she turned to leave. Despite her formidable family background, it was not worth crossing the elder for a seemingly inconsequential student. Cheers erupted from the students of the War Alliance Academy. Flooding towards Yi Jun moments later, the news spread throughout the entire War God Academy, making Yi Jun a household name. The 9th level of the Energy Tower. Once the crowd dispersed, Yi Jun followed the elder to this location. Humph, young man, you are quite audacious, taking down a war spirit expert in one strike. The elder remarked, standing before Yi Jun with his hands clasped behind his back. This youthful arrogance, you understand. Yi Jun sheepishly scratched the back of his head and replied softly. He felt a deep appreciation for this mentor, who was both a teacher and a friend. Upon hearing Yi Jun's words, the elder chuckled, realizing how much the young man mirrored his own past. Shaking his head, the elder said, you must have utilized some forbidden combat technique that is harmful to your body, am I correct? Indeed, Yi Jun nodded in affirmation. While your physical injuries have healed, I can see that your complexion appears somewhat pale and your vitality is low. Though Yun Xian has been helping you recover, prolonged neglect will hinder your progress. You should focus on your cultivation here for the next 6 months. Advancing to the Great Master level should pose no challenge for you. The elder observed Yi Jun's slightly pallid face, a hint of reproach in his voice. In 6 months, I am confident I can reach Great Master level 5. Yi Jun declared. Very well, Yun Xian is quite remarkable. However, if you wish to be with her, you must reach the War King level first, otherwise, you will have no qualifications. Thus, it would be wise for you to concentrate on your training, as she will soon graduate and return to the Aoyan Empire. The elder nodded with a smile. Yun Xian is leaving? What is her family background? Upon hearing these words, Yi Jun furrowed his brow, a heaviness settling in his heart as he inquired, Old man, should you reach the rank of a battle king, I will certainly inform you. However, if you do not attain that level, it is better for you to remain unaware. The elder's expression flickered with a hint of reminiscence as he patted Yi Jun on the shoulder and advised him. Taken aback by the elder's words, Yi Jun nodded resolutely, stating, becoming a battle king is merely a way station in my life, not its terminus. Haha, if you do not mind. You may call me Grandpa Wu from now on, the elder said without hesitation, gazing at the determined youth before him, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Very well, Grandpa Wu, Yi Jun replied with a smile, casting a curious glance at the elder. He could discern from the elder's smile that he genuinely cherished him, treating him as a grandson. Thus, why not indulge this elder's wish? You little rascal, I will reveal my name to you once you become a battle king. For now, focus on your cultivation. I will ensure that provisions are delivered to your doorstep daily. Currently, aside from the solitary knight Waya, who ventures out for training, no other students have ascended to the 9th level of the Energy Tower, and it is impossible for the instructors of the Battle God Academy to come here, as they no longer require the Energy Tower, the elder remarked, both amused and frustrated, lightly tapping Yi Jun on the head as he issued his commands. Yi Jun nodded and then began his training, shedding his outer garments. Observing the earnest youth dive into his practice, the elder suppressed a chuckle, shaking his head as he softly mused, "This lad is more diligent than I was in my youth, and he possesses exceptional social skills. Indeed, I have taken a liking to him." In a spacious and well-lit chamber, a dozen elders of the Yi family were seated in a scattered arrangement. Bathed in the gentle glow of the lights, their garb clearly denoted their status as elders of the Yi clan. Although the room was large, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. After a prolonged silence, Yi Chong, seated at the forefront, cleared his throat to break the stillness, his slightly aged voice resonating within the confines of the room. In recent days, several members of the Yi family have come under attack. Upon hearing this, the other elders furrowed their brows in concern. Through our investigations, we have discovered that members of the 4 great families have repeatedly fallen victim to ambushes by cloaked assailants. Our Yi family has suffered the most grievously, with 7 members slain in a single strike during this period. Yi Wuqi, the family elder, remarked, nodding slightly, his voice tinged with sorrow. Alas, despite our increased efforts to protect the younger generation, we have still lost 1 disciple to assassination, he continued, noting that the protective measures for the Yi family members must be further reinforced. However, the venerable Yi Jingming was currently in seclusion, striving to break through a bottleneck in his battle spirit cultivation, and no one dared to disturb him. The elder members of the Yi family exchanged glances, shaking their heads in solemnity. After a brief pause, Yi Chong suddenly lifted his gaze to the corner where the 3rd elder sat, saying, "Old 3, please present the note you received for everyone's perusal." At his words, the 3rd elder, Yi Yun, produced a small note from his robes and passed it around to the others. The note made its rounds before returning to the 3rd elder, who then released a subtle force, instantly reducing the note to a fine powder. A profound silence enveloped the hall. If this is indeed the case, our Yi family will undoubtedly be at the forefront of the storm. Yi Chong finally broke the silence after a long contemplation. Very well, everyone may disperse now. And do remember to keep a vigilant eye on the other noble families. Furthermore, 3rd elder, please discreetly inform the Chung family without making it overt. A subtle hint will suffice, as this information is still uncertain. Yi Chong sighed, gesturing dismissively. Understood. The dozen or so elders of the Yi family stood in unison, responding respectfully. Once the room was nearly empty, Yi Chong addressed the remaining elders. "Old 3, please elaborate on the matter concerning the note you received." "Well, it happened like this. I was returning from the Lear's auction house when I was ambushed by an arrow. When I looked in the direction from which it came, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a petite figure disappearing into the shadows. The note was tied to the arrow," the 3rd elder, Yi Yun, recounted, nodding as he recalled the events. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent once more. Chapter 53. Departure of Sorrow. Time flowed swiftly, slipping quietly through the fingers of fate. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. On April 21st, at the 9th level of the Energy Tower, a youth sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, his bare torso exposed, his hands interlocked, forming a peculiar seal before him, his eyes tightly shut, breath steady and powerful. A faint mist streamed from his nostrils, and suddenly he opened his eyes wide, a spark of brilliance flickering within, and he sprang to his feet. "I have finally expelled the last impurities from my body," he spoke to himself, a sound of energy bursting forth as he clenched his fist. Since Grandpa Wu had brought him to this place, Yi Jun had spent a full 6 months at the 9th level of the Energy Tower, living a life of rigorous training, with only the necessities of sustenance to break the monotony. Though the days of cultivation felt somewhat tedious, for Yi Jun, who had endured 5 years of scorn and ridicule, it was merely a trivial matter. The taunts and humiliation over those 5 years had imbued him with a profound understanding of the significance of power in this realm. With his hands tracing intricate and arcane patterns in the air, he uttered a soft command. causing the original force stone resting on the ground to emit a flicker of light. Grasping the stone, he exhaled a subtle force, a smile gracing his lips. The fourth-tier original force stone, after gaining its added attributes, displayed a mere 6.5% energy loss. Placing his palm gently on the massive stone beneath him, he felt his arm's muscles quiver slightly as he unleashed his strength, causing a spiderweb of cracks to radiate from the center of his palm. With a deft leap, he sprang from the stone, waving at it. Crack! In an instant, the stone shattered into countless fragments, each the size of a fist. Oh, my muscle control has reached 72%. However, since advancing to the Battle Master level, 2 months of relentless practice has only yielded a 2% increase. Just as Grandpa Wu said, the higher one climbs, the slower the progress. Focusing intently on his palm, Yi Jun murmured to himself. In a flash, without a whisper of wind, he appeared beside another massive stone, igniting the compressed force within him, which had been condensed tenfold, unleashing a powerful kick that sent the stone crashing against a nearby boulder, shattering it into innumerable pieces. After a lengthy period of silence, Yi Jun's right hand curled slightly into a claw shape, and the surging force within him, guided by his consciousness, surged through his veins and erupted from his palm. Igniting the threefold compressed energy within him was precisely at the threshold of what his body could endure. Although the force had not changed in volume after more than half a year of refinement, its quality had quadrupled. Perhaps it is time to exit, with my current strength. I am not far from matching a 5th-tier battle spirit. Yi Jun sighed softly and made his way toward the exit. Under the starry night sky, he squinted momentarily before adapting to the somewhat glaring moonlight, then stepped forward, leisurely traversing the gravel path toward Dormitory 240. Turning a corner, the cold night light spilled over the lawn, where a solitary figure approached Yi Jun clad in white. With hair cascading freely, the night breeze tousled the strands behind him. A sense of danger immediately surged within Yi Jun, his instincts alerting him to the imminent threat. As two figures stood 2 meters apart, they instinctively halted, locking eyes momentarily. The man clad in white broke into an exceptionally handsome smile, extending his palm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Wuyo. Yi Jun, unable to suppress a smile of his own, reciprocated the gesture, their hands clasping together. In that moment, the mirth on Yi Wuyo's face abruptly faded as an overwhelming aura surged forth from within him, violently whipping the surrounding debris into a frenzy. Yi Jun, feeling the sudden intensification of power and pain in their clasped hands, unleashed an unmatched force that surged from his palm, responding with a fierce grip. An invisible pressure emanated from both men, stirring a tempest upon the gravel path beneath them. After a brief pause, the two exchanged smiles, their grip loosening. I did not expect to encounter someone of equal prowess on this moonlit night, Yi Wuyo remarked with a smile. Nor did I anticipate meeting a formidable practitioner like you so soon after my departure, Yi Jun replied, his smile mirroring that of his counterpart. We are both weary travelers. Yet fate has conspired for our paths to cross here. Do you not find it serendipitous? Yi Wuyo mused, a strange sense of kinship bubbling within him as he regarded Yi Jun, who stood at the same height. It seems that destiny has brought us together. How about we revel at Yongzue Pavilion tonight? Yi Jun suggested with a cheerful laugh, akin to long-lost friends reunited. Let us go, they exchanged a knowing smile. Both in agreement, they walked side by side, resembling brothers who had not seen each other in ages, swiftly gliding down the path toward Yongzue Pavilion. Before the pavilion, scattered figures meandered homeward, swaying in their steps. At that moment, 2 silhouettes arrived simultaneously at the entrance of Yongzue Pavilion. How about the 5th floor? I have just arrived at the academy and have yet to explore it. I heard from a hefty fellow that it is delightful, Yi Jun inquired, gazing at the familiar structure with a smile. The 5th floor? I have been there long ago. Today, let us indulge in revelry and ascend to the rooftop to admire the moon and stars, Yi Wuyo declared, a touch of pride in his voice as he let out a triumphant cry, leaping toward the rooftop of Yongzue Pavilion. Excellent. Today, I shall also indulge in exuberance. Yi Jun responded with a hearty laugh, channeling his energy as he soared upward. Today, Yi Wuyo and Yi Jun will drink atop Yongzue Pavilion. Landlady, please bring us refreshments. Yi Wuyo called out as he reached the rooftop first. What? Yi Jun and Yi Wuyo, who have been out of touch, are actually here at Yongzue Pavilion? A voice exclaimed. Quick, let us go and see. 2 figures faced the moonlight, standing tall, leaving only their silhouettes behind. The weak could only look up in awe, while the strong gazed down upon the masses. After several rounds of drinks, a throng of men and women, drawn by the commotion, gathered below Yongzue Pavilion. Yi Jun and Yi Wuyo sat cross-legged atop the pavilion, their laughter echoing in the air. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the crowd. I, the leader of the Heroes' Assembly, Ying Hui, have come to converse with Brother Wuyo. Ying Hui, having arrived, leaped up to join the seated duo. You are not worthy. Yi Wuyo's brow furrowed as he delivered a punch toward Ying Hui. In an instant, a 10-meter-long rift in space appeared, blocking Ying Hui's path. His expression shifting. Ying Hui shouted in alarm, twisting midair before helplessly crashing to the ground, his face a mask of shame and anger as he turned away. Does the young lady Feng Linyue have the qualifications to speak with the two esteemed ones? She inquired, soaring upward. Just as Yi Wuyo opened his mouth to respond, Yi Jun, slightly intoxicated, thrust his right fist toward the ascending Feng Linyue. Seemingly a casual strike, Yi Jun channeled nearly 80% of his strength, unleashing a razor-sharp rift that streaked toward her like lightning. This attack represented the culmination of Yi Jun's 6 months of rigorous training, enhanced by explosive power and intricate techniques. You two are unworthy. As Yi Jun's attack carved an intricate path through the air, Feng Linyue's playful smile faltered, her body forced to evade in an awkward manner, descending to the ground in an elegant, yet humiliating display. You are formidable. This woman is fierce enough to make even me wary, Yi Wuyo commented, a grin spreading across his face as he discreetly gave a thumbs up to Yi Jun. With a slight smile, Yi Jun replied, if one fears even a woman, how can he stand tall among the strong? Wow, our brother from 240 is here, Lin Te exclaimed, pushing through the crowd with a jiggling belly. Stop talking nonsense. You fatso, get up here, Yi Jun called out, exasperated by Lin Te's antics. Yi Wuyo, observing the rotund figure below, felt a curious sensation rise within him. I cannot compare to you. In pursuit of strength, I have yet to make a friend weaker than myself. Yi Jun, look who I brought, Lin Te shouted, and Yi Jun's body jolted as he looked down, murmuring, Yun Xian. With a sudden surge of energy, he leaped down, appearing beside Yun Xian, wrapping his arms around her waist. Let's head up and celebrate. Today we shall indulge in merriment. Lin Te and his companions swiftly followed suit, leaping up after Yi Jun. Now that everyone is here, Little Guan grinned. Did the fatso forget someone? Upon hearing Little Guan's reminder, Lin Te hurriedly apologized and rolled off the rooftop, his bulk tumbling down. Hee, being the oldest here, I shall take some liberties. You may all call me Brother Yi. Yi Wuyo said with a smile as he looked at Yi Jun and the others. Cheers. Without further ado, Like raised his glass toward Yi Wuyo. Cheers. Yi Wuyo echoed, raising his cup in kind, as the group continued to drink, losing track of the number of rounds. Even Yi Wuyo began to sway slightly by the time the shy and bashful Ning Chui finally appeared atop the pavilion. That night, the 9 of them raised their cups in celebration, openly discussing the heroes of the academy while praising Like, who had recently advanced to the battle spirit stage, and Tung Fei, who stood at the peak of the battle master level, as individuals destined for greatness within the academy a year hence. Hearing Yi Wuyo's remarks, Lin Te and Little Guan, feeling defiant, clamored for comments of their own, and they were dubbed the future powers of the academy before they finally succumbed to slumber, clutching their bottles. As dawn approached, the 4 of them leaped down and bade farewell with clasped hands. Walking along the gravel path, Yi Jun held Yun Xian's hand, reveling in the gentle dizziness that accompanied the cool morning breeze. As they strolled back, they unknowingly found themselves at the entrance of Yun Xian's courtyard. Observing her flushed cheeks, tinted by the effects of alcohol, Yi Jun couldn't help but admire her beauty. Yun Xian, he called softly. Yun Xian, leaning against Yi Jun, looked up, her deep gaze meeting his ebony eyes. Caught in the spell of her enchanting beauty, Yi Jun swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. Are you planning to embark on a journey of cultivation? A man should prioritize strength, rather than languishing in the comforts of affection. Half a year has passed since we last met, and my longing for you has only intensified. However, as a man, I wish for you to attain greater strength, rather than neglect your training on my account. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Yun Xian's charming visage as she softly spoke. Yi Jun remained silent, adjusting Yun Xian's delicate form before drawing her tightly into his embrace, gently kissing her flowing, ebony hair, as her warm breath lingered on his chest. They shared a prolonged silence before slowly parting. Yi Jun gazed at her graceful silhouette disappearing into the courtyard and, steeling himself, turned to depart. Parting was merely a prelude to a more cherished reunion. Chapter 54. The Beast Altar. The following day, after a brief respite, Yi Jun bid farewell to Yun Xian and her companions, setting off alone towards the Beast Mountain range. The soul grass had occupied his thoughts incessantly since his ascension to the rank of Battle Master. Within the Beast Mountain range, towering trees, dense thorns, and a chaotic array of wildflowers and grasses adorned the landscape, littered with the remnants of fallen leaves. The place retained its primal essence. Yi Jun darted through the underbrush, hastening towards the shrouded mist where the soul grass thrived. The separation from Yun Xian had left him inexplicably agitated. A restless desire to unleash his pent-up emotions surged within him. Along the way, he kicked aside boulders and wayward beasts with reckless abandon. 3 hours later, Yi Jun halted abruptly before a mountain wall, gradually approaching it. Navigating through the illusionary array set by the evil woman, he gazed into the hazy white mist. A flicker of excitement breaking through his earlier irritation. Having missed the soul grass due to insufficient strength last time, he resolved not to let it slip away again. Swiftly, he ascended the wall, and within moments, the luminescent soul grass appeared before him. Suppressing his agitation and slight exhilaration, he scanned the surroundings to ensure no unforeseen threats lurked nearby. Then, like a cheetah, he surged forward towards the soul grass with astonishing speed, silent as the wind. Upon grasping the soul grass, a chill coursed through his hand, and a smile graced his face. This cold touch was a hallmark of the soul grass. Just as the evil woman's warning echoed in his mind, a shadow erupted from the ground, lunging at him. The shadow approached with a fierce wind, and Yi Jun, driven by his unrest, did not evade. Instead, he welcomed the challenge as an opportunity for battle. Clenching his fist, a wild glint sparkled in his eyes as he struck at the oncoming shadow. With a dull thud, he was sent flying back, colliding violently with the mountain wall. Though he possessed great strength, it paled in comparison to the shadow's ferocity. "You beast!" Yi Jun roared, feeling a sharp pain in his back. He pushed off the ground, unleashing the thunder demon form, and charged again. At that moment, the shadow revealed its true form, a grotesque, enlarged worm, precisely the dragon worm the evil woman had mentioned. As his fist met the dragon worm's massive tail, the power of the thunder demon surged within him, amplifying his strength threefold. With one blow, his arm sank deep into the flesh of the dragon worm's tail. The creature writhed in pain, attempting to shake him off, but Yi Jun would not relent. A swift pivot and a twist of his torso opened a gaping wound, crimson blood gushing forth. Though the injury was merely a minor one for the colossal beast, the agony drove the dragon worm to thrash violently underground. Just as Yi Jun prepared to leap away, an odd pulling force surged from beneath him, causing the soft soil to give way. A cacophony of roars erupted from below, startling Yi Jun. The sheer volume indicated a multitude of beasts lurking beneath. In the darkness, he did not hesitate, twisting his body midair and descending feet first. As his feet touched the icy, hard ground, a creature resembling a worm with razor-sharp teeth lunged at him, its glistening white fangs reflecting a chilling light. With a grim expression, Yi Jun formed his right hand into a palm, his muscles tensing as his joints cracked. He executed a sideways slice, severing the dragon worm's teeth from its flesh while evading backward. Blood splattered as the dragon worm's teeth met its flesh. Now steadying himself, Yi Jun surveyed his surroundings. A tunnel approximately 3 meters wide and 5 meters high loomed before him. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Evasion would be difficult in such confined quarters. He would have to face it head-on. Without hesitation, Yi Jun lunged towards the dragon worm, his palms slicing through the air, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, his purple figure drenched in foul blood. The dragon worm tilted its head back, letting out a silent roar as its massive tail swung towards Yi Jun with tremendous force. "Finish it quickly from within," the evil woman's voice urged, tinged with urgency. Understanding her intent, Yi Jun, though unaware of her reasons for haste, gritted his teeth and propelled himself into the dragon worm's maw. Upon entry, he encountered the creature's slick interior. With fingers splayed, he forcefully spread his arms apart, cleaving the dragon worm's body as if it were made of delicate parchment. The beast convulsed violently, its tail thrashing against the tunnel walls, sending debris flying in all directions. In mere moments, the dragon worm's body trembled, convulsing uncontrollably, lifelessness overtaking it. "Run!" The evil woman's urgent voice rang out again as Yi Jun leaped from the cave, darting towards the valley's edge. Just 10 meters from his escape, the earth where he had battled the dragon worm erupted with tremendous force, sending soil and rocks soaring as countless beasts poured from the tunnel in pursuit of him. Yi Jun, drawn by the commotion behind him, glanced back and felt a jolt of fear. Dark figures surged towards him, exuding an intensely violent aura, each more formidable than the last, with some whose strength he could not even gauge. "You truly are fortunate to stumble upon a beast den housing a beast altar," the evil woman teased, her voice laced with a hint of mirth. "What is a beast altar?" Yi Jun inquired, confusion echoing in their mental exchange. I will explain later. Use your spatial abilities. Once you escape, relinquish control of your body to me. We might reap substantial rewards, she replied with a calm, yet excited tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun compressed his strength tenfold, unleashing his long-hidden spatial powers in an instant, disappearing and reappearing 500 meters away, shaking off the pursuing beasts. Do not stop. Continue using it. Those warlord-level beasts have locked onto your aura, the evil woman urged as she sensed his waning spatial energy. As he flashed forward, Yi Jun repeatedly utilized his compressed long-range movement, each exertion depleting his internal energy by 10%, covering 5 kilometers in mere breaths. Not good. They still have your aura locked. Sit cross-legged and immediately transfer control of your body to me, the evil woman exclaimed, realizing his energy was nearly exhausted. Without any superfluous words, Yi Jun, who unconditionally trusts the evil woman, sat cross-legged as his soul power swiftly slipped into the sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice echoed from the mouth of a massive lion engulfed in flames. Ha ha, aren't you capable of instantaneous movement? Why do you sit here waiting for death? The fiery lion soared through the air, leaving a trail of spatial rifts, abruptly halting 10 meters before Yi Jun. As the flaming lion came to a stop, a shadow sliced through the space beside it, revealing a colossal black bear, standing in midair, its fur gleaming like steel, adorned with white streaks that lent it an otherworldly aura. To think we are making such a fuss over just a warrior-level physical cultivator. The black bear grumbled as it glanced disapprovingly at Yi Jun, who remained seated. Just as the fiery lion was about to speak, an overwhelming pressure suddenly emanated from Yi Jun's body, causing both beasts, seasoned as they were, to tremble. Without hesitation, they raised their massive claws and swiped towards Yi Jun. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated as the claws tore through space, striking Yi Jun, who remained cross-legged. The ground around him sank 3 meters, creating a vast depression. Lifting its paw and gazing at the swirling dust, the black bear uncertainly remarked, "Should be dead, right?" Upon hearing this, the fiery lion prepared to take a deep breath and blow away the dust. A gust of wind erupted, clearing the air. Once the dust settled, both beasts' eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld Yi Jun, standing defiantly despite his tattered garments. Although the previous strike was not their strongest, they had exerted nearly 80% of their power in a hasty manner. "Humph," the evil woman coldly commanded, and in an instant, Yi Jun's physical form flashed, appearing beside the bear's head, delivering a swift strike. An extraordinary scene unfolded as a hand, no larger than the bear's eye, caused it to stagger. The fiery lion and the black bear met the same fate, bewildered as Yi Jun seamlessly darted around them, his strikes imbued with an inscrutable profundity. Despite their frantic roars, they could not evade his grasp. With 2 final sharp sounds, Yi Jun rendered both the fiery lion and the black bear unconscious before soaring towards the valley. Feeling a sense of relief, he resolved to explore the beast lair's altar, hoping to discover the source of the beasts, an essence formed from the demise of countless creatures, possessing extraordinary effects on the soul. Consuming it could greatly enhance the quality of one's soul power. Though Yi Jun had only heard tales of its efficacy from the clan elders, it was said to be formed only through the voluntary sacrifice of beasts. As the evil woman explained, they flew towards the beast lair. In the blink of an eye, Yi Jun entered the valley, traversed the tunnel, and emerged within the cavern. In the center of the cave, piled high with countless beast bones, lay a massive black circular platform, evidently inscribed with intricate runes. Yi Jun had never encountered such complex engravings before. "These are naturally occurring runes," Yi Jun exclaimed, astonished. The evil woman, controlling his body, suddenly leapt towards the altar, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could these runes have been altered? They are the laws of nature." Her eyes were fixed intently on the inscriptions, and after a moment, she gasped in disbelief. The typically composed evil woman was now thoroughly astonished. In her millennium of experience, she had neither seen nor heard of such formidable runes capable of altering the laws of nature. "Is this modified rune truly powerful?" Yi Jun asked after observing it closely. Finding nothing particularly remarkable, the evil woman, still stunned by the runes on the platform, replied, "Powerful? It is far beyond mere power. To modify the laws of nature is something even a battle emperor might struggle to accomplish. A battle emperor can only establish rules within their own created space, not alter the laws of heaven and earth." Yi Jun was struck by her words. The notion of altering the laws of nature was profoundly alarming. What if a powerful being, out of boredom, decided to change these laws, elevating warriors to the pinnacle of strength while reducing battle emperors to the weakest? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Seemingly aware of Yi Jun's thoughts, the evil woman chuckled. I said a battle emperor might struggle, not that they cannot. However, modifying naturally occurring runes is not equivalent to directly altering the laws of nature, so do not assume it is entirely unfathomable. Enough of that. Where is the source of the beasts? I see nothing. Yi Jun scanned the cavern, perplexed. In response, the evil woman unleashed her soul power, forming intricate runes in the air, which she directed towards the altar. As the runes enveloped the beast altar, an unusual aura began to emanate from it. Yi Jun leaped back, standing 10 meters away from the altar. Suddenly, the altar emitted strange resonances and began to tremble. The dust covering its surface was violently expelled, revealing a sinister blood-red glow that seemed to pulse as if blood flowed across the runes. Moments later, an unexpected explosion silenced the altar completely. After a brief silence, Yi Jun could not contain himself and communicated with the evil woman. Is that it? Is there a source of the beasts or not? According to family records, even in the absence of the source, the altar would emit a green glow, indicating how long until it could manifest. But now, the evil woman was equally bewildered by the altar's bizarre behavior. Surprising, isn't it? Just as Yi Jun and the evil woman were gazing at the still altar, a light, melodious laugh echoed unexpectedly within the cavern. Who? The evil woman swiftly turned towards the darkness of the cave, where a striking figure stepped forward with delicate strides. Yu Wushuang? How is it you? Yi Jun exclaimed, recognizing the beautiful girl in a light blue gown, her face adorned with a cold smile. A look of horror etched across his features. Yu Wushuang? A rather fitting name for this body, she remarked, extending a delicate finger to point at herself with a smile that conveyed no trace of human emotion. How can she hear our soul communications? Yi Jun asked the evil woman, astonished. I have encountered dual souls before. Do not be surprised, little one. As long as the soul power is sufficiently strong, it can penetrate the physical form and hear the communications of others. Yu Wushuang's voice resonated directly in Yi Jun's mind without her speaking aloud. What are you? After a prolonged silence, the evil woman demanded sharply. An object? Indeed, I am an object, though that was long ago. In your kind's records, I was referred to as the spirit of the beast. However, I now prefer the name Mo Ling. You may continue to call me that, as I find it more appealing. Yu Wushuang continued with her enigmatic smile. The tome chronicles that all living entities of heaven and earth, over the course of eons, possess a certain probability of acquiring sentience. Little did I expect to encounter such a being as the Wicked Maiden. With a deep sigh, she proclaimed her intentions. Suddenly, she unleashed a powerful punch towards Yu Wushuang, a ferocious force erupting from her fist, causing the very space within the beast lair to collapse. Futile endeavor. If your soul were housed in a suitable vessel, I might consider fleeing, but this body is far too feeble, Yu Wushuang retorted coldly, standing amidst the void. Observing the intact altar and the imposing figure of Yu Wushuang, Yi Jun furrowed his brow, his hands transforming into a flurry of shadows, tracing arcane trajectories towards her. With a fierce roar, Yu Wushuang swiftly appeared beside Yi Jun, delivering a punch aimed squarely at him. Yi Jun, twisting his waist and lifting his hips, maneuvered in midair, his fist enveloped in a radiant white light, striking towards Yu Wushuang's own fist. At that moment, Yi Jun resolved within, vowing to prevent the Wicked Maiden from commandeering his body again. Although her pose was undeniably graceful, it left him feeling quite nauseated when he considered it for himself. As Yi Jun pondered, a flash of white light surged through the void, and his corporeal form was sent hurtling through the collapsing space, crashing against the mountainside. The Wicked Maiden swiftly turned to flee, recognizing the clear disparity in their strength. Another confrontation would surely lead to her defeat. Moreover, her explosive power was entirely reliant on her soul energy, which, once depleted, would take her a considerable time to replenish, at least half a year. Attempt to escape? The spatial prison shall ensnare you. Yu Wushuang sneered at Yi Jun's fleeing form, her delicate hands forming a seal. Invisible spatial ripples, seemingly unbound by the constraints of space, enveloped Yi Jun as she unleashed her power. I despise spatial abilities. Yi Jun grimaced as the Wicked Maiden's voice echoed from his lips. In a sudden movement, he lunged towards Yu Wushuang, realizing that flight was futile and seeking an alternative strategy. With myriad thoughts entwined in her mind, the Wicked Maiden's soul manifested in the void, her hands forming seals directed at Yu Wushuang. Quick, channel my remaining strength to attack the altar. As the seals were completed, a soul chain abruptly appeared, binding Yu Wushuang. At that moment, having just regained control of his body, an overwhelming surge of soul energy surged within Yi Jun. Enveloped in this power, he stepped into the void, instantly finding himself atop the altar. Raising his fist, he unleashed the Wicked Maiden's residual strength against the altar. The brilliance of his fist collided with the altar, sending ripples through the space, and the shattered void began to mend itself. Cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the altar, ultimately fracturing into countless pieces. My home. You dare to destroy my sanctuary. Enough of this. Perish. Yu Wushuang cried in fury as she beheld the ruined altar, and with a forceful push of her hands, the chains binding the Wicked Maiden shattered instantly. As the chains disintegrated, the Wicked Maiden's soul faded into an almost imperceptible form, nearly invisible to the naked eye. How laughable. To employ soul energy as a weapon against me. Have you forgotten I am a spirit of the magical beasts? I am birthed from the souls of countless beasts. Yu Wushuang remarked coldly, a smirk playing on her lips. She sensed the Wicked Maiden's soul had become exceedingly weak, posing no threat to her, while Yi Jun lacked the qualification to challenge her. Upon the Wicked Maiden's return to Yi Jun's body, she faintly murmured, "Delay for time. Await the arrival of the Purple Marten." Then, she fell silent. "Hold on. Can you tell me where you obtained this girl's body?" Yi Jun sensed the rapidly approaching Purple Marten, feeling a pang of urgency despite the recklessness of such a scenario. Yet he trusted the Wicked Maiden's words implicitly. She would not harm either the Purple Marten or himself. About 4 months ago, this girl arrived in the vicinity, and I dispatched a black bear to capture her. Yes, that is about the gist of it, Yu Wushuang responded with a hint of amusement. While her mind was filled with memories of human conspiracies, she remained unperturbed by such schemes, holding the power of life and death over Yi Jun, rendering human plots utterly inconsequential to her. Moreover, she did not expend soul energy to probe into Yi Jun's circumstances, for he was far too weak, and even at her peak, the Wicked Maiden posed no threat to her. May I inquire how many years you have existed? Yi Jun continued to stall for time. It appears to be around 6,000 years, Yu Wushuang mused before responding. Are you male or female? Yi Jun pressed on with his inquiries. The magical spirit, in extreme frustration, pondered for a moment before delivering a powerful punch, exclaiming, "Enough of your trivial questions. Perish." As Yu Wushuang's fist loomed larger in his vision, Yi Jun cried out, "Wait. One last question." Yet the magical spirit, now thoroughly exasperated with him, showed no signs of halting her attack. Her fist continued its relentless approach. Flashes of memories cascaded before his eyes, enduring scorn in his past life, achieving nothing, the ridicule faced in his youth, his first steps as a warrior, the successful cultivation of the Thunder Beast, the first girl he loved, Xiao He, and the one waiting for him at the academy, Yin Xian. In a surge of determination, Yi Jun shouted internally, "No, I, Yi Jun, cannot perish yet." An extraordinary force emanated from within, and he miraculously managed to tilt his head just enough to evade Yu Wushuang's strike. "Is it possible you could evade my casual blow?" Yu Wushuang expressed her surprise, swiftly pivoting her right arm to strike at Yi Jun's head once more. Suddenly, an enraged screech pierced the air, and Yu Wushuang, wearing a cold smile, appeared to hear a terrifying sound, her body trembling as she disregarded her intent to kill Yi Jun and turned to flee. Chapter 56. Yu Wushuang, a purple figure, traced a swift trajectory, landing before Yi Jun. The Purple Marten made a face at him, tauntingly calling out before pursuing Yu Wushuang. Yi Jun watched helplessly as the Marten vanished into the cavern, then rose to follow in pursuit. Within the Beast Mountain range, a white silhouette flickered as it hastily retreated into the distance, while another purple figure, though running on the ground, moved with remarkable speed, surpassing the white figure. In merely a few breaths, the Purple Marten had closed the distance to within 10 meters of Yu Wushuang. With an indignant cry, the Marten accelerated, its form leaving a phantom trail upon the ground, gaining even more speed as it approached the delicate figure of Yu Wushuang. Yep, the Purple Marten regarded Yu Wushuang with indifference, its chubby little mouth opening wide as it drew in her essence. "Stop!" A strange force emanated from behind, and Yu Wushuang's exquisite face was filled with alarm as she exclaimed. With a swift motion, Yu Wushuang halted, and a phantasmal flame-like green energy orb was pulled from her, subsequently inhaled by the Purple Marten. As the magical spirit was consumed, the Marten's cheeks bulged considerably. Being the source of magical beasts, the benefits from consuming it were boundless. However, realizing that this essence also held effects for both Yi Jun and the Wicked Maiden, the Marten swiftly bit it into 3 portions before racing back the way it came. Moments later, the Marten and Yi Jun crossed paths. The Marten promptly expelled 2 portions of the source of the beast from its mouth, holding 2 spheres of verdant energy in its tiny paws, chattering excitedly to Yi Jun. "Is this for me and the evil woman?" Observing the Martin's eager demeanor, Yijun couldn't help but ruffle its head vigorously. The Martin nodded fervently, bringing the source of the beast closer to Yijun's lips. Together, they consumed the two spheres. A feeble voice belonging to the evil woman resonated in Yijun's mind. Yijun replied, and then addressed the Martin. Give me both portions. The evil woman has just expended too much of her soul power and cannot emerge right now. Upon hearing this, the Martin swiftly darted forward. And before Yijun could react, it had stuffed both portions of the source of the beast into his mouth. As the source of the beast entered, an overwhelming surge of soul power emanated from the two spheres, prompting Yijun to sit cross-legged and begin absorbing it. At that moment, as the soul power spread throughout Yijun's body, the evil woman's essence gradually floated out from the depths of his consciousness, slowly drawing upon Yijun's soul power to nourish herself. Although her soul power had not yet fully recovered, the continuous fusion with the source of the beast allowed her essence to gradually condense and elevate. In but a short span of time, both Yijun and the evil woman had consumed all the soul power released by the two spheres. Then, almost instinctively, Yijun's soul essence reached out towards the stillness of the evil woman's essence. Boom. In that instant, their soul essences merged into one, unleashing a peculiar sensation that enveloped them both, indistinguishable from one another. Even the evil woman found herself helplessly immersed in this deep fusion of souls. As the saying goes, true connection pursues the fusion of spirit and flesh. Although they lacked physical union, they achieved a level of soulful communion that surpassed ordinary understanding. An exquisite experience of merging that continuously washed over their hearts. From the outside, the Martin observed Yijun's expression shift from neutrality to astonishment, then to calm, and finally to enjoyment. After an indeterminate period, both Yijun and the evil woman abruptly awakened from this extraordinary sensation. Just as Yijun was about to initiate a soulful dialogue to inquire about what had transpired, the evil woman's essence suddenly quivered. A wave of extreme anger surged from her essence, followed by excruciating pain, prompting Yijun to spit out a mouthful of blood as he opened his eyes wide. Though he could not sense the location of the evil woman's essence within him, an overwhelming feeling of despair and fury surged forth from his heart, as if devoid of spatial constraints. Without the need for verbal communication, Yijun suddenly understood. The essence of the soul retreated into the sea of consciousness, while the evil woman, biting her crimson lip, said nothing further, vanishing into the depths of Yijun's mind. Ignoring his desperate calls, the Martin, astonished, opened its chubby little mouth and stared at Yijun. In its inherited memories, it had never encountered a scenario where consuming the source of the beast resulted in injury or bloodshed. Is everything all right? Is the demon spirit dead? What has become of Moon Wushuang? Yijun asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he cradled the Martin, rubbing its body with both hands. The Martin pointed towards the south, gazing at Yijun's face with a look of curiosity, as if searching for something amiss. Let us go see if she is alive. Yijun turned his face away, avoiding the Martin's gaze, and stepped towards the south. At that moment, he felt utterly helpless. A moment of curiosity had led to such unforeseen consequences, leaving him unprepared. Moreover, he could still distinctly sense the evil woman's emotions, as feelings of regret swelled within him. Yet he received no response. In the Beast Mountain range, beside Moon Wushuang's form, Yijun gazed at her, resembling a sleeping beauty, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Martin, are you certain she is unscathed? She doesn't seem like she is about to awaken. I have never encountered a situation where a beast spirit has possessed someone. But her soul remains undamaged, the Martin replied, its voice stuttering. You can talk? Yijun exclaimed, astonished, looking at the Martin in disbelief. I learned to speak after advancing. I didn't mention it earlier because I was still receiving the memory inheritance, the Martin said, shaking its little tail excitedly. With a look of wonder, Yijun held the Martin closely, examining it for a while before saying, the books state that only beasts above the 7th tier can speak? At his words, the Martin pouted disdainfully. I am the great soul-eating Martin. How could those inferior beasts compare to me? Once I advance to the War King level, I will be able to transform, unlike those beasts that must endure the tribulation of transformation. Just as the Martin and Yijun conversed, Moon Wushuang began to stir, softly murmuring as she opened her beautiful eyes. Shaking her slightly dazed head, she gazed at Yijun with a sense of bewilderment. Although his appearance seemed unfamiliar, there was an innate familiarity that resonated within her soul, drawing her closer to him. Moon Wushuang slowly rose to her feet, her slightly pale cheeks breaking into an instinctive smile as she reached out to embrace Yijun's arm. What are you doing, Moon Wushuang? Yi Jun was momentarily taken aback by her genuine smile, and then, as she tightly clutched his arm, he wore a look of astonishment. Moon Wushuang? Is my name Moon Wushuang? Then you are my man. As she heard this familiar name, the feeling of closeness intensified with their contact, prompting her to inquire. I am your man. Yi Jun was startled by Moon Wushuang's bizarre words, quickly shaking off her hands and stepping back a meter. Such an oddity was unprecedented in his experience. Whoa, you don't want me anymore? As the familiar sensation faded with Yi Jun's retreat, it felt as though a wound had been carved into her heart, and tears brimmed in Moon Wushuang's eyes as they cascaded down her exquisite cheeks. What do you truly desire? Yi Jun asked, gazing at Moon Wushuang's tear-streaked face. Yi Jun, it seems she is not pretending. It must be a residual effect left by the beast's spirit occupying her body. After you consumed the source of the beast, your soul now carries a trace of its essence, the Martin observed, glancing at Yi Jun and Moon Wushuang before continuing. That is why she sought you out instead of me. Why didn't she come to find you instead? Yi Jun felt a slight headache from this revelation. I am the great soul-eating Martin. Naturally, my soul consumption leaves no trace, the Martin proclaimed proudly, puffing out its chest. Moon Wushuang, with her tear-streaked face, softly called out to Yi Jun, her voice laced with deep emotion. After hearing their conversation, though she did not understand what the source of the beast was, Yi Jun's name had etched itself deeply into her heart. A shiver coursed through her as goosebumps covered her skin. Yi Jun, confronted with Moon Wushuang's soulful gaze, found himself at a loss. Seeing Yi Jun's silence, Moon Wushuang's sadness deepened. Enduring the pain tearing at her heart, she bit her lip and slowly approached Yi Jun. Please, don't come any closer. Do you remember anything? Yi Jun called out quickly, watching Moon Wushuang's slow advance. Even if you've lost your memory, you must recall something. If you remember nothing at all, that would be dire. After a moment of contemplation, Moon Wushuang felt an emptiness in her mind. Aside from the Martin and Yi Jun, there was nothing else. With a pitiful expression, she replied, I remember Yi Jun and the Martin. My heavens! The sable lay stiff upon the grass, while Yi Jun wore an expression of profound anguish, striking his forehead in despair. It seemed that the only course of action left was to escort Yi Wushuang back to the academy. All right, you've bested me. Come, let us return to the academy. He sighed, resigning himself to the task of taking Yi Wushuang back, leaving the troubles to others. He had only met her twice. The first encounter had nearly escalated into a quarrel, and the second was even more extraordinary, as he had rendered her bedridden. Was the heavens exacting a debt from him? Shaking his head, Yi Jun felt a wave of exasperation. Let us go? He turned to leave, and Yi Wushuang promptly followed, closely trailing behind him, even attempting to cling to his arm several times. Within the Beastmaster Mountains, a young man lamented while scolding a weeping girl. Beside them stood a sable, whose tears streamed down from laughter. I've told you countless times, that wild boar is not adorable at all, and it will attack. Do not rush to pet every little creature you see. Like a young girl, Yi Wushuang insisted on reaching out to touch any bizarre beast encountered along the way. The most outrageous being a wild boar with sharp tusks, caked in mud, which she had the audacity to call cute, only to be rudely shoved aside. Though the body of a battle spirit was remarkably resilient, the tusked boar merely left a few holes in her attire without harming her delicate skin. As night fell in the Beastmaster Mountains, a flame flickered to life, casting shadows of two figures swaying in the light. Yi Jun gazed at Yi Wushuang, whose dress was riddled with holes, and his head throbbed painfully. What would others think of a man accompanying such a beautiful girl with her garments in tatters? Take those clothes behind and change. He glanced at her exposed form and retrieved a set of his own clothes from his pack, tossing them to her. Yi Wushuang, in her amnesiac state, nodded obediently and retreated into the bushes behind Yi Jun to change. As he watched her silhouette vanish from sight, Yi Jun couldn't help but admire her. The usually cold Yi Wushuang, clad in a dress, possessed a striking figure. With the fabric torn, the glimpses through the rips revealed an astonishing allure. Indeed, the top beauties of the Battle God Academy were truly exceptional. Yet, Yi Jun swore to himself that he was not intentionally peeking. It was an inadvertent glance. Chapter 58. Breaking the Chains Within the Battle God Academy. The now famous Yi Jun soared past the curious gazes of numerous onlookers along the gravel path. Their expressions were peculiar because a sable clutched his right pinky with one paw, while holding Yi Wushuang's left pinky with the other, making them appear as though they were an inseparable couple out for a stroll with their pet. On their way back to the Battle God Academy, Yi Jun seized the opportunity to mercilessly ruffle the sable, finally releasing the pleading creature, only for it to abruptly yank on his pinky at the academy's entrance. Refusing to let go despite Yi Jun's relentless attempts to shake it off. By the way, Sable, How have you changed so much since your return? Yi-jun suddenly pondered as he dashed along the gravel path. Heh, did you think I was still the naive sable who would follow you for a few roasted meats? The power of inherited memories is beyond your imagination, the sable grinned, revealing the secrets of the soul-devouring sable clan, capable of passing down experiences. It was evident that Yi-jun and Yu Wushuang were heading towards the boys' dormitory. What could be so urgent? Just look at Yu Wushuang, the Ice Queen, blushing. One can guess what she intends to do back in the dormitory. Surely not. It is broad daylight. TSK, perhaps they prefer it this way. Daylight allows for clearer visibility. As Yi-jun slowed to inquire about the sable, a group passing by expressed their envy. Unbeknownst to Yu Wushuang, she felt her cheeks redden further, her thoughts inevitably wandering in that direction. Yi-jun remained silent, hastening his pace alongside Yu Wushuang towards Dormitory 240. In the courtyard of Dormitory 240, all members of the Battle Alliance stood in neat rows, collecting their points, while Lin Te observed with a smile. Upon arriving at Dormitory 240, Yi-jun exhaled deeply, slowing his pace as he approached the courtyard. As Yi-jun and the blushing Yu Wushuang entered the dormitory, Lin Te's smile faltered, his gaze fixated on the pair at the courtyard entrance. He instinctively slapped the back of Xiaoguan's head, causing the latter to glare at Lin Te with fury, before following Lin Te's gaze towards Yi-jun and Yu Wushuang. Xiaoguan's badge slipped from his grasp as he stood frozen, mouth agape, his eyes wide in shock as if confronted with something utterly terrifying. The members of the Battle Alliance, witnessing Xiaoguan's stunned expression, turned to see the source of his astonishment, and in an instant, they too were struck dumb. Yi-jun, observing their exaggerated reactions, felt a twitch in his cheek as he awkwardly greeted, "Long time no see." Yu Wushuang, noticing Yi-jun's greeting, shyly waved her delicate hand at everyone, her face aflame. "Hello, everyone." Lin Te's gaze swept over the two before lingering on Yu Wushuang's attire, recognizing it as one of Yi-jun's frequently worn outfits. The image of Yu Wushuang clad in Yi-jun's black clothing amidst the Beastmaster Mountains, under the blue sky and on the grass, led Lin Te to a peculiar realization. "Fatty, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Yi-jun approached the dormitory entrance and turned to Lin Te, nodding slightly. Lin Te wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and headed towards Yi-jun's room. Inside Yi-jun's room, he explained, "This is the situation. You need to summon the members of the Moon Dance sect." He looked at Yu Wushuang, who was clutching the corner of his garment, sobbing softly. Lin Te glanced at Yu Wushuang, now clad in Yi-jun's black clothing, her beautiful eyes filled with sorrow, tears soaking the bedspread, and her lips bleeding from biting them. Her pale face lacked color, and the fingers gripping Yi-jun's clothing were slightly bluish from the pressure, her body curled into a tight ball, resembling an abandoned child. "I truly believe that as a man, you should not be so callous. At the very least, you should wait for her to recover. You can see her current state. She has no desire to leave you." Lin Te's voice was slightly hoarse as he swallowed hard. "Go and summon the Moon Dance sect members, and also inform Yunxian." After a moment of silence, Yi-jun's expression grew fierce, and he suddenly shouted at Lin Te, "I hope you do not regret this." With one final glance at Yi-jun, Lin Te turned and departed. As Lin Te exited, the room was left with only the soft whimpers of Yu Wushuang. "I don't want to leave, please." Moon Wushuang's helpless gaze lingered upon Yi-jun's face. Her once melodious voice faltered intermittently amidst her body's involuntary convulsions, becoming increasingly hoarse. "Moon Wushuang, I have told you countless times, I am not your man. We are enemies. Do you understand?" The thought of Yunxian hardened Yi-jun's previously tender heart. "We are not enemies. You are my man. I can feel it," Moon Wushuang cried out, shaking her head. Her lips, strained by her emotional turmoil, were bitten until they bled. "What are you doing?" Yi-jun exclaimed in distress as he witnessed Moon Wushuang injure herself. He hurriedly retrieved a force stone to treat her. As the gentle energy infused with plant essence flowed over her lips, the pale, bloodied flesh returned to its former glory. Moon Wushuang fell silent, burying her head between her knees, lost in thought. Approximately an hour later, a group burst into Yi-jun's room, their footsteps chaotic. "Sister Yu, what's wrong? Did this scoundrel bully you?" Jia Ling shouted angrily at Yi-jun, her eyes fixed on the sobbing Moon Wushuang. Upon hearing Jia Ling's words, Moon Wushuang lifted her head, gazing blankly at Jia Ling's furious countenance. She timidly retreated slightly behind Yi-jun, crying, "I don't want to go back with you. I want to stay with Yi-jun. Yi-jun, what on earth happened? How could Sister Yu end up like this? If you don't explain yourself today, I may not be able to defeat you, but I will self-destruct and splatter you with blood," Jia Ling threatened. Yes, Yi-jun, if you don't clarify, I, Jiza, will do the same. The other young men glared at the tearful Moon Wushuang, wearing garments clearly meant for males, their anger palpable. Yi-jun, feeling a headache coming on as he looked at the flushed, enraged men, reluctantly began to explain. Naturally, he omitted the details of the beast altar, merely stating he had fortuitously encountered the unconscious Moon Wushuang in the Beast Mountain range, leading to the current situation. Come on, sister you, I'll take you back, Jia Ling said, reaching for Moon Wushuang's arm. No, I will only go with Yi-jun. I'm not going anywhere. Moon Wushuang evaded Jia Ling's grasp. Crying out, tears that had just stopped flowing began to spill again. Sister you, he is not your man. Come back with me. Your sisters are waiting for you, Jia Ling implored, observing Moon Wushuang's helplessness. No, I will not go with anyone but Yi-jun. Moon Wushuang clutched Yi-jun's clothing tightly, her voice hoarse from weeping. Ladies, come here and pull sister you back, Jia Ling commanded, her brow furrowing as she turned to the girls behind her. At her call, the girls surged forward toward Moon Wushuang. Seeing the crowd seize her, Yi-jun felt a pang in his heart. Despite only spending a few days together, he had grown fond of the amnesiac Moon Wushuang. Woo-woo, Yi-jun, I don't want to leave you. Save me. I can't bear the pressure from Jia Ling and dozens of battle masters. Moon Wushuang cried helplessly toward Yi-jun. All right, let us go. Looking at Moon Wushuang, bound tightly, Jia Ling exhaled in relief and waved as she turned to leave. Woo-woo, Yi-jun, I truly don't want to leave you. Moon Wushuang struggled weakly, her body convulsing, her voice wavering. A flash of purple appeared beside Yi-jun as the purple weasel spoke, having developed a fondness for Moon Wushuang after their days together. Yi-jun's expression remained indifferent, yet the throbbing veins on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. Yi-jun, Moon Wushuang cried out, her delicate foot hooking the door frame in utter despair. Woo-woo, Moon Wushuang's figure vanished from the room, and past scenes flashed before Yi-jun's eyes, faces filled with tears, calls of helplessness. Yet he felt powerless. His beloved was forcefully taken away by her family due to their opposition to their union. In his past life, he had no power or wealth, feeling utterly helpless. In this life, he possessed authority and strength, yet he had not acted. No, Moon Wushuang. Yi-jun suddenly stood, his voice booming as he collided with the wall, bursting forth before Moon Wushuang and the others. Yi-jun, Moon Wushuang's beautiful eyes dulled, her unfocused gaze devoid of struggle. Yet upon seeing Yi-jun appear before her, her despondent eyes sparkled with excitement, her weary face glowing with genuine joy, radiating an astonishing charm that left those around her momentarily stunned. With a swift movement, he formed his fingers into a blade and appeared before Moon Wushuang, enveloping her in his embrace. Even Jia Ling could not withstand Yi-jun's momentum, as she was flung back after his strike. In my past life, I was powerless to change our fate. In this life, I shall sever all bonds. If anyone stands in my way, I shall slay them. If heaven obstructs me, I shall battle it. As he held his beloved tightly, Yi-jun solemnly vowed within his heart. Just as Yi-jun was silently swearing, a gentle voice resonated at the courtyard entrance. A beautiful silhouette stood at the gate, dressed in black, her pale face slightly haggard from longing. Her affectionate gaze remained unchanged, but her enchanting eyes held a hint of sorrow. Chapter 59. Just as one wave subsides, another rises. Yi-jun glanced at Yunxian standing at the courtyard gate before swiftly embracing her. Since he had resolved to break free from the shackles of his previous life, what harm could come from sharing his fortune with multiple partners? Yu, as Yi-jun suddenly pulled her into his embrace, Yunxian instinctively struggled, her cheeks flushing. Although the strong individuals of the Battle God continent often had multiple women, being held by Yi-jun in front of everyone made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Moon Wushuang stared at Yunxian, who bore a striking resemblance to her, momentarily taken aback. Her expression tinged with sadness as she quietly called out to Yi-jun, "You are all my women." His domineering declaration silenced both women as he tightened his embrace. With their heads buried in Yi-jun's chest, the two were momentarily at a loss for words. To give up Yi-jun for the other was inconceivable, thus, they could only silently accept their circumstances. In the Battle God continent, a strong individual's status allowed for multiple wives, while the weak were not their concern. Though Yi-jun had yet to become a strong man, they believed he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. The courtyard erupted with enthusiastic applause as the members of the Battle Alliance cheered for their leader, who was simultaneously embracing two beautiful women. For them, Yi-jun embodied their spirit. Following in his footsteps was a dream come true. "Boss, you're so handsome," someone exclaimed. "He is truly our idol." "Boss, don't worry. I will work hard and strive to be closer to you. Feeling the warmth of the women in his arms, along with the cheers and admiration from the Battle Alliance members, Yijun couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swell within him. This choice was indeed the right one. Hey Yijun, when will you teach me some skills? I'm still single. Xiao Guan chimed in with a playful grin. Xiao Guan, get lost. No way. Yun Xian, with her face slightly damp, looked up from Yijun's embrace and playfully scolded Xiao Guan, while Moon Wushuang turned her head, pouting. I wasn't asking you. Why are you so excited? Upon witnessing the reactions of the two women, Xiao Guan could not help but mutter under his breath. Yijun, well done. This tactic is remarkably bloodless. I was still pondering how to handle the affairs of the Moon Dance sect, and to my surprise, you not only resolved the issue, but also tied the Moon Dance sect to our war alliance. At that moment, Lin Tai also leaned in, his expression one of envy as he remarked, You lucky fellow, get away. Hearing this, Yijun couldn't help but chuckle, acknowledging that possessing the affection of two women was entirely beyond his expectations. Yet, the feeling was undeniably pleasant. Lin Tai disregarded Yijun's playful reprimand, his expression suddenly transforming into one of ecstatic excitement as he turned towards the new members of the War Alliance. With arms wide open, he exclaimed, Dear members of the War Alliance, our leader's woman, Yu Wushuang, has promised to introduce many beautiful ladies from the Moon Dance sect to you. After all, we ought to keep the good fortune within our own ranks. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd gleamed with fervor, fixating intently on Yijun. The beauties of the Moon Dance sect were the dreams of countless male students within the academy. Even the least attractive among them would stand out as above average. The notion that one might even find a partner of exquisite beauty sent their imaginations racing as it pertained to their future happiness. This issue is hardly an issue. Rest assured, Yijun remarked, observing the eager gazes of the crowd. He felt helpless, knowing that if he were to refuse, the members of the War Alliance would likely descend upon him with fervor. Hooray! As soon as Yijun's words fell, the members of the War Alliance erupted in jubilant cheers, their expressions reflecting a belief that the beauties of the Moon Dance sect were already within their grasp. Please, continue. The three of us will step aside for a moment. Yijun smiled lightly at the excited crowd, taking the two women with him towards a room, aware that certain matters required discretion. However, the moment he spoke, the crowd froze, revealing expressions that any man would recognize, their gazes turning peculiar. Yijun felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had misspoken once more. That night, as the crowd watched the enchanting Yu Wushuang and the gentle Yun Xian nestling against Yijun, continually serving him food, envy permeated the air. Suddenly, a voice broke through the warmth. Not good, boss. A group of people is charging towards our dormitory, just as everyone was enjoying their cozy dinner. A member of the War Alliance burst in, shouting loudly. As the members' words faded, a large group surged into the courtyard. What do these fellows want? They look like they're harboring deep-seated grudges. Are they here to attack? Xiao Guan set down his utensils and stood up, prompting the others to follow suit. Eyes fixed upon the advancing crowd. Are you the high-ranking members of the War Alliance, recently involved in the sale of inscription stones and their acquisition? A man clad in a yellow robe with golden trim stepped forward from the throng, exuding an air of arrogance. This was Huang Yu, the leader of the Imperial Alliance, which boasted nearly 9/10 of the inscription masters within the academy. However, apart from Huang Yu himself, the rest were lesser-ranked masters. While it was rumored that Huang Yu was a 4th-tier inscription master capable of inscribing runes onto elemental stones, Lin Tai glanced at the crowd and immediately whispered to Yijun, I didn't expect them to come directly to our dormitory. During this time, I've taken nearly 50% of their business using the inscription stones Yijun provided. If it weren't for Yijun's esteemed reputation, they would have already retaliated against the War Alliance. I wonder what brings them here today. Xiao Guan quickly reminded Yijun in a hushed tone. Leave these matters to me. Yijun smiled gently at Xiao Guan before stepping forward, deliberately moving towards Huang Yu. With a casual gaze, he swept over the 4-colored silver emblem on Huang Yu's chest, momentarily surprised to discover that this man had indeed passed the assessment of the Inscription Master Guild and received the official 4th-tier insignia. This badge was awarded only to those who could inscribe on 4th-tier elemental stones with less than 10% material loss. As Yijun approached, Huang Yu smirked haughtily and said, You must be Yijun, the leader of the War Alliance. The one who has been selling those 16 types of elemental stones for points, correct? Yijun raised an eyebrow slightly, responding leisurely. Are you not aware that interrupting someone during their meal is a display of poor manners? Huang Yu continued, Today, we, the Imperial Alliance, have come to inform you that if your War Alliance does not cease the sale of inscription stones, we shall offer them at a lower price. With our reputation in the academy, you might want to consider the consequences for your alliance. Yi Jun's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze turning frigid. However, if your war alliance completely withdraws or concedes 70% of your profits to us, I shall allow you to continue your business with the inscription stones. Huang Yu grinned, believing that while Yi Jun was formidable in strength, the Imperial Alliance was unparalleled when it came to accumulating points. Undercutting prices does not align with the interests of either faction, and we have no intention of backing down. Nor are we willing to relinquish 70% of our profits to your Imperial Alliance. However, I do have a proposal. Yi Jun shook his finger at Huang Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips. A proposal? What kind of proposal? Huang Yu seemed taken aback for a moment, his contempt evident as he asked. What could you possibly propose? Since you are an inscription master, you must have considerable confidence in your skills, Yi Jun replied with a cold smile. Of course, in the academy, while I may not rank among the top in strength, when it comes to inscription techniques, I am undoubtedly the best, Huang Yu boasted with arrogance. Since we are both inscription masters, why don't we have a contest to see whose skills are superior, yours or ours? Of course, should you wish to engage in a more direct confrontation, I would not decline. Yi Jun challenged, undaunted. Despite being merely a battle master, the essence he absorbed from the source of magical beasts had significantly enhanced his abilities, and coupled with the formidable attributes granted by the thunder magic body, he was not far behind a fourth-tier inscription master. Moreover, the intricate techniques taught to him by the Dark Lady were far from ordinary. You wish to compete in inscription techniques with me? Huang Yu was taken aback, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. His skills were renowned within the academy, even among his peers in the Alchemy Guild, where he stood out as a leading figure. As for the inscription stones produced by the War Alliance, Huang Yu had conducted his research, finding the techniques somewhat crude. The elemental stones inscribed by the War Alliance lacked the capacity for fourth-tier runes, and engaging in conflict with the War Alliance would be an unwise course of action, given Yi Jun's formidable reputation. What is the matter, Senior Huang Yu? Are you afraid to accept? Yi Jun taunted, a smirk on his face. This challenge poses no threat to us, but should word get out, it might tarnish the reputation of your Imperial Alliance. After all, is it not true that you are merely gilded on the outside while rotten within? With your inscription techniques being utterly unsatisfactory? Recognizing Yi Jun's intent, Huang Yu remained unfazed. He was not a fool and had gained his position as a leader for a reason. While he may have been somewhat arrogant, he was also calculating. Very well, if we are to compete in inscription techniques, there must be some stakes involved. After a flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, Huang Yu suddenly declared, "Let us establish the terms. Should your battle alliance lose, not only will you be prohibited from selling inscription energy stones in the future, but you must also return all the points you have earned from these stones. Conversely, if I am defeated, I shall relinquish the trading point of the War God Valley to your alliance. The War God Valley is the most bustling venue for selling energy stones within the academy, and we, the Huang clan, have toiled tirelessly to secure our hold there. Thus, you would not be at a disadvantage." Very well, the Battle Alliance accepts this challenge. Yi Jun responded with a light chuckle. Since the leader of the Battle Alliance has agreed, we shall compete using energy stones condensed by peak battle spirit practitioners. After the attributes of the stones are activated, they will be assessed by judges. The one whose stone incurs the least depletion shall emerge victorious, Huang Yu stated solemnly. The inscriptions on the stones must first be verified by the inscription masters from both sides. I propose that the judges be teachers from the academy. Each side should appoint one, lest I fear someone may renege later. What do you think? Yi Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. Agreed. The contest will take place 3 days hence, at noon, in the War God Academy's opening square. How does that sound? Huang Yu nodded in agreement. That sounds good, Yi Jun replied after a moment's contemplation. I eagerly anticipate the performance of your battle alliance. I hope you do not disappoint me. It has been quite some time since I have truly unleashed my abilities, Huang Yu remarked with a cold smile. I too look forward to your performance, Huang clan leader. I hope you will not let us down, Yi Jun retorted dismissively. Rolling his eyes, he was confident that in 3 days, the Huang clan would regret underestimating the battle alliance. Yi Jun, it seems Huang Yu possesses a degree of confidence. Yun Xian expressed her concern upon returning to Yi Jun's room. Indeed, achieving the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist at such a young age, coupled with his remarkable inscription talent, is undeniably impressive, Yi Jun acknowledged with a smile, not refuting her statement. Do you believe you have a chance? Yu Wushuang inquired, furrowing her brow. Under the watchful gazes of the two women, Yi Jun merely pressed his lips together in silence. Internally, he was laughing heartily. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to explain the relationship among the three of them, and now, with the matter of Huang Yu. All the women were focused on the upcoming contest. After a prolonged silence, as the seriousness in the women's expressions deepened, Yi Jun finally smiled and softly declared, "Isn't he merely a fourth-tier inscription master? What is there to fear? In 3 days, we shall see the expression on his face." As soon as Yi Jun finished speaking, the wicked lady interjected sarcastically, "If it weren't for the insights on inscription techniques you gained from our soul exchange, would you still harbor such confidence? Ah, wicked lady. It has been so long." Yi Jun joyfully greeted her. "Remember, there are less than 6 months until the War God Academy's Rising Star competition. If you cannot reach the battle spirit rank by then, it could prove perilous. After acquiring the immortal grass, you must immediately consume the to enhance your thunder demon body and physical strength. Otherwise, as a practitioner, the disparity only widens the higher you ascend. If you wish to remain invincible at your level and challenge opponents beyond your rank, you must continually consume, which has immense benefits for your advancement." The wicked lady warned with a serious expression. After several days of contemplation, the wicked lady reluctantly acknowledged this harsh reality. Since the situation had unfolded, there was no choice but to confront it. "Rest assured, I am confident I will advance to the battle spirit rank within 6 months. By then, I will undoubtedly overcome the strongest practitioners at the pinnacle of that rank," Yi Jun assured himself inwardly. Chapter 60. Inscription Contest in a mere 3 days. The news that the mysterious inscription master of the Battle Alliance was to compete against Huang Yu in the art of inscription spread throughout the academy like wildfire. Under the weight of this astonishing announcement, the students of the academy were thrown into a frenzy. Similarly, while the inner academy engaged in life and death duels daily, contests of inscription techniques were exceedingly rare. Hence, nearly all students held a profound curiosity about this competition, and even some teachers, who found themselves with idle time, became intrigued upon hearing of this contest. The name Yi Jun had become quite familiar to them in recent times. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the historic War God Academy, the new student opening square, the largest main square within the academy, was set as the venue for Yi Jun and his opponents to compete. Today, what was typically a quiet square on ordinary days was now overflowing with a bustling crowd, the noise surpassing even that of grand celebratory events. Observing the sea of heads, some senior students, who had secretly come to watch the contest, couldn't help but marvel. It had been ages since the War God Academy had witnessed such liveliness outside of the War God Valley trading area or the life and death duel arena. Dong! A clear bell toll resonated through the square, and as its sound echoed, the previously raucous crowd gradually fell silent. Amidst the multitude of spectators, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, unmistakably recognizable as Grandpa Wu and Teacher Jiwu. A cough from Teacher Wu silenced the scattered conversations across the square. As the crowd quieted, a figure adorned in a yellow robe with golden trims swiftly ascended the stage, standing motionless beside Teacher Jiwu. The ostentatious 4th-tier inscription master badge on his chest unmistakably identified him as Huang Yu. Upon his appearance, the crowd erupted into cheers, indicating that he indeed held substantial renown within the academy. Shortly after Huang Yu's entrance, a path was cleared in the crowd, revealing the plump figure of the purple weasel strutting confidently, followed closely by Yi Jun and the women. Finally, Yi Jun ascended the platform alone, slightly bowing towards the audience. His demeanor composed and tranquil, garnering quiet admiration from those observing in the shadows. Is it really Yi Jun? Who would have expected that the mysterious inscription master of the Battle Alliance was none other than its leader? The onlookers marveled. Such youthful achievement is unparalleled. You are an inscription master? Yet you have your pet pave the way for you. That seems rather ostentatious. Huang Yu remarked with a hint of surprise before coldly challenging him. Whether it is a pet or not, it is my brother, Yi Jun retorted with a cold glare. In truth, he wished to maintain a low profile, but the flamboyant purple weasel insisted on making a scene, having been groomed and perfumed by the 2 women. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the 2 figures on the platform stood tall, their contrasting presences exuding an aura of grandeur that momentarily captivated many infatuated young women in the square. Standing beside Yi Jun, Teacher Wu wore humble attire. Although he appeared slightly aged, his robust appearance belied his years, and despite the serious atmosphere, the hint of a smile in his eyes made him seem more approachable than the cold demeanor of the nearby Jiwu teacher. Once more clearing his throat, Teacher Wu's commanding presence silenced the crowd, and after surveying the audience, he leisurely retrieved 2 meticulously selected energy stones from his robes. These stones were of similar size and shape, signifying their equal quality. The old man has always held a keen interest in inscriptions, having heard that every esteemed inscription master is a formidable force in their own right. However, Due to the stringent requirements to become an inscription master, he had no choice but to relinquish that ambition. Today, he finds great joy in being able to preside over a fair contest of inscriptions at this academy. As you all know, I have never shown favoritism when it comes to punishing students who violate the school's regulations, so please rest assured. After Wu spoke without a hint of embarrassment, he quickly added in his heart, except for Yi Jun. Upon hearing Wu's words, the crowd in the square erupted in cheers, clearly acknowledging Wu's well-known reputation for fairness within the academy. At that moment, Yi Jun felt a warmth in his eyes. Were it not for Grandpa Wu's assistance that day, he would not be present at the War God Academy today, let alone standing here to participate in this contest. This stern elder, known for his severity, had broken decades of reputation for his sake. Today's contest will be governed by rules set forth by both competitors, with myself and Teacher Ji Wu supervising the execution. As for the competition rules, I trust everyone is already aware, so I shall not elaborate further. Now, let us begin with the first step. Both competitors will inspect and select their source stones. Hearing this, Yi Jun and Huang Yu exchanged confident smiles and locked eyes. Huang Yu was the first to clasp his fists and say with a grin, since that is the case, I shall inspect first and let junior brother Yi Jun choose afterward. He was confident in his abilities as a fourth-tier inscription master, and on his best days, he might even succeed in inscribing a fifth-tier source stone. Although the cost to the source stone would be considerable, he had succeeded before, albeit with a pitifully low success rate. However, he thought it unwise to showcase that success today. Meanwhile, Yi Jun smiled appreciatively, but did not decline. Both of you are full of bravado, and as teachers of the War God Academy, we are proud of you. However, due to Teacher Ji Wu's strong insistence, we have slightly elevated the level of the source stones to the sub-War King grade, Wu announced, a hint of mirth flashing in his eyes. Although this was Teacher Ji Wu's proposal, he was equally eager to test the limits of Yi Jun's inscription skills. Knowing well that the source stones of the War Alliance were all inscribed by Yi Jun. After both competitors took turns inspecting the source stones, Yi Jun's expression darkened, and he handed the other stone to Huang Yu. The sub-War King grade refers to those combat spirit warriors who have failed to ascend to War King despite multiple attempts. Their bones have undergone some refinement, yet they are far from the strength of a War King. Consequently, their capacity to absorb energy is greater than that of combat spirits, but still slightly inferior to War Kings. Thus, the source stones they produce are known as sub-War King grade, essentially equivalent to fifth-tier source stones. Under the gaze of countless spectators, as the source stone rested in his hand, Han Xian's smile gradually faded, eventually taking on a rather unpleasant expression. In contrast, Yi Jun felt the same. Though he had gained invaluable inscription experience from sharing the essence of the Evil Maiden's soul, he had only attempted to inscribe fourth-tier source stones over the past few days, and the fifth-tier source stones were 2 tiers above his current cultivation level. Therefore, he had never attempted it, and the source stones condensed by War Kings were not easily acquired. In the square, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after a brief pause, Huang Yu took a deep breath and forced a smile, assuring Teacher Ji Wu and Teacher Ji Wu that while it may pose some difficulty, even a failure would reveal the relative strengths of both competitors. Youth is full of vigor. One should challenge their limits. Wu chuckled, though there was a hint of cunning in his smile. Meanwhile, Huang Yu cast a somewhat gleeful glance at Yi Jun, eagerly anticipating a blunder. Despite Yi Jun's somber expression, a flicker of joy crossed his face a few minutes later, dispelling the heaviness from earlier. It seemed the situation was not as dire as anticipated. Below in the square, Yu Wushuang and Yun Xian sighed in relief upon noticing the fleeting smile on Yi Jun's face. Feigning confidence, I await your failure, Huang Yu sneered. Casting a disdainful glance at the indifferent Yi Jun smiled back, placing the source stone on the table before him. The calmness on Yi Jun's face only intensified Huang Yu's mocking smile, as he raised an eyebrow and ceased speaking, placing his own source stone on the table. Seeing that both competitors were prepared, Wu's smile grew brighter as he addressed the throng of spectators. The contest begins now. Chapter 61. The result matters. Not the process. As Wu announced the start, all eyes in the arena turned toward the two on stage, and the previously boisterous crowd gradually fell silent. Yi Jun slowly scanned the gathered spectators, including the girls and his comrades from the War Alliance, before smiling confidently and nodding slightly. He then picked up the source stone, channeling his soul power to examine the internal structure of the stone. Yi Jun's method of inspecting the source stone was exceedingly straightforward, while Huang Yu beside him suddenly roared. His aura is surging dramatically, causing his clothes to billow impressively, exuding an air of authority. Huang Yu bellowed as he channeled his extraordinary power. lifting the source stone into the air before enveloping it with a shimmering yellow light emanating from his palms. Yi Jun, observing from the side, could not help but chuckle, shaking his head inwardly as he thought. I have already deemed him ostentatious, but I did not expect him to be this flamboyant. Such a grand display for merely inspecting the internal structure of the source stone. I can only imagine the commotion he would create when actually inscribing it. Refocusing his thoughts, Yi Jun turned his attention back to examining the inner walls of the source stone. After approximately 20 minutes, Yi Jun was the first to set the source stone down and fell into deep contemplation, while Huang Yu continued his ostentatious inspection of the stone's interior. To Yi Jun's surprise, Huang Yu suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. The inspection of the source stone's internal structure offered no shortcuts. It relied solely on the strength of one's soul power. Those with powerful soul power required less time, while those with weaker soul power naturally took longer. I didn't expect this guy's soul power to be slightly stronger than mine, Huang Yu thought, smiling confidently. However, the strength of one's soul power does not solely determine the success rate of inscribing the source stone. It also heavily depends on the inscription master's techniques and formations. In the eyes of an experienced practitioner like Yi Jun, the grandiose display of inspecting the source stone had little impact on the inscription process. However, to the new students, Huang Yu, recognized as a master inscriptionist, appeared to be far superior, while Yi Jun's lack of ostentation made him seem inferior. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Jun patiently awaited Huang Yu to complete his inspection, refraining from rushing into the inscription process. My method of inspecting the source stone is called the art of subtle revelation, unlike your seemingly haphazard approach, Huang Yu boasted. Upon hearing this name, the students below remained largely unfazed, but the seasoned observers were taken aback. The art of subtle revelation was the exclusive technique of the foremost inscription master of the Ghana Empire, known far and wide among insiders. It's more akin to the art of hungry dogs searching for food, Yi Jun scoffed internally. You might as well claim your method is the technique of universal revelation. How dare you compare your inscription skills with me, the evil maiden? The indifferent evil maiden, who had been closely monitoring the contest, could not contain her fury upon hearing such disdain for her method of inspecting inscriptions. Feeling the wrath of the wicked woman, although the name was somewhat off-putting, Yi Jun could only muster the courage to say, "It is but a trifle. My method of exploration is called the great technique of unveiling all things, the might of which is concealed within my touch, invisible to the untrained eye." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu chuckled lightly, recognizing the bravado in the young man's words. The technique's name alone did not confer power, and the teachers below wore expressions of utter confusion, for the name alone indicated that this method was extraordinary. Yet none had ever heard of it before. Next, you must create a greater spectacle. Do not allow others to underestimate the art of inscriptions of this wicked woman. The wicked woman said with a hint of resentment. Though the might of the inscription technique she had imparted to Yi Jun was hidden within, she could not help but believe that if its full power were unleashed, it would surpass this young man. Understood. You can rest assured. I will certainly intimidate them and not bring you shame, Yi Jun replied, knowing how much the wicked woman valued her reputation. Failing to meet her expectations could lead to dire consequences later. The exploration technique was merely a minor aspect. The true essence of the art of inscriptions lay within the array of inscriptions. With a subtle smile, Yi Jun waved his hand, drawing the essence stone into the air. After being purified by the source of the magical beasts, the rich and pure spiritual power surged forth in a torrent through Yi Jun's intricate gestures. A wave of invisible spiritual energy radiated outward from Yi Jun, causing the onlookers' expressions to shift as a chill ran through their hearts. A pressure from their very souls descending upon them. Not enough. Use the thunder demon body. After all, you will need it soon, the wicked woman exclaimed, her heart leaping with delight as she observed the shock in the crowd below. She could not help but reveal a hint of feminine charm. Feeling her exhilaration, Yi Jun was momentarily entranced. It was the first time he had witnessed the wicked woman display such uncharacteristic emotion. Though unspoken, the bond formed through their shared souls had begun to foster her acceptance of him. Suppressing his own elation, a flicker of exuberance crossed Yi Jun's face, and he resolved to make a grand display to bring joy to the wicked woman. Thunder demon body manifestation, the great technique of cosmic transformation, he proclaimed, recalling the legendary technique from his past life. Harnessing the allure of the thunder demon armor, he drew forth the lightning from the heavens. Boom, boom. The surge of spiritual power, amplified threefold by the thunder demon armor, erupted from Yi Jun after being compressed tenfold through the chi gathering technique. The ripple swept through the crowd, causing the immediate vicinity to scatter, while Huang Yu was rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force. A tempest arose, whipping through the crowd and sending garments flying. The horrifying pressure of spiritual energy left the weaker students reeling, collapsing to the ground. In the clear sky, a thunderous explosion resonated as countless purple lightning bolts intertwined, forming a colossal pillar of thunder that struck down towards Yi Jun. The wicked woman, observing from deep within Yi Jun's mind, widened her beautiful eyes, her lips parting in astonishment. What a windfall! Feeling her astonishment, Yi Jun internally rejoiced. For his sole purpose today was to elicit a smile from the wicked woman, and the outcome far exceeded his expectations. He had long refrained from using the Thunder Demon armor to amplify his spiritual power due to her warnings about its detrimental effects on the art of inscriptions. Thus he had never tested its potential until now. Countless purple bolts of lightning danced around him, as if he were the god of thunder standing upon the earth. Seizing the moment before the celestial phenomenon dissipated, Yi Jun hastily inscribed the array of inscriptions onto the essence stone. Moments later, the unusual celestial display vanished, leaving the environment calm once more. My apologies, I momentarily lost control. Shall we have a rematch next time? Yi Jun said sheepishly, glancing at the chaotic square and the unconscious Huang Yu. At that moment, he was completely drained of spiritual energy, his mind clouded, estimating that it would take at least a week to recover. Huang Yu, on the other hand, was utterly incapacitated. The crowd stared at Yi Jun in stunned silence. 3 days had passed since the inscription competition, and during this time, Yi Jun's remarkable inscription technique, though only partially revealed, had already spread like wildfire among the students. At this point, Yi Jun's reputation within the academy was likely comparable to that of the top 10 elite figures, as one could attain a status and treatment akin to that of a war king simply through the display of such formidable spiritual power in the art of inscriptions. This shift in the attitude of the academy's teachers towards Yi Jun was telling. In the courtyard of Dormitory 240, Xiaoguan gleefully observed a lackluster, Yi Jun. The members of the Huang gang have officially withdrawn from the War God Valley. Our alliance has promptly dispatched personnel to take over. This maneuver was indeed impressive. Yi Jun replied wearily from his bamboo chair, feeling utterly drained. The aftereffects of expending such immense spiritual power were profound. His head felt as heavy as if filled with lead. In just 3 days, our alliance's membership has expanded 6-fold, with nearly all of this year's new students joining us. Lin Te exclaimed, his muscles trembling with excitement. Yi Jun responded, still lacking energy. Surrounding him, Yun Xian and Yu Wushuang wore expressions of concern, fanning him and massaging his temples. Even the mischievous weasel extended its tiny paws to knead Yi Jun, though it was unclear whether it was seeking revenge or expressing worry. Outwardly, it appeared to be offering a massage. After 7 days, once the aftereffects subside, you should train on the 9th floor of the energy tower during the day. Practice the art of inscriptions at night, and ensure adequate rest. Balance your training. There is no need to overexert yourself, for the journey ahead is long. The wicked woman said indifferently, though Yi Jun sensed a thread of concern woven through her words. Feeling the essence stone in his pocket, Yi Jun realized that the grand display he had created during the competition had drained too much of his otherworldly power, leaving the inscription array on the essence stone incomplete. Nevertheless, he thought, does it matter? Regardless, it was worth it. Chapter 62. Back on track after recovering. Yi Jun wandered around the War God Valley and soon understood why Xiaoguan had been lamenting for the past few days. Due to his surging reputation and Xiaoguan's management, all transaction points within the War God Valley were bustling with activity, and within just 1 day, all the stock Yi Jun had provided to Xiaoguan was sold out. Over 200 essence stones, such a quantity would take Yi Jun at least a week to accumulate. The essence stones that had been given to Xiaoguan were his reserves from 6 months of training on the 9th floor of the energy tower. With the essence stones depleted, Yi Jun needed to focus on his training and had no time to attend to this matter. We must find a way to gather more inscription masters, Yi Jun said, shrugging his hands helplessly after hearing Xiaoguan's complaints. Recruiting? However, aside from those who have joined the Huang gang, the remaining inscription masters in the academy have aligned with other factions. There are simply no unaligned inscription masters left in the academy, Lin Te replied, expressing his own frustrations. I now have to train not only in my own skills, but also in the art of inscriptions. Although I can inscribe a few essence stones daily, the demand within the War God Valley far exceeds this, Yi Jun said with a wry smile. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, the voice of the sinister woman echoed in Yi Jun's mind. You can exchange for rune arrays. I have some mediocre arrays that are of no use to me. Upon hearing her words, Yi Jun's heart trembled, and he joyfully responded through their soul connection. Thank you, sinister woman. No need for thanks. Hurry and finish your trivial matters. Then begin your cultivation, she replied indifferently. Rest assured, I will handle all the mundane affairs within these few days and then commence my training immediately, Yijun assured her. He then turned serious and addressed Lin Te. Fatty, please privately contact some rune masters and inform them that they can acquire rune arrays taught by me upon joining our battle alliance. Ensure that this is done discreetly. And every rune master entering the alliance must be around the 3rd tier. Isn't this rune array a closely guarded secret among your rune masters? If it gets out. Lin Te trembled slightly, astonished. Fear not. I am merely giving away some useless rune arrays, which pose no loss to me. Should any rune master leak the arrays I provide, I shall personally eliminate them, Yijun said, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his dark eyes. Understood. Leave this matter to me. Xiaoguan, keep the sales point in the God of War Valley stable, and let them know that our alliance is urgently processing matters. We will resume selling rune energy stones in a week. Lin Te pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lin Te's efficiency left Yijun astounded. That very night, he brought 3 rune masters, each at least 3rd tier, into dormitory 240. According to Lin Te, they were individuals of humble origins who lacked complete rune arrays, resulting in a dismal success rate for rune energy stones and a considerable loss in their consumption. They were among the least fortunate in various factions, and the terms offered by the Battle Alliance were simply irresistible to them. After introducing them to the rune arrays provided by the sinister woman, Yijun closely observed their conversations and conduct before feeling assured enough to focus on his cultivation. The arrival of these 3 rune masters not only restored the sales of rune energy stones, but also made them flourish. With the Battle Alliance now on the right track, Yu Wushuang, Yun Xian, and others entered the energy tower for their training. Meanwhile, Lin Te and Xiaoguan also made the most of their time to train within the energy tower. During his free time, Yijun, aside from training in the energy tower and dining with the 2 women in dormitory 240, also managed to visit the Rel's auction house to consign and return rune energy stones to the Yi family. The auction house, under Yi Chang's orders, did not disclose the current troubles facing the Yi family to Yijun, considering his still fragile state and that the family's issues were not crucial to him. As everyone continued to grow, the challenge of the Tomorrow Star competition arrived as scheduled, with the rewards remaining unchanged. The top 10 contenders would receive the coveted undying grass from the academy. On the 9th floor of the energy tower, amidst a pile of boulders, Yijun stood 10 meters apart from a handsome man clad in white garments. Ready? The man in white asked calmly. Yes, let us begin, Yijun replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. In a flash, he appeared before the man in white, unleashing a punch that created no gust of wind. Phantom. The man in white suddenly produced 2 afterimages, one in front and one behind, as a gust of wind rushed towards Yijun, lifting his hair. With a peculiar twist of his muscles, Yijun evaded one of the shadow's attacks and struck towards the arm of the other. You can actually see my true form? Yi Wuya expressed surprise as he materialized behind Yijun and attempted a spinning kick aimed at him. Without turning around, Yijun extended his palm, pressing against the incoming leg. The immense force transmitted through his palm made Yijun's muscles quiver as he absorbed nearly 70% of Yi Wuya's power. He then lunged forward and rolled, dissipating the force entirely. Interesting, but I only used 30% of my strength, Yi Wuya remarked as he flashed again. Continuing his assault on Yijun flipped himself up with both hands and began to counterattack with rapid, precise strikes on Yi Wuya's incoming punches and kicks, each calculated to target the weakest points of his opponent's body. After a prolonged engagement, Yi Wuya abruptly halted, propelling himself off the ground with his left foot and delivering a kick with 40% of his strength to Yijun's palm. Watching Yijun stagger back, Yi Wuya's handsome face revealed a hint of helplessness as he sighed. Let us stop. You're a freak. Even 30% strength can't faze you. By the time you advance to a battle spirit, you'll be my equal, and we can have a proper match then. In response, Yijun wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow and smiled. You've just advanced to Battle King, and still Haven T fully mastered the surge of strength within you. Otherwise, even if I advanced to Battle Spirit, there would still be a slight gap between us. Moreover, if I reach Battle Spirit and unleash my full strength, you'd likely only sustain a minor injury and recover in no time. Indeed, I must hurry to break through to Battle Spirit, otherwise, securing a spot in the top 10 of the Tomorrow Star competition will be quite challenging for you. Many seasoned students are likely to return from their training, and possessing undying grass equates to an additional life, a temptation too great for body cultivators. Yi Wuya nodded in agreement. Having just advanced to Battle King today, I was brought here by Yi Jun to test my skills. I've controlled about 60% of the newfound strength within me. Once I master it fully, even if Yi Jun advances to Battle Spirit, he would only be able to match me in combat. However, Yi Jun is only 17 this year, while I am nearing 26. If he reaches my age, he will likely surpass my achievements by a significant margin. Once I adjust my condition, I will begin my breakthrough to Battle Spirit. If all goes well, I should achieve it before the competition starts. Yi Jun smiled. He understood that securing a place in the top 10 of Tomorrow Star was no easy feat. Most of the remaining Academy members were Battle Spirit strongholds, while Battle Kings were mostly out training. However, once a Battle King student reaches that level, they can only participate in the Tomorrow Star competition once before being regarded as having graduated automatically. For those seasoned Battle Kings, this competition would be their last chance to participate, so Yi Jun could gauge the difficulty of the challenge ahead. With that settled, let me congratulate you on your advancement to Battle Spirit. We shall have a proper match in the Tomorrow Star competition, Yi Wuya said with a slight smile, bowing in congratulations. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, Yi Jun confidently replied. The two exchanged smiles before Yi Wuya turned and left. Sinister woman, if I advance to Battle Spirit, will I be able to defeat a first-tier Battle King? Yi Jun inquired through their soul connection, watching as Yi Wuya's figure faded from sight on the 9th floor of the energy tower. The gap between each major stage of body cultivators is vast. If you wish to defeat a first-tier Battle King at the Battle Spirit stage, your chances are less than 20%. This probability includes your spatial and temporal abilities. However, in the context of the God of War Academy, there are likely no more than 5 Battle King students. If luck is on your side and you don't encounter one, you'll be safe. But if you do, seize the moment to unleash a sudden attack and knock them off the stage. This way, your odds of victory soar above 50%. The sinister woman calmly analyzed Yi Jun's chances in the Tomorrow Star competition. Then tonight, I shall utilize the soul grass to break through the Battle Spirit bottleneck. With resolve, Yi Jun affirmed within himself. Everything was in place, and if he could not break through his Battle Spirit bottleneck now, he might as well end it all, to spare himself the burden of wasting resources in this world. Although it is somewhat challenging to achieve a breakthrough overnight with the Soul Herb, there are methods to loosen the bottleneck of one's Battle Spirit. One such method involves exceeding the physical limits of one's body through rigorous training. When the energy in the muscles is fully depleted from intense exercise, that is when the bottleneck of the Battle Spirit begins to loosen. As Yi Jun resolved in his heart, the enigmatic woman gently reminded him. All right, I understand, Yi Jun responded, and upon hearing her reminder, he immersed himself in rigorous training. Chapter 63. The Tomorrow Star Competition. On October 20th, the Tomorrow Star Competition commenced as scheduled. Under the scorching summer sun, the bustling crowd filled the Battle God Square, where students from the Battle God Valley and Energy Tower gathered. For ordinary students, this was a chance to assess the results of a year's hard work. While for the strong, it was a step towards the pinnacle, with the immortal herb being the assurance of their existence. Boom! The ancient chime echoed throughout the lively venue, gradually silencing the crowd. Under the sound of the bell, a flock of dark shadows swept across the sky. As the people looked up, their gazes shifted to the special high platform in the center of the square, where a number of figures, both young and old, had mysteriously appeared. Standing before everyone in a crimson robe was Rielis Walet, the long-absent principal of the Battle God Academy. As he stepped forward, his hands gestured with authority. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire square. Instantly, the only sound that could be heard was the collective breathing of the crowd, as their gazes swept across the area, finally fixing on the front. Battle God Academy, the Tomorrow Star competition, is now underway. Rielis Walet's commanding voice resonated throughout the venue. The crowd erupted in excitement. The Tomorrow Star competition had finally begun. Yi Jun, I believe you will definitely make it into the top 10, Yu Wushuang said, wrapping her arm around Yi Jun's right arm, her cheeks slightly flushed, nodding with unwavering confidence. Ruffling Yu Wushuang's hair, Yi Jun nodded affirmatively and then turned to Yun Xian, who was linked to his left arm. Yun Xian, are you truly not planning to participate in the Tomorrow Star competition? With your current strength, you should be able to rank in the top 100. I have no interest in competitions. I'd rather cheer for you from below, Yun Xian replied, shaking her head with a gentle smile. She then inquired, you didn't return last night. Did you successfully advance to the Battle Spirit level? At her words, a hint of reminiscence crossed Yi Jun's face. Yesterday, in the 9th level of the Energy Tower, a figure supported himself with just 2 fingers pressed against the ground, his legs parallel to the floor, using the strength of his fingers to keep his body in a constant state of motion. Sweat drenched the heavy-weighted shirt he wore, and beads of perspiration streamed down his face, pooling into a large puddle on the ground. Not enough? I can still feel the residual energy in my muscles. Yi Jun gritted his teeth, displaying unwavering determination. As his body shook more violently, a deep, almost imperceptible voice suddenly resonated from within him. Swallow the soul herb and continue. The enigmatic woman's voice echoed in Yi Jun's mind. Quickly retrieving the soul herb, he consumed it and transitioned to supporting himself with both hands against the ground, his body undulating relentlessly. As the medicinal power of the soul herb surged through him, Yi Jun's previously clouded mind suddenly cleared, an extraordinary force rushing toward his muscles, initiating their preliminary tempering. As this force penetrated the barriers within his muscles, Yi Jun experienced a transformation, as if a dragon were soaring into the sky, a river flowing into the sea. With this internal metamorphosis, a powerful suction emanated from his body, drawing energy from the 9th level of the energy tower. The immense energy coalesced around Yi Jun, forming a visible vortex, enveloping him and continuously infusing through his skin's pores. Noticing this phenomenon, Yi Jun's face flushed with excitement, a manifestation of his overwhelming exhilaration. His heart raced violently within his chest, and his body accelerated, creating fleeting afterimages as he struggled to manage the surge of power flooding through him. Drip. In the silent 9th level of the energy tower, a drop of dark-hued blood slid silently from Yi Jun's body, falling into the puddle on the ground. As the dark blood dripped from him, his muscles appeared to be under intense compression, and blood surged forth like a tide, pooling together and dripping onto the floor. As this tainted blood seeped from his body, Yi Jun's muscles suddenly tensed, releasing an overwhelming pressure from within. I've broken through. Excruciating pain coursed through his muscles, akin to a drill burrowing into his stiffened fibers. In that moment, Yi Jun could distinctly sense his muscles gradually growing stronger and more resilient at a slow pace. The agonizing sensation arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Within mere moments, the pain began to fade, replaced by an unparalleled sense of comfort that spread throughout his body, causing Yi Jun to collapse onto the ground, succumbing to sleep. As night gradually receded, the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, and a low murmur stirred Yi Jun from his slumber. With renewed vigor, he leapt to his feet, straightening his form, and a series of crisp cracking sounds emanated from his body, coinciding with a subtle increase in his height. With a powerful push, he left behind mere afterimages, reappearing beside a massive stone. Yi Jun threw a punch into the air, a mere 10 centimeters from the stone, producing a sonic boom that left an impression in the rock's surface. After entering the battle spirit phase, Yi Jun's physical strength was 3 times that of a typical battle spirit at the same level. Indeed, as the enigmatic woman had said, unless he utilized the purple sky body refinement technique to absorb he could not challenge levels beyond his own as he once did. Witnessing this scene, Yi Jun couldn't help but smile broadly, closing his eyes to savor the sensation of the condensed coursing through his veins, muscles, and skin. As the flowed within him, his clothing fluttered slightly, and even the skin and muscles beneath glimmered with a faint radiance. His muscles surged, pushing forth layers of power that rapidly coalesced in his arms. With a swish, as the layers of strength reached his fist, Yi Jun's eyes snapped open, and an afterimage flickered as he struck into the air. Although he could not shatter space within the energy tower, the dense energy and air surrounding him were propelled forth by his punch, hurtling towards the massive stone, which shattered upon impact. What tremendous power! Yi Jun exclaimed in astonishment at the chaotic scene before him. After a moment, he regained his composure, excitement sparkling in his eyes. This strike's might could almost rival that of a fully unleashed battle spirit at the 7th tier. Considering your fire element abilities, you can indeed match peak battle spirit practitioners. If combined with the thunder demon body, the energy gathering technique, and the explosive force, you are now infinitely close to the strength of a battle king at the 1st tier, the enigmatic woman assessed, sensing the changes within Yi Jun. The undying grass. As soon as I acquire it, I will swiftly venture forth to seek the. Yi Jun, what are you pondering? Yunxian inquired. Yu Wushuang shook Yi Jun's arm gently. I advanced to the battle spirit level last night. Yi Jun replied, suddenly jolted from his reverie as he felt the remarkable elasticity of Yu Wushuang's bosom. Now, all participants are to proceed to the competition venue as per the registration schedule. 3 days hence, the top 100 advancing students will engage in the qualifying rounds here. Ril's waillet proclaimed loudly. The first-time participants, upon hearing this, erupted into chaos, rushing towards their respective competition venues with their registration forms in hand. while the seasoned students walked away at a leisurely pace. Yi-jun stood at the second venue, the third arena. But will I even get to compete? The sable ferret shook its tail and gazed expectantly at Yi-jun, its tiny eyes shimmering with hope as it held a registration form several times larger than itself. Before Yi-jun could respond, the two girls affectionately embraced the sable ferret, lavishing it with attention. The fluffy creature possessed an undeniable charm to the ladies. Alas, the sable ferret was also female. Amidst the graceful curves of Yu Wuxuang, the sable ferret wriggled, its sleek fur remaining impeccably tidy. As its small eyes continued to gaze at Yi-jun in anticipation. This simply won't do. Even with your speed, a battle king cannot contend with you, and besides, the academy has regulations against bringing magical beasts into the arena. Yi-jun remarked with a hint of helplessness, gently ruffling the sable ferret's little head. I am not a magical beast. I am a noble member of the soul-devouring ferret clan. The sable ferret protested, raising its tiny paw in objection. I know you are a noble member of the soul-devouring ferret clan, but the judges are not aware of that. Yi-jun smiled slightly, glancing at the proud sable ferret. I loathe the ignorant. The sable ferret declared vehemently, waving its little paw in frustration. Observing the adorable sable ferret, Yu Wuxuang's heart swelled with affection, and she tightened her embrace, showering the creature with kisses. With a twinge of jealousy and admiration, Yi-jun strolled towards the competition venue alongside the two girls. Chapter 64. Revenge at the second venue. The third arena, the trio arrived at Yi-jun's competition site, where the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as a throng of onlookers surrounded the arena, pointing and discussing the battles unfolding within. Casting a casual glance at the crowd, Yi-jun and his companions did not rush to join them. Instead, they stood at the periphery, conversing and perusing the list of participants. Yi-jun discerned that the teacher had segregated the renowned strong contenders into separate arenas, while his group consisted of several battle spirit practitioners, none of whom were at the pinnacle of battle spirit. Thus, the challenge posed no difficulty for him. He looked forward to the competition of the top 100. As they chatted, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the arena. Tesla, today is the day I seek my vengeance. If I recall correctly, it was this brat who ambushed me at the God of War Valley. After being away for so long, returning to the academy only to find myself in the same group as him makes this competition quite intriguing. Yi-jun smirked, flexing his muscles as he parted the crowd, swiftly making his way in with the two girls. On the arena, Tesla stood with his back to Yi-jun, facing a blue-clad youth of about 17, whose eyes blazed with fury as he exchanged blows with Tesla. The youth exuded an aura reminiscent of a peak battle master. While Tesla had advanced to the battle spirit stage, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as the blue-clad youth began to bleed. While Tesla appeared slightly disheveled, but bore no injuries whatsoever. Clearly, the blue-clad youth was no match for Tesla, who was merely toying with him. Yunxian shook her head, unable to watch any longer. Just as Yi-jun was about to respond, a heavy thud resounded. Tesla, seemingly bored, dodged the youth's incoming punch with ease and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, causing the latter to double over. Not satisfied with the youth's inability to retaliate, Tesla continued to taunt him. Kid, weren't you quite formidable? I've played with you long enough, and you haven't even noticed that I am a battle spirit now. What? Do you dare not surrender? With a sneer, Tesla kicked the blue-clad youth to the edge of the arena, declaring, I'm tired of this. You can crawl off yourself. The blue-clad youth, clutching his stomach, struggled to stand, his face pale and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, glaring at Tesla in defiance. Are you a coward? I haven't called for a stop. Why have you ceased? Stubborn brat. Today I shall break your bones to see if they are truly as tough as you claim. Tesla's face darkened momentarily as he vanished from sight, appearing behind the blue-clad youth, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the air, continuing to strike him like a punching bag. Yi-jun silently observed the blue-clad youth, making no move to intervene. Suddenly feeling a tight grip on his arm, he turned to see Yu Wuxuang biting her lip in concern. Unable to watch the scene any longer, sighing softly, he relaxed his hold on the two girls and swiftly appeared in the arena, gently pressing down on the youth's leg as he fell, speaking to him. Kid, don't waste your time. If you're looking for a beating, go elsewhere. If you seek revenge, train for a few more years first. You are Yi-jun? Tesla retreated, a look of seriousness crossing his face. Indeed, Tesla. I have not forgotten the grudge of your ambush. Yi-jun replied coldly with a smile. Sensing the aura of a battle spirit emanating from Yi-jun, Tesla felt a twinge of anxiety. A mere first segment of battle spirit dares to challenge me? With a sinister grin, he remarked, I didn't expect that during my year away, you would flourish in the academy. At that moment, the blue-clad youth trembled slightly, struggling to rise. and bowed in gratitude to Yijun before slowly descending from the arena. He understood that Yijun not only saved him from Tesla's assault, but also preserved his dignity, a favor he would remember and repay when his strength was sufficient. Yijun nodded at the indifferent blue-clad youth, but remained silent. Enough chatter, if we are to fight. Let us do so without further delay, Yijun declared impatiently towards Tesla. Tesla's expression darkened further at Yijun's words. In response, a resounding punch from Yijun caught him off guard. Tesla slightly tilted his head to evade, secretly reveling in the fact that he was indeed facing a first segment of battle spirit, while he himself was a second segment. The two began to dart and chase each other across the arena, Yijun leveraging his speed, which exceeded Tesla's by a third, to land surprise attacks, directing his strikes towards Tesla's face. Yunxian, you mentioned Yijun was exceptional, capable of defeating battle spirit practitioners even at the Battle Master stage? Why does it seem his attacks are not inflicting significant damage on Tesla? Yu Wushuang's beautiful eyes remained fixed on the battle above, her face tense with concern. Fear not. Yijun is merely toying with him. Yunxian observed the seemingly fierce contest, covering her mouth with her hand and whispering. Humph, Yijun. You are not as impressive as I thought. Tesla, will no longer play with you, Tesla stated coldly. A hint of disdain in his smile as a surge of foreign energy enveloped him, causing his skin to radiate a metallic sheen. Although he had been struck a few times by Yijun, Tesla had roughly gauged Yijun's abilities. Yijun was merely a battle spirit adept at speed, though swift. His attack power was lacking. Just as the words left his lips, Yijun's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage as he clenched his right fist and delivered a punch straight to Tesla's nose. Wincing and clutching his bleeding nose, Tesla's pupils constricted, and a fierce rage crossed his face as he bellowed. Very well. Yijun, your speed is indeed impressive, but your power is weak. Allow me to teach you what true strength is. A metallic shimmer enveloped the fist that surged towards Yijun, accompanied by a terrifying force that tore through the air, creating black fissures in its wake. The explosive sound of the strike echoed like thunder, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Yijun regarded the ferocious attack with a sly smile, forming his hands into palms and slicing through the space to counteract the oncoming fissures, albeit stumbling backward as a result. Did you feel that? This is strength. Tesla observed Yijun's unsteady retreat, a flicker of doubt passing through him. Given the disparity in their powers, Tesla expected Yijun to sustain some injuries. Yet, the sight of Yijun's retreating form exhilarated Tesla, causing him to dismiss any lingering doubts. Metallic tsunami. With a thunderous roar, Tesla unleashed countless metallic fists that surged like a tidal wave towards Yijun. The sound of dull thuds reverberated as the crowd erupted in cheers. The intensity of the battle so early in the match was beyond their expectations. Each time Yijun staggered backward, he narrowly evaded Tesla's lethal strikes. Panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his skin, Tesla finally ceased his relentless assault. Done already? I suppose I shall no longer play with you. Yijun smiled slightly, and amidst the crowd's uproar, he vanished, reappearing before Tesla. His muscles bulged as an overwhelming force surged from his feet to his arms, and just a few centimeters from Tesla's chest, he unleashed his full power. The sound of impact was thunderous as Yijun's palm connected with Tesla's chest, sending vibrations through the ground. The black obsidian arena, designed for combat, only bore faint marks from the strongest attacks, and it had the unique ability to absorb foreign energy, leaving no trace of its impact. Suddenly, the obsidian beneath Tesla shattered into powder, a cloud of dust rising as countless eyes froze in shock. A figure shot forth from the dust, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed onto the ground 100 meters away, sliding for several meters before coming to a halt. You killed him? A middle-aged supervisor exclaimed, jolted from his shock. With a dismissive glance at the supervisor, Yijun replied coolly, I directed my power onto the obsidian. He is not dead. That's good. The rules state that we must avoid fatalities in the preliminary rounds. The supervisor breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, although he was a peak battle spirit cultivator, he knew that he could not achieve the same effect as Yijun without external assistance. However, I have dispersed all his foreign energy and the source of his inner power. He likely won't survive more than 3 days, Yijun coldly remarked, leaving the middle-aged man with a chilling impression. Now was not the time for leniency. Against enemies, one must strike ruthlessly, eradicating any potential threats. Though he feared no retaliation, he could not guarantee the safety of his brothers and women. Thus, if someone became his enemy, he would bury any last remnants of mercy deep within, obliterating them without leaving a trace. The supervisor seethed with anger yet dared not act, for in this world where power reigned supreme, the stronger could act with impunity. If a student of the Battle King were to kill someone, the supervisor would surely flee as far as possible. I apologize for worrying you, Yijun said, casting a glance at the relieved Yu Wuxuang. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he gently embraced the jade-like figure, his voice laced with a hint of regret. Chapter 65. The storm approaches at this moment. On the sixth arena, two figures collided fiercely, their energies intertwining as spatial fissures erupted into the air, vanishing into nothingness. In the square, the two opposing forces, each dominating half of the sky, suddenly coalesced, and the onlookers felt their vision blur before a figure was sent crashing to the ground. Humph, you overestimate yourself. If it weren't for my fear of Yun Xian's wrath, I would have already crushed you. A burly man clad in a blood-red robe hovered disdainfully in midair, looking down at the fallen like. As he began to descend from the arena, a short figure squeezed through the crowd, shouting at him, "Brother Miaolang, I found what you asked me to investigate." Upon hearing this, the man waved his hand, and an invisible force parted the crowd, allowing the short figure to approach and present him with a piece of paper covered in black ink. After reading the paper, the man's hands crumbled it into ash, a cold smile spreading across his face. Yijun, invincible among his peers? What a joke! As the night deepened, the pale moonlight cast a serene glow over Dormitory 240, which appeared especially tranquil under its illumination. Suddenly, a bloodied figure darted out from the shadows, landing lightly on the courtyard wall of Dormitory 240, poised beside a small pond. His gaze fierce as it pierced towards a certain room in the loft. A faint purple energy emanated from his body, almost imperceptibly seeping into the air. In an instant, two figures shot out from the loft like lightning, landing gracefully in the bamboo forest nearby. Their eyes met in the darkness, igniting sparks of tension. "Leave Yun Xian, and I will spare your life." The bloodied man's voice was calm, yet authoritative. Hearing this, Yijun chuckled softly, raising his head slightly, the determination on his unremarkable face radiating defiance. On what grounds? His words lingered in the night, echoing ominously. The bloodied man, his icy gaze fixed on the defiant youth, remained silent. With a slight bend of his arms, purple lightning coiled in his palms, accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder that conjured a fierce gust of wind. Rushing towards Yijun, with a firm grip, a sound like an explosion erupted, and a faint white light seeped from Yijun's body. He cast a surprised glance at the man, slightly shaking his head, realizing that this adversary possessed a rare lightning-based mutation ability. Yet, in the realm of lightning, I am the king. The weak are beneath me. The bloodied man glanced disdainfully at the unyielding Yijun, asserting his dominance. Suddenly, he surged forward, enveloped in crackling lightning, transforming into a streak of purple light that pierced through the darkness, hurtling directly towards Yijun. In the shadows, the strong command respect. Yijun's dark eyes flickered with a flash of purple lightning as he calmly regarded the approaching crimson figure, his muscles tensing as he compressed his own energy tenfold, readying the 14 sources of power for an explosive counterattack. As the distance between them narrowed, the once serene darkness crackled with the faint sound of distant thunder, heralding the impending clash. The latent force within erupted instantaneously, as the 14 sources of power, infused with explosive energy, surged from the ground into his arms. The entire atmosphere around him escalated to its zenith, causing the bamboo shoots beneath his feet to explode into a cloud of dust. At this moment, Yijun exhibited an astonishing display of power, momentarily achieving levitation through sheer explosive strength. A crimson figure, cloaked in purple lightning, collided fiercely with an ordinary shadow in the void. As the two engaged in battle, Yu Wuxuang leaned against the adjacent wall, her bosom heaving violently with shock. "How is this possible?" exclaimed Miaolang, astonished. Emerging from the tempest of lightning, the purple figure clad in menacing armor slowly descended, landing gracefully upon the grass. Its form entwined with numerous arcs of violet electricity, reminiscent of a child returning to the embrace of its mother, playfully indulging in affection. "You claim to be the king amidst the lightning? Do you still harbor such confidence if I were to devour the?" Miaolang scoffed disdainfully. "You are utterly ignorant of the, which has always been grasped by the powerful of our Thunder Hall, rendering it a mere legend to someone as inexperienced as you." Yijun, having cultivated the purple cloud body refinement technique, was reminded by the enigmatic woman, "The Thunder Hall is your greatest adversary." He acknowledged her words with a slight nod but refrained from making a move, as both sides faced off. Unexpectedly encountering a body cultivator with lightning abilities outside the Thunder Hall was a stroke of luck for Miaolang, allowing him to escape a calamity. He cast a cold glance into the darkness before vanishing from sight. The sound of wind broke suddenly, as a shadow pierced the darkness, appearing within the small courtyard of 240. Observing the disarray of the courtyard, Lian Bo's expression grew slightly grim as he turned to Yi Jun, standing on the lawn. I am the supervising teacher of the male dormitory. Yi Jun, please recount what transpired here. Gazing at the elderly man clad in black, adorned with a teacher's badge, Yi Jun withdrew his thunderous armor, nodding respectfully. Moments ago, while resting in the dormitory, I was ambushed by a man in black. Upon sensing your arrival, he fled towards the north. Did you catch a glimpse of his appearance? The elderly man furrowed his brow tightly, as the traces of battle suggested a conflict with a warrior of significant prowess. Though Yi Jun was renowned for his formidable strength within the academy, it seemed implausible that he could match a warrior's power. Yi Jun shrugged helplessly. Did any of you see anything? The elder inquired, turning towards the others who had exited the dormitory. No, the crowd hastily shook their heads in response. Should you discover anything, seek me out in the blue courtyard to the south, the elder instructed, nodding before swiftly disappearing from sight. Dressed in her nightgown, Yu Wushuang rushed into Yi Jun's embrace as the elder's figure faded from view. Do not fear, everything is fine. Swallowing hard, Yi Jun looked at the delicate form of Yu Wushuang, feeling the tension in his heart ease considerably. We saw nothing. Let us return to our rest. The onlookers quickly retreated into their rooms, casting glances at the two embracing figures in the courtyard. After escorting Yu Wushuang back to the bamboo-crafted loft, Yi Jun shook his head in exasperation, realizing that beneath her nightgown, she wore nothing at all, and he had caught a glimpse of something he ought not to have seen. Seated cross-legged within his room, Yi Jun reflected inwardly, my strength remains woefully inadequate. A mere encounter with a slightly stronger body cultivator leaves me powerless. Had I not fortuitously encountered a lightning attribute warrior today, I would have been at their mercy. Do you finally comprehend your own frailty? That individual was merely an outer disciple of the Thunder Hall. You will inevitably face even more formidable members in the future. Therefore, secure the undying grass and swiftly consume thee, otherwise you will stand no chance against a warrior. Nodding slightly, Yi Jun closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Within the secret chamber of the Chao family, Chao Bin stood unwaveringly at the top of the steps. Sir, all preparations are complete. We can execute the annihilation plan against the Yi family at any moment, a black-clad man reported, bowing respectfully. Chao Bin's cold visage briefly flickered with delight before he addressed another black-clad figure kneeling beside him. After 6 months of investigation, have we found nothing? Sir, I assure you with my life that the information did not leak from any undercover members on assignment, the man replied firmly. Could it be that the Yi family has uncovered something about our recent maneuvers? Chao Bin pondered momentarily before raising his gaze. You may leave. The assassination plans will proceed as scheduled. We must not allow the Yi family to detect our grand actions. Yes, sir. Rest assured, the man responded, standing and retreating into the shadows. Is the Grand Elder prepared to confront Yi Zhengming at any time? Chao Bin inquired into the darkness. At the command of the Patriarch, I shall challenge that old ghost, Yi Zhengming. A dark figure emerged from the shadows, confidence gleaming upon his white-haired visage. 7 days hence, at midnight, you shall challenge Yi Zhengming, and our dark division will assault the Yi family, eradicating them in one fell swoop. Chao Bin proclaimed with a chilling smile, a hint of madness lurking in his gaze. Within a small courtyard of the dark division, Xiao He leaned against the pavilion's pillar, her gaze deep as she contemplated the blade in her hand, lost in memories. After a long while, tears began to trickle down her cheeks, falling upon the blade. Gazing at the reflection of her tear-streaked face upon the blade's surface, Xiao He smiled sadly to herself, murmuring, had I known this day would come, would I have acted differently? A faint sound of footsteps approached, startling Xiao He from her reverie. She hastily wiped her tears and bowed respectfully into the darkness. I humbly welcome the elder of the Dark Division. Indeed, Xiao He, in 3 days, you shall embark on your final mission. Be vigilant, and do not make any mistakes. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences for your deceased parents, the elder remarked, glancing at Xiao He's dimpled smile with a nod of approval. This charming girl, whom he had cared for since her parents' demise, remained unaware that he had been the one to take their lives. Yes, elder. Are we preparing for a full-scale assault on the Yi family? Xiao He asked cheerfully, her dimples deepening with her smile. Such matters are beyond your purview. The elder replied sternly, his expression turning serious. I was merely curious. Please do not be angry, Xiao He said, nodding and playfully pouting. Looking at the irresistibly adorable Xiao He, the elder's long-frozen heart softened significantly. Xiao He, you must be 16 this year? Yes, indeed, she replied with a sweet smile. Return and rest well, the elder advised, nodding as he slowly departed. 16 years have passed. It is time to reap this flower. Once the affair with the Yi family is concluded, the elder's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. As Xiao He watched the elder's silhouette vanish into the darkness. Her sweet smile remained, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. Though she had maintained her innocence for 16 years, her face had lost the ability to express anger, save for laughter and tears. For 16 years, she had undergone not only assassination training but also lessons on pleasing men. All the women within the dark faction, after their training, relinquished their purity, yet she managed to retain hers under the protection of the elder enforcer of the dark faction. Deep down, she understood that the elder's intention was solely to keep her for himself. Now, the Yi family was under strict surveillance, and the only means of conveying messages was to journey to the War God Academy to inform Yi Jun of the dark path. A faint smile of despair crossed her lips as she thought, Yi Jun, I hope to see you one last time before I perish. With delicate steps, she slowly walked into the darkness. Chapter 66. No overnight grudge. What could possibly cause such a powerful surge of lightning? Sitting cross-legged, Yi Jun suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of surprise gleaming in his dark irises. After returning Mo Shuang to her room, he resumed his own training, only to be startled by a sudden wave of electrical energy. Approximately 20 miles away, within the vicinity of Jingbi Mountain, the weasel stirred. Glancing at the sleeping weasel, Yi Jun remarked, then swiftly departed the small courtyard. What is happening? The weasel, perched on Yi Jun's shoulder, asked with a puzzled expression. There's an unusual lightning disturbance 20 miles away. Someone must be manipulating it. Or perhaps a strange lightning phenomenon has emerged, Yi Jun explained. Gracefully leaping off a massive stone and leaving behind a fleeting shadow, appearing 100 meters away in an instant. Atop Jingbi Mountain, a man clad in a blood-red robe stood proudly, as countless purple lightning bolts rained down relentlessly, illuminating the mountaintop with blinding brilliance. Unexpectedly, failing to eliminate Yi Jun had deepened his understanding of lightning power. A blessing in disguise, he laughed maniacally, reveling in his newfound strength. Each advancement he made in the Battle King stage consumed nearly double the time of the previous stage, leaving many Battle Kings unable to ascend to Battle Emperor status within their lifetimes. Yet, having just recently advanced to the first segment of Battle King, he now found himself on the verge of progressing to the second segment. Reflecting on the young man in the purple lightning armor, with his exquisite control of electricity and the seamless integration of his body with the lightning, the man felt an undeniable jealousy and resolved to eliminate Yi Jun. As the lightning coursed through him, a sensation of tingling and enhanced resilience spread throughout his body. With his eyes gently closed, he savored the changes and comfort within. Should he encounter Yi Jun, he was confident he could strike him down with a single blow. Yi Jun stood at the base of Jingbi Mountain, gazing upward at the multitude of descending lightning bolts and listening to the thunderous roars surrounding him. He was secretly astonished. The method of provoking such unusual lightning bore a striking resemblance to his own. The sheer force demonstrated was far beyond what a battle spirit could achieve, suggesting it was at least the work of a battle king. Calculating his next move, he deftly activated his long-hidden spatial abilities. His figure flickered like a specter, and in mere breaths, he appeared beside a massive stone, utilizing his spatial powers to conceal his presence as he discreetly observed the figure 100 meters away. Could it be him? Yi Jun's heart raced with exhilaration at the realization. A slight smile graced his lips as he activated the lightning armor atop the mountain, extending his soul's energy toward the lightning above the man. The moment his soul energy connected with the lightning, a violent and destructive force surged back into Yi Jun's mind. With a thought, he compressed several bolts of lightning and directed them toward the man's forehead. What is this lightning doing? Startled, the man sensed an unusual energy within him. Blocking the lightning aimed at his forehead, he looked up at the sky, noticing the lightning had grown increasingly ferocious, and the bolts seemed to intersect and merge as if engaged in combat. We'll strike together. Watch for my signal, Yi Jun communicated telepathically to the weasel. Understood. The weasel replied, its eyes gleaming with excitement as its tail wagged eagerly. With a slight nod, Yi Jun intensified the output of his soul energy, causing the descending lightning to become wildly chaotic, targeting the weak points of the human form with precision. What is happening? This lightning is not only growing more violent, but also striking in increasingly peculiar locations. The man pondered, bewildered by the situation. The purple lightning not only intertwined in the air, but also appeared to target him with an inexplicable instinct to evade. The weasel is ready. Yi Jun's expression turned grave as he focused intently on the blood-red figure enveloped in lightning 100 meters away. Don't worry. I'll use the soul destruction strike on his essence while you destroy his physical form, the weasel assured, its violet gem-like eyes shimmering with a chilling light, its tail flicking with anticipation. Boom. The lightning surged forth with unparalleled force, transforming the purple bolts into a spear that shot toward the man's lower body. In his determination to eliminate the man, Yi Jun resorted to a devious tactic. What? It is said that lightning possesses a spirit. Have I invoked the wrath of the storm? The man thought, witnessing the bizarre scene unfold before him. Meanwhile, an intense force surged through him, forming a protective arc of purple energy around his lower body. As Yi Jun communicated through his soul, all his concentrated power erupted, and he blinked behind the man. With a swift motion, he gathered the descending lightning into his arm, pivoting on his foot. He unleashed a punch with the piercing force aimed directly at the man's neck. Responding to Yi Jun's telepathic cue, the weasel flashed into action, creating an almost imperceptible rift in space. It then sliced through the air, appearing before the man like a purple blade, launching a condensed energy sphere toward his forehead. With the weasel's soul destruction strike leading the charge, Yi Jun's ferocious assault followed, and the lightning spear targeted the man's lower body. Faced with this seemingly inevitable onslaught, the man's pupils constricted as he unleashed his Battle King aura, channeling his entire energy into a defensive stance, abandoning his chance to counterattack. He understood that while a retaliatory strike might injure one of them, it would cost him his life, and thus self-preservation became his priority. The weasel's soul destruction strike struck first, causing a violent tremor within the man's essence. Yi Jun's punch followed, shattering the man's neck with a resounding crack. And finally, the lightning spear impacted his lower body. Boom. The first strike landed, sending the man reeling as he spat blood, his countenance darkening. Boom. The second blow, a full-force punch from Yi Jun, shattered the man's neck, flesh and blood erupting. Boom. The third strike, the lightning spear, struck his lower body. Though it did not cause significant damage, the man's face clouded with despair. After delivering their attacks, Yi Jun and the weasel swiftly retreated. They had no desire to experience the self-detonation of a Battle King firsthand. As the man felt his vitality waning, he cast a venomous glare at Yi Jun, preparing for self-destruction. Suddenly, a low crack reverberated within him, and a surge of power erupted from his core. The once dim gaze of Miao Lang suddenly sparkled with brilliance, illuminating his face with a vibrant glow. As he sensed the sudden surge of momentum from his opponent, Yi Jun's heart sank. He had encountered that which both infuriates and exhilarates practitioners of physical cultivation in battle. Had Miao Lang actually advanced at this critical moment? The purple marten, filled with ire, exclaimed loudly, its tiny paws furiously digging into the ground. Yet, none dared to approach. The fear of a self-detonation loomed, threatening their very lives. Come on, Yi Jun. Come and give it a try. Miao Lang's head tilted bizarrely, his expression twisted with madness. Although he had not yet completed his advancement to the second rank of Battle King, the ceaseless power surging within him allowed him to barely hold on. Yi Jun smirked, suddenly extending his index finger toward Miao Lang, murmuring softly, temporal ability, time reversal. Boom. The extraordinary power within Yi Jun erupted with a ferocious roar, instantly depleting to nothing. After advancing to battle spirit, Yi Jun's total extraordinary energy had multiplied several times, yet employing the time ability would drain it instantaneously. For only the most elite warriors of the Divine Warrior continent could wield such power. No, the energy within him suddenly slackened, then began to flow backward, causing Miao Lang's eyes to dim as the energy receded. With a crack, when all the energy had returned deep within his body, a somber voice resonated. Miao Lang, his eyes wide with disbelief, gradually collapsed to the ground in submission. No wonder the inherited memories spoke of the supremacy of space and the dominion of time among extraordinary abilities. Time power was indeed terrifying. The purple marten trembled, its round body quaking as it trembled its little tail in fear. Are you finally afraid? Yi Jun teased, lifting the purple marten and playfully ruffling its fur. A triumphant smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave. Even with your time ability, I'm still faster than you. Many warriors have utilized time abilities in the inherited memories, but only one has truly harnessed its power. The purple marten protested, raising its tiny paw in defiance against Yi Jun's playful assault. Oh, pray tell, why is that? Yi Jun inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. The greater the energy contained in a material, the more extraordinary power was consumed when employing spatial abilities. In battles of the same tier, very few chose to utilize time powers, as failing to eliminate the opponent with a single strike would leave them at a disadvantage due to excessive energy depletion. particularly against more formidable physical cultivators. The Purple Marten recounted knowledge from its inherited memories. If the time ability is so ineffective, why is it said that in extraordinary powers, space is revered while time reigns supreme? Yi Jun pondered, realizing the inherent flaws of the time ability as he listened to the Purple Marten. There is no contradiction. Among the myriad time abilities, only one such as him exists. It is said he possesses 100-fold more extraordinary power than the average individual. And rumors abound that he has created a groundbreaking time ability-specific combat technique that exponentially enhances the power of time abilities. The Purple Marten leapt from Yi Jun's hand to perch on his shoulder. After all this talk, the time ability still seems rather lackluster to me, Yi Jun scoffed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Yet, he secretly took note of the Purple Marten's words. The treasure of the time ability lay within his grasp. How tragic it would be not to have the key to unlock it. If he could not find a combat technique for the time ability, he would endeavor to create one himself.